On the second day of the second lunar month, the dragon raises its head in the twilight of a secluded town known as Nipping Alley. A solitary and emaciated youth found himself adhering to ancient customs. With a candle in one hand and a peach branch in the other, he illuminated the beams, walls, and wooden bed, gently tapping the peach branch in an attempt to drive away snakes, scorpions, and centipedes. He recited the age-old saying passed down through generations in this town. On the second day of the second month, the candle shines upon the beams, and the peach branch taps the walls, leaving no place for serpents and insects to hide. The youth, surnamed Chen and named Ping'an, had lost his parents at an early age. The town was renowned for its exquisite porcelain, having assumed the esteemed role of overseeing the firing of sacrificial vessels for the imperial mausoleum since the founding of the dynasty. Government officials resided there year-round to supervise the operations of the official kiln. With no one to rely on, the young boy became a porcelain artisan at a tender age, initially relegated to menial tasks under the tutelage of a temperamental master. After years of arduous labor, he had just begun to grasp the intricacies of porcelain firing when fate took a turn. The town suddenly lost its protective charm of the official kiln, leading to the abrupt closure and extinguishment of the dozens of dragon-like kilns surrounding the area. Chen Ping'an set down the newly broken peach branch, extinguished the candle, and after stepping outside, sat on the steps, gazing up at the resplendent starry sky. He still vividly remembers the master, surnamed Yao, who had reluctantly acknowledged him as a half-apprentice. Last autumn, one fateful morning, he was found seated on a small bamboo chair, facing the kiln, his eyes closed forever. Yet, individuals like the old man Yao, who were so obstinately set in their ways, were ultimately few and far between in a town where generations of craftsmen have solely devoted themselves to the art of porcelain. None dare to exceed the boundaries of producing tribute ware for the imperial kiln, nor do they risk selling the stored porcelain to the common folk. Consequently, they seek alternative paths. 14-year-old Chen Ping'an, too, find himself cast aside, returning to the dilapidated old residence in Mud Bottle Alley, which presents a scene of utter desolation, nearly devoid of possessions. Even if Chen Ping'an wished to indulge in a life of extravagance, he finds himself bereft of means. After drifting for a time like a restless spirit, the youth struggles to find a means of livelihood. With only meager savings to sustain him, he barely manages to fill his stomach. Recently, he heard of an itinerant blacksmith named Ruan, who had arrived a few streets away in riding Dragon Alley, proclaiming his desire to take on 7 or 8 apprentices. Though he offered no wages, he would provide meals. Eager to seize this opportunity, Chen Ping'an hurriedly made his way there, only to be met with the old man's dismissive glance, which barred him from entry. At that moment, Chen Ping'an pondered whether the craft of blacksmithing was determined not by strength of arm, but rather by the appearance of one's countenance. Although Chen Ping'an appeared frail, his strength should not be underestimated. This physical foundation was honed during his youth through the arduous toil of pottery making. Additionally, he had accompanied the elderly Mr. Yao, traversing the mountains and waters within 100 miles of their small town, savoring the diverse flavors of the surrounding soil. He worked diligently and selflessly, willing to undertake any laborious or unpleasant task without hesitation. Unfortunately, Mr. Yao never favored Chen Ping'an, finding the youth lacking in insight, akin to a dullard who could not grasp the essence of learning, and he deemed him far inferior to his senior disciple. Lu Xianying. It was not entirely unjustifiable for the elder to display such bias after all. While both engaged in the monotonous task of pottery making, Lu Xianying's 6 months of dedication equaled the 3 years of effort Chen Ping'an had expended, though he may never require this skill in his lifetime. Chen Ping'an continued to close his eyes, envisioning a slab of bluestone and a potter's wheel before him, practicing the art of pottery making, believing that practice would lead to proficiency. Approximately every quarter of an hour, the youth would pause to rest, shaking out his wrists, and repeat this cycle until he was utterly exhausted. Only then would Chen Ping'an rise, taking leisurely strolls around the courtyard to gently stretch his limbs. And no one had ever imparted these methods to him. He had discovered this approach through his own contemplation. In the originally serene atmosphere, Chen Ping'an suddenly heard a piercing sound of derisive laughter. He halted in his tracks, and, as anticipated, he spotted a peer perched on the wall, grinning widely and unabashedly displaying his scornful demeanor. This individual is the old neighbor of Chen Ping'an, rumored to be the illegitimate son of the former inspector general. The esteemed official, fearing the censure of the virtuous and the scrutiny of the court, ultimately returned to the capital alone to report on his duties, entrusting his child to a successor with whom he shared a personal bond, to oversee and care for the boy. Now, the small town inexplicably lost its qualification for official kiln production, and the official responsible for supervising the kiln operations was himself in dire straits. Akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to safeguard his own interests, let alone concern himself with the illegitimate child of a colleague. He hastily left behind some silver and rushed back to the capital to mend relations. Unbeknownst to him, the once abandoned neighbor boy now lives a carefree life, wandering about the town with his devoted maid, idly passing the days without a care for money. The earthen walls of the houses in Mud Bottle Alley are quite low, allowing the neighbor boy to easily see the scenery of the courtyard without even needing to stand on tiptoe. Yet, whenever he converses with Chen Ping'an, he prefers to perch atop the wall, in contrast to the commonplace and unremarkable name of Chen Ping'an. The neighbor boy possesses a far more refined name, Song Jisun. Even his maid, who is his closest companion, has an elegantly literary name, Ggu. I could see this moment. The young girl stands on the other side of the courtyard wall, her almond-shaped eyes filled with a timid fragility. From the direction of the courtyard gate, a voice calls out, "Is your maid for sale?" Song Jisun is momentarily taken aback and turns to follow the voice, finding a smiling young man in splendid attire standing outside the courtyard, his face entirely unfamiliar. Beside the elegantly attired youth stood a tall, venerable man, his complexion fair and demeanor amiable, who squinted slightly as he scrutinized the pair of youthful figures in the adjacent courtyard. The elder's gaze swept past Chen Ping'an without pausing, yet lingered considerably on Song Jisun and the maid, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Song Jisun remarked with a sidelong glance, "For sale." "Why not?" The youth replied with a smile, "Then name your price." The girl widened her eyes in astonishment, resembling a startled young deer in utter bewilderment. With an eye roll, Song Jisun extended a finger, shaking it lightly. 10,000 taels of silver. The elegantly dressed youth maintained his composure and nodded, "Very well." Seeing that the boy appeared earnest, Song Jisun hastily amended, "I meant 10,000 taels of gold." The youth's lips curled into a playful smirk. "I was merely jesting." Song Jisun's expression darkened. Disregarding Song Jisun further, the elegantly attired youth shifted his gaze to Chen Ping'an. "Thanks to you, I was able to procure that carp today. The more I behold it, the more I delight in it. I felt compelled to express my gratitude in person, so I asked Grandpa Wu to bring me to you overnight." He tossed a heavy embroidered pouch to Chen Ping'an, his radiant smile illuminating his features. "This is a token of appreciation. We are even now." Just as Chen Ping'an opened his mouth to respond, the elegantly attired youth had already turned and departed. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow in contemplation. During the day, by chance, Chen Ping'an observed a middle-aged man strolling down the street, carrying a fish basket. Within it wriggled a golden carp, approximately the length of his palm. Leaping energetically within the bamboo confines, at a fleeting glance at the vibrant creature filled Chen Ping'an with a sense of festivity, prompting him to inquire whether he could purchase it for 10 coins. The middle-aged man, initially intending to indulge his own appetite, recognized a potential profit and audaciously raised the price to 30 coins. With his pockets lacking sufficient funds, Chen Ping'an, unwilling to part with the dazzling fish, followed the man, employing gentle persuasion in hopes of negotiating the price down to 15 coins, or even 20, just as the seller appeared amenable to a concession. A well-dressed youth and a tall elder happened to pass by. Without hesitation, they exchanged 50 coins for both the carp and the basket, leaving Chen Ping'an helplessly watching them depart. Fixated on the receding figures of the grandfather and grandson, Song Jisun retracted his fierce gaze and, leaping down from the wall, seemed to recall something, addressing Chen Ping'an. "Do you remember that four-legged creature from the Lantern Festival?" Chen Ping'an nodded. How could he possibly forget? The memory was still vivid in his mind, that in accordance with the customs that have been passed down for centuries in this small town, the presence of a snake entering one's home is considered a harbinger of good fortune. The homeowner must never chase it away or harm it, On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Song Jisun sat basking in the sun on the threshold when a creature colloquially known as the four-legged lizard scurried into his house. Right before his eyes, seizing it, Song Jisun flung it into the courtyard, unaware that this already disoriented lizard would become increasingly resilient, provoking his ire as he, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, found himself exasperated in a fit of anger. He tossed it into Chen Ping'an's yard, only to discover the next day that the lizard had curled up beneath his own bed. Noticing that a girl had tugged at his sleeve, Song Jisun, in a moment of unspoken understanding, instinctively swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. He had intended to comment on the lizard's grotesque appearance, particularly the peculiar bulge on its forehead that resembled horns sprouting from its head. Instead, he said, "Ji Gui, and I might be leaving here next month." Chen Ping'an sighed, "Be careful on your journey." With a mix of sincerity and jest, Song Jisun replied, "There are certainly some belongings I cannot take with me, so do not take the liberty of pilfering when my house is unguarded." Chen Ping'an merely shook his head in response. Suddenly, Song Jisun erupted into laughter, playfully pointing at Chen Ping'an with a mischievous grin, timid as a mouse. "It's no wonder that the humble have no noble offspring. Not only may this life be filled with poverty and oppression, but perhaps in the next life, you shall not escape it either." Chen Ping'an remained silent. Upon returning to their respective rooms, Chen Ping'an closed the door and lay upon the hard wooden bed. The impoverished youth shut his eyes and softly murmured, "May fragments bring peace. May each year be safe. May fragments of tranquility ensure a tranquil year." Chapter 2. Opening the door as dawn's light softly illuminated the sky, yet before the rooster's crow, Chen Ping'an had already risen. The thin bedding could hardly retain warmth. And during his apprenticeship in porcelain making, he had developed the habit of rising early and retiring late. He opened the door to his modest abode and stepped into the soft, earthy courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he stretched languidly before exiting the yard. Turning around, he caught sight of a slender figure, bent over, with both hands grasping a wooden bucket of water, using her shoulder to push open the gate of her home. It was none other than Song Jisun's maid, who had evidently just returned from drawing water at the Iron Lock Well in Xinghua Lane. Chen Ping'an averted his gaze and dashed through the streets towards the eastern part of the town. Mud Bottle Lane lay to the west, while the easternmost city gate was manned by an individual responsible for overseeing the comings and goings of merchants and travelers, as well as patrolling during the night. This individual also collected and forwarded letters sent from afar. What Chen Ping'an needed to do next was to deliver those letters to the townsfolk. Earning a copper coin for each letter he successfully handed over. This was a rare opportunity he had painstakingly secured to earn a living. He had already arranged with the gatekeeper to commence this endeavor after the second day of the second month, a time known as the dragon raising its head. As Song Jisun would say, he was born into a life of poverty. Even when fortune graced his doorstep, he found it impossible to retain any of it. Song Jisun often uttered obscure and difficult phrases, likely borrowed from various texts, leaving Chen Ping'an in a state of confusion. For instance, just a few days ago, he mumbled something about the biting chill of early spring that could slay the young, which completely eluded Chen Ping'an's understanding. As for the annual transition from winter to an unexpectedly colder spring, the youth had first-hand experience of it. Song Jisun referred to this phenomenon as late spring chill, likening its ferocity to a cavalry's sudden counterattack on the battlefield, cautioning that many could perish at such perilous thresholds. The town itself lacked fortified walls, after all. It was not plagued by marauders or even petty thieves. The so-called city gate was merely a rickety row of dilapidated fences, haphazardly allowing passage for pedestrians and vehicles, serving as the town's meager facade. As Chen Ping'an strolled through Apricot Blossom Alley, he observed women and children gathered around the iron well, the creaking will echoing in the air. Turning down another street, he soon heard the familiar sounds of scholarly recitation from a nearby village school, established through the collaboration of several affluent families in the town. The instructor, an outsider, had been a figure of strict discipline. Yet he never reprimanded Chen Ping'an and his peers who often lingered outside, eavesdropping on the lessons. Afterward, when Chen Ping'an apprenticed at a dragon kiln beyond the town, he no longer returned to the school. As Chen Ping'an ambled past an ornate stone archway, he noticed its 12 imposing columns, which the locals affectionately referred to as the Crab Arch. The true name of this monument differed significantly between Song Jisun and Lu Yongxian. Song Jisun insisted fervently that an ancient tome entitled Local County Chronicles designated it as the Scholar's Arch, a tribute bestowed by the emperor to commemorate the illustrious civil and martial accomplishments of a historical dignitary. In contrast, the more rustic Liu Yangxian declared it simply the Crab Arch, asserting that they had called it so for centuries, rendering any pretentious title of Scholar's Arch utterly nonsensical. Liu Yangxian further posed a provocative question to Song Jisun regarding the size of a scholar's official cap, inquiring if it were larger than the mouth of an iron well, which left Song Jisun blushing with indignation. At that moment, Chen Ping'an circled the 12-legged archway, observing 4 peculiar characters inscribed on each face, each distinctive in style, acting with integrity, natural expression, seek not peace outside, and harmony in the cosmos. According to Song Jisun, aside from those 4 characters, the inscriptions on the other 3 plaques had previously been defaced and altered. Chen Ping'an, however, remained oblivious to these nuances, having never pondered them deeply. Indeed, even if a youth wished to investigate further, it would be in vain, for he was entirely unaware of what the local county chronicles that Song Jisun frequently referenced actually entailed. Not far beyond the archway, he soon encountered a venerable locust tree, its branches heavy with foliage. Beneath its boughs lay a log, inexplicably relocated there by an unknown hand. After a slight hewing, it was propped at both ends with 2 slabs of bluish stone, transforming this substantial trunk into a makeshift bench. Every summer, the townsfolk relished the opportunity to cool off in this place. Those of affluent means often have their elders retrieve a basket of chilled fruits from the well, while children, having satisfied their appetites, form groups to frolic and play beneath the shade of trees. Chen Ping'an, accustomed to traversing the mountains and waters, made his way to the vicinity of the fence gate, pausing at the solitary entrance of a yellow mud house, his heart steady and breath calm. The town sees few visitors, and given that the government kiln, once a lucrative enterprise, has now fallen, it is even less likely that new faces would appear. In the days when Old Man Yao was alive, he once drunkenly proclaimed to his disciples, including Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianying, that their official kiln business was unparalleled, supplying porcelain exclusively to the emperor and empress. He warned that any commoner, regardless of wealth or rank, who dared to infringe upon it would face dire consequences. That day, Old Man Yao was particularly spirited. Today, however, as Chen Ping'an gazed beyond the fence, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 individuals waiting for the city gate to open, comprising men, women, and children, all strangers. Locals seldom enter or exit through the east gate, whether for pottery or agricultural pursuits, as the road extending from it leads to neither dragon kills nor fields. At that moment, Chen Ping'an stood on one side of the wooden barrier, exchanging glances with the outsiders. The youth, clad in self-made straw sandals, felt a twinge of envy for the robust garments worn by those strangers, undoubtedly warm enough to withstand the chill. Outside the door, the individuals were distinctly divided into several groups, not united, yet all gazed toward the slender youth within. Most displayed in different expressions, while a few had already shifted their gaze beyond the boy, peering into the distant reaches of the small town. Chen Ping'an found it peculiar. Were they unaware that the court had prohibited all dragon kills? Or were they, knowing the truth, merely seeking an opportunity? A young man adorned with an eccentric tall crown, tall and slender, with a green jade pendant hanging from his waist, appeared to grow impatient. He stepped out from the crowd, intent on pushing open the unlatched gate. Yet, just as his fingers were about to graze the wooden door, he abruptly halted, slowly retracting his hand. With his hands clasped behind him, he smiled at the youth in straw sandals, saying nothing but merely grinning. From the corner of Chen Ping'an's eye, he inadvertently noticed the expressions of those behind the young man. Some seemed disappointed, others amused, some furrowed their brows, and a few wore sneers, their emotions subtly varied. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged man suddenly flung open the door and, directing his ire at Chen Ping'an, bellowed, "You little brat, have you lost your senses? Coming here so early to demand your due, are you in a hurry to meet your deceased parents in the afterlife?" Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes, unfazed by the harsh words. Living in this rural area, which possessed scant literature, if he were to be angered by a few insults, he might as well leap into a well for simplicity's sake. Moreover, the middle-aged gatekeeper, a solitary man, is often the subject of ridicule and jest among the townsfolk, particularly by the bold and audacious women, many of whom have not hesitated to verbally berate or even physically confront him. This individual takes great delight in boasting to children clad in split-crotch pants, regaling them with tales of his past exploits at the city gate, where he claims to have engaged in fierce battles, leaving several burly men searching for their teeth amidst pools of blood, transforming the broad thoroughfare into a quagmire reminiscent of a rainy day. He dismissively told Chen Ping'an to speak of his trivial matters later. In the small town, no one pays much heed to this man. However, he wields the authority to determine whether outsiders may enter the town. As he approached the wooden gate, he rummaged through his trousers. With his back turned to Chen Ping'an, the man opened the gate, occasionally collecting small embroidered pouches from individuals, tucking them into his sleeve before allowing them to pass. Chen Ping'an had long since vacated the path, as 8 individuals, roughly divided into 5 groups, made their way into the town. Among them was a young man adorned with a high cap and a green sash, followed by 2 children aged around 7 or 8. The boy, clad in a vibrant red robe, was noticeably shorter than Chen Ping'an, while the girl, delicate and rosy-cheeked, resembled fine porcelain. As the boy brushed past Chen Ping'an, he opened his mouth, though no sound emerged. His lips formed words that unmistakably conveyed provocation. The middle-aged woman holding the boy gently cleared her throat, prompting the child to temper his demeanor. Behind the boy stood a little girl, held by a burly elder whose hair was frosted with age. She turned to Chen Ping'an, chattering away, occasionally pointing at the boy who stood before her. Chen Ping'an could not comprehend her words, yet it was evident she was lodging a complaint. The stout elder cast a sidelong glance at the youth in straw sandals. Merely being scrutinized, whether intentionally or not, caused Chen Ping'an to instinctively take a step back, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. Witnessing this, the once lively little girl, who had been chirping like a small yellow warbler, abruptly lost her appetite for mischief, turning away to avoid further gazing at Chen Ping'an, as if prolonging her gaze would tarnish her vision. Although young Chen Ping'an had not experienced much of the world, he was not oblivious to the nuances of expression. Once the group had departed, the gatekeeper inquired with a grin, "Would you like to know what they said?" Chen Ping'an nodded eagerly. "Yes, I would." The middle-aged bachelor chuckled, his demeanor jovial. "They were praising your good looks, all compliments." Chen Ping'an merely curled his lips, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool?" The gatekeeper, perceiving the boy's thoughts, laughed even more heartily. "If you weren't foolish, would I have entrusted you with delivering messages?" Chen Ping'an refrained from retorting, fearing that provoking this man would cause the copper coins he hoped to earn to slip away. The gatekeeper turned his gaze back to the departing figures, stroking his stubbled chin and murmuring, "That woman could crush a man with her legs." Chen Ping'an hesitated before curiously asking, "Has that lady practiced martial arts?" The gatekeeper was taken aback, looking down at the boy with a serious expression. "You, my lad, are truly Navi." The youth was utterly perplexed. He instructed Chen Ping'an to wait, then strode confidently towards the house. Upon his return, he held a stack of envelopes in his hand, neither thick nor thin, approximately 10 in number. After handing them to Chen Ping'an, he inquired, "Fools enjoy foolish fortunes, and good people receive good rewards. Do you believe this?" Chen Ping'an, with one hand grasping the letters and the other palm open, blinked and replied, "It is agreed that 1 letter costs 1 coin. The man, filled with indignation, forcefully slapped 5 copper coins into the youth's palm, then, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, "The remaining 5 coins will be kept as a debt for now." Chapter 3. Sunrise. The town is neither large nor small, with over 600 households. Chen Ping'an is mostly familiar with the doorways of the impoverished families, while the affluent households, with their lofty thresholds, remain beyond his reach. The spacious alleys, where the wealthy congregate, have yet to feel the tread of his feet. The streets there are paved with large slabs of fine bluestone, ensuring that on rainy days, one would not find themselves splattered with mud. These exquisite bluestone slabs, polished to a mirror-like sheen by centuries of foot and cart traffic, reflect the passage of time. The surnames Liu, Li, Zhao, and Song dominate the town, their wealth having funded the local school. Outside the town, they own 2 or 3 large dragon kilns. The residences of the successive kiln overseers line the same street as these prominent families. As fate would have it, the 10 letters Chen Ping'an is to deliver today are almost entirely addressed to the town's most illustrious families. This is only fitting. After all, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes, while mice produce offspring that burrow into the earth. Those who can afford to send letters home from afar undoubtedly come from respectable lineages, for otherwise, they would lack the audacity to journey far from their origins. Among the letters, Chen Ping'an has only visited 2 locations, Falu Street and Taoya Alley. When he first set foot on the expansive bluestone slabs, his youthful heart fluttered with apprehension, prompting him to slow his pace and feel a twinge of shame, as if his straw sandals sullied the pristine street. The first letter he delivered was to the Liu family, who possess a jade ruby granted by the emperor to their ancestors. As the young man stood at their entrance, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Wealthy families are known for their meticulousness. The Liu residence is not only grand but also flanked by 2 stone lions, towering and imposing in stature. Song Jisun remarked that this object possesses the ability to ward off malevolent spirits. Chen Ping'an, however, was entirely ignorant of what constituted such malevolence. Yet he was intensely curious about the lion, which seemed to have a perfectly round stone sphere nestled within its mouth. How was such a remarkable carving achieved? Resisting the impulse to touch the stone sphere, Chen Ping'an ascended the steps and knocked upon the bronze lioness door. Shortly, a young man emerged. Upon learning that a letter was being delivered, he displayed a stoic expression, pinching the corner of the envelope with 2 fingers. After receiving the letter, he swiftly turned and hurried back into the residence, closing the vividly painted door adorned with the image of a prosperous deity with a resounding thud. The young boy's delivery of letters continued in this unremarkable fashion. At the corner of Taoye Alley, there stood a modest household of little renown. The door was opened by a kindly, diminutive elder who, upon receiving the letter, smiled and said, "Young man, you have worked hard. Would you care to come in and rest for a while, perhaps enjoy a cup of warm water?" The boy shyly smiled and shook his head, dashing away. The elder gently tucked the letter into his sleeve, not in haste to return to his home. He lifted his gaze toward the distance, his vision clouded. His final glance swept from high to low, from afar to near, fixating on the peach trees lining the street. It was as if this aged and somewhat oblivious man finally managed to muster a faint smile. He turned and departed. Before long, a charming little yellow sparrow alighted upon the branch of a peach tree, its beak pecking delicately, emitting soft chirps. The last letter that Chen Ping'an needed to deliver was intended for the teacher at the village school. Along the way, he passed a fortune-telling stall, where a young Taoist, clad in an old robe, sat upright behind the table, his head adorned with a tall cap resembling a blooming lotus flower. Upon noticing the young boy who hurried past, the youthful Taoist promptly called out, "Young man, don't let this opportunity slip by. Come, draw a fortune stick, and allow me to divine your fate." Revealing both fortune and misfortune, Chen Ping'an did not halt his pace, yet he turned his head and waved his hand dismissively. Undeterred, the Taoist leaned forward, raising his voice. "In the past, I have charged 10 coins for interpreting fortunes. However, today, as an exception, I will only charge you 3 coins. Of course, should you draw a favorable stick, you might consider adding an extra coin as a token of joy. If fortune smiles upon you, and you draw the very best, I shall only ask for 5 coins. What say you?" In the distance, Chen Ping'an's steps faltered momentarily. The young Taoist, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "This fine morning, you are my first guest. I shall extend my kindness. If you take a seat and draw a fortune, I shall also craft a talisman for you on yellow paper, to bless your ancestors and accumulate merit. With my humble skills, I cannot guarantee a windfall of great wealth, but it is certainly worth a try to increase your fortune, even if just a little." Chen Ping'an paused, intrigued yet skeptical, and turned back to take a seat on the bench before the stall. There sat a modest Taoist and a shabby youth, 2 impoverished souls facing one another. The Taoist smiled and gestured for the boy to pick up the fortune stick. Chen Ping'an hesitated, then suddenly said, "I shall not draw a fortune. Will you simply write me a talisman on the yellow paper instead?" In Chen Ping'an's recollection, it seems that this young Taoist, who had wandered to this quaint town, had resided there for no less than 5 or 6 years. His appearance had remained largely unchanged, and he treated everyone with kind-heartedness. He typically assisted others by reading fortunes, interpreting dreams, and occasionally composing letters for families. Interestingly, the sign tube on the table, containing 108 bamboo sticks, had yielded no auspicious signs nor unfavorable ones over the years. It was as if all 108 sticks were devoid of ill fortune. Thus, during festive occasions, townsfolk would willingly spend 10 coins merely for a stroke of good luck, yet when faced with genuine troubles, none would wish to be taken in by such a charlatan. To claim that this Taoist was a complete fraud would be an injustice. The town was too small, and if he were merely a trickster, he would have long since been driven away. Therefore, it was evident that the young Taoist's abilities lay not in fortune-telling or interpreting signs. However, for minor ailments, many had found relief after consuming a bowl of his talisman water, which proved remarkably effective. The young Taoist shook his head, stating, I, as a humble practitioner, deceive neither the young nor the old. I have promised to interpret the signs and write a talisman for 5 coins. Chen Ping'an quietly retorted, it is 3 coins. The Taoist chuckled heartily. If a favorable sign were drawn, wouldn't it indeed be worth 5 coins? With determination, Chen Ping'an reached for the sign tube, only to suddenly look up and inquire, how does the Taoist know that I happen to possess exactly 5 coins? The Taoist sat upright, exuding an air of solemnity, while I, the humble practitioner, observed the fortunes and fates of others with remarkable accuracy. Chen Ping'an contemplated for a moment before reaching for the divination tube. The Taoist, with a gentle smile, reassured him, young man, do not be anxious. What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass. And what is not meant to be should not be forced. Approaching the uncertainties of life with an ordinary heart is the finest method of assurance. Chen Ping'an solemnly placed the divination tube back on the table and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Master, I will give you 5 coins. I do not wish to draw a lot. I only request that you write the yellow talisman with greater care than usual, if you would be so kind. The Taoist smiled as always, pondered briefly, and nodded in agreement. On the table, the ink and paper were already prepared. The Taoist inquired about Chen Ping'an's parents' names, origins, and birth dates before withdrawing a piece of yellow talisman paper and swiftly inscribing it in one continuous motion. Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to the contents of the writing. After setting down the brush, the young Taoist blew gently on the ink, instructing that upon returning home, one should stand at the threshold and burn the yellow paper outside the door. The boy, with utmost seriousness, accepted the talisman, carefully preserving it, and did not forget to place 5 copper coins on the table as he bowed in gratitude. The young Taoist waved his hand, signaling the boy to attend to his own affairs. Chen Ping'an dashed off to deliver his final letter. The Taoist reclined languidly in his chair, casting a glance at the copper coins before bending down to gather them to himself. At that moment, a petite yellow oriole swooped down from the sky, pecking at one of the coins before losing interest and flitting away. The yellow oriole initially sought to carry flowers, yet the peach blossoms in the noble household had yet to bloom. Upon concluding the recitation of the verse, the Taoist, feigning nonchalance, gently waved his sleeve and sighed. In life, one should not aspire for more than the 8-foot mark. As he performed this flourish, 2 bamboo slips slipped from his sleeve and fell to the ground. With a soft exclamation of surprise, he quickly retrieved them, casting furtive glances around to ensure no one was paying attention. Only when he was certain of his solitude did he breathe a sigh of relief, concealing the slips once more within the ample folds of his sleeve. The young Taoist cleared his throat, adopting a serious expression as he resumed his vigil, awaiting the next visitor. He reflected that indeed, it was far easier to profit from the fairer sex. In truth, the 2 bamboo slips concealed within his sleeve were of significant value. One was the highest fortune, while the other represented the lowest, both intended for substantial gain, a matter not to be divulged to outsiders. The youth, oblivious to such intricate schemes, moved lightly along, arriving at the entrance of a local academy. Surrounded by lush bamboo groves, vibrant with verdant hues, Chen Ping'an slowed his pace as a middle-aged man's rich voice resonated from within, reciting, as the sun rises, so does the warmth. The lambskin feels as though it has been soaked. Following this, a harmonious chorus of youthful voices echoed, repeating, as the sun rises, so does the warmth. The lambskin feels as though it has been soaked. Chen Ping'an gazed upward. The sun ascended in its splendid glory. The boy stood entranced, until he was roused by the sight of children in the school, nodding their heads in unison as they skillfully recited a passage at their teacher's behest. In the season of awakening, the universe flourishes, and all things begin to thrive. Rising early from the night, I stroll gracefully in the courtyard, as a gentleman moves leisurely, nurturing his aspirations. Chen Ping'an lingered at the threshold of the academy, his words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet unspoken. The middle-aged scholar, with a touch of silver at his temples, turned to glance at him, gently stepping out of the room. Chen Ping'an respectfully extended the letter with both hands, saying, "This is a letter for you, sir." The tall man clad in a blue robe accepted the envelope and replied gently, "In your leisure moments, feel free to come here and listen." Chen Ping'an felt somewhat uneasy, for he might not truly have the time to attend the lessons of this esteemed teacher, and the youth was reluctant to deceive him. The man smiled understandingly and said, "No problem. The essence is found within the pages, yet the essence of life lies beyond them. You may attend to your matters." Chen Ping'an sighed in relief and took his leave. After running a considerable distance, He inexplicably turned back to glance. There stood the teacher at the doorway, his figure bathed in sunlight, appearing almost celestial from afar. Chapter 4. The yellow bird had Chen Ping'an never ventured to Fuglu Street or Peachleaf Alley. He might have lived his entire life oblivious to the dim and narrow confines of Mud Bottle Lane. Yet, the grass shoe-clad youth felt no sense of loss. Instead, a profound tranquility enveloped him. With a smile, he extended his hands, palms brushing against the yellow clay walls, recalling that approximately 3 to 4 years prior, he could only reach the walls with the tips of his fingers. Upon reaching his home, he discovered the courtyard gate wide open. Assuming a burglary had occurred, the young boy hastily dashed into the yard, only to find a tall youth lounging on the doorstep, leaning against the locked door, yawning in boredom. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, he sprang to his feet as if ignited by fire, rushing towards him and seizing his arm tightly, urgently whispering, "Hurry and open the door. I have something crucial to discuss." Unable to extricate himself from the grip of this imposing figure, Chen Ping'an complied and opened the door. The robust youth, 2 years Chen Ping'an's senior, quickly shoved him aside and stealthily approached Chen Ping'an's wooden bed, pressing his ear firmly against the wall, listening intently to the base of the adjacent wall. Curious, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Lu Xianyang, what are you doing?" The tall youth disregarded Chen Ping'an's question. After a brief interval, Lu Xianyang returned to a semblance of normalcy, sitting on the edge of the wooden bed, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, both relief and regret. It was then he noticed Chen Ping'an engaged in a peculiar act, squatting within the doorway, leaning outward, and using a candle reduced to a mere thumb size to incinerate a piece of yellow paper, the ashes cascading onto the threshold. It seems that Chen Ping'an still clung to his words, albeit from a distance that rendered them indistinct to Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang, a disciple of the venerable Long Yao Yao Lao Tu, had a rather dull-witted Chen Ping'an as a pupil whom the elder never truly acknowledged. In the local customs, the absence of a ceremonial tea offered by the disciple or accepted by the master signifies a lack of true master-disciple recognition. Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang were not neighbors. Their ancestral homes were quite far apart. The reason Lu Xianyang introduced Chen Ping'an to Yao Lao Tu stemmed from a past grievance during their youth. Lu Xianyang had once been notorious in the small town as a rebellious troublemaker. Before his grandfather passed away, there was at least an elder to oversee him. After his grandfather's demise, at the tender age of 12 or 13, he grew tall and robust, becoming a source of exasperation for the local community. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Lu Xianyang incurred the ire of a group of Lu family youths, leading to a brutal confrontation in Mud Bottle Alley, where he was mercilessly beaten by the spirited young adversaries, who showed no restraint in their blows. Lu Xianyang soon found himself coughing up blood. The 10 or so households residing in Mud Bottle Alley were primarily humble craftsmen from the small dragon kiln, who dared not meddle in such troubles. At that time, Song Jisin was utterly unafraid, reveling instead in the chaos from his perch on the wall, eager for the tumult to unfold. At last, only a gaunt child stealthily slipped out of the courtyard and ran to the mouth of the alley, desperately shouting to the street, "There are dead people! There are dead people!" Upon hearing the word dead, the Lu family youths were suddenly jolted awake. They beheld Lu Xianyang, bloodied and on the verge of death, and the wealthy young men felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. After exchanging fearful glances, they fled from the other end of the muddy bottle alley. However, thereafter, Lu Xianyang did not express gratitude towards the child who had saved his life. Instead, he frequently returned to torment and mock him. The orphan, stubborn as he was, steadfastly refused to cry, much to the growing ire of the young man. Yet, a year later, Lu Xianyang observed that the little orphan, surnamed Chun, appeared unable to withstand the harshness of winter. Finally, awakening to his conscience, Lu Xianyang, who had been apprenticed at the dragon kiln by the river Baoshi, took the orphan to that very kiln. He journeyed westward from the small town, traversing the snowy mountain roads for several dozen miles. To this day, Lu Xianyang remains perplexed as to how that little fellow, resembling a piece of charcoal, with legs as slender as bamboo poles, managed to reach the dragon kiln. Although Old Yao ultimately decided to retain Chen Ping'an, his treatment of the two was indeed worlds apart. Toward his closed-door disciple Lu Xianyang, he was both harsh and scolding. However, even the blind could perceive the deep-seated intentions behind his actions. For instance, on one occasion, he struck Lu Xianyang a bit too forcefully, causing blood to seep from the young man's forehead. The boy, with his tough skin and resilient flesh, felt no pain. Instead, it was old Yao, who had always maintained a stern demeanor in front of his disciple, that felt a pang of regret. Too proud to express his feelings directly, he spent the better part of the night pacing in his own home, still unable to shake off his concerns for Lu Xianying. Ultimately, he had no choice but to summon Chen Ping'an to deliver a bottle of ointment to Lu Xianying. For many years, Chen Ping'an harbored a quiet envy of Lu Xianying, not due to his innate talent, physical strength, or charm, but rather for Lu Xianying's fearless disposition. No matter where he went, he remained carefree and untroubled, never perceiving solitary existence as a burden. Lu Xianying had an uncanny ability to forge bonds with anyone, quickly engaging in camaraderie, sharing drinks, and playing games. Having taken on responsibilities at a young age due to his grandfather's poor health, he became a leader among children, adept at catching snakes, fishing, and climbing trees. With a wooden bow, fishing rod, and slingshot in hand, Lu Xianying seemed capable of mastering anything, particularly when it came to catching loaches and fishing for eels along the rural paths. Without a doubt, he was the most skilled youth in the small town. When Lu Xianying withdrew from the village school years ago, Mr. Qi made a special visit to his ailing grandfather, offering to waive all fees for Lu Xianying's education. However, Lu Xianying resolutely declined, expressing his desire to earn money rather than pursue his studies. Mr. Qi proposed to financially support Lu Xianying as his personal attendant. Yet Lu Xianying remained steadfast in his refusal. In truth, Lu Xianying led a rather prosperous life. Even after the passing of Old Man Yao and the closure of the dragon kiln, he soon caught the eye of a blacksmith from Qilong Lane, embarking on the construction of a humble abode and a furnace in the southern part of the town, keeping himself quite busy. Observing Chen Ping'an extinguishing a candle and placing it on the table, Lu Xianying quietly inquired if he had ever heard peculiar sounds in the early morning, akin to. Chen Ping'an sat on the bench, patiently awaiting further elaboration. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Xianying's cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of a cat's meow in spring. Chen Ping'an asked, "Is it the meow of Song Jisun's cat, or that of Zhigui?" Lu Xianying rolled his eyes, dismissing the inquiry, then propped himself up with his hands on the bed, gradually bending his elbows before extending his arms, lifting his body off the bed and leaving his feet dangling above the ground. With a smirk of derision, he remarked, "What Zhigui? It is clearly Wang Zhu." The Song family has always been fond of ostentation, and he must have stumbled upon the term Zhigui somewhere, using it without regard for its meaning. Wang Zhu has truly drawn the short straw in having such a young master, or else he would not be suffering alongside Song Jisun. Chen Ping'an did not echo the tall youth's sentiments. Maintaining his posture, Lu Xianying snorted, "Do you genuinely not understand? Why did you assist that girl Wang Zhu with a bucket of water, after which she ceased all communication with you? It must be that petty fellow Song Jisun who, consumed by jealousy, threatened Wang Zhu against any flirtations with you, promising dire consequences should she defy him, breaking her legs and casting her into the mud-filled alley." Chen Ping'an could no longer tolerate Lu Xianying's words and interjected, asserting that Song Jisun was not unkind to her. Lu Xianying, flustered and indignant, retorted, "What do you know of good and bad?" With a clear gaze, Chen Ping'an softly replied, "Sometimes, while she toils in the yard, Song Jisun sits occasionally on a bench, perusing some local chronicles. I've often seen her smile while observing him." Lu Xianying appeared momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the frail wooden bed could no longer support Lu Xianying's weight, splintering in two, causing the tall youth to land abruptly on the ground. Chen Ping'an crouched down, pressing his head in his hands, sighing in frustration, troubled by a headache. Lu Xianying scratched his head, rose without uttering any words of remorse, and simply gave Chen Ping'an a gentle kick, grinning as he said, "Enough of that. It's just a rickety old bed. I've come today to bring you marvelous news, far more valuable than your shabby bed." Chen Ping'an lifted his head. Lu Xianying, brimming with pride, declared, "After our master Ruan left the town, he suddenly mentioned wanting to dig a few wells by the creek to the south. Initially, he lacked sufficient hands, so I casually suggested you, calling you a short winter melon with decent strength. Master Ruan agreed and asked that you head over in the next couple of days." Chen Ping'an suddenly rose, about to express his gratitude. Lu Xianying raised a hand, interjecting, "Stop, stop. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Just remember it in your heart." Chen Ping'an grinned sheepishly. Lu Xianying surveyed the surroundings. In the corner lay a fishing rod, a slingshot rested on the windowsill, and a wooden bow adorned the wall. The tall youth hesitated, words lingering on his lips. yet ultimately refrained from speaking. He strode over the threshold, his boots deliberately avoiding the ashes of talismans scattered about. Chen Ping'an gazed at the tall figure. Suddenly, Lu Xianying turned around, facing Chen Ping'an at the threshold. The tall youth sank into a stance, his feet firmly planted, and after a few powerful steps, he delivered a heavy punch, retracting his fist and straightening his posture, laughing heartily. Master Ruan told me privately that with just a year of practice, this boxing technique could be lethal. Seemingly unsatisfied, Lu Xianying executed a peculiar kicking motion, chuckling. This is called a good kick right where it counts, knocking out a stubborn donkey. Finally, Lu Xianying raised his thumb, pointing to his chest with an air of pride. When Master Ruan imparted the martial arts to me, I shared my insights, including my reflections on Old Man Yao's unique ceramic crafting technique, jumping blade. Master Ruan praised me as a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. From now on, just follow my lead, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Lu Xianying caught a glimpse of the maid entering the room from the corner of his eye, and instantly lost interest in playing the role of a hero. He casually remarked to Chen Ping'an, "By the way, as I passed the old locust tree earlier, I noticed an old man claiming to be a storyteller setting up his stall. He mentioned he has a wealth of intriguing tales to share with us. Perhaps you might want to take a look when you have the time." Chen Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Xianying then strode away from Mud Bottle Alley. The young, solitary, and defiant lad had become the subject of numerous tales in the town. It was said that he fancied himself a descendant of generals who once led troops into battle, which purportedly accounted for the ancestral suit of armor passed down through generations. Chen Ping'an had witnessed this so-called treasure once, and found it rather unappealing, resembling a wart on human skin or the gnarled knots of an ancient tree. However, Lu Xianying's contemporaries had a different narrative, asserting that his ancestors were deserters who fled to this town and became in-laws, escaping the clutches of the authorities by sheer luck. Their claims were so emphatic, one would think they had witnessed firsthand the dramatic escape of Lu Xianying's ancestors from the battlefield and their arduous journey to this quaint town. Pondering these thoughts, Chen Ping'an squatted beside the threshold, gently dispersing the ashes beneath him. At some point, Song Jisun appeared by the garden wall, accompanied by his maid. "Ji Gui," he called out, "would you care to join us for some amusement by the locust tree?" Chen Ping'an lifted his gaze and declined the invitation. Song Jisun, with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, found it rather dull. Turning to his maid, he smiled and said, "Ji Gui, let us be on our way. Go buy an entire jar of peach blossom powder for the general's belly." She blushed and replied, "A mere small cricket jar will suffice." Song Jisun, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode forward with his head held high and chest out. "I, a member of the Song family, steeped in tradition and honor, cannot afford to act in a petty manner. It would be a disgrace to our family legacy." Chen Ping'an sat on the doorstep, rubbing his forehead. In truth, when Song Jisun refrains from uttering those peculiar and nonsensical remarks, he is not entirely unlikable. However, at moments like this, if Lu Xianying were present, he would undoubtedly express a desire to strike Song Jisun on the back of the head with a brick. Leaning against the door, Chen Ping'an contemplated the days to come, which would likely mirror the present, and the day after that would resemble tomorrow, continuing in this manner. Thus, he would tread through life in such a manner until he found himself akin to the old man Yao. Life is a cycle of man consuming the earth, and the earth consuming man in return. In the end, one closes their eyes and opens them again, perhaps to find it is the beginning of another life. The young man gazed down at his straw sandals and suddenly burst into laughter. Walking on the bluestone slabs felt distinctly different from trudging through muddy puddles. As Lu Xianying exited the alley and passed by a fortune-telling stall, a young Taoist waved and called out, "Come, come. I can see that your complexion is as fiery as oil in the pan, which is hardly a good omen. But fear not. I possess a method to help you avert misfortune." Lu Xianying was taken aback, recalling that this Taoist had previously offered fortune-telling services. It was not a matter of accuracy, but rather that he had never actively sought customers. All his business had been voluntary. Could it be that the dragon kiln has been shut down by the imperial authorities, and thus the Taoist must also share in the misfortune, facing starvation? Is it preferable to err on the side of wrongful execution rather than wrongful release? Lu Xianying mockingly retorted, "Your method is merely to squander wealth to avert calamity. Is it not? Go to hell. You think you can swindle money from me? Not in this lifetime." The young Taoist, undeterred, shouted at the tall youth, hoping for a prosperous year. Yet who could foresee the impending doom? Without disaster, One refuses to invoke the divine, yet desires tranquility while offering incense. One ought to offer incense indeed. Suddenly, Lu Xianyang pivoted and dashed towards the fortune-telling booth, rubbing his hands together excitedly as he exclaimed, "Incense, is it? I shall first set your stall ablaze." The Taoist, evidently startled, abandoned his booth, fleeing in a panic with his hands over his head. Lu Xianyang stood beside the booth, watching the Taoist's comical retreat, laughing heartily. His gaze fell upon the fortune sticks on the table, and he carelessly knocked over the container, sending the bamboo sticks clattering out and fanning out across the surface. Lu Xianyang pointed at the Taoist, who had halted at a distance, declaring, "Each time I see you, I shall give you a beating." The young Taoist clasped his fists in a bow, pleading for mercy. Only then did Lu Xianyang relent. Once the tall youth had walked away, the young Taoist dared to take his seat again, sighing deeply. The world is harsh, and the hearts of men are no longer what they used to be, leaving this poor Taoist struggling to make a living. At that moment, a spark of inspiration lit up in the Taoist's eyes. He quickly closed his eyes and proclaimed loudly, "The pond brims with chaotic croaks, and the heart of man pierces the gut. Here, the fame and fortune are but fleeting, suitable only for the winds that stir the four corners." The young couple evidently heard the Taoist's words, but regrettably showed no intention of stopping. The Taoist slightly opened his eyes, realizing he was about to miss an opportunity for business. With a swift slap on the table, he raised his voice, proclaiming, "The scholar is but a child of the world. The chancellor is merely a person among men. His profound knowledge resonates through heaven and earth, and his name echoes throughout the city, full of vigor and spirit." However, Song Jisun and the maid Ji Gui simply continued on their way. The Taoist, disheartened, muttered under his breath, "Life is becoming unbearable." Suddenly, the young man turned his head without warning and tossed a copper coin towards the young Taoist, beaming, "May your words bring you good fortune." The Taoist hurriedly caught the coin and, upon opening his palm, found himself frowning at the sight of the smallest denomination. Nevertheless, the young Taoist gently placed the coin on the table. In an instant, a yellow sparrow descended swiftly onto the tabletop, lowering its head to peck lightly at the coin. After that, it grasped the coin in its beak and looked up at the young Taoist, its eyes sparkling with a liveliness akin to that of a human. The Taoist softly urged, "Go now. This place is not suitable for lingering." The yellow sparrow vanished in a flash. The young Taoist surveyed his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze upon the distant towering archway, perfectly aligned with the plaque inscribed with the characters Chi Chong Do Nyo. He sighed, "What a pity." The Taoist then added, "If only it could be taken outside to sell, it would surely fetch 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver." Chapter 5, Revelation. Song Jisun, accompanied by her maid Ji Gui, arrived beneath the old locust tree, only to discover a throng of nearly 50 individuals gathered in the shade, seated upon benches they had brought from home. Children continued to tug at their elders, urging them to join the lively scene. Standing at the edge of the shade, Song Jisun observed an elderly man beneath the tree, one hand cradling a large white bowl, while the other rested behind his back. His expression was fervent as he proclaimed loudly, "I have previously discussed the general course of the dragon vein. Now let me speak of the true dragon. Oh, this is indeed remarkable. Approximately 3,000 years ago, an extraordinary immortal emerged in the world. He initially secluded himself in a celestial cave, diligently cultivating his path, ultimately achieving enlightenment. Subsequently, he roamed the world wielding his sword, his 3-foot demeanor radiating brilliance. For reasons unknown, this individual bore a particular animosity towards the flood dragons. And for a full 300 springs and autumns, wherever there were flood dragons, he would vanquish them, extinguishing the last of the true dragons before vanishing without a trace. Some say he ascended to a realm of profound Taoist principles to converse with the Tao ancestor. Others claim he journeyed to the distant western Pure Land to debate with the Buddha. There are even those who assert that he personally guarded the gates of Fengdu, preventing malevolent spirits from wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. The old man's words flowed forth, and yet the townsfolk remained unmoved, their faces blank with confusion. The maid, filled with curiosity, quietly inquired, "What does 3-foot demeanor mean?" Song Jisun chuckled, replying, "It refers to a sword." The maid retorted, "Young master, this old gentleman is rather fond of showcasing his knowledge. He certainly does not speak plainly." Song Jisun cast a fleeting glance at the old man, expressing a sense of schadenfreude as he remarked, "In our small town, there are few who can read. This storyteller is merely throwing flirtatious glances at the blind." The maid inquired further, "What exactly is this paradise? Is there truly anyone in this world who can live for 300 years? And what of the Fengdu underworld? Isn't that a realm reserved for the deceased?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Song Jisun was reluctant to display his uncertainty, and thus he casually dismissed her questions. "It's all nonsense, likely derived from some obscure and trivial accounts, meant to befuddle the simple folk of the countryside." At that instant, he keenly perceived that the old man had, whether intentionally or not, cast a glance in his direction. Although it was merely a fleeting gaze, it did not escape Song Jisun's notice, yet being young, he attributed it to mere coincidence. The maid gazed up at the old locust tree. As dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, cascading down like delicate fragments. Instinctively, she squinted her eyes. Song Jisun turned to look as well, and was suddenly taken aback. His maid, who now bore a visage that was just beginning to shed its infantile roundness, appeared markedly different from the thin, frail little servant girl he remembered. According to the customs of their town, when a woman marries, it is customary to invite a fortunate woman, blessed with both parents and children, to remove the fine hair from the bride's face and to trim her bangs and sideburns, a practice known as opening the face or raising the brows. Song Jisun had heard of a peculiar custom that was non-existent in his small town. Thus, when Ji Gui turned 12, he purchased the finest newly brewed wine from the town, retrieved a beautifully glazed porcelain bottle that had been clandestinely acquired, reminiscent of green plums. After pouring the wine into it, he meticulously sealed it with mud and finally buried it underground. Suddenly, Song Jisun spoke. "Ji Gui, although that fellow Chen, according to the wisdom of our scholarly ancestors, embodies the notion of rotten wood is beyond carving, and a dung wall cannot be plastered, he has, nonetheless, accomplished something meaningful in his life." The maid remained silent, her gaze lowered, with her eyelashes faintly trembling. Song Jisun continued, "Chen Ping'an, while not a bad person, possesses an overly rigid disposition, adhering stubbornly to his principles. Hence, he became a potter, which means no matter how diligently he practices, he is destined never to create anything imbued with spirit. This explains why Lu Xianyang's master, the old man Yao, regarded Chen Ping'an with disdain. His insight is indeed astute. This exemplifies rotten wood is beyond carving. As for the notion that a dung wall cannot be plastered, it essentially implies that even if you were to dress this impoverished wretch in a dragon robe, he would still remain a rustic peasant at heart. At this point, Song Jisun self-deprecatingly remarked, "In truth, I am even worse off than Chen Ping'an." The maid was at a loss on how to console her young master. In this small town, Song Jisun and his maid had always been the subject of significant discourse among the affluent of Fulu Street and Taoyao Alley, all thanks to Song Jisun's rather unremarkable father, Lord Song. The small town boasts no prominent figures nor tumultuous events. Thus, the kiln's supervising official dispatched by the court is undoubtedly akin to the archetype of a benevolent magistrate found in theatrical scripts. Among the numerous supervisors throughout history, the previous official, Lord Song, garnered the most affection from the townsfolk. Unlike his predecessors, who maintained a lofty distance from the common people, Lord Song eschewed the confines of his official domain, refraining from seclusion or exclusive scholarly pursuits. Instead, he immersed himself in the intricacies of porcelain production, demonstrating a hands-on approach that mirrored that of the local artisans. Over the course of more than a decade, this once scholarly figure became sun-kissed and rugged, donning attire indistinguishable from that of a laborer and engaging with others without any airs. Regrettably, the imperial porcelain produced by the local dragon kiln consistently fell short of expectations, both in glaze quality and in the proportions of large and small wares, leaving the seasoned kiln masters perplexed. Ultimately, the court recognized Lord Song's diligent efforts, awarding him a commendable evaluation, albeit devoid of notable achievements. Before returning to the capital, Lord Song, in a remarkable gesture, expended his wealth to construct a covered bridge. It was later realized that amidst his departing entourage, a child was inexplicably absent, leading the prominent families of the town to a sudden epiphany. It can be said that Lord Song had cultivated a significant bond with the town, and coupled with the present supervisor's careful oversight, the young Song Jisun enjoyed a life of comfort and leisure in the small town over the years. The maid, now known as Ji Gui, has a mysterious background that has given rise to various speculations. The locals residing in Mud Bottle Alley recount a tale of a winter's night blanketed in heavy snow. when a girl from afar collapsed at the doorstep of Song Jisun's residence, having begged her way there. Had she not been discovered in time, she might have found herself reincarnated in the realm of the underworld. Meanwhile, an elderly man working at the local government office offers a different narrative, firmly asserting that Lord Song had purchased the orphan from elsewhere in his youth, intending to provide his illegitimate son, Song Jisun, with a companion who understood the nuances of warmth and cold, thereby compensating for the bond that father and son could not share. Regardless of the truth, once the young lad named the maid Ji Gui, their father-son relationship was solidified in the eyes of the town's prominent families. For it was common knowledge that Lord Song held a particular fondness for a certain ink stone, upon which the characters Ji Gui were delicately inscribed. As Song Jisun came to himself, a radiant smile graced his face, and for reasons unknown, he recalled the tenacious little lizard. Ji Gui, can you imagine? I tossed it into Chen Ping'an's courtyard, yet it still seeks refuge in our home. What must Chen Ping'an's doghouse be like? To be so unwelcoming that even a small snake would not dare to enter? The maid pondered thoughtfully before responding. Some matters, perhaps, are indeed governed by fate. Song Jisun extended his thumb in approval, exclaiming, precisely. He, Chen Ping'an, is a man of shallow connections and scant fortune. He should be grateful to merely exist. She remained silent. Song Jisun mused aloud. After we depart from this town, will Chen Ping'an safeguard the belongings in our house, or might he indulge in theft? The maid replied softly, my lord, surely he would not stoop so low? Song Jisun chuckled and said, oh, Ji Gui, do you understand the meaning of guarding against one's own theft? The maid blinked her autumn-like eyes, pondering whether it wasn't merely the literal interpretation. Song Jisun smiled, gazing towards the south with a glimmer of yearning in his heart. I have heard that the collection of books in the capital surpasses the flora and fauna of our small town. At that moment, the storyteller was saying, although true dragons no longer exist in this world, their kin, such as the Jiao, Qiu, and Qi, are still genuinely and palpably present among us. Perhaps, the elder intentionally left a suspenseful pause, observing that the audience remained indifferent, utterly failing to engage, and continued, perhaps they are concealed right beside us, referred to by Taoist immortals as hidden dragons in the abyss. Song Jisun yawned. Suddenly, a leaf from a locust tree floated down, lush and vibrant, landing perfectly on the young man's forehead. Song Jisun reached out to grasp the leaf, twisting its stem between his fingers. Meanwhile, the boy who was headed to the eastern city gate to collect debts noticed the falling locust leaf as he approached the ancient locust tree, but he quickened his pace, eager to catch it. A gust of wind swept by, causing the leaf to slip past his grasp. The agile youth in straw sandals swiftly sidestepped, attempting to intercept the leaf. Yet, the leaf spun in the air again. Undeterred, the boy made several attempts with agile movements, but ultimately failed to capture the locust leaf. Chen Ping'an felt helpless. A blue-clad youth, who had skipped school, brushed past Chen Ping'an, unaware that a locust leaf had settled upon his shoulder at some point. Chen Ping'an continued his journey towards the eastern gate of the city, believing that even if he could not obtain any money, a gentle nudge would still be beneficial. In the distance, by the fortune-telling booth, a young Taoist priest closed his eyes in meditation, murmuring to himself, who spoke of the cycles of fate being devoid of fairness. Chapter 6. A bad omen. Chen Ping'an arrived at the eastern gate and beheld a man seated lazily on a tree stump at the entrance, basking in the gentle warmth of the early spring sun. With his eyes closed and humming a soft tune, the man rhythmically tapped his knees with his hands. Chen Ping'an squatted beside him, finding it quite difficult to broach the subject of debt collection, a matter that weighed heavily upon the young lad's heart. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the expansive road to the east, which snaked away like a robust yellow serpent, meandering into the distance. Habitually, he scooped up a handful of soil, clenching it tightly in his palm, and began to knead it slowly. He had once traversed the hills and valleys surrounding the small town under the guidance of the old man, carrying a burdensome pack filled with various items, including a hatchet and a hoe. Following the elderly man's lead, they would pause intermittently, and Chen Ping'an often found himself consuming the earth, taking a handful of soil and placing it directly into his mouth, chewing and savoring its essence. Over time, this practice honed his skills, allowing him to discern the texture of the soil with mere touch. Consequently, he could even identify broken shards of porcelain from old kilns in the market, estimating their origin and discerning which master had crafted them. Despite the old man's reclusive nature and his propensity for harsh rebukes, There was a particular instance when he scorned Chen Ping'an for his lack of understanding, deeming him a fool devoid of insight. In a fit of anger, he abandoned the boy in a desolate wilderness, returning alone to the kiln. As the young lad traversed 60 miles of rugged mountain paths, he found himself approaching the dragon kiln in the dead of night, amidst relentless downpours. When he finally caught a glimmer of light through the murky darkness, a surge of tears threatened to escape him for the first time after enduring the hardships of solitary existence. Yet, the boy never harbored resentment towards the elderly. He bore no grievances. Born into a destitute family and devoid of formal education, he grasped a profound truth that transcended the confines of books in this world. Aside from one's parents, no one is obligated to show kindness. His parents, alas, had departed too soon. Chen Ping'an, with a patient demeanor, seemed lost in thought, while the disheveled man appeared to realize that his ruse was futile. With a grin, he remarked, "It's merely 5 copper coins. A man who is so miserly will never achieve greatness." Chen Ping'an, with an expression of resignation, retorted, "Aren't you the one being stingy?" The man, revealing a set of uneven yellowed teeth, chuckled, "Thus, if you wish to avoid ending up like me, a lonely bachelor, do not fixate on those 5 coins. With a sigh, Chen Ping'an lifted his gaze and replied earnestly, "If you are indeed strapped for cash, let us disregard the 5 coins. However, let it be known that in the future, a letter will cost you a copper coin, and there shall be no further defaults." The man, exuding a pungent odor, turned with a grin and said, "Youngster, with that foul temper of yours, you are bound to suffer significant losses in the future. Have you never heard the adage, 'Losses can be blessings'? If you refuse to accept even minor losses." He glanced at the earth in the boy's hands, paused briefly, and added with a sly grin, "Then you are destined to face a life of toil, with your face to the ground and your back to the sky." Chen Ping'an retorted, "Did I not just mention that I do not wish to be shortchanged? Is this not a small grievance?" The man, slightly vexed, waved his hand dismissively. Leave. Conversing with you is quite taxing." Chen Ping'an released his grip, casting aside the dirt, and remarked upon rising, "The tree stump is rather damp." The man looked up, chuckling as he scolded, "Do I require your instruction?" A young man brimming with vitality, capable of baking cakes upon his backside. He then turned, casting a sidelong glance at the youth's retreating figure, curling his lip in a muttered curse, seemingly lamenting the heavens. Today, for reasons unknown, Master Qi concluded his lessons unusually early. Behind the academy lay a courtyard, with a diminutive wooden gate to the north, leading into the bamboo grove. While Song Jisun and the maid listened to stories beneath the old locust tree, they were summoned for a game of chess. Though reluctant, Song Jisun acquiesced upon hearing it was Master Qi's request, who wished to assess their progress in the game. Song Jisun held an inexplicable reverence and trepidation towards the stoic Master Qi. It could be described as a mix of respect and fear. Consequently, with the master himself issuing this royal command, Song Jisun felt compelled to comply, albeit insisting on waiting until the storyteller concluded his tale before proceeding to the courtyard of the academy. The young man in the blue robe, tasked with delivering the message, took his leave, reminding Song Jisun not to arrive too late, repeating the same old admonitions about how their master valued decorum and detested insincerity. At that moment, Song Jisun, while digging in his ears, impatiently responded, I understand. When Song Jisun accompanied the young Ji Gui to the courtyard of the academy, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The elegantly attired young scholar in his azure robe sat, as usual, on the southern bench, his posture upright and dignified. Song Jisun took a seat directly opposite him, facing south. Mr. Qi occupied the western side, maintaining his customary silence as he observed the game. The maid, Ji Gui, would often stroll through the bamboo grove whenever her young master engaged in a match, so as not to disturb the 3 scholars. Today was no exception. In this quaint little town, devoid of any so-called scholarly lineage, learned individuals were indeed a rare find. According to the established tradition set by Mr. Qi, Song Jisun and the young scholar in blue would engage in a guessing game, with Song Jisun taking the black pieces first. Both had commenced their chess journey at nearly the same time, yet Song Jisun, with his exceptional intellect, advanced at an extraordinary pace, earning the designation of a high-level player by Mr. Qi, who taught them both. During the guessing phase, Song Jisun would draw a handful of white pieces from the box, their number a secret kept from view. The young scholar in blue would then select 1 or 2 black pieces. Upon guessing the parity of the white pieces, He could take the black pieces and thus enjoy the advantage of the first move in the initial 2 years of their matches. Regardless of whether he played white or black, Song Ji-sun remained undefeated. However, Song Ji-sun exhibited little interest in the game of chess, often engaging in it sporadically. In contrast, the less gifted youth clad in a blue robe, who not only studied in a local academy but also served as a scholar's assistant, benefited immensely from his daily interactions with Mr. Qi. Even by merely observing the master as he sat in contemplation, the young scholar gleaned invaluable insights. Consequently, the blue-robed youth progressed from occasionally achieving victories while playing with the black pieces to now being able to match Song Ji-sun's prowess evenly when playing with the same color. The evident enhancement in his strategic skills was unmistakable. Mr. Qi, however, remained silent, merely observing this ebb and flow of talent. Just as Song Ji-sun was about to grasp a piece, Mr. Qi suddenly announced, "Today, you shall play a game of zhuazi chess, with the white pieces going first." The two young men were perplexed, entirely unaware of what zhuazi chess entailed. With a calm and measured tone, Mr. Qi meticulously elucidated the rules, which were not overly complex, merely requiring the placement of black and white pieces at the star points. The middle-aged man's deft movements as he placed the pieces were fluid and graceful, a sight to behold. Typically, the blue-robed youth, who prided himself on adhering to rules, was left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events, staring vacantly at the board before cautiously remarking, "Sir, it seems many established patterns may no longer apply." Song Ji-sun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before a spark of realization brightened his expression as he replied, "The dimensions of the board have indeed changed." Subsequently, with a playful grin, he turned to his peer and inquired, "Shall we allow you to take 2 pieces first? Otherwise, this fellow is bound to lose." The youth across the table suddenly flushed with embarrassment, stammering, for he was acutely aware that his increasing victories were not solely due to his enhanced skills in the game. Rather, the principal reason lay with Song Ji-sun. In recent years, Song had become increasingly distracted during their matches, even bordering on weariness. On numerous occasions, he had intentionally let his opponent gain the upper hand, or, when starting with a favorable position, he would deliberately take risks in pursuit of a grand victory. For the exceptionally talented Song Ji-sun, the enjoyment and intrigue of the game were paramount. In contrast, the young man in the blue robe had fixated on the notion of victory and defeat since the first piece he placed on the board. "Mr. Qi glanced at his disciple, instructing, "You may play as white and take the first move." The young man proceeded to place his pieces slowly and cautiously, advancing with great care. Meanwhile, Song Ji-sun moved with swift decisiveness, executing bold strategies akin to the grace of a gazelle. The disparity in their temperaments was striking. However, after merely 80 moves, the blue-clad youth found himself utterly defeated, his head bowed in silence, lips pressed tightly together. Song Ji-sun rested his elbow on the table, supporting his chin with his hand, gently tapping the stone surface with his fingers while intently observing the board. According to Mr. Qi's rules, the players could concede defeat by silently placing their pieces aside, with the words "I lost" strictly forbidden. Despite his reluctance, the young man slowly set down his piece in resignation. Mr. Qi then instructed his disciple, "Go practice your calligraphy. There is no need to tidy up the board. Write the character 300 times." The blue-robed youth quickly rose, bowing respectfully in farewell. It was only after the young man's figure had vanished that Song Ji-sun softly inquired, "Are you also departing, Mr. Qi?" The scholarly gentleman, his temples touched with silver, nodded and said, "Within a fortnight, I shall take my leave." Song Ji-sun replied with a smile, "That is fortuitous. I shall be able to bid you farewell." The teacher hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "There is no need for farewells on my account. Song Ji-sun, once you venture beyond the town, remember to maintain a low profile. I possess little of value. Merely 3 elementary texts, elementary learning, rites and music, and reflections on the classics. You may take them all. Frequent review is essential, for the meaning of a text becomes apparent after repeated readings. Should you manage to read tens of thousands of volumes, your pen will flow with divine inspiration and the true essence of this knowledge. You will come to understand in due time. As for the 3 miscellaneous works, subtle calculations, tally on chess, and strategies of the mountains and seas, feel free to peruse them in your leisure. They may bring you pleasure and nurture your spirit." Song Ji-sun, taken aback and feeling somewhat awkward, mustered the courage to say, "Sir, it feels as though you are entrusting me with a legacy. I find it quite unsettling." Mr. Qi, with a warm smile, gently replied, It is not as exaggerated as you suggest. In life, we encounter one another in various places. There will surely come a day when we meet again. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and inviting. Suddenly, he added, do visit Zhao Yao. Consider it an early farewell. Song Jisun rose with a grin. Very well. I shall leave the chessboard for you to tidy up. The youth joyfully dashed away. The middle-aged scholar bent down to gather the pieces, seemingly picking them up haphazardly. Yet, in reality, he began with the last black piece that Song Jisun had placed, methodically retracing the sequence in perfect order. Unbeknownst to them, the Meiji Gue had returned from the bamboo grove, standing just outside the gate, refraining from stepping into the courtyard. He did not turn. His voice low and steady. Take care of yourself. The girl, raised in the alley of clay bottles, wore an expression of bewilderment, fragile and timid, evoking sympathy. The cultured scholar, with an air of elegance, revealed a flicker of anger as he slowly turned to gaze at her, his eyes cold and indifferent. The girl remained in her dazed state, innocent and untainted. The middle-aged scholar rose, graceful as a jade tree in the wind, and directed a scornful sneer at the girl, exclaiming, "You wretched spawn." Gradually, the innocence faded from her face, her gaze turning sharp, a mocking smile gracing her lips as if to say, "What can you do to me?" They locked eyes, a silent standoff ensued, as if two serpents were poised in confrontation. Each regarded the other as an adversary. In the distance, Song Jisun called out loudly, "Jigue, it's time to go home." The girl promptly rose on her toes and obediently replied, "All right, young master." She pushed open the wooden gate and darted past the tutor, only to pause a few steps away, turning back to offer a deep bow to his retreating figure. Her voice melodious and charming. "Sir, Jigue is leaving now." After a long silence, the scholar let out a sigh. The spring breeze was gentle, bamboo leaves swayed, reminiscent of the soft rustle of turning pages. A young Taoist, adorned with a lotus crown, packed up his stall, sighing heavily. When familiar townsfolk inquired about the matter, he merely shook his head, offering no explanation. The last woman, once a bride who sought her fate in this place, passed by and, upon witnessing the unusual demeanor of the young Taoist, hesitated, her steps faltering. With a voice soft and melodious, she posed her inquiries, yet her expressive, glistening eyes lingered intently upon the young man's handsome visage. The young Taoist discreetly cast a glance at the woman, his gaze subtly descending to reveal a rather ample sight. He swallowed hard and uttered a cryptic oracle, declaring, "Today, I have drawn a fortune for myself, a low omen, indeed, a portent of great misfortune." Chapter 7. The Well in Xinghua Lane. There exists a well known as the Iron Lock Well. A chain, as thick as the arm of a robust young man, hangs year after year from the well's mouth. The origins of this well and the reason for the presence of such an iron lock have long been shrouded in mystery. Even the oldest residents of the town cannot elucidate the tale. It is said that a well-meaning individual once sought to measure the length of the chain, disregarding the counsel of the elders who warned against it. According to an age-old adage passed down through generations, for every foot the iron lock is pulled from the well, 1 year of life is forfeited. However, the man paid no heed to this cautionary tradition. After exerting considerable effort, he managed to extract a substantial length of chain. Yet there was no sign of an end. Exhausted, he allowed the chain to coil around the well's pulley, vowing to return the next day, dismissing the superstition with incredulity. Upon returning home, he tragically succumbed to a sudden and violent demise, with blood pouring from his orifices, leaving his eyes wide open in death. Despite the frantic attempts of his family to close his eyelids, they remained stubbornly ajar. Ultimately, a venerable elder, who had lived near the well for generations, instructed the grieving family to bring the corpse to the well's side. They watched as the elder returned the chain to the depths of the well. Only when the last segment of the chain sank back into the well's dark waters did the deceased finally find peace, his eyes gently closing for the first time. An old man and a young child slowly approached the iron lock well. The little one, still adorned with 2 streams of snot, spoke of the tale with remarkable clarity and poise, far from the demeanor of a rural child who had only been learning for half a year. At that moment, the child tilted his head back, his large eyes resembling 2 black grapes, and gently sniffed, causing the 2 tiny streams to retract. He gazed at the storyteller, who held a large white bowl in one hand, and with a slight pout, inquired, "I have finished my tale. Now it is your turn to reveal what lies within your bowl, is it not?" The old man chuckled heartily and replied, Do not rush, my dear. Once we settle by the well, I shall show you to your heart's content." The child, with a playful yet serious tone, reminded him, "You must not go back on your word. Otherwise, you shall meet a grim fate, tumbling headlong into the well. And should that happen, I will not retrieve your body. Or perhaps a sudden bolt of lightning will strike, turning you to a charred remnant, at which point I shall use a stone to shatter you piece by piece." Listening to the child's relentless stream of malicious and ominous remarks, the old man felt a twinge of headache and hastily assured him, "I will certainly show you. By the way, from whom did you learn such expressions?" The child responded with unwavering certainty, "From my mother, of course." The old man, reflecting on the remarkable talents of the region, remarked, "Truly, it is a place blessed with exceptional individuals and profound wisdom." Suddenly, the child halted, furrowing his brow, and asked, "You are not insulting anyone, are you? I know some people enjoy twisting compliments into insults, like Song Ji-sun." The old man quickly denied such a notion, redirecting the conversation by asking, "Is it true that strange occurrences often take place in the town?" The child nodded in agreement. The old man then prompted, "Do share your thoughts." The child pointed at the old man and earnestly remarked, "For instance, you hold a large white bowl, yet refuse to allow anyone to place copper coins within it." Before the tale could be fully unraveled, my mother interjected, acknowledging the old man's storytelling prowess, albeit shrouded in ambiguity, and remarked that he was evidently accustomed to deceit. Thus, she insisted I present him with a few coins, which he adamantly declined. What, after all, lies within that bowl? The old man found himself in a perplexing situation. It turned out that earlier, beneath the ancient locust tree, a storyteller had summoned this child to accompany him to the well in Apricot Blossom Alley. Initially reluctant, the child had been persuaded by the old man, who insisted that the large white bowl held extraordinary treasures. This lively and spirited child, often described by his parents as one who had forgotten to grow a backside at birth, had a penchant for wandering about with the rascally Lu Xianyang and his gang. Yet, in pursuit of a yellow eel or a loach, this little imp could endure the scorching sun for half an hour, utterly motionless, demonstrating remarkable patience. Thus, when the old man inquired about the contents of the white bowl, the child was immediately intrigued. Even when the old man made a peculiar request to test the child's weight, curious if he weighed 40 pounds, the child nodded without hesitation, reasoning that lifting him a few times would not cost him dearly. However, a series of eye-rolling incidents ensued. The old man, with the bowl resting in his left palm, exerted considerable effort with his right hand, attempting to lift the child 5 or 6 times, yet to no avail. Eventually, the child cast a sidelong glance at the old man's frail limbs and shook his head, thinking to himself that, despite being similarly slender, Chen Ping'an, the impoverished fellow, possessed significantly greater strength than this elderly man. Merely contemplating the unseen spectacle within the white bowl, the child resembled a prodigy, instinctively refraining from uttering words that might embarrass the elder. It is noteworthy that in the vicinity of Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Lane, this child ranks third in the art of quarrel and banter. The second place is held by the learned Song Ji-sun, while the first belongs to the child's mother. The elder approached the well but did not sit at its edge. The ancient well, constructed of green bricks, seemed to weigh heavily upon the elder's breath. The child, oblivious to the danger, leaped backward and landed squarely at the well's opening. This scene caused the elder to break into a cold sweat. A moment's inattention could send the impetuous child tumbling into the depths, where recovery of the body would be a formidable task given the well's historical provenance. The elder took a few cautious steps forward, squinting as he leaned over to scrutinize the iron chain, one insecurely tied to the base of the well's pulley. A site of geomantic significance, it was unparalleled in the region. The elder surveyed the surroundings, his emotions a tumultuous tide. Pondering to himself, to whom will this formidable artifact ultimately belong? Extending his idle left hand, he gazed into his palm. The patterns etched within were intricate and weathered. Yet a new line emerged, slowly stretching forth like a fissure in porcelain. To the divine observer, the palm resembles a landscape. Yet, at this moment, the elder was merely observing his own being. Furrowing his brow, he marveled. In just half a day, such dismal circumstances have unfolded. What of those others? The child stood at the edge of the well, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the old man, loudly urging, "Will you show me the white bowl or not?" The old man, feeling helpless, replied, "Quickly come down. I shall show you the great white bowl." The child, filled with doubt, ultimately leapt down into the well. The old man hesitated for a moment, his expression grave. "Little one, we are fated to meet, and I shall reveal to you the wonders of this bowl, but afterward, you must not speak of it to anyone, not even to your mother. If you can abide by this, I shall let you witness it. If not, even if you poke my back with a stick, you shall not catch a glimpse." The child blinked and urged, "Let us begin." The old man, with utmost seriousness, approached the well's edge. Upon looking down, he discovered that the child had now perched with legs spread wide at the well's opening, and he felt a twinge of regret for having engaged with such an unruly little one. The old man gathered his thoughts, facing the well. Grasping the bottom of the great white bowl with his 5 fingers, his palms subtly tilting, nearly imperceptibly, the child felt as though he had waited an eternity, seeing no sign of movement from the white bowl above, while the old man remained in that position. Just as the child's patience was waning, with his nose about to drip, a stream of water, as thick as a finger, suddenly poured forth from the white bowl, cascading silently into the depths of the well. The child bared his teeth, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Suddenly, he closed his mouth in astonishment. After a moment, the child's expression shifted from shock to bewilderment, and then fear took hold as he abruptly regained his senses, leaping away from the well and fleeing towards home. It turned out that the elder had already poured enough water from that white bowl to fill an entire large vat. Yet, water continued to flow from the bowl unceasingly. The child was convinced he must have seen a ghost during the day. Lu Xianyang casually plucked a newly sprouted twig from the roadside and began practicing swordplay, spinning like a whirling wheel, utterly unconcerned about his new boots as dust billowed around him. The tall youth exited the small town, heading south. As long as he passed the covered bridge built with funds from Lord Song, and walked another 3 or 4 miles, he would arrive at the blacksmith shop run by the Yuan father-daughter duo. Lu Xianyang had always been proud and ambitious, but a single phrase from Master Yuan left him in complete admiration. "We come here solely to forge swords." The thought of one day possessing a genuine sword filled Lu Xianyang with excitement, prompting him to toss aside the twig and run while shouting in a frenzy. Remembering the few boxing stances Master Yuan had privately taught him, he began to practice, displaying a commendable form and vigor. The youth drew ever closer to the covered bridge. At the northern end of the covered bridge, 4 individuals are seated on the steps. A voluptuous matron, graceful in demeanor, cradles a boy draped in a bright red robe. He raises his chin high, reminiscent of a general who has just secured a resounding victory. At the opposite end of the steps, a tall, elderly man, his hair frosted with age, sits beside a small girl, whom he gently comforts as she pouts in indignation. She is a delicate beauty, akin to the most exquisite porcelain doll, her tender skin illuminated by the sun, revealing a translucent glow that allows one to discern the intricate network of veins beneath. The 2 children have just had a quarrel. The girl is on the verge of tears while the boy revels in his triumph. The elderly man, robust like a small mountain, remains oblivious to the apologetic glance cast by the nearby woman. At the foot of the steps stands a young man named Lu Jingchun, the legitimate grandson of the Lu family patriarch. Perhaps it is the local soil that nurtures its own, as those born in this quaint town often possess a more appealing countenance than others from afar. However, Lu Jingchun has long been drained by indulgence, rendering him a dismal sight in the eyes of the quartet seated on the steps. The Lu family boasts the most abundant and grand dragon kills in the town, making them the surname from which the most offspring venture out to establish themselves elsewhere. Yet, the once formidable Lu Jingchun, known for his commanding presence in the town, now appears anxious and pallid, his entire being tense as if he fears that any misstep might lead to his family's ruin. The boy uttered words incomprehensible to the townsfolk. "Mother, this Lu surname little bug is truly descended from that esteemed." Just as he was about to reveal the name, the woman swiftly covered the child's mouth, reminding him that his father had cautioned him repeatedly before their departure. Here, one must not casually name names. The boy pried open the woman's hand, his eyes ablaze with curiosity, and in a hushed tone asked, "Is it true that their family has inherited the precious armor and sword techniques through generations?" The woman affectionately ruffled her young son's hair and replied softly, "The Lu family guarantees with half of their genealogy that both treasures are still hidden within that young man's abode." Suddenly, the boy began to whine, "Mother, can we exchange our treasures with the Xiaobai family? The armor we plan to acquire is simply too unsightly. Just imagine, if we swapped it for the sword techniques. We could wield flying swords in our dreams to take heads without a trace. Wouldn't that be far superior to a mere tortoise shell?" Before the woman could elucidate the intricacies of the matter, A girl from next door interjected with indignation. Do you think you can lay claim to our long-lost town's treasure? Our presence here is legitimate, a rightful restoration, unlike some shameless individuals who resort to thievery, robbery, or even begging. The boy turned and made a face, mocking. You yourself said it's the town's mountain treasure, merely a matter of lineage. How impressive is that? The boy then shifted his playful demeanor, rising from his mother's embrace, and looked down at the little girl with a gaze of pity, as if he were a schoolmaster admonishing a naive child, declaring, the path to immortality is fraught with rebellion. It all boils down to the struggle for supremacy. You do not even grasp this fundamental principle. How can you inherit the family legacy and uphold the ancestral teachings in the future? As descendants of Zhenyang Mountain, it is imperative that every generation, every 30 years, elevates the mountain by at least 100 zhang. You foolish girl, do you think your grandfather and father accomplished this with ease? The young girl, momentarily deflated, appeared despondent. Her head bowed, unable to meet the boy's gaze. The towering elder, his hair frosted with age, spoke in a grave tone. Madam, while it is true that children often speak without restraint, should my family's young master's resolve be tarnished, you must consider the consequences. The woman smiled alluringly, pulling her sullen child back into her embrace, and with a hidden sharpness in her words, remarked, children merely bicker. There is no need for Elder Yuan to escalate matters so gravely, lest we jeopardize the millennia-long friendship between our families. Unexpectedly, the elder, with a fierce temperament, retorted, at Xingyang Mountain, we have stood for 2,600 years. We repay kindness with kindness, and though 1,000 years may pass, we do not forget. We avenge grievances, yet we hold no grudges overnight. The woman smiled, choosing not to engage in a battle of wills. This journey to the small town bore heavy responsibilities for everyone, particularly for her, who was wagering her very life, her son's future, and her family's legacy, all in a single bold gamble. Though her attire was unadorned, she exuded an air of grace, yet the townsfolk, unaccustomed to the ways of the world, remained oblivious to the underlying subtleties. Throughout, Lu Zhengchun stood with his back turned to the corridor steps. The first encounter with these esteemed guests at the Lu residence left a lasting impression. My younger brother, brimming with youthful exuberance and lacking in self-control, momentarily disregarded our grandfather's admonitions. He succumbed to the temptation of casting a furtive glance at the bosom of a beautiful woman, which incited the wrath of our grandfather, who, trembling with anger, ordered him to be taken away and brutally beaten to death in the courtyard. It was as if his mouth had been stuffed with cotton during the execution. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengchun, who remained in the grand hall deliberating with our grandfather, was oblivious to his brother's pitiful cries and the gruesome scene unfolding beyond. Once the discussions concluded and they set out to locate the young man named Lu, Lu Zhengchun stepped over the threshold of the hall, only to discover that the traces of blood in the courtyard had long been washed away. The four guests, even the seemingly innocent children, appeared unfazed, as if such occurrences were a natural order of things. In that moment, Lu Zhengchun felt a profound sense of bewilderment. How could the death of a person seem less significant than that of a mere dog? Moreover, this individual bore the Lu surname, and just the night before, he had shared joyous drinks with his brother, expressing dreams of future success and aspirations to elevate their family's name. The brothers had vowed to break free from their previous confines and carve out a new destiny together. Even after departing from the Lu family estate, Lu Zhengchun's mind remained shrouded in emptiness. After that, Lu Zhengchun began to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. When questioned by unfamiliar dignitaries, his voice trembled, and while leading the way, his steps became unsteady. He was acutely aware that such behavior would render him the subject of ridicule, disappointing his grandfather and bringing shame upon his family. Yet, the young man found himself unable to suppress his fear, as if an icy chill were seeping through his very bones. Last year, during the festive season, his grandfather had taken the brothers into a hidden chamber and revealed a significant message. The Lu family was soon to undertake a task for certain esteemed individuals. A tremendous fortune awaited them. They were warned to proceed with utmost caution. Should they succeed, the Lu family would transform the reward into a stepping stone for the brothers. With just a nod from the dignitaries, a bright avenue would unfold beneath their feet, leading them to unimaginable wealth and glory. It was then that he understood why he and his brother had been compelled to learn an array of peculiar dialects from a young age. As Lu Zhengchun observed Lu Yangxian drawing nearer to the corridor bridge, A wave of intense hatred surged within him for this individual, once a destitute wretch whom he had cornered in an alley, now lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Had it not been for some insufferable scoundrel shouting about a dead man at the alley's entrance, he and his companions would have already, as per their agreement, prepared to bestow a deluge upon that ungrateful youth. Lu Zhengchun still does not comprehend why these lofty nobles hold Lu Xianying in such high regard. As for their discussions of treasures, sword techniques, Xinjiang Mountain, the path of longevity, and their pursuits of fortune and opportunity, although Lu Zhengchun seems to grasp the words, he truly understands none of it. Nevertheless, one thing is abundantly clear to him. He harbors an intense desire for Lu Xianying to perish in this place. The true reason for this sentiment, however, is something Lu Zhengchun dares not admit nor wish to contemplate. Deep within, he absolutely cannot bear the thought of Lu Xianying, whom he perceives as lowly as a dog. Witnessing the fall of Lu Zhengchun, the esteemed heir of the Lu family, to such a despicable state, there is no greater humiliation than this. The beautiful woman gazed at the youth, murmuring, "He has arrived." The tall young man approached, his punches growing increasingly swift and fierce, to the point where his form was nearly engulfed by the momentum of his strikes, causing him to stagger slightly. To the discerning eye, the nascent essence of his martial intent began to reveal a harmonious blend of strength and grace. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a saying, without grasping the true meaning of the punch, one remains an outsider for a century. Upon understanding its essence, one can contend with deities in a decade. The beautiful woman let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, this young man named Lu was the one they sought. His innate talent was remarkable, even among the denizens of their celestial abodes. His potential was not to be underestimated. Of course, within the vast expanse of the beautiful woman and the imposing white-haired elder's world, individuals of such caliber were most abundant. The elegant lady rose to her feet and instructed Lu Zhengchun, who stood at the foot of the steps, "Go and inquire with that young boy about his desires. For what will compel him to part with the family heirlooms of armor and books?" As Lu Zhengchun turned, he bowed his head and, in a dialect that the townsfolk regarded as incomprehensible, replied, "Yes, my lady." The woman replied calmly, "Remember, when you speak to that boy, maintain a pleasant demeanor and be mindful of your words." The boy, pointing an accusatory finger from his elevated position, declared with a fierce countenance, "Should you falter, I shall flay your skin and extract your sinews, transforming your very soul into a wick, ensuring that until your light extinguishes, you endure a fate worse than death." Lu Zhengchun trembled in fright, bowing even lower, and nervously assured, "I shall not falter, I swear." The little girl finally felt a sense of triumph and scoffed. "In front of these commoners, you exhibit great authority, yet I wonder who it was that, on the journey here, was openly branded a bastard by his peers and dared not retaliate." The stout elder had harbored a poor impression of the haughty mother and son from the outset, and thus interjected, "Mistress, you are mistaken. It is not that he dared not retaliate, but rather that he dared not speak back." The boy clad in a vivid red robe clenched his teeth, fixing a sinister gaze upon the girl. Yet, instead of uttering threats, he ultimately broke into a radiant smile. The woman's gaze remained fixed ahead on the path, her expression serene and untroubled. Whether she harbored any resentment was known only to the heavens. The little girl snorted disdainfully, descended the steps, and crouched by the stream, peering into the water to observe the swimming fish. Occasionally, schools of carp would gracefully glide through her line of sight, their numbers varying, adorned in hues of crimson and azure. Elderly residents of certain quaint towns, while idling beneath the old locust tree, often recounted tales of their encounters during tempestuous weather, claiming that upon passing the covered bridge, they had glimpsed a resplendent golden carp swimming beneath. Some elders insisted that this fish, with its shimmering scales, was no larger than a hand's span, while others contended that it was a remarkable creature, measuring at least half a person's length, almost as if it were on the brink of becoming a mythical being. With opinions diverging, the old men would fervently debate, leaving the listening children reluctant to take any of it seriously. Meanwhile, a little girl fixated on the crystal-clear brook, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze unwavering. An elderly man with white hair squatted beside her and chuckled softly, "My dear, if the Lu family did not speak falsely, this great fortune has already slipped into someone else's grasp." The girl turned her head, beaming with a gap-toothed smile, "Grandpa Yuan. Perhaps there are two." In an instant, she realized her amusing appearance and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. The elder, suppressing his laughter, explained, Young dragons yet to traverse the rivers are particularly territorial and do not permit their kind to encroach upon their space. Therefore the little girl responded with an intrigued "oh," then returned to her dreamy contemplation, resting her chin on her hands and murmuring, "What if there are?" The elderly man, who had always displayed a compassionate demeanor towards the young girl, for the first time revealed an air of authority befitting a senior. He gently placed his hand upon the girl's head and intoned gravely, "My dear, remember well that the phrase 'just in case' is indeed our foremost adversary. One must never entertain the notion of chance, though you are of noble lineage." The little girl withdrew one of her hands and waved it vigorously, playfully complaining, I know, Grandpa Yuan. My ears are going to develop calluses." The elder replied, "Miss, I shall keep watch over the movements yonder. Although they are ostensibly our allies on Zhengyang Mountain, the character and conduct of that entire family, best left unspoken to spare your ears from such filth." She merely waved him away, and he had no choice but to depart reluctantly. This robust man, seemingly akin to a household servant, walked with his hands resting on his knees, his back slightly hunched as if burdened by an unseen weight. Meanwhile, the girl by the riverbank suddenly rubbed her eyes vigorously. She noticed that the water level in the stream was undeniably beginning to rise, perceptibly visible to the naked eye. Had this been outside the town, perhaps on Xinjiang Mountain or anywhere in her homeland, she would not have been the least bit surprised even if the entire stream had instantaneously run dry. Perplexed, the little girl pondered, was it not said that here, all forms of mystical arts, divine powers, and doctrines are naturally sealed, and that the higher one's cultivation, the more severe the backlash? Grandpa Yuan had mentioned that even the legendary figure, after spending an extended period here, would now find himself in a similarly precarious predicament, akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, finding it exceedingly difficult to truly prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to contend. With a final shake of her head, she decided to abandon this puzzling conundrum. The little girl turned her head, gazing at the towering silhouette of Grandpa Ape. She joyfully contemplated that once the restrictions here were completely lifted, she would beseech Grandpa Ape to relocate the majestic peak known as Piyun Mountain. Upon returning to her hometown, she envisioned it as her own little flower garden. Chapter 8. Weeds. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Ping'an felt an incessant twitch in his eyelids. The left signified fortune, while the right foretold misfortune. Consequently, he settled upon the threshold, envisioning himself shaping clay, his hands suspended in midair. Before long, the youth clad in straw sandals entered a state of oblivion. His diligent nature played a significant role, as this endeavor could stave off hunger. Thus, Chen Ping'an cultivated the habit of molding clay whenever troubled thoughts assailed him. The art of porcelain firing is governed by fate, for prior to the kiln's opening, no one can ascertain whether the glaze and form of a piece will align with their desires. One can only leave it to destiny. Yet, before the kiln is fired, the act of shaping clay holds paramount importance. Unfortunately, Chen Ping'an was deemed by the elder Yao to possess inadequate talent, relegated mostly to menial labor of clay practice, and thus could only observe keenly from the sidelines, honing his skills in clay manipulation and searching for the right touch. A sound of the wooden gate creaking open from the neighboring courtyard interrupted his reverie. It was Song Jisun returning from the academy with his maid, Ji Gui. The handsome youth made a dash, effortlessly leaping over the low wall, and upon crouching down, released a handful of pebbles, each the size of a fingernail. In a splendid array of colors, like mutton fat, bean green, and white lotus, among others. Such inconsequential stones, varying in size, were ubiquitous along the town's streams. Yet one particular stone, a vivid crimson reminiscent of chicken blood, was particularly appealing. Master Qi from the academy had carved a seal for his disciple Zhao Yao from this very stone, and Song Jisun found it quite enchanting. Having attempted several times to barter with the owner, who steadfastly refused, Song Jisun tossed a pebble with moderate force, striking Chen Ping'an in the chest. Yet the latter remained unfazed. Another pebble was hurled, this time landing squarely on the youth's forehead, but Chen Ping'an remained steadfast and unmoved. Song Jisun found the scene rather unremarkable. With a swift motion, he tossed several stones, 7 or 8 in total, into the air, intending to distract Chen Ping'an by causing him a momentary sting. However, he refrained from directly striking Chen Ping'an's arms or fingers, as he believed such an act would be beneath him. After discarding the stones, Song Jisun clapped his hands together. Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply, shaking his wrist and ignoring Song Jisun entirely. He contemplated for a moment before lowering his head, forming his left hand into a grip resembling that of a carving knife. The art of the jump knife was not regarded as a unique skill among the old craftsmen in the small town. Yet, Old Yao's technique was one that garnered admiration from all who witnessed it. Despite having taken on several apprentices, Old Yao had never found one who truly met his standards until he encountered Lu Xianyang, whom he believed could carry on his legacy. Whenever Lu Xianyang practiced, Chen Ping'an would sit nearby, intently observing, provided he had no tasks at hand. Lu Xianyang was particularly concerned with appearances and often attempted to intimidate Chen Ping'an with Old Yao's secret teachings, such as the notion that to maintain a steady knife trajectory, one must not be rigid in their grip. Ultimately, it is a matter of having a steady heart. However, when Chen Ping'an pressed for clarification on what a steady heart entailed, Lu Xianyang found himself at a loss. After watching for a while, Song Jisun grew bored and leaped down from the wall into the room. The maid, Ji Gui, stood at the edge of the wall, and unless she stood on her tiptoes, only the upper half of her face was visible. Even so, it was evident that she possessed the makings of a beauty. She pondered for a moment, gently rising onto her toes, her gaze settling upon the impoverished youth, and ultimately finding two cherished stones on the ground, one a brilliant crimson, translucent and vibrant, the other a pristine, lustrous white, both discarded by her young master moments before. After a brief hesitation, she lowered her voice and timidly inquired, "Chen Ping'an, could you please help me retrieve those two stones? I quite fancy them." Chen Ping'an slowly lifted his head, his hands remaining steady in their task. Signaling her to wait for a moment, Ji Gui smiled radiantly, reminiscent of the first tender green shoots of spring, exuding exquisite beauty. However, the young man had already lowered his gaze, missing this enchanting scene. Her lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of life, as if delicate creatures danced within them. When Chen Ping'an paused to ask which two stones she referred to, Ji Gui's expression returned to its usual softness, as gentle as the earth after a spring rain. Following her, he picked up the two stones and approached the wall, just as she lifted her hand. The youth had already placed the stones atop the wall. She grasped the stones tightly in her palm. For those with intent, seeking such treasures was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, a rare find in a decade. Yet, for those destined to encounter them, even without intention, they seemed as commonplace as discarded trinkets, readily available, dependent solely on one's whim. Chen Ping'an playfully asked, "Are you not concerned about the slugs blocking your door and cursing for ages?" She refrained from admitting that her young master had taken something that did not belong to him, yet seemed too bashful to deny the truth, opting instead for a silent smile. In Mudbottle Lane resided a pair of mother and son, whose verbal sparring was unmatched in the small town, with only Song Jisun capable of engaging them in a contest of wit. The child, particularly mischievous, perpetually sported two streams of snot, relishing the pastime of fishing in the creek, collecting pebbles, and nurturing the fish he caught in a large water tank, while the stones accumulated beside it. Song Jisun, drawn to this little rascal, frequently seized a few pebbles whenever he visited. While this might go unnoticed for a day or two, the child's keen awareness would soon reveal the theft, igniting his fury akin to a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on. He could unleash a torrent of invectives outside the courtyard for an entire hour, and his mother never intervened. Instead, she stoked the flames, deliberately provoking the issue of Song Jisun being the illegitimate child of a former superintendent, which several times left Song Jisun seething with rage, nearly prompting him to storm out with a stool in hand to confront them. It was only through the persuasions of his maid, Ji Gui, that he was dissuaded from such actions. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. Song Jisun, come quickly and catch them in the act. Your maid is exchanging glances with Chen Ping'an. It is clear that they are colluding. If you do not take charge of your maid, she might very well scale the wall tonight to knock on Chen Ping'an's door. Come forth at once. TSK. Chen Ping'an's hand has already grazed that young lady's cheek. You should have seen the grotesque smile upon his face. Song Jisun made no appearance, instead shouting from within the room. What is this? Just last night, I witnessed Chen Ping'an entangled with your mother. It was only after I caught them that he forcefully extracted his hand from her collar. This is also your mother's fault. Her figure is simply too splendid and ample, leaving poor Chen Ping'an drenched in sweat. Outside the narrow alley, someone kicked fiercely at Song Jisun's door, exclaiming in outrage, Song Jisun, come out for a duel. If you lose, you shall give me Ji Gui as my maid, attending to my needs, serving my meals, and washing my feet. If I lose, I shall offer Chen Ping'an to you as a servant. What do you say? Do you dare? Anyone who does not dare is nothing but a coward. From within, Song Jisun languidly replied, Go cool off elsewhere. I consulted the almanac, and today is not suitable for beating one's son. Gu Kan, consider yourself fortunate. Outside, a child pounded on the door, lamenting, Ji Gui, how miserable it is for you to follow such a feeble master. You might as well elope with Lu Xianyang. After all, that foolish giant gazes at you as if he intends to devour you. The maid, Ji Gui, turned and walked back towards the room. Within the confines of the room, Song Jisun was meticulously polishing a verdant gourd, an antiquity of indeterminate origin and one of the legacies left by the esteemed Lord Song. Initially, Song Jisun paid little heed to it, but later, he inadvertently discovered that on stormy days, the gourd would emit a low, buzzing sound. However, upon removing the lid and shaking it vigorously, he found nothing would emerge. Pouring in water and sand yielded only the same, neither more nor less. At his wit's end, compounded by an encounter with the fiery mother of Gu Kan outside, who berated him as a base-born child without a father, Song Jisun, in a fit of frustration, struck the gourd repeatedly with a knife. To his astonishment, the blade curled back upon itself, yet the gourd remained utterly unscathed, without so much as a mark. Years prior, a letter that Song Jisun had incinerated bore the words, The official residence has relocated to the small courtyard, with gold, silver, and copper coins ensuring that you and your servant shall want for nothing. In your leisure, you may collect antiques that please your heart, as a means of cultivating your character. Though the town is modest, coarse grains can nourish the body, books can enrich the spirit, beautiful vistas can delight the eyes, and solitude can nourish the heart. From this day forth, do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. A hidden dragon lies in the depths, and in time, fortune shall smile upon you. Despite his resentment towards that man, Song Jisun believed that wealth not spent would attract misfortune. In the quaint town, extravagance was a rarity. Over the years, he had genuinely come to enjoy the pursuit of collecting oddities, filling an enormous vermilion chest with peculiar treasures, such as the verdant gourd. Yet, Song Jisun possessed an enigmatic intuition. Within a large box, filled with a myriad of items, over 30 in total, one gourd stood out as the most precious, followed closely by a rusted purple-gold bell. When shaken, the visible hammer struck the interior, yet instead of producing a crisp sound, it emitted no noise at all, leaving Song Jisun both unnerved and intrigued. Lastly, there lay an ancient teapot, inscribed with the name of a mountain spirit, while the remaining items, though appreciated by Song Jisun, failed to evoke a sense of instant affection. Outside, a child named Gu Kan was vociferously cursing, his voice robust and full of life. Before long, however, the tirade abruptly ceased. Chen Ping'an then witnessed the boy abruptly push open the gate to his courtyard, his expression one of sheer panic. After securing the latch, he crouched beside the door, signaling to Chen Ping'an with urgent gestures to join him. Confused yet compliant, Chen Ping'an hunched down beside the child and softly inquired, Gu Kan, what is it? Have you angered your mother again? The child sniffled and, in a hushed tone, replied, Chen Ping'an, let me tell you, I just encountered a strange person. The white bowl in his hands could pour water endlessly. Look, it was only this small, yet I witnessed him pouring water for an entire hour. When that fellow passed by the entrance of our mud bottle alley, it seemed he paused. Could he have seen me? This is terrible. The child gestured to indicate the size of the white bowl, then patted his chest, exclaiming, it truly frightened Song Jisun's father to death. Chen Ping'an inquired, are you referring to the storyteller beneath the locust tree? The child nodded vigorously. Indeed, the old man possessed little strength, even I could not lift him. Yet that rickety bowl was truly unsettling, profoundly so. Suddenly, the child grasped Chen Ping'an's arm, exclaiming, Chen Ping'an, I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time. I swear, if I lie, may Song Jisun meet a wretched fate. Chen Ping'an raised a finger, gesturing for silence. Instantly, the child fell silent. Outside, footsteps began to resonate, gradually approaching and then receding. One thing overcomes another. The once fearless child plopped onto the ground, hastily wiping his face, his complexion pale. It was evident that this fellow named Gu Kan was genuinely terrified to death. The child abruptly inquired, Chen Ping'an, he wouldn't have gone to my home, would he? What should we do? Chen Ping'an sighed. Shall I accompany you to check on your home? The child seemed to have awaited this very response, suddenly springing up only to plop down again despondently, lamenting, Chen Ping'an, my legs have turned to jelly, I cannot move. Chen Ping'an rose. bent down to grasp the back of the child's collar, lifting him with one hand while unfastening the door with the other, stepping out of the courtyard. The child's home was not far, merely 100 paces away. Sure enough, they found Gu Qin in his yard, and to his astonishment, his mother had even brought the old man a stool. In that moment, the child felt as though the sky had collapsed, prompting him to hide behind Chen Ping'an, allowing the taller figure to confront the situation. Chen Ping'an did not disappoint the child, deliberately positioning himself protectively in front of him. As the mischievous child Gu Qin grasped Chen Ping'an's sleeve, an inexplicable surge of bravado washed over him. The elderly man, however, remained unfazed, seated on a bench, contemplating briefly before the white bowl in his hand vanished into thin air. Instantly, Gu Qin's confidence waned, and he found himself cowering behind Chen Ping'an, trembling with trepidation. The elder glanced at the unusually composed villager woman and then at the frowning youth in straw sandals, ultimately addressing the timid child. "Little one, do you know what resides in your family's water tank?" From behind Chen Ping'an, the child called out, "What else could there be? Fish, shrimp, and crabs I've caught from the stream, and loaches and eels from the fields. If you fancy them, feel free to take them. Do not hesitate." His voice dwindled, betraying a lack of conviction. The woman adjusted a loose strand of hair and turned her gaze to Chen Ping'an, softly murmuring, "Ping'an." Understanding her intent, Chen Ping'an gently ruffled Gu Qin's hair before turning to leave. In the depths of the woman's eyes lay a flicker of guilt directed towards the youth in straw sandals. She cast aside her distractions and inquired of the elder, this esteemed immortal from afar, does he wish to purchase this opportunity or seize it by force? The elder shook his head with a smile. "Purchase? I cannot afford such a luxury. Seize it? That is beyond my grasp." The woman also shook her head, acknowledging that while it was once so, the future remained uncertain. Upon hearing her words, the previously relaxed elder appeared struck by lightning, suddenly sweeping his sleeve with a flourish, his fingers dancing with urgency. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "How has it come to this?" The woman, her expression cold, scoffed, "Do you truly believe this small town harbors many good souls?" The elderly man rose to his feet and cast a deep, contemplative gaze upon the bewildered child, as if arriving at a monumental decision. With a flick of his wrist, a white bowl materialized anew. He approached a large water vat, half his height, and swiftly ladled a bowl of water. The woman, though feigning composure, was drenched in perspiration. The old man returned to his seat and beckoned to Gu Qin, saying, "Little one, come closer and take a look." The child glanced at his mother, who nodded encouragingly. As the child stepped nearer, the elder gently blew upon the surface of the water in the bowl, creating ripples. "Open your mouth," he instructed. Simultaneously, with a casual gesture, he produced a locust leaf from the child, seemingly from thin air, his fingers delicately poised without grasping. The child instinctively gasped. With a flick of his finger, the vibrant green locust leaf vanished into the child's mouth. The child stood there, momentarily frozen, only to realize there was no peculiar sensation within. The elder did not afford him the chance to inquire, instead pointing to the white bowl resting in his palm, urging him to examine it closely. Gu Qin's eyes widened as he focused intently, initially spotting an exceedingly tiny black dot, which gradually transformed into a slightly more pronounced black line, ultimately swelling into what resembled a small, earthy-hued loach, joyfully rolling amidst the ripples on the water's surface. With his mind in a state of confusion, the child suddenly exclaimed, "I remember it. It's from Chen Ping'an." In a fit of rage, the woman struck her son's face, admonishing, "Be silent." The elder, unperturbed by the outburst, responded with a serene demeanor, "We, as cultivators, defy the heavens in our quest for immortality. This struggle is inconsequential. There is no need for such anxiety. What belongs to your son cannot be evaded, while what does not belong to that youth cannot be retained." The child named Gu Qin weighs less than 40 pounds. Yet, the weight of his essence is unfathomable. Thus, when the elderly man, endowed with extraordinary abilities, exceptionally employed his ancestral secret technique to assess Gu Qin's bone structure, he was unable to lift him. This was the prerequisite for him to take on an apprentice. After all, would it not be tantamount to courting death for a 3-year-old to wander the market with gold? The elder smiled lightly, his gaze icy, and slowly remarked, "Of course. Even if it originally belonged to that youth, what of it? With me personally overseeing the matter, it is no longer his." The child fell silent, trembling in fear. The woman exhaled in relief. The elder donned a benevolent and amiable expression once more. "Child, this bowl contains the waters of the entire river, and it now nurtures a small dragon. From this moment forth, You shall be my direct disciple. I am a true monarch, merely a step away from becoming the founder of a sect, although I belong to a lower sect. In any case, you shall come to understand the significance of the terms true monarch and founder in due time. The elder laughed heartily. It will weigh even more than this bowl of river water. Suddenly, the child began to weep, exclaiming, "This is not right. It belongs to Chen Ping'an." The woman, vexed and humiliated, raised her arm, ready to chastise her foolish son. The elder waved his hand, chuckling lightly, and remarked, "Such sentiments are not entirely a bad thing." The child lowered his head, wiping his tears and snot with the back of his hand. The woman quietly glanced at the elder. The elderly man smiled knowingly and nodded. Among kindred spirits, everything is understood without the need for words. When the child lifted his head, his mother and the inexplicably fallen mentor from the heavens wore faint smiles. The child turned his gaze, and as Chen Ping'an departed, he did not forget to close the courtyard gate. The small town resembled a bountiful field, flourishing in a year of abundant harvest. However, some individuals were merely weeds amidst the rice, seen once but never noticed again. Such was the case for the solitary youth in straw sandals wandering through Mud Bottle Alley. Chapter 9. Though the rain falls generously, a man and a woman turned into the narrow alley of Mud Bottle Lane. The young man, adorned with a tall crown and a jade ornament at his waist, resembled a wealthy scion more than the offspring of the town's richest family, the Lus. The woman's age was difficult to ascertain. At first glance, she appeared youthful, her delicate skin and pointed chin reminiscent of icicles hanging from eaves in winter. Upon closer inspection, she exuded the charm of a woman in her 30s, with captivating phoenix eyes and an alluring figure that radiated an effortless grace. As she walked, her waist swayed with a rhythm that no ordinary townswoman could possess. The woman glanced around with curiosity, even reaching out to touch the yellow mud walls. Unable to discern any clues, she inquired, "Funanhua, is this truly one of the hidden havens you speak of? Why was this alley not prominently marked on the geomantic map provided by my ancestors?" The young man, evading her question, replied, "If we were to unexpectedly find joy here, how would you repay me?" Turning slightly, she intertwined her fingers behind her back, accentuating her chest's allure, which appeared increasingly full and voluptuous. With a half-serious, half-jesting tone, she responded, "You may take your pick, if you wish." The young man, taken aback by her candidness, found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, as he was here to visit relatives and seek friends, bearing the weight of his family's century-long fortunes and even millennia of prosperity, he dared not engage in a fleeting romance with the woman before him in such a public setting. He swiftly shifted the topic, gesturing towards the depths of the alley with a smile, saying, "Kai Xianzi, friends are friends, and business is business. I must reiterate our previous agreement. In this Mud Bottle Alley, there are two households, a master and servant, and a mother and son. You may choose either one first. With the steak being the specialty of Yunxiao Mountain, the Yunjin stone, which is delivered to us in old launching every year, 10 pieces. The woman nodded, her smile enchanting. "Of course, that is acceptable." The young man continued his leisurely pace, saying, "Next, should you acquire an opportunity beyond your family's expectations here, that item must be appraised by our respective ancestors, who will provide a fair price. Subsequently, Yunxiao Mountain shall present half the equivalent in Yunjin stones. Kai Jinjian, do you have any objections? Or can you assure me that once you agree to this matter here and now, you will be able to persuade your ancestors at Yunxiao Mountain to acknowledge this wager after you have secured the benefits?" The woman's expression changed dramatically, turning solemn and dignified, as if she had transformed from a fallen courtesan into a regal empress. This woman, known as Kai Jinjian of Yunxiao Mountain, declared resolutely, "Absolutely." The young man squinted, his expression somber, halting his steps to confront the woman of equal stature before him. He spoke bluntly, "Our alliance today is not born of any romantic inclination or mutual admiration. Rather, it is the result of the enduring ties forged over centuries by the ancestors of both the old Dragon City and the Cloudy Mountain. Should we falter and incur the wrath of those venerable elders, it would not only be I, Fu Nanhua, or you, Kai Jinjian, who suffer the consequences. Even our parents and masters would be unable to shoulder such a burden." Kai Jinjian smiled. "Thus, during our time in this town, we must be forthright and cooperate sincerely. Correct?" In this dim alley, Fu Nanhua exuded charm and elegance as he replied with a smile. Besides that, he glanced briefly aside, then lowered his voice. "We must also exercise caution regarding those two, for they are not from Zhenyang Mountain and cannot be deemed reputable. It is said they are rather unruly and disregardful of the rules. The tall woman narrowed her expressive phoenix-like eyes, playfully suggesting, "That is precisely why I, Kai Jinjian, have chosen you, young Master Fu." Fu Nanhua replied softly, "Let us proceed. Although this place is safeguarded by sages who maintain a balance of power, it is wise to remain vigilant. A downfall in the shadows could spell disaster. Ultimately, whether we can leap through the Dragon Gate lies in this very moment." This renowned prodigy, with an unwavering resolve, silently vowed, "The path to greatness is within reach. Any obstacles before me, be they celestial or demonic, shall be vanquished." He gazed into the depths of the alley and beheld a slender youth approaching from afar. It was their second encounter. The two continued their leisurely stroll, resembling a pair of celestial beings who had fallen to the mortal realm. The tall woman also noticed the young man and jested, "Over there, in the alley. We've crossed paths twice now. Do you think this youth holds any significance?" She only completed half of her thought, yet Fu Nanhua understood her implication. Feeling both amused and exasperated, "My dear Fairy Kai," he replied, "this town, with its 600 households, alongside the servants and retainers of the 10 prominent clans, boasts nearly 5,000 souls. While there may be hidden talents lurking here, there exists a limit to their number. Moreover, over the years, those with noble lineage and fortune have already been clandestinely claimed. Our ability to discover this time is merely due to the inscrutable intentions of formidable figures who are intentionally leaving us a trace." The woman chuckled at herself, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for her naivety. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Nanhua continued, "I am unaware of how your master imparts the mysteries of the heavens, but my father once imparted wisdom to me. Upon entering this place, if one evokes a sense of dread within you, it is imperative to retreat and maintain a respectful distance, never to act impulsively against or provoke them. After all, this realm is rife with hidden talents and unfathomable depths. Those who inspire feelings of aversion are likely our rivals in this quest for discovery and treasure. As for those who evoke a sense of intimacy within you, they may well be individuals blessed with abundant fortune in this region, and there lies the potential for them to become your own opportunities. At that juncture, as long as one refrains from taking lives recklessly and adheres to the few unyielding age-old rules, the course of action, be it purchase, deception, or outright plunder, will depend solely on." Kai Jinjian's lips curled into a smirk, "Depending on our whims." Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, "Young Master Fu, why do you not allow me to bring along the Zhao clan descendants who are rooted in this land? Although I have learned some local dialects before my departure." Fu Nanhua interrupted her, shaking his head. "Those prominent families have long maintained secret channels with the outside world, capable of conveying trivial messages beneath the watchful gaze of the sages without being deemed as crossing forbidden boundaries. The deep-seated heritage accumulated over generations makes them formidable allies, while our old Longqing and Yunxia Mountain remain somewhat inferior. Moreover, relying on outsiders is ultimately unseemly, likely to breed complications and jeopardize significant matters. If you choose not to speak later, I will take over." She chuckled, "It matters not. I can manage some convoluted speech. I am not so fragile." Fu Nanhua smiled dismissively, and Kai Jinjian chose not to elaborate further. Ultimately, allies forged on the road are no match for kinship. Furthermore, in the eyes of those ambitious souls intent on enlightenment, what significance do familial ties hold, be it grandfathers and grandsons, fathers and sons, or husbands and wives? Fu Nanhua's demeanor radiated tranquility and grace, akin to that of a scion from a prestigious family. The reason he divulged celestial secrets, sharing with Kai Jinjian the esoteric teachings passed down from his father, was rather straightforward. In comparison to the other two individuals, the taciturn middle-aged man and the aloof girl clad in black, Fu Nanhua, upon stepping through the gates of the quaint town, felt an overwhelming surge of animosity towards her companion, Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain. Instinctively, Fu Nanhua's hand grasped the jade pendant at her waist. The old dragon dispenses rain, a marvel of craftsmanship. A gentleman bears no grievances. Jade remains by his side. After a moment of contemplation, Kai Jinjian closed her eyes and, upon reopening them, declared, "Song Jisan, Gukan. I shall choose Gukan." Fu Nanhua raised an eyebrow in agreement. "Very well, it is settled." As the two observed, the young boy, with his playful leaps and bounds, approached a narrow alley, ready to unlock the door. Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian hurried forward, the former exclaiming with a smile, "What a coincidence, we meet again." The unassuming youth, none other than Chen Ping'an, who had just emerged from Gu Kan's residence, turned at the sound, nodding in inquiry. Is there something you need? Fu Nanhua, eloquently articulating in the local dialect, replied, This is indeed in Iping Alley, correct? I would like to inquire if a certain Song Jisin resides here, as well as a child named Gu Kan. I hail from the capital, and my family shares a long-standing friendship with the father of Song Jisin. This lady beside me, surnamed Kai, is a relative of Gu Kan's mother. It is quite fortuitous that we traverse the same alley. It feels as though fate has conspired to bring us all together in this remarkable coincidence. Fu Nanhua wore a serene smile, even when conversing with a youth from the lower echelons of society. His tall frame bent slightly to accommodate the boy, maintaining this posture throughout their dialogue, which neither appeared affected nor malicious, instead evoking an impression of gentility, humility, and grace. The boy, looking up, responded with a shy smile, murmuring, It is quite a coincidence. Fu Nanhua's smile deepened as he gently inquired, And may I ask where these two families reside? To his surprise, the boy shook his head and replied, Not long ago, I was still an apprentice at a dragon kiln, living outside the town for many years. I just moved here and am not yet familiar with the neighbors. Perhaps you should ask someone else? Fu Nanhua chuckled lightly, taking his time to choose his words. The tall woman interjected, Little brother, it is unwise to deceive us. Do we appear to be villains? Moreover, what mischief could we possibly engage in under the broad daylight? Chen Ping'an blinked and replied, But I truly do not know. Kai Jinjian resumed her usual tone, addressing Fu Nanhua with a question, Does this child seek a reward? Fu Nanhua maintained his calm demeanor, replying, It does not seem so. The tall woman revealed a faint glimmer of irritation in her eyes, stating, If all else fails, we can inquire from house to house. We will surely find someone. Fu Nanhua waved her off gently, patiently coaxing the boy, If you assist us with a small favor, I shall gift you something in return. What do you say? The boy scratched his head, his slender figure and clear gaze betraying his innocence. Suddenly, Fu Nanhua stood upright. As a result, a youth exuding the aura of scholarly refinement was observed perched on a nearby wall, scrutinizing them intently. Beside the elegantly attired lad stood a young maiden, her visage partially visible, exuding an air of purity and grace, with her delicate eyebrows and eyes akin to ink. In that moment, Fu Nanhua felt a profound sense of assurance. The youth before him was undoubtedly destined to be within his grasp. The boy rose and called out, Are you searching for someone? Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian had no choice but to look up. The former replied, Indeed, I am seeking you. This esteemed lady beside me is in search of Gu. Might you assist us? The youth furrowed his brow and queried, Do you know me? Fu Nanhua responded with a smile, Of course, I do not know you. However, I am acquainted with Lord Song, who currently serves in the Ministry of Rites. Song Jisin, straightforward as ever, inquired, To assist you in locating the sniveling Gu Kan, what is the benefit? Without hesitation, Fu Nanhua removed a jade pendant from his waist and tossed it high to the boy atop the low wall, declaring, It is yours. Upon catching the pendant, Song Jisin was momentarily taken aback, though his expression remained composed. He then turned to his maid, Ji Gui, and instructed, You may go. She nodded and exited the courtyard. As the young maiden stood quietly in the narrow alley, the entirety of Mud Bottle Lane seemed to come alive in an instant. Fu Nanhua smiled at the lad in straw sandals, saying, A word of wisdom for you, young one. Even the broadest rain cannot nourish a rootless weed. He then made his way towards the young lady. The tall woman did not move, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she quietly asked the boy, Do you understand what that means? Her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable enthusiasm, and before the young man could respond, she burst into laughter, saying, What I mean to convey is that you have missed out on a tremendous opportunity. This young gentleman here. If only you could extract a mere fragment from beneath his fingernails, it would suffice to ensure your life is extraordinarily prosperous down the mountain. However, the fortunate aspect is that you will likely remain oblivious to what you have missed today, which is indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Otherwise, you would be regretting it profoundly. Fu Nanhua listened, feeling as though she was merely playing a lute to a cow. Beyond the town, the disparity between individuals, particularly the difference in status, was more immense than the chasm between yin and yang. Kai Jinjian retreated towards the maid, facing the young man in straw sandals. Though the rain may be abundant, it does not nourish grass without roots. Remember that. The young man maintained an expressionless demeanor until he suddenly exclaimed, Beware of what is behind you. Kai Jinjian froze in an instant. The young man lowered his voice and muttered, What nonsense. Chapter 10. The stench of cow dung. Kai Jinjian was retreating as she walked, and in truth, the moment her foot pressed down, she had already sensed that something was amiss. There are few things more intolerable than stepping into a pile of dog excrement, especially when it is witnessed by others. Even more humiliating is when someone openly informs you of your misstep. Kai Jinjian was not a woman of shallow temperament, nor was she a delicate heiress unaccustomed to hardship. As one of the many heirs of the master of Yunxiao Mountain, her ability to stand out and secure a final position speaks volumes. Yunxiao Mountain boasts a total of 18 peaks, perpetually shrouded in mist, and is renowned for its production of cloud rootstone, a crucial ingredient for the Taoist alchemical sect, celebrated for its purity and uniqueness. Thus, the inhabitants of Yunxiao Mountain uphold a standard of cleanliness and elegance, many exhibiting obsessive cleanliness, and Kai Jinjian was no exception. Had it not been for the grave circumstances surrounding the small town, Kai Jinjian would never have set foot there, let alone traverse the muddy lanes reeking of chicken droppings and dog waste. The most awkward aspect of this visit was that those of them, once exalted as celestial beings, now resembled fish cast ashore, suddenly stripped of all their support. The family that occupied a particular blessed realm, with their ability to move mountains and part seas, their mastery of the arcane arts to subdue demons and command spirits, had all vanished. Thus, the scene of Kai Jinjian stepping into dog excrement unfolded. Fu Nanhua initially found it amusing. The immaculate Kai fairy of Yunxiao Mountain, stepping into a gooey mess of foul dog waste. Who would dare to believe such a tale? However, in the next moment, Fu Nanhua barked sternly. Kai Jinjian, cease this at once. Standing atop the earthen wall, Song Jisen's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on the intricately carved green pendant in his palm. In the alleyway, it appeared as though Kai Jinjian had effortlessly leaped to stand before Chen Ping'an. Her hand, as translucent as exquisite jade, swiftly descended toward the crown of the young man's head. Just as Fu Nanhua's voice rang out in protest, she abruptly halted her hand, gently lifted it, and softly patted down, completing this seemingly affectionate gesture akin to an elder doting on a younger one. She then bent down, gazing into the boy's eyes, which resembled a crystal-clear spring. Kai Jinjian could almost see her own reflection there. Regrettably, her mood was exceedingly grim as she forced a smile, her voice betraying no warmth. Little fellow, I know you intentionally slowed your speech. Fu Nanhua exhaled in relief. Should Kai Jinjian truly possess the audacity to commit murder here, she would likely be expelled from the town, dragging the entire Yunxiao Mountain into a great farce. His expression darkened as he reminded her in formal, cultured language, Kai Jinjian, I implore you to think carefully. If you continue to act so impulsively, I believe it will be necessary to abandon our alliance. I do not wish to find myself in a situation where all efforts are for naught. With her back turned to the young lord of Longqing, Kai Jinjian murmured under her breath, the superior sees the Buddha swiftly, the inferior sees the Buddha slowly. Truly, there is a pure land, truly, there is a lotus pond. She quickly turned her head, offering Fu Nanhua an apologetic smile. I lost my composure, I assure you. Nothing of this nature will occur again. Fu Nanhua retorted coldly, are you certain? Kai Jinjian smiled dismissively, choosing not to engage with Fu Nanhua's fervent declarations. She turned her gaze back to the young boy in straw sandals and spoke to herself in the refined official dialect prevalent across the continent. I, from Yunxiao Mountain, am rooted in one of the 5 sects of Buddhism, which emphasizes the subjugation of the restless mind and the tethering of wandering thoughts. Yet, prior to my arrival here, I could not grasp the essence of these concepts, as my family elders refrained from hastening my understanding, allowing me to explore on my own. Little did I expect that today, in your mud bottle alley, I would step into a pile of dog feces, which inadvertently revealed a glimmer of insight. Chen Ping'an interjected, Sister, you have been standing in that dog feces for quite some time now. Why not quickly scrape it off? The celestial maiden, who had believed herself to have transcended into a pure Buddhist realm, found her composure shattered by his words, her countenance turning ashen. Yet, Fu Nanhua's warning echoed in her mind, and in a fit of frustration, she jabbed her finger forcefully at the young boy's forehead, glaring at him. At such a tender age, has no one taught you that a fiery temper is a harbinger of premature demise and that sharp-tongued bitterness invites misfortune? Chen Ping'an, robust and unbothered, merely glanced towards the nearby Song Jisen, choosing silence. The latter erupted in a fit of expletives. Chen Ping'an, why are you staring at me? This is truly vexing. Fu Nanhua, bemused, noted that he had yet to step into Song Jisun's courtyard, and his displeasure was evident. He did not hide his sarcasm. Kai Jinjian, how amusing it is that someone would let a pile of dog feces delay their pursuit of the path to immortality. Kai Jinjian, surprisingly unperturbed, cast a penetrating gaze upon the unremarkable, slender youth before her, then turned to leave. Suddenly, the young man spoke softly from behind. Sister, your eyelashes are very long. How audacious of a mere mortal to dare to flirt with a celestial being. Enraged, Kai Jinjian swiftly turned around, resolute in her intent. She decided that she would teach this seemingly simple yet cunning country bumpkin a lesson, even if it meant sacrificing a portion of her own vitality. Though they found themselves in this place akin to prisoners confined within a cage, with their abilities temporarily rendered useless, the benefits of her lifelong cultivation still lingered. It was as if her very being was perpetually being tempered, despite the effects being far less pronounced than those of a dedicated martial artist. Nevertheless, with this foundation, dealing with a boy who had only known the muddy struggles of the marketplace would be child's play. A mere flick of her hand could easily strike at key points, sowing the seeds of illness and shortening his lifespan with little effort. Yet, in the dimly lit alley, all she could see was a dark visage and a pair of bright eyes. The moon rose over the sea. For a moment, Kai Jinjian was struck by a flash of revelation, followed by a wave of innate compassion that welled up within her. Gradually, the pity in her enchanting phoenix eyes began to fade, replaced by an increasingly radiant smile as she came to a profound realization. To sever the ties of her inner demons was indeed an opportunity. It is essential to understand that the lineage of Yunxia Mountain, since its founding by the venerable elder Yunxia, has always upheld the belief. Every emergence and dissolution of fate signifies a trial to be endured. Indeed, the method of transcending tribulations is devoid of fixed theorems or constants. Everything necessitates the practitioner to unravel their own mysteries and break through their barriers. For instance, the current situation with Kai Jinjian. She believes she has identified the restless spirit that must be subdued, embodied in the seemingly innocent yet obstructive youth. Thus, she raises a hand, placing it gently over the boy's heart, applying a soft pressure. Her movements are fluid and swift, akin to flowing clouds and rushing thunder. Even if the boy consciously steps back, he cannot withstand the strike of the tall woman. Funanhua fixates on the enchanting silhouette before him. Yet his heart is devoid of any lingering romantic ripples. Instead, it brims with murderous intent, almost solidifying into a heart of stone. He deliberately conceals his killing intent and, feigning outrage, exclaims, "Previously, your finger merely flicked the boy's forehead, leaving him plagued by illness for years. Such punishment was sufficient. Why persist, Kai Jinjian? Have you truly lost your mind? Are you willing to disregard the path of great opportunities for a base wretch?" Kai Jinjian remains unperturbed by his words. Funanhua lowers his voice, regaining the dignified demeanor of a scion of a noble family, and mockingly remarks, "Kai Jinjian of Yunxia Mountain, stooping to quibble with a street urchin, doesn't that strike you as disgraceful?" Kai Jinjian turns around, smiling. "This little alley seems to be my fate. Who would have imagined it could yield a stroke of fortune for me? Though modest, even mosquito meat is still meat. What a promising omen. I find myself increasingly confident in that lad named Gu Kan." Funanhua is taken aback. Could it be that this woman has indeed attained a moment of enlightenment? Kai Jinjian lifted one foot and beheld the unsightly filth beneath, chuckling, "What an extraordinary stroke of luck." Song Jisun's expression wavered, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. The unnoticed maid, Ji Gui, stood silently in place. In a fleeting moment, her gaze shimmered with a pair of pale golden eyes, possessing an otherworldly allure. Funanhua felt a vague sense of disquiet, abruptly turning his head to scan the surroundings, yet he detected no anomalies. After appraising the young maid from head to toe without finding anything amiss, he reluctantly attributed his discomfort to Kai Jinjian's actions, which had drawn the attention of the town's celestial sage. Kai Jinjian felt a surge of elation as the myriad stagnant thoughts that had plagued her began to flow forth like a torrent breaching a dam. This was more than mere fortune. Had her empty hands not necessitated a weighty celestial artifact to stabilize the waning fortunes of Yunxia Mountain, she would have longed to depart and retreat into seclusion for a decade or two. Kai Jinjian approached the maid from the narrow alley where Funanhua lingered. The youth behind her inquired, "Did you do something to me?" Without turning, Kai Jinjian replied, "Oh, you're overthinking it, little one." The boy fell silent. Glancing back with a playful smile, she added, "You'll be dead in 6 months at most." The boy was momentarily taken aback. She then teased, "You really believe it?" Sister is just having fun with you. Chen Ping'an grinned widely. Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua, this ethereal pair, simultaneously entertained a singular thought. The frog at the bottom of the well, the ants beneath the mountain. Perched upon the wall, Song Jisun rubbed his temples, his expression unusually serious. Even though Ji Gui had already taken her eccentric sister to seek out the snot-nosed Gu Kan, and that reckless young man, who recklessly squandered his wealth at the slightest provocation, had also retreated into his own courtyard, the perceptive Song Jisun remained lost in contemplation. Within the unparalleled gaze of the young emperor, a slender youth stood in the alley of Mud Bottle, briefly admiring the silhouette of a tall woman before quickly averting his gaze and approaching his courtyard door, which remained stubbornly closed. Song Jisun found this feeling utterly distasteful. There was someone who, under ordinary circumstances, was unobtrusive, yet at certain moments felt akin to a stone in a cesspit, an obstruction when unmoved, repulsive when removed. As a result, he failed to catch the words uttered by Fu Nanhua behind him. This young master of Longqing had to repeat himself, Song Jisun. Do you know that there exists a type of person in this world, fundamentally different from you? Finally snapping back to reality, Song Jisun turned to continue his crouch. Regarding the elegantly robed Fu Nanhua with an unremarkable tone, I am aware. Fu Nanhua, compelled to swallow the retort that had nearly escaped his lips, still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and inquired with a smile, really aware? The mysterious youth from the small town, his gaze icy and a smirk playing on his lips, retorted, are you suggesting that they can raise the dead, flesh and bone, achieve immortality, and wield boundless powers of the Tao? Fu Nanhua nodded, expressing his satisfaction. We may consider ourselves as half-friends. Song Jisun, distracted, cast a sidelong glance at the adjacent courtyard door, his demeanor somewhat inappropriate for the moment. Fu Nanhua candidly declared, I shall speak plainly. Regardless of what you possess, if you are willing to name a price, I would go to great lengths to acquire it. Song Jisun, puzzled, responded, I can discern that your background and status surpass that of the woman you mentioned. If she can treat that fellow next door in such a manner, why do you choose to regard me differently? Fu Nanhua interjected, equal footing? Song Jisun nodded in agreement, complimenting, you are quite straightforward. Conversing with you is effortless. Fu Nanhua remained unfazed by the youth's condescension, whether in terms of status or the haughty tone of his speech. Unlike Kai Jinjian, who regarded the young man in straw sandals as a mere insect, Fu Nanhua felt a kinship with Song Jisun and harbored a profound respect for the area of Ping Alley, an emotion he could not fully articulate. Thus, Fu Nanhua genuinely considered the young man before him as a kindred spirit. On this grand path, as one progresses, distinctions of status, gender, and age become illusory and devoid of significance. Song Jisun leaped down from the courtyard wall and whispered, let us speak inside. Fu Nanhua nodded in agreement. As Song Jisun crossed the threshold, he casually inquired, if you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship with that sister who seems so well suited for nurturing? Without hesitation, Fu Nanhua replied, for the time being, we are allies, though not of the same path. Song Jisun let out a sigh and uttered some nonsensical remarks, expressing his discontent with the inefficiency of their actions. He had previously heard tales of the outside world, filled with deities and demons, a realm of extraordinary wonders. Yet, he believed that for those engaged in cultivation, once grievances arose, it should be imperative to eradicate the roots of the problem entirely. The eldest son of the Fu family, ultimately a descendant of the celestial lineage raised in the old dragon city, remained unfazed by these words, his expression devoid of emotion. He smiled and inquired, do you harbor animosity towards one another? The youth widened his eyes in feigned astonishment, exclaiming, what are you talking about? Sensing the man's disbelief, Song Jisun reined in his exaggerated demeanor, took a seat in the grand hall, gestured for Fu Nanhua to join him, and then spoke earnestly. I have lived next door to Chen Ping'an, an orphan since childhood, for many years, and we have never quarreled. Believe it or not. Fu Nanhua instantly grasped the subtle implication behind the youth's words. The boy next door was a rootless drifter, utterly alone. Should he perish, no one would seek accountability for his demise. The young master of Old Dragon City found the absurdity of the situation amusing yet perplexing, suddenly realizing that the turmoil in this narrow alley was rather ludicrous. The impoverished youth next door had inadvertently drawn misfortune upon himself, all to conceal the whereabouts of Song Jisun and his servant, risking his life in the process. Ironically, it was this seemingly privileged boy from the Song family, who now sought to wield another's misfortune as a weapon, intent on causing harm. One strike was insufficient, another would surely follow. Fu Nanhua could not help but feel a deep sense of emotion. No wonder the ancient text states, the offspring of tigers and leopards, though unlettered, already possessed the spirit of devouring cattle. In the courtyard of the Gu family, the child had been confined by his mother to a room within the house, while the woman sat opposite the elderly man, who referred to himself as a true master. The elder, retracting the intricate lines of his palms, smiled and declared, "The grand scheme is already determined." The woman, filled with curiosity, inquired, "May I ask what the immortal master has just done that has led Chen Ping'an to?" At this point, she noticed the elder's gaze suddenly sharpen, causing her to hastily fall silent. The elder turned his attention towards the courtyard gate, gently waving his sleeve, summoning a refreshing breeze that swirled around the courtyard, lingering in the air. He then spoke, "Individuals of my stature, upon entering this realm, find themselves increasingly ensnared in the helpless predicament akin to a mud Buddha crossing a river. Though I cannot yet claim to be in peril, the longer the duration, the more. As that youth Song Jisun aptly articulated, it is a matter of being mired in muddy waters, destined only to entangle oneself in the consequences of one's actions. The fortunate aspect lies in that individual, whose actions have drawn the ire of both heaven and humanity. Even if he has taken a significant step back, he remains unable to preserve his reputation and cannot escape impending calamity. How tragic it is that a situation once ripe for enjoying the incense of 1,000 autumns has now taken a disastrous turn, a sight too unbearable to witness. Seizing this opportunity, I might devise a plan for your son, to see if I can conclude the life of that youth, while also severing the threads that might lead certain saints and masters to pursue him, thus alleviating any future repercussions, allowing my newly accepted disciple to ascend the path to immortality with the might of thunder and wind, ultimately transforming into a dragon." The woman, seated beside him, listened intently, perspiring profusely. The elderly man inquired with a smile, "Is it not peculiar that, despite being a recluse who indulges in the ethereal delights of nature, one dedicates oneself to the pursuit of enlightenment, only to cultivate a demeanor imbued with such bitterness and complexity? Are you not, in essence, no better than this simple-minded village woman with her shallow understanding?" The woman, trembling, quickly lowered her gaze and replied, "I would never dare to entertain such a thought." The old man, with a knowing smile, chose to disregard her response, patiently awaiting the arrival of Kai Jin Jian from Yunxiao Mountain. On the path of cultivation, the arts are boundless, and divine powers are limitless. There exists a hierarchy in reason, and the way has its own elevations. Kai Jin Jian perceives you as mere ants, and in truth, does not the true gentleman regard both her and Fu Nanhua as insignificant insects? What wisdom can one impart to the ants beneath their feet? Chapter 11. The young girl and the flying sword. A scholar, his hair grayed at the temples, accompanied a young lad in a blue robe as they departed from the village school, arriving at the foot of an ornate archway. The most learned teacher in the small town appeared somewhat haggard, gesturing towards a plaque above them. What do these 4 characters signify? The young Zhao Yao, both a disciple of the academy and the teacher's attendant, followed his gaze and, without hesitation, replied, "As Confucianists, we uphold the principle of Ren, benevolence." The inscription derives from Dongren, Bulyong Yusher, which implies that we scholars ought to respect our teachers in the path of virtue, yet in matters of righteousness and ethics, we need not be overly deferential. Mr. She inquired, "Need not be deferential? What if we were to amend that to must not?" The blue-robed youth, possessing an ethereal grace, exuded a temperament far more gentle and reserved than the brash intensity of Song Jisun. He resembled a freshly blossomed lotus, naturally charming. When the teacher posed this seemingly enigmatic question, the boy felt a surge of caution, believing the teacher was testing his knowledge. How could he respond carelessly? Observing his disciple's tense demeanor, akin to a soldier facing an imminent battle, the middle-aged scholar chuckled softly and patted the lad on the shoulder, assuring him, "It was merely a casual inquiry. There is no need for anxiety. It seems I have stifled your innate nature before, sculpting you too intricately, rendering you akin to a statue placed in the Wenchang Pavilion, stern and overly bound by rules, always reasoning through every matter. Is it not exhausting? Yet, in this moment, it appears to be a blessing." The youth was somewhat perplexed. However, the scholar had already guided him around to the other side, where they gazed up at the 4-character plaque. The scholar's expression was relaxed, and for reasons unknown, The usually solemn teacher began to recount numerous amusing anecdotes and intriguing cases to his disciple. He spoke of the plaque Rinbu Rang, inscribed by the foremost calligrapher of the time, which sparked considerable debate regarding the structure, essence, and spirit of the characters, as well as the dichotomy of ancient simplicity versus modern elegance, a discussion that remains unresolved to this day. The four principles of rhyme, technique, meaning, and form in calligraphy have led this individual to dominate the field for millennia, leaving little room for his contemporaries. As for the phrase, shi yanzi ran, it became quite amusing. Upon closer examination, one would discover that although the four characters share similarities in brushwork, structure, and spirit, they were actually penned separately by four eminent Taoist masters. At that time, two venerable immortals even exchanged letters, engaging in spirited debate over the intricate character shi. Refusing to settle for the mundane yen, the scholar then led the youth to the phrase mo xiang wai qiao, where he glanced around, his gaze contemplative. The very rural academy where he had once studied would soon face closure due to the absence of a teaching master, likely to be dismantled by several prominent families or converted into a small Taoist temple or a shrine for a Buddha statue, where incense would be burned by devotees, presided over by either a Taoist priest or a monk. Year after year, the personnel may change 2 or 3 times to quell any suspicions among the townsfolk, though it would merely be a crude illusion to distract from the truth. However, to accomplish a minor spell of divine art here, one might equate it to the grandiose resonance of celestial beings striking thunderous drums, reverberating across the heavens and earth. As the discourse progressed, the teacher's voice dwindled to a whisper, so faint that even the attentive student Zhao Yao could scarcely discern it. Mr. Qi sighed, his tone tinged with resignation and fatigue. Many matters are indeed secrets of the heavens that ought not to be divulged. Yet, as we find ourselves in this juncture, the significance diminishes. Nevertheless, as scholars, we must still uphold our dignity. Moreover, should I, Qi Jingshun, be the first to breach the rules, it would be akin to robbing my own trust, rendering the spectacle utterly disgraceful. Suddenly, Zhao Yao summoned his courage and said, "Sir, I am aware that you are no ordinary man, and this small town is far from commonplace." The Confucian scholar, intrigued, replied, "Oh, pray elaborate." Zhao Yao gestured towards the imposing 12-legged archway. This place, along with the iron well of Apricot Blossom Lane, and the tails of the 2 iron swords hanging beneath the bridge, the old locust tree, the peach trees of Peach Leaf Lane, and my Zhao family's residence on Fortune and Prosperity Street, alongside the annual postings for Grain Rain and Double Ninth Festival, all present an air of peculiarity. The scholar interrupted the youth. Peculiar? In what manner? You have grown up here and have never ventured beyond. Have you ever witnessed the splendor of lands outside this town? Without comparison, how can such assertions arise? Zhao Yao replied, his voice slightly subdued. The contents of your books are already ingrained in my mind. The peach blossoms of Peach Leaf Lane, however, diverge significantly from the verses described within those texts. Furthermore, as a teacher, why do you solely impart the 3 books of elementary learning, which primarily focus on literacy? What should we study after mastering these elementary texts? Reading. What purpose does it serve? What is the significance of taking up a profession as stated in the texts? What does it mean to rise from a humble farmer in the morning to ascend the imperial hall by evening? What does it signify when it is said, "The sovereign values the remarkable, and the writings instruct you all"? The 2 former officials overseeing the kiln operations, though they never spoke of the court, the capital, or matters of the realm, nevertheless. The Confucian scholar smiled with a sense of contentment and remarked, "That is sufficient. Further discourse is futile." Zhao Yao immediately fell silent. The scholar, who referred to himself as Qi Jingshun, spoke softly, saying, "Zhao Yao, henceforth you must exercise prudence in your words and actions. For remember, calamity often arises from one's speech." Thus, Confucian sages generally maintain a tight-lipped demeanor. Those who surpass the sages, known as gentlemen, emphasize careful solitude, conducting themselves as if they were precious jade, fearing even the slightest blemish. As for the saints, such as the heads of the 72 academies, these individuals possess the ability to, akin to eminent Taoist masters or the golden-bodied arhats of Buddhism, utter prophecies that invariably come to pass. This cohort, along with the distinguished figures from various schools of thought, upon reaching such heights, are collectively referred to as terrestrial immortals, having one foot firmly placed upon the threshold. However, these individuals are all like dragons, Some are exalted, akin to the deities within temples, while others are elusive, their presence barely discernible to the common folk. Zhao Yao listened, enveloped in a haze of confusion. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Master, why do you speak of these matters today?" The scholar's countenance brightened, and he replied with a smile, "You have your master, and I too have mine. As for my master, it is better left unsaid. In any case, I had believed I could persist for several more decades, only to suddenly realize that certain influential figures are unwilling to wait even this brief period. Thus, I am unable to assist you in leaving this town. You must find your own way out. There are certain innocuous truths that ought to be revealed to you. Consider it merely a tale. I merely wish for you to grasp a principle. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Among men, there are greater men. No matter how exceptionally favored you, Zhao Yao, may be, basking in fortune's radiant glow, you must not grow complacent or allow your heart to wane. The descending well water and the leaves departing from the branches are all harbingers." The scholar named Chen Ping'an cautioned, "Zhao Yao, do you recall the locust leaf I advised you to treasure?" The young scholar nodded earnestly, having preserved it alongside the seal gifted by his mentor. In this world, when do leaves detach from their boughs, so lush and vibrant, fresh and tender? In a town of thousands, the fortunate few who benefit from this blessing are few and far between. That locust leaf may be cherished often, and who knows what opportunities it may yet bring. The Confucian sage's gaze was profound. Furthermore, over the years, I have encouraged you to perform acts of kindness in this small town, treating all with courtesy and sincerity. In due time, you will gradually comprehend the subtleties within. Those seemingly trivial matters, like water eroding stone, will ultimately yield benefits that may rival even the possession of a local gazette. The youth noticed a yellow bird perched on the stone beam, occasionally hopping and chirping. The scholar, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed upward at the yellow bird. His expression grave. The youth detected no peculiarity. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an cast his gaze toward Mud Bottle Alley, his brows knitting tighter. With a soft sigh, the scholar remarked, "The hibernating insects are beginning to sense the arrival of spring, breaking through the earth." Yet, as a guest, to act furtively beneath the very eyes of the host, employing such underhanded tricks, is it not rather presumptuous? Did you truly believe that with just a modest bowl of water, you could act with impunity here? Zhao Yao was consumed with anxiety. The scholar waved his hand, indicating that this matter had no bearing on the youth, and simply led him beneath the last plaque. The young Zhao Yao suddenly halted in his tracks, as if he had heard the rumble of spring thunder awakening a dormant insect, his gaze fixed and vacant. Not far away stood a black-clad maiden, her face veiled by a sheer fabric, her figure perfectly proportioned, neither slender nor voluptuous. At her waist hung a long sword sheathed in pristine white and a narrow green dagger. She stood beneath the plaque inscribed with Chi Chong Do Nyo, her arms crossed over her chest, her head held high. The scholar found the scene amusing and cleared his throat softly. The young man remained utterly transfixed, oblivious to his mentor's discreet admonition to avert his gaze. The scholar shared a knowing smile, refraining from rebuking him, choosing instead to let the youth gaze at the maiden without further interruption. The maiden seemed blissfully unaware of the young man's scrutiny. She appeared particularly captivated by the bold characters of Chi Chong Do Nyo, which, in contrast to the solemnity of the other three plaques, was rendered in an almost carefree cursive style, exuding a unique charm that bordered on the audacious. She was enamored. Suddenly jolted back to reality by a gentle pat on his shoulder, Zhao Yao heard his mentor's voice. "Zhao Yao, it is time for you to return to the academy and collect your belongings." The young man's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, following his mentor back to the academy. Only then did the maiden slowly relax her grip on the hilt of her dagger. In the distance, the scholar jested, "Zhao Yao, I have indeed saved your life." The youth exclaimed in astonishment, "Sir?" The scholar hesitated for a moment, his demeanor turning serious as he advised, "When you encounter her in the future, you must take a detour." The refined young scholar, somewhat taken aback and tinged with disappointment, inquired, "Sir, why is that?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an asserted with a resolute declaration, "She is a blade unsheathed, sharp, and unparalleled." The youth hesitated, words caught in his throat. The middle-aged scholar chuckled. "Of course, if one merely harbors a secret affection, even the Taoist ancestors or the Buddha cannot intervene. Indeed, we, the most rule-bound of scholars, can only heed our revered sage's advice to speak not of what is improper, nor see, hear, or act upon it, but he never warned against improper thoughts. At that moment, the youth, seemingly entranced, blurted out, "She is intoxicating." The instant the words left his lips, he was struck dumb. The scholar, feeling a headache coming on, not out of anger, but because the situation had grown rather precarious, sternly commanded, "Zhao Yao, turn around." Instinctively, the youth complied, turning his back on his mentor. Beneath the archway, the young woman pivoted, her aura radiating lethal intent. With her arms initially hanging down, her thumbs pressed against the hilts of her sword and dagger, she then took several quick steps forward. After 4 or 5 strides, she unleashed her strength. The 3-foot-long sword with a snow-white scabbard and the slender dagger with a verdant sheath were drawn simultaneously, ascending and thrusting forward. In tandem, she sprang into the air, grasping the weapons with both hands, and without uttering a word, she struck downwards with decisive force. Between the girl clad in black and the teacher-student duo in the town, 2 slender arms stretched forth, erupting into 2 resplendent arcs of light. This was no divine power, nor sorcery, it was purely a matter of swiftness. The scholar appeared at ease, displaying no inclination to evade, merely stamping his foot lightly. A ripple surged forth. In the next moment, the girl's body tensed, her murderous intent intensified. The once unstoppable sword and blade strike had completely missed its mark, leaving her standing precisely where the weapons were drawn. The scholar smiled and remarked, "Indeed, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a hare. However, I must say, my disciple has indeed offended you. But surely the transgression does not warrant death, does it?" The girl deliberately lowered her voice to a mature, somber tone, slowly sheathing her sword and adopting a posture with the blade pointed directly at the scholar. "How you feel about it is your concern, not mine." She stepped forward, asserting, "What I choose to do is my affair. Of course, you may try to intervene." With a swift charge, the ground beneath her feet collapsed into 2 small craters. The scholar stood with one hand behind his back and the other forming a fist in front of his abdomen, smiling as he declared, "In the martial arts, speed is paramount. Alas, in this realm, even if the very fabric of existence were to tear asunder prior to that moment, even a coalition of 10 earthly immortals attempting to breach the formation would be akin to an ant shaking a tree. What chance do you stand?" In the next instant, the girl inexplicably reappeared a dozen paces to the left of the scholar. She paused for a moment, closing her eyes in contemplation. The scholar shook his head with a smile, saying, "This is not the illusion you perceive. This realm resembles what the Buddhists refer to as a minor thousand worlds. Here, I am." Suddenly, he paused in astonishment, swiftly approaching the young girl to investigate, gently grasping the tip of her blade with his fingers. He inquired, "Who taught you the art of swordsmanship?" The girl, with her eyes still closed, held onto the hilt of her sheathed sword with her left hand, unleashing a flash of cold light aimed at the scholar's waist, attempting to sever him in half. The scholar, gripping the blade's tip, admonished, "Step back." A cacophony erupted from the ground as dust swirled around, revealing the silhouette of the girl beneath her veiled hat, her feet poised in a forward stance, a chasm forming at her feet, as if plowed by a plowshare. The girl's hands were a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. The blade had been unsheathed, as had the sword, yet she found herself in the humiliating position of having her weapon wrested from her grasp. Moreover, she was acutely aware that her opponent, aside from mastering the intricacies of this realm, had consistently suppressed his own prowess to match her level. This was a matter of skill, rather than a lack of cultivation. She seemed to be on the brink of a violent outburst, perhaps unaware that the light around her had begun to warp, centering upon her. The learned gentleman, ever the rational being, compassionately advised, "It would be prudent not to compare yourself to me at this moment, as it may hinder your martial aspirations. Ascending the path of martial arts requires a gradual and methodical approach, which is of utmost importance." At that moment, he appeared somewhat peculiar, one hand holding the sword's tip, while the other grasped the blade's body. He suddenly burst into laughter, mimicking the tone of a young girl, and with an air of pretentious wisdom declared, "Whether you listen or not is your liberty, whether I speak or not is my concern." The young girl fell into silence for a moment before responding in a low voice, "I stand corrected." The scholar smiled and nodded. She was not merely a haughty and arrogant woman, which pleased him greatly. He gently tossed the sword back to the girl, saying, "Here is your blade." He gazed down at the long sword resting at his fingertips, which quivered slightly. "A fledgling phoenix sings more sweetly than an aged crow." The scholar lamented, "This sword possesses commendable quality, yet it still falls short of the pinnacle. It can manage at most 2 characters of weight, which is somewhat strained. Otherwise, given your innate talents, you could easily claim not just 4 characters, but certainly 3 without any difficulty. As he sighed, he casually raised his hand and commanded, "Halt." 2 blinding bursts of light shot forth from the plaque inscribed with the words Chi Chong Donyo. With a flick of his sleeve, the scholar struck the sword twice, channeling the energy into its blade. The words on the plaque still exuded a formidable presence. However, the phrase Chong Do resembled a frail elder on a sickbed, whose fleeting vitality had finally waned. The scholar nonchalantly flicked his wrist, and in an instant, the long sword returned to its sheath. For the moment, it remained unnoticed, as 2 energies danced along the blade like dragons. The ensuing scene left even the seasoned Qi Jingchun astounded. The girl slowly removed the sword from its sheath, casting it aside with a flick of her wrist, allowing it to embed itself at an angle into the parched earth. Beneath the veil of her hood, her gaze was resolute. This was not the path of the sword that she sought. The scholar, casting a glance at the abandoned blade, felt an unfamiliar weight stir within him, prompting him to pose a question that seemed beneath his dignity. "Do you know who I am?" The girl nodded, then shook her head. "I have heard that every 60 years, a sage from the 3 teachings comes here to oversee the operation of a great array, a tradition that has persisted for millennia. Occasionally, those who depart from this place return either bearing extraordinary treasures or exhibiting remarkable advancements in their cultivation, which is why I wish to witness it for myself. Upon seeing you, I knew your identity. Otherwise, I would not have acted so directly." Qi Jingchun then inquired, "Do you comprehend what you have just relinquished?" The girl remained silent. The sword within its sheath trembled incessantly, as if a beauty of unparalleled grace lamented and pleaded for her lover's change of heart. The young scholar had already turned his head, cautiously observing the girl from a distance. The scholar was undoubtedly well-versed, yet he remained perplexed by the situation. It would not be appropriate to forcibly offer the sword, imbued with immense potential, to the girl. Ultimately, he could only advise, "Miss, it would be prudent to keep that sword. In the times to come, this town may not be particularly peaceful. Having an additional means of defense can only be advantageous." The girl said nothing and turned to leave, still unwilling to take the sword with her. With a sense of resignation, Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve and drove the sword into the upper part of a stone pillar of the archway. Should anyone attempt to forcibly remove it, it would undoubtedly disturb his own vigilant presence at the heart of the matter. This was akin to the storyteller's previous 2 attempts, both of which had escaped the watchful eye of this scholarly gentleman, personally escorting Zhao Yao from the academy to the Zhao family mansion on Falu Street. The middle-aged Confucian scholar moved slowly. With each step he took, the imposing mansions lining both sides of the street, shrouded in shadows, revealed fleeting glimmers of light from concealed corners, vanishing almost instantaneously. "How peculiar," Qi Jingchun murmured. "Where could that little girl have come from? Could she be a fairy child from beyond our realm?" Upon returning to the academy, he sat at his desk, where a jade tablet, approximately 1 foot and 2 inches in length, was displayed. Its corners were intricately carved with the mountains of the 4 towns, symbolizing stability from all directions. The front was adorned with a dense array of small seal script inscriptions, comprising no fewer than 100 characters. According to Confucian rites, only the sovereign of a nation was permitted to hold the zhengui. This underscored the significant importance of this small town. Flipping it over, the reverse of the jade tablet bore only a couple of succinct characters, their strokes precise and their elegance unparalleled, strong in form and profound in meaning. On the desk lay a recently arrived confidential letter. The scholar, with his hair touched by frost, had reddened eyes, lamenting, "Master, I am but an inept student, forced to witness your humiliation in silence." He gazed out the window, devoid of excessive joy or sorrow, his expression merely one of solitude. Qi Jingchun felt a deep sense of shame towards his mentor, having lived for a century, yet still lacking the honor of a worthy demise. As Song Jisun emerged from the inner room with an object in hand, placing it upon the table, Fu Nanhua could not conceal the elation that danced upon his countenance. Despite his efforts to mask it, it was an inconspicuous little pot, bearing the signature of the elusive mountain demon on its base. Song Jisun, with hands elegantly folded on the tabletop and leaning forward with a smile, inquired, "What is the value of this pot?" The young lord of the old dragon city, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the pot, candidly replied, "If sold in the mundane dynasties, it would scarcely fetch a single tael of silver. Yet, if entrusted to me for sale, it could procure an entire city." Song Jisun pressed further. How many people? Fu Nanhua extended 3 fingers. Upon realizing the implication, Song Jisun exclaimed in surprise, pursing his lips. So it amounts to 300,000. Fu Nanhua paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, having anticipated that Song Jisun would suggest merely 30,000. In the vicinity of Xinghua Lane, a taciturn man squatted beside an iron well, fixated on the chain that was bound to the base of the wheelbarrow, seemingly tormented by the dilemma of how to remove it. Meanwhile, a girl clad in black garb and a hood, exuding an air of aloof elegance, meandered aimlessly through the quaint town, her only adornment being a green-sheathed slender blade, with her hands hastily wrapped in cloth. As she ventured into an unfamiliar alleyway, a swift whoosh pierced the air, and something came hurtling toward her, obediently halting behind her with a low hum. The girl knitted her brows, refusing to turn, and uttered a single word through clenched teeth. Get lost. With another swift whoosh, the flying sword that had unsheathed itself glided past her, intimidated into retreating back into its sheath. The proud girl and the obedient flying sword. Chapter 12. The alley. The girl in black made her way into the depths of the alley, where occasionally festive red lanterns were hung by the locals. Unlike others, she had no elaborate familial background nor any subtle hints of a grand destiny. She was utterly alone, boldly stepping into the small town. Not far down the alley stood a young gentleman clad in exquisite garments, his hands raised high, cradling a jade seal of deep azure. Its size was akin to that of a child's palm, intricately carved with dragons and tigers, glistening under the sun's rays. Within the seal, faint wisps of ethereal light flickered. The young noble squinted up at this treasured artifact, his face alight with rapture. Nearby, a tall elder knelt on one knee, meticulously wiping the mud from the youth's boots with his sleeve. The corner of the young gentleman's eye had already caught sight of the peculiar girl, her head adorned with a subtly revealing hood, a slender green-sheathed dagger hanging at her side. Her strides were deliberate, unmistakably indicating that she was not a native of the town. Yet, the young noble paid her no mind, fixated instead on the ancient jade seal that had lain silent for millennia. Deep within, he even harbored a wish for the girl to entertain thoughts of seizing the treasure. Otherwise, the encounter would be dreadfully dull. After all, he had already acquired 2 remarkable items, far exceeding his expectations. If he did not seek out some diversion, he would have no choice but to depart with his elderly servant, and for the boy, that would feel like a missing piece. It was akin to being in his home, thousands of miles away, draped in a magnificent golden robe, yet perpetually lacking a claw. Upon arriving in this quaint town, every chosen individual is permitted to carry 3 tokens, each ensconced within a brocade pouch. Before entering, one must present a single pouch to the gatekeeper, a requisite toll for passage, regardless of the gatekeeper's stature or the dilapidation of the city gate. Even a sovereign or a revered ancestor must adhere to this regulation with utmost sincerity. The remaining 2 brocade pouches signify that one may extract a maximum of 2 treasures from the town. Otherwise, irrespective of the number of treasures one might unearth, be it 10 or 100, all must be returned. The tokens within the pouches consist of 3 uniquely crafted coins. The first is a victory coin used by common folk to celebrate the completion of a building. The second is a spring coin annually hung on peachwood talismans in the imperial palace. And the third is a tribute coin held aloft by the statue of the city deity. Although referred to as copper coins, their true composition is an exceptionally rare gold essence. For the majority of the mundane populace below the mountain, even silver from the officials is a rarity, let alone a pouch laden with such substantial gold, making it a temptation for many to part with their heirlooms. The young man in splendid attire has studied these 3 coins, which are absent from historical records, yet he remains perplexed. Ahead, a girl exuding an aura of cold severity strides confidently, seemingly oblivious to the 2 figures in the alley. The young man, reconsidering his intentions, retracts a jade seal and stows it in a pre-prepared cloth bag, which he secures at his waist. However, he still stands resolutely in the center of the alley, showing no inclination to yield. A tall elder with fair skin rises as well, his voice soft and refined, cautioning, "Your Highness, this individual is a seasoned practitioner. We must not underestimate him. If it were outside the town, it would be of no concern. However, here, even with our family's pure martial physique, we continually bear the oppressive weight of this world, which is exceedingly uncomfortable. Once we fully circulate our breath and open the meridians, it will be akin to the deluge of rivers and seas, causing the channels to overflow uncontrollably. At that point, our demise would be a minor issue. But the safety of His Highness is of paramount importance. If due to our negligence, His Highness's grand undertaking in the path of cultivation encounters the slightest flaw, how shall we face the Emperor and Empress upon our return? The young man in splendid attire remarked playfully, Grandfather Wu, since you left the palace, your words have multiplied. In the palace, you repeated the same few phrases all year round, even less varied than the foolish parrot my sister keeps. The elder referred to himself as our family, revealing an ingrained servility, particularly taking pride in his unwavering loyalty as a eunuch within the palace. Noticing that the young master seemed to have missed the underlying meaning of his words, he felt compelled to be more explicit. Your Highness, the presence of this individual in the alley may pose a threat to you. The young man, with a languid smile, replied, although I have long been aware that the path of cultivation is rife with all manner of individuals, both righteous and nefarious. Is it truly plausible that our fleeting encounter would lead her to covet wealth and resort to murder? If everyone on the mountain were like that, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. The elder sighed, recognizing that the relationship between the kingdom below and the celestial beings above was one of mutual disdain. Despite their superficial appearances, the young man in splendid attire felt a twinge of despondency. Let it be, he mused, attributing this troublesome affair to a mere girl, deeming it unworthy of a true gentleman's concern. The maiden approached him, her left hand resting on the hilt of her dagger. With a faint smile, the young man inclined his body, gesturing for her to proceed ahead. The girl in black hesitated slightly, shifting her stance, her gaze from beneath her hood imbued with vigilance and wariness. When the aged eunuch noticed the young girl's hands, wrapped in cloth from her injuries, his brow furrowed in discontent. Outrageous, he bellowed suddenly, his voice resonating like thunder. In a swift motion, he glided forward, his imposing figure standing before the young man. Leaning back slightly, he deftly pushed the youth against the alley wall, his left hand splayed open. A dull thud echoed from his palm, revealing that someone had hurled a stone as a concealed weapon, aimed at the side of the young man's head. The force was formidable, nearly sufficient to pierce through a wall. The elder crushed the fist-sized stone in his palm, not targeting the assailant, but redirecting his right fist towards the girl in black. The girl, momentarily taken aback, suppressed the instinct to draw her weapon, tilting her head just in time to evade the powerful strike. The fierce wind generated by the punch tousled her veil. The towering elder transformed his straight punch into a sweeping blow, aiming directly at the maiden's head. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. The girl had no choice but to swiftly raise her arms, crossing her hands to shield her ears, adopting a defensive posture that formed a cross before her. In the next moment, she was propelled sideways, sliding several paces away. The young girl exhaled a breath of murky air, extending her palms stained with blood, which seeped through the cotton cloth as she adjusted her slightly askew veil. A flicker of anger crossed her features. She turned to face the tall elder, who had glanced around nervously, and spoke with a measured tone. Were it not for my intervention, you would already be a corpse. The elder feigned indifference. However, in comparison to before, this once seasoned eunuch, well versed in the art of ambush, had relegated the threat posed by the girl to a secondary position, with the primary danger now attributed to the figure lurking on the opposite side of the alley. Indeed, apart from the two of them, there were only two true outsiders present. Standing in the shadows of the alley was a tall, slender figure clad in a mask. His arms, however, were extraordinarily robust, muscles bulging like iron spheres. Two bags hung from his waist, brimming with spherical objects. He remained rooted in place, as if conveying that the earlier ambush was merely a prelude. As his cold gaze swept over the girl, the man smirked, his tongue flicking out, eyes smoldering with intensity. The girl chuckled lightly and uttered two words, "Come back." No sooner had the words left her lips than a blade soared through the air. A flying sword whirled around her in a rapid dance, akin to a child seeking attention. She retorted, somewhat exasperated, "Go away." The sword vanished in an instant. Both the girl and the elder were left in stunned silence. The aged eunuch was not astonished by the prowess of the flying sword technique itself, but rather filled with genuine dread at the realization that the girl could wield such power at will in that moment. This sensation enveloped the elder, momentarily transporting him back to his youth, when he first entered the palace, filled with trepidation. On a distant day, he gazed upon a senior figure adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, traversing the palace walls. It was not the unknown eunuch, whose name eluded him, that inspired such reverence. but rather the blinding hue of scarlet. Upon regaining his composure, the young man smiled, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression, and stepped forward to inquire with genuine concern. "Grandfather Wu, are you well?" The elderly eunuch, his hair as white as snow, wore a grave expression and shook his head, cautioning, "It is wise to be careful. If it comes to the worst, we might." The youth quickly gestured dismissively, asking, "Shall we offer an apology instead?" Caught off guard, the elder was swept with feelings of indignation and guilt. A minister's disgrace leads to death, especially in the realm of emperors. Yet, the young man had already laughed, declaring, "Grandfather Wu, if one has erred, what is so difficult about uttering an apology?" The elder still felt this course of action was ill-advised, but the young man had already begun to approach the maiden. In that fleeting moment, the elder was overcome with a torrent of emotions. It dawned on him that the youth's back bore no trace of dirt whatsoever. Chapter 13. Encounter. The veiled girl paid no heed to the young man in splendid attire approaching her, her gaze drifting beyond his shoulder to the imposing elder who followed closely behind. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, "Just now, you resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. While I understand you may have your reasons, I find such actions unjustifiable." The young man in exquisite garments halted several paces away, his expression earnest as he introduced himself. "I am Gao Zhen, hailing from the Yiyang County of the Great Sui dynasty. If I have offended you, I am willing to offer my apologies and make amends." The tall elder stood behind the young man, his emotions a tumultuous blend. The claim of being a scion of the Gao family from Yiyang County was merely a subtle euphemism. The Great Sui dynasty had endured for 12 centuries, with all emperors bearing the surname Gao, the founding emperor having risen from Yiyang County. The girl remained unmoved, tightening the bindings around her hands as she addressed the elder. "Were I to confront a master of martial arts, likely capable of riding the winds, I would be no match. However, in this moment, should I wield my flying sword, your demise would be inevitable." The elder scoffed, "Provided that the assassin is aware of your lethal technique, with his physique at the pinnacle of a minor master. He could merely protect his vital points. Even if you pierced him with 10 swords, it would matter little. He barely withstands it. I, on the other hand, surpass him by 2 realms, one of which is regarded as an insurmountable chasm in martial arts. Young lady, I am at a loss as to what gives you the audacity to declare inevitable death." The girl frowned slightly, her hand subtly resting on the hilt of her sword. "I am not one to seek trouble, nor do I relish disputes. However, if you wish, we could test the veracity of your claims. Who truly prevails, and who possesses the rationale?" The elderly man, seldom threatened, found himself somewhat vexed. Were it not for his entrapment in this despised and enigmatic place, even with the girl's remarkable talents, he could easily crush 10 of her kind with a mere flick of his wrist. Furthermore, had he not been burdened with the responsibility of caring for the young prince, whose potential the Great Sui dynasty had high hopes for, he would have taken it upon himself to teach the audacious girl a lesson. The courage of the Na'vi youth is commendable, yet it does not imply that a fierce tiger would hesitate to devour a mere calf. The youth, who introduced himself as Gao Zhen, hastily intervened, saying, "If the lady insists on pursuing this matter, I am willing to offer this item as recompense." He lowered his gaze and retrieved a jade seal from the cloth pouch at his waist, holding it aloft with one hand as he extended it towards the girl in the hat. Hoping to convey his sincerity and pleading for her to overlook the unintentional offense caused by the elder Wu, who acted out of loyalty and harbored no malicious intent. The tall, white-haired eunuch was immediately struck with fear and knelt on one knee, trembling with trepidation. "Your Highness must not. How could an old servant like me compare to such a treasure? This jade seal is a rare gem, a pure artifact capable of sustaining the hopes of the common folk. To compare the two is utterly unfathomable. You would drive me to my grave." The young man of noble lineage appeared stiff and pained. The girl, seemingly growing impatient, scoffed with a hint of derision, a frog at the bottom of a well, residing in a corner of the world. Indeed, everyone cherishes their own broom. Retrieve that jade seal. For I have always cherished a particular saying, a gentleman does not usurp another's fondness. The young maiden acted with remarkable decisiveness, turning on her heel and departing. The young man in splendid attire exhaled a sigh of relief, urging, "Rise, Grandfather Wu. Kneeling is quite unbecoming. Our esteemed Daxing 12 Great Jiao Temple traditionally kneels only before emperors. If this were to be witnessed by officials of the 6 departments or the Ministry of Rights, we would both find ourselves in dire straits. Now, regarding this journey to the small town, I have been fortunate to have the protection of our ancestors and have successfully accomplished our mission. Let us not invite unnecessary complications, but rather hasten our departure. Moreover, upon rendezvousing with our allies outside, we must remain vigilant. It is crucial to remember that within the Great Li dynasty, the 6 great pillars of state, though the Yuan and Chao families stand in opposition, are unfortunately intertwined with our Gao family of the Great Sui in an irreconcilable feud. Should you, Grandfather Wu, encounter unforeseen circumstances here, our combat effectiveness would be compromised, making it exceedingly difficult for me to return to the Great Sui unscathed. The elder nodded, rising slowly, fully aware of the gravity and urgency of the situation. As the elder uttered the word urgent, the veiled maiden had already traversed more than 20 steps beyond. A gentle breeze swept past the young man, causing the strands of hair at his temples and the sleeves of his splendid attire to dance in the air. It became apparent that the venerable elder, wielding considerable influence within the Great Sui, had not released his thoughts of the maiden, and in that moment he surged forward. With 3 heavy strides, he thudded against the cobblestones of the alley, the sound resonating deeply, penetrating the earth beneath by over a yard. On the 4th step, the elder leapt high, delivering a fist aimed squarely at the maiden's back. The girl in the hood suddenly twisted her waist, using the tip of her left foot as a pivot, drawing her sword with her right hand, as a radiance more dazzling than sunlight emerged in the alleyway. The towering elder charged forward with overwhelming force, delivering a punch directly onto the blade. Astonishingly, his hand was merely grazed by the fierce edge, leaving only a thin line of blood. As the old eunuch landed heavily, he continued his advance, forcing the sword-wielding girl to retreat. He then casually extended a palm, appearing slow and unhurried, yet in truth, it struck like lightning against the girl's forehead, just as he prepared to exert more force. Intending to shatter the head concealed beneath the hood, he swiftly shifted his stance, moving sideways by a foot. With a sudden sound, he glanced down to discover a sharp weapon piercing through his right chest. It was the tip of a sword. The elder's expression remained unchanged as he pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and forcefully pushed it back, expelling the lethal flying sword that had come following the girl's intent from his chest. Due to the obstruction of the flying sword, the old eunuch was unable to crush the girl's skull. Instead, the girl, propelled backward and landing in the alley, seized the opportunity to catch her breath, rising with the agility of a nimble cat, quickly disappearing down a side path. The young man's countenance darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly, his aura surging with indignation as he exclaimed, "You, the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Office, Wu Yu of Wu Jiao Temple. Why do you refuse to heed my subtle hints, insisting on acting with such bias? Do you truly believe that in this town, you, Wu Jiao Temple, are invincible? It is clear that we were at fault initially, and even afterwards, she did not act aggressively, but was willing to seek peace. Why then must you be so ruthless? Taking advantage of others? This is utterly intolerable." The aged eunuch withdrew his gaze from the direction where the young girl had fled the alley, pivoting on his heel, his posture erect and imposing. He advanced step by deliberate step, each footfall echoing heavily as if treading upon the very heart of the matter. The youth, feeling the suffocating weight of that formidable presence, simmered with rage, his eyes widening and teeth clenched as he exclaimed, "Wu Diaosi of the Imperial Horse Supervisory Office, you are committing a capital offense." The elderly eunuch replied with an air of indifference, "Your Highness, the determination of life or death rests solely in His Majesty's hands. To us, your safety is of paramount importance, akin to towering mountains, while the existence of the town's maiden has become a pressing concern. Thus, to ensure everything proceeds smoothly, the only resolution lies in her demise. Only when she is no more can we find peace of mind." Observing the barely contained fury blazing in the youth's eyes, the old eunuch sighed softly, continuing, "Having served within the imperial palace for over 60 years, I have witnessed an abundance of intrigue, both sanguinary and bloodless, countless in number. My faith in human nature has waned significantly. Just during our journey of protection, I have personally dealt with no fewer than 30 assassination attempts. Your Highness, the treachery of those assassins is beyond imagination, particularly that of the deranged death warriors, who are utterly incomprehensible. Take, for instance, the masked killer and the hooded girl from earlier." The young nobleman extended a finger, pointing vehemently at the indifferent-faced eunuch, and angrily retorted, "Silence. You old castrate. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. I can only affirm that you have utterly ruined my painstaking efforts to gather support. Even a blind person could discern the extraordinary talent of the girl capable of wielding a flying sword. She is a paragon of genius and brilliance. Even among the practitioners on the mountains, she stands out as the most exceptional prodigy. Such a figure, let alone within the realms of the Great Sui or the Great Li, is truly a rare gem across the entire eastern Ping'an continent. If I were to nurture her for a mere decade, or at most 2, she would emerge as the most formidable assassin lurking in my shadow. What are you, with your earthly divinity and mastery of martial arts, in comparison? And yet, here I am, Gao Zhan, the future prince of the Great Sui dynasty. I am the master of you, the old eunuch Wu. Curiously enough, the weathered and aged eunuch, despite being provoked by the jibes of the young man, did not exhibit anger, but rather a deepening sense of contentment in his gaze. When the youth finally ceased his tirade, panting from exertion, the elder regarded him with a smile and said, "Your Highness, though you may not have personally experienced certain matters, and thus remain unaware of the world's deceptions and the treachery of human hearts, there is one thing you have done remarkably well, reminiscent of His Majesty's demeanor in his youth." An air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. After regaining his composure, Gao Zhan must have realized the grave error of his ways. Prior to being officially designated as the crown prince, he had shown such disrespect towards an elderly eunuch, the head of the horse monitoring office and one of the 3 gatekeepers of the Grand Sui Palace. This individual held the unwavering trust of both the emperor and empress. Consequently, Gao Zhan opened his mouth but was met with the smile of the powerful eunuch, who said, "Your Highness, remember this. Do not casually apologize to those beneath you. Such gestures are unnecessary and only serve to demean your own status. The commoners may not even appreciate it. Even if you harbor feelings of guilt, they should be buried deep within. It is essential to understand that the emperor, revered as a true dragon among men, embodies the grandeur of the heavens." Gao Zhan replied, "Grandfather Wu, at my current status, such sentiments are premature." Suddenly, the elderly eunuch tensed, as if confronting a formidable foe, and pulled the elegantly dressed youth behind him. The old man gazed towards the corpse of the masked assassin. A slender middle-aged scholar appeared abruptly at the end of the alley, slowly approaching the body of the assassin. He crouched down and removed his mask, revealing a peculiar face, devoid of eyebrows, with a flattened nose, and engraved with characters. It was evident that he had once been a convict. The scholar remained silent. It was clear that this was a premeditated scheme, likely originating from the Confucian temple. With fervent determination, Gao Zhan stepped out from behind the old eunuch, bowed respectfully, and, regardless of the circumstances, offered his salutation before raising his head to inquire with utmost reverence, "May I ask if you are Mr. Qi of the Cliff Academy?" The Confucian scholar rose and addressed Gao Zhan, saying, "Had you not seized a significant opportunity first, you too would not be able to depart so effortlessly today. In this small town, outsiders engage in mutual slaughter. According to the regulations established by the earliest 4 sages, the penalties are not severe, yet neither can they be deemed light. Compared to the indiscriminate killing of the townsfolk, which would undoubtedly lead to expulsion, the conflicts among outsiders exhibit a conspicuous loophole, allowing for the possibility of rectification." The 3 groups, led by Gao Zhan, all brought along a retainer, precisely to prepare for the worst, should the need arise to use someone as a scapegoat. Otherwise, merely obtaining a single quota would consume half of the imperial treasury of the illustrious Gao family of the Great Sui. After all, it is the private fortune of His Majesty, the Emperor, amounting to a significant portion of his wealth, a sum so considerable that its magnitude is readily imagined. Thus, who would willingly assume such a burdensome role without cause? In simpler terms, it is akin to spending money to avert disaster. However, the expenses incurred here could be likened to emptying a mountain of gold and silver, the common notion of throwing money around pales in comparison. Having been issued an eviction order, Gao Zhan continued, speaking to himself, "Mr. Qi, if the opportunity arises in the future, might you consider coming to my Great Sui Academy to lecture? My Great Sui would be willing to specially reserve the position of national teacher for you." The old eunuch pondered this, but chose not to intervene in the young man's audacious remarks. Should he succeed in persuading this scholar to offer counsel to the Gao family, the emperor of the Great Sui would undoubtedly be greatly pleased. The Confucian scholar smiled faintly, offering no response to this proposition. The aged eunuch, known for his decisive and ruthless demeanor, displayed an entirely different attitude when confronted by Mr. Qi of the Shanchai Academy, the steadfast guardian of this place. He bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, "Mr. Qi, I apologize for the disturbance and hope for your indulgence. My actions against a junior were born of necessity. I trust you can understand the plight of a servant of the Gao family. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Qi Jingshun departed. Gaozhen and the old eunuch had no choice but to take their leave, coincidentally retracing the path taken by the veiled maiden in her retreat. The youth inquired in a hushed tone, "Is she dead?" The eunuch shook his head, replying, "Her days are surely numbered. The flying sword merely grants her a few more moments. It changes nothing." After a moment of hesitation, the youth curiously asked, "When did Grandpa Wu realize that she wielded the sword with far more difficulty than it appeared?" The elder responded, "Excess can be detrimental. Her precociousness revealed her flaws." The youth, puzzled, listened as the eunuch guided him away from the narrow alley, whispering, "Allow me to pose a question, Your Highness. Having witnessed the opulence and rare treasures of the world, do you still find interest in the commonplace porcelain of a small town?" The youth patted the pocket at his waist and replied with a smile, "Certainly not. Only this jade seal, or something of comparable caliber, can bring me joy." The eunuch nodded, affirming, "Precisely. When that young woman wielded her sword, her heart was as calm as still water, exhibiting a level of composure akin to the mundane acts of daily life. Moreover, upon realizing my true martial prowess, she decisively abandoned any thoughts of conflict, particularly fearing that I might perceive her facade of bravado concealing her inner weakness, in a deliberate attempt to provoke us. Her underlying intention was to provide both parties with a means to retreat gracefully, as she dreaded the prospect of us harboring murderous intent, preferring a wrongful execution over a wrongful release, thus necessitating the eradication of any threat she posed. However, it is evident that her efforts were far from successful. Nevertheless, considering her tender age, such cunning is indeed remarkable. Yet, the more one contemplates this, the greater the peril becomes once the tiger is allowed to return to the mountain, flourishing and growing stronger, posing an ever-increasing threat to His Highness in the future. The elder lamented, young men and women, brimming with youthful vigor. If they were to kill in a fit of passion or heroically sacrifice themselves, it would not be surprising. However, to contemplate a calm acceptance of death or to kill without even a ripple in their hearts is quite extraordinary. It can even be said that such a temperament can only be honed through experience, bearing little relation to one's innate talent or abilities. Many prodigies, be they cultivators or warriors, meet their untimely end due to glaring flaws in their character, easily leading to their downfall when faced with adversity. Gaozhen sighed, "Regardless, it is a pity." The elderly eunuch half-jokingly remarked, "Your Highness, if one were to lament the life and death of such a figure, then once you truly stand atop the pinnacle, you shall find yourself quite occupied." The youth replied with a smile, "I do not believe that." Suddenly, the elderly eunuch stated, "I cannot shake the feeling that Mr. Qi, possessing extraordinary skills, seems to be facing significant troubles." The prince of the Sui dynasty, with an air of indifference, remarked that as long as they could obtain the Dragon Gate seal, their mission would be deemed accomplished. Little did he anticipate that this priceless treasure would merely become a trifling addition to a grand transaction, thus it was wise for them to withdraw while they still could. Whenever the golden carp was mentioned, he couldn't help but think of that boy in straw sandals. The elderly eunuch chuckled, "Your Highness, are you pondering a future opportunity to express your gratitude to the lad?" The youth shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I am merely distressed over that bag of copper coins." The old man laughed heartily. Perhaps the Sui dynasty might one day witness the rise of a frugal emperor. In a secluded alley running north to south, the only sound was that of the wheels of a cart. A young Taoist priest, adorned with a lotus crown, had abandoned his business early that day. He was pushing his cart, contemplating returning to his residence to tidy up and hastily make his way home. For this messy situation was one that no one should meddle in. Suddenly, a slender figure clad in black stumbled out from a cross street to the east. Leaning against the wall, the figure slowly moved, one hand brushing aside the veil of their hat to cover their mouth, while the other pointed towards the young Taoist. The young priest quickly lowered his head, silently reciting, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands." Perhaps it is better to rely on the Buddha's protection and the Bodhisattva's divine intervention. It was rather unusual for a Taoist to, in a moment of crisis, seek solace from the Buddha instead of appealing to the three pure ones. Indeed, it appears that the Buddha and Bodhisattvas are rather disinclined to engage with the disciples of other sections. The young girl, summoning the last vestiges of her strength from an unknown source, staggered forward towards the Taoist, only to collapse heavily to the ground. Yet her hand remained tightly clasped around the Taoist's ankle. The young Taoist, cradling his head in despair, bore a countenance of utter desolation as if he were gazing heavenward and lamenting, with such an immense karmic burden descending upon me. Does it not equate to inscribing a heart-seeking death upon my forehead? This poor monk has wandered far and wide over the years, enduring hardships and privations, traversing mountains and rivers, often finding himself bitten by dogs while strolling through the streets. It has been arduous indeed. Wretched Gao of the Sui and that old dog of the Wu clan, you shall await my reckoning. This debt cannot be settled in less than 500 years. My cultivation is so meager that I can hardly bear such a heavy load. The already incoherent young Taoist lowered his head, on the verge of tears. Oh, young lady, have a moment of compassion and spare this poor monk. I shall help you find a picturesque place with excellent feng shui that will surely bless your descendants. Oh wait, you are still an untouched maiden, then perhaps. The young girl had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing that no one was around, the young Taoist crouched down, intending to discreetly pry open the girl's fingers. Suddenly, a sword shot forth, hovering ominously in the air, its tip merely inches from the young Taoist's brow. Unfazed, he released his grip. A look of compassion etched upon his face as he proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Are we not human beings, capable of empathy? Throughout my life, I have basked in glory and clarity. I am not the sort to turn a blind eye to those in peril." The young Taoist sat cross-legged, his handsome visage almost crumpling with worry, pondering the next course of action, which presented its own challenges. The flying sword, hovering 3 inches from the Taoist's brow, surged forward with alarming swiftness. The Taoist patiently elucidated, "In order to preserve your master's life, I require an accomplice. Oh, please fetch a locust leaf from the old locust tree. I shall first stabilize her vital energy. Your master possesses unique circumstances, and I wish to avoid indiscriminate actions that might inadvertently hinder her cultivation journey. This new cause and effect would drive me to despair." The flying sword seemed to hesitate, its tip quivering slightly. The Taoist, exasperated, urged, "The sooner you depart, the closer your master shall return from the gates of the underworld. Delay, and we all face doom." In the blink of an eye, the sword vanished from sight. The young Taoist muttered in frustration, "When there is mutual affection, a beautiful union can flourish. Yet you, the esteemed Qi Jingchun, meddle in affairs of the heart without regard, creating chaos without cleaning up the mess." With one hand supporting his chin and the other calculating, he mused, "Let me divine which household in the small town will harbor you, ensuring your survival while sparing them from ruin. The Liu family? No, they want to do. They're in a similar predicament as the Zhao family, already entangled in fate. Perhaps the Song family?" As the Taoist's words trailed off in the narrow alley, the Song family's entrance on Fulu Street suddenly lost its luster. The guardians adorning the doors dimming in vitality, as wisps of ethereal smoke, invisible to mortal eyes, began to rise. In the depths of the courtyard, an elderly man, barefoot and weathered, emerged from behind the door. Standing in the yard, he furiously shouted, "Who dares to conspire against the legacy of the Song family? Step forth and face me." A young Taoist, clearing his throat, muttered to himself, "The Liu family on Fulu Street appears prosperous, seemingly capable of shouldering such matters. Let us see." The ancient plaque of the Liu family, a testament to a lineage spanning millennia, shattered suddenly, revealing shocking fissures. An elderly woman with a resonant voice struck the ground with her dragon-headed cane, demanding, "Which esteemed being dares to show themselves?" The young Taoist feigned ignorance, pondering aloud. "What about the Wei family on Taoya Alley? Your family is known for its virtuous deeds. Surely you can bear the weight of this consequence." Soon, an elder, employing secretive techniques, bellowed towards the academy, "Qi Jingchun, will you not intervene? If you are unable or unwilling, then swiftly vacate your position and allow Ruan Xiong to take charge and deal with this clandestine figure. Or is it that all of this is merely a manifestation of your own grievances?" Qi Jingchun, a man by the creek south of the town's corridor, overseeing a digging project, straightened his posture and subtly moved his lips towards the north. It was as if the sound of spring thunder rolled ominously over Fulu Street and Taoya Alley, declaring, "Enough. Do not show disrespect to Mr. Qi, and I, Ruan, shall never meddle in the affairs of this town before the vernal equinox." In that moment, the world was enveloped in silence, and tranquility reigned supreme. Beside the cart in the narrow alley sat the principal instigator, grasping the hand of the girl clad in black and casting the emerald locust leaves, brought forth by the flying sword, into her blood-stained palm. Upon contact with the wound in her hand, the locust leaves melted away like snow in the sun, vanishing almost instantaneously. The young Taoist, filled with emotion, remarked that each time he beheld such a scene, he felt compelled to reflect upon the wonders of creation. However, after much contemplation, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts to his satisfaction. Lowering his gaze upon the girl, whose complexion had begun to regain some color, he felt a sense of perplexity. Realizing that the fate entwined with her was far more significant than he had anticipated, he concluded that he must take an unconventional approach. In the small town, home to 600 households, intertwined through generations, steeped in the essence of this secret realm, it would be a simple task for him to seek out someone with a fateful aura. Yet, finding a destitute individual proved to be an insurmountable challenge. It was akin to searching for a high-ranking official in the grand hall of an audience. Such a task was easy, but locating a beggar was an entirely different matter. The young Taoist let out a soft exclamation, for he had indeed discovered such a pitiable wretch. Rather than feeling elated, however, he was struck with a sense of dread. Closing his eyes to introspect, with a resigned sigh, he resolved to observe her choices first. He would not impose his will upon her. Should she refuse, he would bear the burden of this karma alone. In the end, he clasped his hands together in a gesture reminiscent of a monk, beseeching the Buddha for protection and the Bodhisattva for guidance, praying earnestly for the strength to weather this tribulation. In Mud Bottle Alley, the young Taoist bent down to push a two-wheeled cart, halting before a courtyard gate. After knocking, he inquired, "Is Chen Ping'an here?" On the cart, nestled within the corner crevice, lay a long sword with a pristine white scabbard. The sword within appeared languid, as if it were disdainful of the young Taoist who had sought out such a dilapidated abode. Chapter 14. The 5th of May, the youthful Taoist had meticulously prepared an array of responses to address the question of the identity of the boy in straw sandals. However, to his surprise, the boy from the alley promptly bypassed that inquiry as the courtyard door swung open. Mud Bottle Alley stood as one of the narrowest and most cramped lanes in the town. Thus, the Taoist's two-wheeled wooden cart could not be left outside to obstruct the passage. Fortunately, although Chen Ping'an appeared gaunt and frail, possessing little strength, he surprisingly demonstrated considerable physical prowess by assisting the young Taoist in maneuvering the rather heavy cart into the courtyard with relative ease. Throughout the process, the boy remained silent, which left the young Taoist feeling somewhat awkward once the door was closed. It was akin to someone shamelessly visiting to borrow money, while the host offered fine tea, wine, and meat with great hospitality. Any guest with a shred of conscience would find it increasingly difficult to speak up. The young Taoist, contemplating his own discomfort, decided that a straightforward approach might be best. He lifted a cotton blanket draped over the cart, revealing a black-clad girl curled up on her side. Her tilted hood, askew yet steadfast, continued to obscure her features. For reasons unknown, as he unveiled the thin coverlet, a sudden wave of the metallic scent of blood assailed him. It was then that Chen Ping'an noticed the dark clothing of the girl, faint traces of blood seeping through. He had not anticipated that such a small blanket could entirely conceal such a strong odor. The boy took several steps back and inquired, "Taoist, what do you intend to do?" The young Taoist replied, "I aim to save her. She has sustained grave injuries, and no one in this town is willing to offer assistance." It is hardly surprising, as they each tend to their own affairs. Thus, after much consideration, "I believe you may be the exception." Chen Ping'an struck at the heart of the matter and inquired, "How did she sustain her injuries?" The Taoist, with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, "As I was passing by the Paifeng building, I chanced upon this young woman from afar, who claimed she was there to make a rubbing of the plaque inscribed with Chi Chong Don Yo. Equipped with her rubbing tools, a bag and brushes, she swiftly climbed up. Now, as for the act of making a rubbing, it is a rather peculiar pastime, often indulged in by scholars when their minds are idle. It is difficult to articulate its essence. Nevertheless, after she ascended, she perched precariously on the beam, causing me considerable alarm, and I felt compelled to caution her repeatedly. Alas, she was too engrossed in her endeavor, and before I could react, she slipped and fell with a resounding thud onto the ground. You must understand, the surface there is not akin to the soft earth of your Mud Bottle Lane. It is as unforgiving as the flagstones of Fulu Street. Consequently, she likely injured her innards severely. As a monk, I am bound by compassion and cannot turn a blind eye to her plight. Along our journey, every household has shunned her, repulsed by her bloodied state, deeming it inauspicious so soon after the new year unwilling to admit her into their homes. I comprehend their sentiments. And thus, I had no choice but to seek refuge for her here. Frankly speaking, if you two are unwilling to offer her sanctuary, I am but a humble monk, not a deity capable of retrieving souls from the gates of the underworld. I would be left merely to await her final breath. Thereafter endeavoring to find a place to dig a grave and erect a stone marker, as a means of putting an end to the matter. The Taoist deliberately spoke rapidly, his enunciation muddled, clearly attempting to obfuscate the truth and lead the youth into a labyrinth of confusion. Every beginning is arduous. Once a start is made, one can take each step as it comes. There are always avenues of hope amidst despair, and the dawn follows the darkest night. Chen Ping'an's gaze was complex as he glanced at the hopeful young Taoist, and then at the lifeless-looking girl in black. After a moment of inner turmoil, he nodded and inquired, "How can we save her?" The young Taoist's spirits soared instantly. "With your affirmation, Chen Ping'an, we are already halfway there, despite her grievous injuries, which might suggest that the Grim Reaper has marked her name. The situation is not as dire as it appears. Of course, everything I mentioned earlier holds truth. It involves various mysteries. For instance, the young lady possesses an extraordinarily strong will to survive, and it seems she has some ancestral techniques that can protect her vital heart in elixir chambers. Furthermore, our little town is quite peculiar, filled with extraordinary wonders. Consuming or capturing them could prove immensely beneficial." Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too many secrets, the young Taoist chuckled nervously. "Anyway, you wouldn't understand, right?" The boy replied earnestly. "I may not comprehend fully, but I can mostly remember." The young Taoist, probing further, asked, "So, when you hear a knock at the door, you can tell it's me, the fortune-telling vendor?" Chen Ping'an hesitated before affirming, "Yes." Curiously, the young Taoist continued, "Do you have an excellent memory? Just how good is it?" The boy glanced at the barely conscious girl in black, and the young Taoist explained with a smile, "She is currently in a rather enigmatic state, unable to move freely. It is best to wait a moment." Chen Ping'an was skeptical, stating that observing things was far more memorable than merely listening to others. The young Taoist pressed on, asking for an analogy. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ping'an remarked that in their town, Master Yao's jumping knife technique was unparalleled among the skilled artisans. He could recall all the details after just one observation. However, the young Taoist interjected with a smile, "But your hands and feet never seem to keep up, do they?" Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. The young Taoist, with a knowing smile, continued, "Have you considered what truly makes Master Yao's skills remarkable?" Chen Ping'an's expression darkened as he recalled his previous confusion. It was only later, when Lu Xianyang mentioned that Master Yao believed the essence of excelling in the craft of jumping knife lay in maintaining a steady heart, not just steady hands, that he began to understand. He realized he had been too anxious. The more urgency he felt, the more chaotic his movements became, leading to mistakes. Whenever he recognized his errors, he became even more agitated, which resulted in his poor performance at the dragon kiln. The young Taoist casually remarked, "There is an old saying, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Yet, if the master never intends to guide you in, how can you cultivate?" Chen Ping'an shook his head, admitting, "I am clumsy. I cannot even compare to ordinary apprentices, let alone Lu Xianyang. It's no surprise that Master Yao looks down on me." Suddenly, the young Taoist laughed and asked, "Chen Ping'an, do you realize just how challenging it is to comprehend the phrase steady heart? It is difficult to comprehend. Do not underestimate yourself." Chen Ping'an shook his head and remarked, "It is akin to catching fish in a stream. I stand in water that barely reaches my knees, bending down to catch a fish. That is indeed catching. Some possess exceptional swimming skills, diving into deep pools and holding their breath for an extended period to secure a fish. That too is catching. While both methods result in the same outcome, they are fundamentally different, are they not?" The young Taoist laughed heartily, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and suddenly exclaimed, "We can save the person now." Chen Ping'an stood frozen in place, and the young Taoist, momentarily taken aback, urged, "What are you daydreaming about? Carry the young lady to the bed in the room." Chen Ping'an remained motionless, and then the Taoist insisted, "Naturally, we must first help her change into clean garments, and then procure some revitalizing herbs from the apothecary. At that point, I shall personally venture forth to showcase my skills." Chen Ping'an, with a dark expression, inquired, "Will she not be furious with me upon waking?" The young Taoist responded emphatically, "Absolutely not. You are her savior. Surely, There are no ungrateful souls in this world. Chen Ping'an fell silent. The Taoist coughed, his confidence waning. Well, perhaps not. Chen Ping'an sighed and tentatively asked, "There's a girl next door named Jigui. Could she assist with these tasks?" The young Taoist replied with resignation, "That is not permissible. Therein lies the crux of the issue." Chen Ping'an did not press further. Crouching on the ground, scratching his head, the young Taoist suddenly inquired, "Do you not have any questions to ask? Though the inquiries you pose may not all be resolvable by me, I shall endeavor to address those I can." Chen Ping'an sighed, rising to his feet and stating, "First, we must save the person." The young Taoist beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Splendid." He discreetly waved his sleeve, firmly restraining a restless flying sword within its sheath. Chen Ping'an hoisted the young girl and carried her into the room, gently placing her upon a wooden bed cushioned with quilts, recently repaired after having been collapsed under Lu Xianyang's weight, now supported by a stool beneath. The young Taoist followed closely, stepping over the threshold and surveying the surroundings, which were stark and bare. Suddenly inspired, he slapped his forehead and exited to fetch paper and ink, intending to concoct a prescription for the youth to procure medicine. Upon returning, the young Taoist shook his head, deliberately averting his gaze from the wooden bed, pondering that the impoverished youth was likely to face dire consequences. Meanwhile, the boy sitting on the edge of the bed had already removed the black-clad girl's veil, revealing a pale visage marred by blood. The term 7 orifices bleeding might well refer to the scene unfolding beneath the boy's very eyelids. The youth promptly rose to his feet, first retrieving a stool from beside the table and placing it by the bedside. He then hurried to a corner of the room where a small wooden rack stood, neatly arranged with pots and pans. Beside the rack was a small water tank, covered with wooden planks to shield it from flies and mosquitoes, filled with well water drawn from the iron lock well in Xinghua Lane. The youth took a wooden basin and a gourd ladle, squatting beside the tank to scoop clear water from the ceramic vessel and swiftly pour it into the basin. He then draped a clean cotton cloth over the rim of the basin, carried it to the bedside, and placed it on the stool, beginning to cleanse the bloodstains from the girl who had removed her hood. The young Taoist turned his head, raising a piece of paper in his hand. "There is a small pharmacy over on Falu Street. Take this prescription to procure the medicine." The youth, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't you say earlier, Taoist?" The young Taoist, looking bewildered, blinked and replied, "Ah, yes, I did advise you to be cautious when obtaining the medicine, to avoid drawing too much attention and thus tarnishing the young lady's reputation." Chen Ping'an responded with an "oh," and while rinsing the cotton cloth, asked, "Do you have money for the medicine, Taoist?" The young Taoist grew anxious. "You don't have any?" Chen Ping'an placed the basin on the table and gently pressed a golden copper coin, the origins of which were unknown, onto the surface. "Taoist, I can exchange this for ordinary copper coins. As for the exchange rate, you can decide." The young Taoist pondered for a moment. The copper coin on the table was sufficient to purchase the items on the prescription. "I shall go fetch your change right away." Soon, the Taoist returned with a bag of ordinary copper coins and a few pieces of silver, handing them all over to Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an solemnly instructed, "I shall pour this basin of water later. There is no need for you to assist, Taoist. The neighbor, Song Jisun, has a penchant for the unusual, and it would not bode well if he were to witness this." The young Taoist, with a grave demeanor, inquired, "Chen Ping'an, do you not have any pressing questions?" Remaining still, Chen Ping'an carefully assessed the copper coins and silver fragments, ensuring he had a clear understanding before cautiously storing them away. With a glance indicating a desire for privacy, the two stepped beyond the threshold. Once outside, the youth in straw sandals looked up and spoke slowly. "I am aware that you are not ordinary beings. Old man Yao, in a drunken stupor, once remarked that our small town is peculiar. Everything here is strange, and everyone is odd. Yet, he could not articulate what exactly makes it so, leaving me even more perplexed." He continued, "Recently, Gukin mentioned a storyteller who possessed an ordinary white bowl capable of pouring forth a vast quantity of water. Although Gukin can be quite exasperating, I know he was not fabricating this." The boy paused momentarily before adding, "Just today, a remarkably tall woman in this alley flicked my forehead with her finger and tapped my chest. Ultimately, she proclaimed that I would soon meet my demise. And I am certain her words ring true." The young Taoist's expression grew somber. Chen Ping'an concluded, "You mentioned that the talismans you inscribe, once burned, could bestow good fortune upon my parents. I genuinely believe in your words, Taoist." Thus, the Taoist approached me, requesting assistance in saving a life. I refrained from speaking initially. Yet I hoped the Taoist would agree to one condition. If he consented, I would comply with any subsequent request without hesitation. If he declined, after procuring the medicinal formula and assisting him in preparing the medicine, I would take my leave. The Taoist inquired, "What is your condition? Speak freely." The youth, who typically exuded a calm and composed demeanor, appeared somewhat anxious as he replied, "My parents passed away when I was very young, and for reasons unknown. I retain vague memories of their appearances, always shrouded in a mist of uncertainty. After a period of relying on the charity of others, I overheard a conversation revealing that I was born on the 5th day of the 5th month, a date that seemed to carry an ill omen according to the tone of those discussing it." A neighbor was more candid in his remarks. The young man, after a moment's pause, finally addressed the crux of the matter, lowering his gaze and speaking in a somber tone. "After aiding you in saving a life, if, and I emphasize if, I were to suddenly pass away, would you assist me in being reincarnated as the child of my parents?" The young Taoist remained silent. Chen Ping'an chuckled, scratching his head, and mused that if it were not possible, then so be it. Indeed, such matters seem implausible. I felt I had placed the Taoist in a difficult position. The Taoist, with a wry smile, queried, "What of that young lady?" Chen Ping'an abruptly turned away, raised his fist in jest, and quipped, "With her beauty, it would be foolish not to save her." The young Taoist gazed at the seemingly carefree boy in straw sandals as he pushed the door open and departed. As the lad strolled through the muddy alley, a sudden recollection washed over him, and tears streamed down his face. Chapter 15. Suppression. As the young boy emerged from the alley of the mud bottle, he unexpectedly encountered Ji Gui, the maidservant of Song Jisun. After escorting the tall woman to Gu Kan's residence, she did not rush home, but instead meandered through the alley, taking a leisurely stroll through the quaint shops of Xinghua Lane. Although she purchased nothing, her spirits remained high, and she skipped joyfully along the way, light and buoyant. Growing up amidst the rural waters, she resembled a girl imbued with the fragrance of fresh grass, distinctly different from the refined young ladies of grand estates with their high eaves and deep courtyards. Upon seeing the boy in straw sandals, she did not lower her gaze as she usually did. Rather, she quickened her pace slightly and sidled past him, stopping to observe this seldom-seen neighbor. Hesitating, as if contemplating whether to speak, Chen Ping'an smiled at her, briefly jogging past, then accelerating into a faster run. Ji Gui stood quietly at the mouth of the mud bottle alley, turning to gaze at the scrappy boy racing in the sunlight, resembling a resilient wildcat, darting about, unremarkable in appearance yet seemingly untouchable by hunger. The girl was not particularly well received in the small town, burdened by the peculiar temperament of the young boy, Song Jisun. Named Ji Gui, she often gave off an air of being out of place, whether fetching water from the iron well, shopping at the market, or acquiring stationery for the boy. She seemed perpetually solitary, lacking companions of her own age, and rarely engaged in conversation when encountering acquaintances. For the townsfolk, who favored gaiety and festivity, such a girl was indeed difficult to approach. In this regard, Chen Ping'an's situation bears a certain resemblance to that of the maid Ji Gui. However, the distinction lies in the fact that although the youth is also taciturn, his innate character is far from being irksome. On the contrary, he possesses a gentle and amiable disposition, devoid of any piercing sharpness. It is merely the consequence of his family's decline that he has taken to the dragon kiln to earn a living at an early age, which has resulted in a somewhat distant rapport with the neighbors. Naturally, the residents of Mud Bottle Alley harbor an inexplicable apprehension regarding the youth's birthday. The 5th day of the 5th month, according to local customs, is deemed a day of malevolence, a day when the 5 poisons emerge. Born on this ominous day, coupled with the untimely demise of his parents, Chen Ping'an has become the last remaining sprout of his family, prompting a sense of unease among the townsfolk, particularly among the elderly who gather by the old locust tree for gossip. They tend to keep their distance from this youth of Mud Bottle Alley and discreetly advise their own children to avoid him. Yet, whenever the children, with faces full of reluctance, question the reasoning behind this caution, the elders find themselves at a loss for words. At this moment, a tall figure emerges from the alley, standing beside the young girl. The maid Ji Gui turns her head, remaining silent, and simply walks forward. The figure then pivots to walk alongside her in Mud Bottle Alley. It is Qi Jingchun, the town's sole scholar and a bona fide Confucian disciple. The girl continues her stride, her expression indifferent, contemplating, is it not better for us to coexist like two streams that do not converge? Moreover, sir, let us not forget that in the past, You indeed held the advantage of time, place, and support. As a mere lowly servant, I had no choice but to endure in silence. However, it appears that recently, your esteemed lineage, situated countless miles away, has encountered some issues, has it not? Thus, at this moment, you are but a well's water, while I am the river's flow. The unexpected visitor from Mud Bottle Alley, Mr. Chi, smiled faintly and remarked, Wang Zhu, let us set aside formalities for now, and I shall call you Zhigui. Have you ever pondered that although you are favored by heaven and earth, do you truly believe I lack the means to suppress you? Or do you think that thousands of years ago, the four elusive sages, akin to dragons, graced this place to establish rules merely for the sake of words, leaving no contingency behind? Ultimately, you are merely gazing at the sky from the confines of a well. The vastness of the heavens and the expanse of the earth far exceed the meager view from that narrow opening. The young lady furrowed her brow and replied, Mr. Chi, do not attempt to intimidate me with your grandiloquent rhetoric. I am not my master, Song Jisun, and I hold no interest in your ostentatious proclamations, nor do I believe them. It would be prudent for you to speak plainly, whether in life or death, in amicable parting or otherwise. I am prepared to accept it. The middle-aged scholar slowly responded, I urge you to extricate yourself from this confinement and refrain from being greedy for more, as overfishing the waters benefits no one. Especially once you and he embark on the path of cultivation, regardless of whether you become companions on this journey, you must temper your fervor and not act with arrogance. This is not a threat, but rather my heartfelt counsel at this moment of parting, a well-meaning reminder. In theory, the disparity between their identities is profound. However, the maid, Zhigui, remains remarkably composed and even seems to overshadow the Confucian scholar in her subtle confidence. With a mocking tone, she remarks, Goodwill, for thousands of years, you esteemed practitioners of cultivation have stood aloof, confining yourselves within self-imposed limits, treating this land merely as a field to harvest, reaping one crop this year and pulling another next. Year after year, unchanged for millennia. Yet now, you suddenly wish to extend kindness to someone like me, a wayward soul? I have heard the young master quote a saying revered by many of you. Those not of my kind will have different intentions, am I correct? Thus, it is hardly surprising, Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi continues his advance, taking a gentle step forward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, with that step, Zhigui's expression shifts slightly. Unbeknownst to them, they find themselves in a place shrouded in darkness, where their hands cannot discern their surroundings. Above them, however, celestial beams imbued with a sacred aura cascade down. It is as if they are submerged in the depths of an unfathomable well, where golden sunlight slowly descends from the opening. The middle-aged scholar, clad in a flowing azure robe, emanates a radiant aura that flickers and flows endlessly. His presence is both imposing and luminous. The young girl initially displays a fierce countenance, but soon her expression returns to a numb indifference as she murmurs, 60 years of the Buddhist chant resonates like thunder in my ears, relentless and unyielding. 60 years of Taoist talismans cling to me like maggots, gnawing with fervor. 60 years of righteous energy obscures the heavens and blots out the sun, leaving no refuge. 60 years of martial spirit surges like a rampaging bull, splattering everywhere. Each cycle of the 60-year period marks a rebirth, stretching across 3 millennia, perpetually fraught with turmoil. I yearn to comprehend the essence of the so-called Great Tao, which eludes me. The black and white characters inscribed in the tomes, the profound wisdom imparted by the teacher during his enlightening discourses, I can perceive and hear. Yet I cannot locate. She gazed longingly at the dignified middle-aged man, a mere teacher from a remote village, yet also Qi Jingchun of the Confucian Cliff Academy, a scholar whom even the powerful of the Sui dynasty would respectfully address as master. Suddenly, the young girl smiled and inquired, Master, how do you instruct me? How should you persuade me towards virtue? If memory serves, your esteemed Confucian sage, as well as one of the Taoist patriarchs, once proposed the notion of teaching without discrimination. The man shook his head and replied, Even if I were to impart 1,000 teachings of the sages, it would be of no consequence. Although the girl appeared to engage in light-hearted conversation with the Confucian scholar, she was, in truth, like a taut bowstring, her peripheral vision scanning the surroundings, seeking any thread that might unravel the dilemma. The scholar, oblivious to her tension, scoffed, I am aware that you harbor boundless anger, resentment, and murderous intent. I do not reject those of differing natures, Yet you must understand that indiscriminately extending compassion and enacting benevolent deeds has never embodied the true teachings of the three doctrines. Our young master often laments that debating principles with scholars is the most futile endeavor. The young girl tugged at the corner of her mouth, narrowing her peculiar golden eyes. It seemed that Mr. Chi had indeed experienced a remarkable revival, making him all the more formidable than before. With a dismissive smile, he proclaimed that it was of no consequence if reason was unheeded, as long as I, Qi Jingchun, remained in this world for a single day. I would retain the authority to preside over this place. You, the ungrateful wretch, shall not dare to act recklessly. The girl pointed at herself and inquired with a smile. Am I ungrateful? The middle-aged scholar, his face flushed with anger, retorted, Who was it that, during your most vulnerable moments, had no choice but to bow and willingly forge a pact? Who was it that rescued you on that snowy day in Mud Bottle Alley? And who has, over the years, gradually sapped his remaining vitality? The girl replied with a laugh, When one is hungry, it is only natural to seek sustenance to fill one's belly. Is this not an entirely reasonable act? Moreover, he possessed no significant fortune to speak of. An early death could lead to rebirth, perhaps with a glimmer of hope in the next life. If he were to linger as a drifting weed in this small town, well, that would truly be. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the scholar interjected sternly, Silence. He continued to admonish. The profound truths of the universe and the principles of heaven are clear. How dare you presume to pass judgment? Each life has its own destiny and fate. What right do you have to make choices for others? Above the girl's head, a radiant golden hand materialized, exuding an aura of majesty, akin to the Buddha subduing celestial demons or the Taoist patriarch suppressing malevolent spirits. It descended swiftly upon the girl's head, compelling her to kneel instantly, her forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. The sound of her bowing echoed resoundingly. The girl, with her head bowed low, supported herself on the ground, struggling to rise, her visage concealed. She emitted a chilling laugh. You may force me to lower my head, but I shall never admit my fault. The formidable golden hand seized her head, lifting and pressing it down once more, resulting in a resounding thud reminiscent of thunder in spring. The scholar intoned solemnly, Do not forget. This slender thread of life was bestowed upon you by the sages, not earned by your own efforts. Otherwise, do not speak of suppressing you for 3,000 years. 3 myriad years would be but a trifle. With her head persistently held down, the girl's voice was hoarse. Your so-called grand path is one I refuse to tread. The scholar raised his arm high and forcefully struck the void before him. Enough. Subdue her. From the golden light, cascading into the well, a white jade seal emerged, measuring a foot in length and width, perfectly square. The seal was inscribed with 8 ancient characters, their vivid crimson hues piercing the eye, while countless purple lightning bolts entwined around it, crackling ominously. With a command from Qi Jingchun, it was truly a case of words wielding power. As the immense seal descended from the heavens, crashing upon the back of the girl already kneeling on the ground, this colossal seal, imbued with the weight of celestial authority, appeared not as a tangible object that pinned the girl to the earth, but rather, it swiftly integrated into the ground amidst swirling winds and thunders, vanishing without a trace, like raindrops amidst thunderous roars. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the girl seemed to be crushed under an immense weight, her body collapsing like a puddle of mud, in a state of utter despair. Nevertheless, one of her hands, fingers curled like claws, exerted all her strength, as her nails appeared to etch words into the earth beneath her. Qi Jingchun, with a stoic expression, coldly declared, 3 prostrations are required to show reverence to heaven, to the people, and to the great way. The young girl stared blankly, offering no response. Qi Jingchun gently waved his sleeve, dissipating the overwhelming aura of authority. I, Qi Jingchun, am but a humble Confucian scholar under the tutelage of a sage. Yet, I can compel you to bow thrice. Once you step outside, should you act recklessly, do you not fear encountering a force more unreasonable than yourself, one that could reduce you to nothing with a mere finger? With a sigh, Qi Jingchun continued, Indeed, you are currently suppressed and restrained here, devoid of freedom. However, have you considered that absolute freedom is a mere illusion? The rituals established by our Confucian sages serve not only to order society, but also to secure a different kind of freedom for all beings. As long as you do not overstep your bounds or violate the rules and adhere to the prescribed etiquette, one day, in this vast universe, there shall be no place you cannot go. The girl lifted her gaze, fixing her intense stare upon the middle-aged scholar. Qi Jingshun took a step forward. The world returned to normalcy as he and his maid, Ji Gui, re-entered the alley of Mud Bottle. The sunlight was warm and the spring breeze gentle. The girl wobbled to her feet, a pale smile gracing her lips as she revealed a hint of her sharp teeth. "The lessons imparted by you today, master, shall be etched in my memory," she said. Qi Jingshun ceased his discourse and turned to leave. Suddenly, she inquired, "Even if I were to be ungrateful to Chen Ping'an, as a distinguished disciple of a sage, why do you remain indifferent? Why do you bestow favor upon your disciple Zhao Yao and my young master, while regarding the ordinary Chen Ping'an with such indifference? Is it not akin to merchants engaging in trade? When a rare commodity presents itself, one cultivates it with utmost care, while treating inferior goods with indifference, indifferent to whether a good price can be fetched." Qi Jingshun smiled, embodying the principle that a gentleman strives tirelessly. The young girl appeared perplexed. As the figure of the middle-aged scholar vanished into the depths of the alley, disdain washed over her face, and she spat contemptuously. Limping her way back to her own courtyard, she wrinkled her nose and furrowed her brow as she passed by Chen Ping'an's residence, caught in a moment of confusion. Yet, due to that insufferable scholar's crumbling principles, the town was now rife with exposed secrets, akin to a leaky boat, and with her own affairs in disarray. She felt little inclination to meticulously plan for the future. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, a seemingly inconspicuous lizard darted out from an obscure corner, only to be swiftly kicked away in irritation by her. Inside Chen Ping'an's abode, the young Taoist sat at the table, his gaze directed inward, observing with a calm demeanor. Not long ago, the girl clad in black, on the brink of death, now found herself able to sit cross-legged on the bed, her head uncovered, revealing a visage that lingered in memory. It was not that her beauty was overwhelmingly captivating. Rather, her spirited presence overshadowed her appearance. The girl's brows, neither willow-like nor resembling fine blades, held a sharpness. When she regarded the young Taoist with a scrutinizing gaze, he felt an unusual sense of unease. Despite having committed no wrongdoing, the young Taoist coughed softly, hastily distancing himself from the matter at hand. "My lady," he said, "let it be known that it was I, the humble Taoist, who rescued you. However, it was another who carried you into this abode, removed your veil, and washed your face. That individual is Chen Ping'an, the owner of this dilapidated residence, a destitute youth akin to a piece of charcoal, orphaned and once a potter, who had sought a talisman from me. This is the essence of the matter. If you have further inquiries, I assure you I shall speak candidly. The lad in straw sandals has been entirely sold off." The young woman nodded, not succumbing to indignation, but rather graciously and sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life." The young Taoist, feeling increasingly anxious, responded with a forced laugh, "It is of no consequence, merely a trifling act. As long as you are well, that is sufficient." The girl in black inquired, "Are you not from Dongbaping continent, Taoist?" The young Taoist retorted, "And you are not, I presume?" She acknowledged with a slight nod. He mirrored her gesture. The young Taoist, adorned with a lotus crown, smiled and introduced himself. "I am Lu Chun, without a title. You may simply refer to me as Taoist Lu." The girl nodded gently, casting a glance at the Taoist's headpiece. After a moment's hesitation, the young Taoist summoned his courage to say, "Although the lad has committed certain breaches of propriety, circumstances warranted a departure from decorum. Moreover, I did not anticipate your swift recovery, hence I hope you will forgive any offense." She smiled and replied, "Taoist Lu, I am not one to be unreasonable." The young Taoist chuckled heartily. "That is indeed reassuring." The young girl raised an eyebrow, causing the youthful Taoist's smile to abruptly turn rigid. She surveyed her surroundings with a detached gaze and casually remarked, "I have heard that the renowned swordsmith, Master Yuan, plans to forge swords here. I followed the trail to seek his assistance in crafting a sword for me." The young Taoist sighed. If it truly is him, persuading him to forge a sword personally would be quite a challenge. The girl in black clearly shared this concern. At that moment, a young boy appeared, his left hand carrying a bundle of herbs while his right held a small parcel. He gently tapped on the door as a mere formality before swiftly stepping over the threshold, placing the herbs on the table, and softly inquired, "Master, could you check if I have made any mistakes? If so, I will replace them at once." The boy, still clutching the parcel, turned to face the girl, who sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. The girl, composed, introduced herself. "Greetings, my father's surname is Ning, and my mother's is Yao. Thus I am called Ning Yao." The boy instinctively replied, "Hello, my father's surname is Chun, and my mother's is also Chun, so." He felt a twinge of awkwardness but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he declared, "I am Chen Ping'an." Chapter 16. No way. The young girl seemed unperturbed. The young Taoist could not help but burst into hearty laughter. However, he soon sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere and swiftly redirected the conversation, the tender leaves of the dragon scale catalpa. Here we refer to it as the three-spring willow. Alas, they were picked a week or so too late. And this bundle of dragon-flying grass, commonly known as maiden's waste, was ground into powder rather carelessly. Furthermore, the paper pile flower from the Yang family shop was unacceptable. How could it be that what was promised as 3 taels turned out to be short by a penny? The young Taoist, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, pointed out a myriad of flaws, leaving no item unscathed, as though he bore some personal grudge against the Yang family pharmacy. Ultimately, he reached a sweeping conclusion. The conscience of this shopkeeper has been fed to the dogs. Nevertheless, the medicinal herbs on the table are indeed sufficient for concocting medicine to save lives. Of course, this is chiefly due to the robust constitution of this Miss Ning Yao, which bears at most a half copper coin's relation to the Yang family shop. The young Taoist smacked his forehead, unfurling a sheet of plain white paper. As he began to inscribe words, he admonished, "I nearly forgot. I shall promptly write you another prescription for the medicine. This is a meticulous task indeed, Chen Ping'an. And you must not be careless. This prescription serves not only to heal wounds, but also to fortify one's foundation and nurture vitality. It embodies the superior strategy of the martial arts, ensuring one remains invincible while thriving through warfare. The beauty of it lies in its gentle nature. It does no harm to others, and if it requires more time, it merely entails purchasing additional herbs, nothing more than an expenditure of silver. When to use a fierce flame for quick boiling, and when to employ a gentle flame for slow simmering, I have meticulously documented on paper. There are even specific times for brewing the medicine. In summary, during the coming 10 days, Chen Ping'an, you shall bear the burden. A man, after all, is meant to shoulder responsibilities. Otherwise, how could one earn the title of a stalwart hero? One must not shirk responsibility, lest one be looked down upon by the young ladies." As the term stalwart hero was mentioned, the young Taoist subtly shook his head. A prescription occupies merely half a sheet of paper, yet the instructions for brewing the medicine extend over 2 sheets, inscribed in the ordinary small script, neat and orderly. Chen Ping'an, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, "Taoist, will you not oversee the matter afterwards? Given the gravity of life and death, would it not be more prudent for you to supervise personally?" The young Taoist replied with resignation, "Alas, I must depart from this town. There is a ceremony to be held within the borders of the Southern Stream Kingdom, pertaining to my sect, and I wish to witness it with my own eyes." Chen Ping'an, feeling increasingly helpless, said, "But I cannot read." The young Taoist paused for a moment, then smiled, "No matter, Miss Ning is literate. Before brewing the medicine, simply consult her on the relevant matters." The young maiden nodded in agreement. Chen Ping'an was about to speak when the young Taoist suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a small, exquisite jade seal from his sleeve, gently breathed on its surface, and then pressed it firmly onto the paper containing the prescription. Upon lifting the seal from the page, he appeared quite pleased. Tucking it back into his sleeve, he handed the 2 sheets of paper to Chen Ping'an, advising him to take good care of them. Books in this small town are often privately owned, and acquiring them can be quite difficult. If you truly wish to learn the art of writing, you may begin with this prescription from me." The young Taoist smiled at the young girl, saying, "A leaf floats back to the vast sea. In life, where do we not meet again? Miss Ning, shall we meet again?" The girl in black replied earnestly, "Taoist Lu, until we meet again. Your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, feel free to send a message via flying sword to the upside-down mountain. Just remember to sign it with the name Lu Chan, or else the mountain may not permit the sword to enter its gates." Upon hearing the name of the upside-down mountain, the young Taoist appeared somewhat taken aback, hesitating momentarily before refraining from further inquiry. There were certain matters that were perhaps better left unknown to the youth within the room. The young Taoist was the first to exit the dwelling, not forgetting to grasp the young man's arm, saying, "Chen Ping'an, I have a few final words for you." Chen Ping'an placed the wrapped package on the bed and informed the girl in black that it contained new garments he had purchased. Subsequently, the two arrived at the courtyard, where the young Taoist quietly inquired, "Given your remarkable memory, you must have already recognized the characters on the first prescription. Moreover, considering that a scholar resides next door, The notion of being illiterate cannot possibly be the true reason for your reluctance to let me depart. Chen Ping'an replied, with your abilities, you surely comprehend the underlying cause. The young Taoist chuckled softly. Do you believe your demise is certain, and thus fear for the welfare of that young lady? Chen Ping'an nodded, saying, since I opened the door, I must take full responsibility. Standing beside the cart, the young Taoist brought his fingers together and discreetly gestured. The white-sheathed longsword, imbued with the sword aura of the scholar Qi Jingchun, quietly flew into the house, likely permitted by the cloaked maiden to avoid alarming Chen Ping'an. After pondering for a moment, the young Taoist instinctively tapped his finger against the lotus crown atop his head while reflecting. Finally, he remarked, before arriving here, I heard a senior brother mention that one should act with reason and maintain human connections. Therefore, I shall not be overly rigid or harsh. While each individual possesses their own karmic ties, the fundamental teachings of my sect differ from those of conventional Taoist schools. Our encounter is indeed a form of destiny. And though it may not be the most favorable, I shall not resist the flow. As for the divination box and the 108 sticks of fortune, I cannot bestow them upon you, for the entanglements are too convoluted. Once the threads of fate become tangled, they are difficult to untangle and even harder to sever, which presents quite a dilemma. As for that private seal, it bears a certain weight. I present it to you. Once the town's restrictions are lifted, everything will be laid bare under the sun. I do not wish to cause you harm. Alas, must I resort to bestowing gold and silver coins? That would be rather undignified and too pedestrian for my taste. I feel quite embarrassed to do so. Unexpectedly, Chen Ping'an asserted with unwavering conviction, Taoist Lu. In the matter of gifting money, it is indeed a matter of refinement and not at all trivial. The young Taoist smiled with a hint of amusement. You were unable to comprehend the significance of the two items previously presented, yet you surely recognized their profound importance. Why not voice your desire for them? The youth replied slowly. The white bowl, capable of holding at least a large vat of water, is meant for the Taoist to burn talismans for the ancestors in the underworld. The Taoist, gravely wounded, and the peculiar girl, alongside a pouch containing 28 coins crafted from gold. Previously, Old Man Yao had spoken of the strangeness of our abode, but now I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Had I encountered those two foreign individuals earlier, I would certainly have avoided all of you, and the door would have remained closed today. The young Taoist leaned against the cart and spoke in a somber tone. That foreign woman pointed at your brow, engaging in a despicable act of forcibly opening your acupoints, a technique referred to in martial arts as pointing. There are varying degrees of skill and intent involved. For instance, if the gate to your courtyard is not secure, she would deliberately strike it with a hammer. While the door may yield, it would ultimately compromise its foundation. Imagine, during inclement weather, the one who opened the door would have long since fled. But what of you, the long-term resident of this abode? What will you do? Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment, reflecting, I believe I can endure hardship. Observing the seemingly humorless youth in straw sandals, the young Taoist chuckled. This is merely her first attempt to harm you. Were your muscles robust and your vitality abundant, living to your 30s or 40s would pose no challenge. However, the true lethal blow lies in her act of striking your heart with her palm. Not only would it damage your corporeal essence, but it would also sever your path to immortality. To be precise, you once possessed a slender chance, a potential to transcend through the tumultuous tides of fate, where the universe itself might align in your favor, allowing you to continue your path of cultivation. It's akin to a mighty river cascading down, teeming with countless dragons and aquatic creatures. Those fortunate enough may reap great rewards, yet even the most unfortunate might still glean some benefit, perhaps catching a small fish or shrimp amidst the bounty. Chen Ping'an stood there with an expression devoid of shock or panic, exhibiting no signs of feigned composure. The young Taoist, neither admiring nor belittling him, sighed softly. Chen Ping'an, being so young yet indifferent to life and death, is not a commendable trait. Do you believe that merely surviving is the utmost ideal? But if fate truly denies you life, would you not resign to death without fear? For death, in fact, could present an opportunity for a hopeful reunion. Chen Ping'an did not refute this notion. Suddenly, the young Taoist exclaimed, have you ever considered that even if you were to fortuitously encounter your parents in the vastness of the underworld, what emotions would they experience upon seeing you? The young Taoist, increasingly agitated, extended a finger and began to prod the boy's head with fervor, as if he sought to awaken this dull-witted creature to enlightenment. He likened himself to the spectral figure of the white impermanence from folklore, adorned with a tall white hat. Whenever he descended to the mortal realm to apprehend wandering souls, the deceased would clearly perceive 4 grand characters inscribed upon the hat. You have come too. Chen Ping'an, I ask you, when your parents behold you, do they joyfully inquire, "Son, you have returned"? Can they still find solace in their reincarnation? Do you truly believe that few possess the immense fortune to be reborn as children or spouses across lifetimes? Allow me to be unequivocal. Such aspirations are futile. Even those venerable sect masters, whose words can alter the very fabric of the world, lack such celestial prowess. What more can be said of you, Chen Ping'an, a destitute wretch with no assurance of a meal? As he concluded, the young Taoist spoke with a tone of grave seriousness. The boy, overwhelmed with confusion, felt a wave of fear wash over him for the first time in his life, leaving his hands and feet icy cold. He crouched down, embracing his head with his hands, refraining from scratching it this time. The young Taoist gazed down at the frail figure and sighed. Very well. For the sake of saving a life, I owe you a favor. Initially, I hoped to evade this debt, perhaps deferring it to another life. But it seems I must repay you in full now, and we shall be even thereafter. Allow me to impart 3 matters to you, and I beseech you to remember each with utmost clarity. The first matter is to await Miss Ning's recovery, and, once she is in better health, accompany her to the streamside south of the small town, where you shall seek out a father and daughter of the Ruan family. It is imperative that you take her along, otherwise, your solitary visits will yield no fruit. Upon your arrival, regardless of how stubbornly you must plead or how persistently you must beg, you must strive to become their apprentice, whether it be in well-digging or stone-moving, sword forging or metalworking, anything that grants you a refuge from the sun. In doing so, Miss Ning will have repaid her debt of gratitude to you, and you must not perceive this as an imposition. The second matter concerns the period following the 5th day of the 5th month. You are to frequently visit the stream beneath the corridor bridge, whether to collect stones or to catch fish and shrimp. Do as you please. The key is to visit often, particularly in moments of distress or when inspiration strikes. As for the bounty you may gather, who can predict that with your limited fortune? Nevertheless, remember the adage, diligence can make up for a lack of talent. Should you find yourself empty-handed despite your efforts, accept your fate with grace. After conveying these 2 matters, the young priest began to push the cart. Noticing that the youth remained squatting and facing him, he urged, "Get up and lend a hand." Upon rising, the youth assisted in pushing the cart, his curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Did you not mention 3 matters?" The young priest scoffed. Having already stated his intention to go alone, the youth was taken aback. Thereafter, the priest offered additional advice. Those copper coins are quite precious, so take care to preserve them. In the time to come, venture outside less frequently. Smile more. Perpetually wearing a long face does you no favors, especially given your lack of striking looks. Who are you trying to impress? His words flowed like a gentle admonition, as if he were an elder imparting wisdom. The youth maneuvered the vehicle out of the courtyard, declaring his intention to push it through the muddy lane, to which the young Taoist made no objection. They walked in tandem through the narrow alley, and eventually, the Taoist remarked, "There is something I must express. According to my calculations of fate, your parents departed this world prematurely, and it is not a reflection of your own shortcomings." The young Taoist paused for an extended moment, only breaking his silence as they approached the end of the muddy lane, softly adding, "Moreover, your life is fraught with difficulties, a burden inherited from your parents." The youth remained silent. Ultimately, the young Taoist insisted on not allowing the youth to accompany him further, pushing the cart alone towards the eastern gate, gradually distancing himself. Casting a glance back, he saw the youth still standing at the mouth of the alley, vigorously waving with a radiant smile, entirely uncharacteristic of one facing death. Chapter 17. A call for justice. At this moment, Fu Nanhua, the young lord of Old Dragon City, sat opposite the boy surnamed Song, his hands delicately cradling a small pot adorned with the markings of a mountain spirit. He scrutinized the intricate engravings as one would admire the exquisite form of a captivating beauty, lost in admiration and enchantment. For nearly half an hour, he had turned the pot over in his hands, unable to part with it, captivated by its charm. Certain people and objects possess an innate allure that ignites instant affection. For the discerning Fu Nanhua, this nurturing vessel was indeed one of those rare finds. Though the line between fortune and folly is thin, he firmly believed that this time he had encountered the former, and a significant one at that. Old Dragon City, among the many sects in the southern region of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, stood as a paragon of prosperity. Thus Fu Nanhua was well acquainted with the luxuries befitting a scion of the celestial realm. This was precisely why Kai Jinjian had so readily adopted a submissive demeanor earlier. Song Jisun stifled a yawn, nestled comfortably in his chair, and lazily inquired, "Brother Fu, now that we have established the authenticity of the item, shall we proceed to discuss the price?" Feeling a hint of discomfort at the rare address of brother, Fu Nanhua suppressed the sensation and reluctantly set the mountain spirit pot aside. With a smile, he replied, "Surely, my sincerity is evident, dear brother Song. Otherwise, I would not have openly declared the true value of this pot upon our first meeting. Nor would I have been so hesitant, revealing my earnest desire to acquire it. My aim is to avoid the pitfalls of exorbitant bargaining that could squander our time and jeopardize our camaraderie. Dear Song, I, Fu Nanhua, have already regarded you as a confidant on the path of cultivation ahead. Currently, I can conduct business with confidence, but whether we will share fortunes and misfortunes, or even entrust our lives to one another, depends on the solidity of the first step we take today." Song Jisun extended a finger, lightly tapping the earnest-faced young gentleman before him, and with a smile, he remarked, "Brother Fu, I am quite a mundane person, steeped in the scent of copper. Of course, I cherish friendships. However, when it comes to discussing business, if someone speaks of brotherly affection, I cannot help but ponder whether such a person might, in the future, calculate their gains secretly while professing loyalty." Fu Nanhua's expression turned cold, his body leaning back against the chair, a finger gently tapping the table, his movements soft and soundless. Unperturbed by Fu Nanhua's shift in demeanor, Song Jisun continued, "Calling you Brother Fu and presenting this teapot for your inspection is my way of showing sincerity. Since we both seek to conclude a deal, let us be straightforward. You propose a price, and I shall either agree or decline. I will grant you 2 opportunities to make an offer. After that, it shall be as if this village no longer has this shop. No matter your promises of mountains of gold and seas of silver, I must decline. Brother, I will not sell. The jade pendant I previously presented serves as my token of our meeting, known as Old Dragon Bringing Rain. It may not be a formidable artifact of the celestial realm, but it possesses the ability to cool the mind, purify the spirit, and ward off impurities, particularly beneficial for meditation and achieving a state of forgetfulness. If complemented by a secret incantation from a Taoist lineage, the effects can be significantly enhanced." Fu Nanhua wore a sincere smile, devoid of any trace of haughty condescension. He placed an embroidered pouch upon the table and gently pushed it towards Song Jisun, earnestly stating, "This pouch contains copper coins, referred to as offering money, one of the many forms of incense money in the world. Typically, it is dedicated at the city god temple or the statue of Wenchang. It can be kept in the mouth, hidden in the belly, or held in one's palm, each method possessing its own significance and purpose. However, these details are not of paramount importance. The crux lies in the fact that these coins, which may appear to be gold, are far more precious than gold itself, gold essence. As the sages have said, water may be gathered, but the secrets of gold essence are beyond discourse," which refers to this very substance. This pouch of gold essence offering money, as a means to purchase a teapot, is certainly a fair price. If you were to add that old dragon pendant, I, Fu Nanhua, can confidently say that you, my dear brother Song, would undoubtedly profit. After expressing these heartfelt sentiments, Fu Nanhua awaited a response. Song Jisun remained silent for a moment, blinked, and inquired, "Is that all?" Fu Nanhua replied with a wry smile, "That is all I have to say." Suddenly, the youth turned hostile, slamming his palm on the table. "You Fu, how dare you treat me as if I were a naive child? Before entering this small town, you were supposed to present 3 bags of copper coins. After deducting 1 for the journey, each treasure obtained, regardless of its size, should be accompanied by another bag. A bag of coins should contain no fewer than 20, and no more than 30 pieces. Yet, does your meager pouch even hold 12? In business, if you lack such basic integrity, how dare you seek fortune from me?" As he spoke, Fu Nanhua pressed his fingers down with increasing force, rhythmically tapping the table. Song Jisun felt a sudden tremor in his heart, inexplicably struggling to breathe. His face flushed, and blood vessels prominent around his eyes. The youth quickly pressed his hand against his chest, his heartbeat thunderous, pounding like a drum, as if it might shatter his ribcage. Fu Nanhua gradually slowed the rhythm of his tapping, and Song Jisun's complexion began to improve. With a smile, Fu Nanhua inquired, "Since our initial agreement was unsuccessful, allow me to present a new offer, 24 gold coins for your mountain demon pot. Will you sell it? Drenched in sweat, Song Jisun hesitated, sensing the other party's intent. Just as he was about to speak and ease the tension, the young lord of Longqing, accustomed to adoration, hastened his tapping once more, akin to an unexpected summer downpour. Song Jisun pressed both hands against his chest, his handsome features contorted, a fierce smile lurking within his grimace. Fu Nanhua nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate this whelp, yet at that pivotal moment, the seductive allure of ascension and immortality outweighed personal grievances. Thus, he ceased his finger's motion, granting the youth a reprieve. Gasping for air, Song Jisun's eyes burned with fervor as he chuckled hoarsely. Fu Nanhua found this utterly perplexing. There seemed to be no malice in the boy's gaze. He did not perceive this as something to be horrified by, for the path of cultivation is fraught with peculiarities and oddities. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Song Jisun's breathing gradually steadied as he leaned back against the chair, wiping the sweat from his brow. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "The mere thought of possessing a skill such as yours in the near future, capable of dispatching foes with a mere snap of my fingers, fills me with immense joy." Fu Nanhua smiled dismissively, a testament to the camaraderie shared between kindred spirits. Such individuals are often the easiest to engage with, provided that one's standing surpasses theirs. Conversely, they may prove to be the most challenging if they ascend to a position of superiority. Nevertheless, the young lord of the old dragon city did not perceive himself as inferior to a boy who had spent his first 9 years unable to leave his small town after seizing this opportunity. Gazing at the small pot and half a bag of copper coins on the table, Song Jisun lifted his head and stated, "Fu Nanhua, I have 2 conditions. If you agree, I will not only sell you a mountain spirit pot, but also present you with an antique of equal value." Fu Nanhua suppressed his elation, striving for a tone of neutrality as he replied, "Do tell." Song Jisun wasted no time in beating around the bush, declaring boldly, "First, I require you to provide me with 3 bags of gold coins instead of 2. Fu Nanhua answered without hesitation, "Agreed." Song Jisun fixed his gaze intently upon him. Fu Nanhua chuckled, "Believe it or not, but prior to my departure today, you must present that item worth 2 bags of gold for my personal inspection." Song Jisun nodded in agreement. "Of course." Fu Nanhua inquired, "And what is the second condition?" Song Jisun replied slowly, "I require you to eliminate a person for me." Fu Nanhua shook his head and said, "Since you are aware of how many coins are in a bag, you should also understand that we outsiders cannot kill indiscriminately here. Otherwise, we would be immediately expelled from the town and might even suffer the loss of a portion of our roots. With the sage employing celestial means to strip away related fortunes, a fate too dreadful to endure. Moreover, our families would be doomed to lose all opportunities in this place." Song Jisun smiled slyly. "Do not be too hasty in your refusal. Perhaps it would be wise to observe how things unfold, would it not?" Fu Nanhua inquired with a chuckle, "I am quite curious. Whom do you wish to kill?" Song Jisun replied, half in jest, "I am pondering that myself." Fu Nanhua picked up the small pot once more, feeling the delicate texture of its surface, and casually remarked, "Then I shall await the outcome with bated breath." Across the table, the young man instinctively rubbed his neck, his expression exceedingly grim. Earlier, Ji Gui had escorted Kai Jinjian to the gate of the Gu family's courtyard. At that moment, Song Jisun's maid had wandered off to shop, leaving Kai Jinjian to enter alone. Upon crossing the threshold, he felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place as he gazed at the elder seated on the bench. Trembling, he asked, "Are you the true monarch of the river's crossing, who has secluded himself at Shujian Lake?" The elder queried, "How do you recognize me?" Kai Jinjian responded respectfully, "I am Kai Jinjian from Yunxia Mountain. A decade ago, I accompanied my father to Shujian Lake to witness the extraordinary sight of the old turtle carrying the steel out of the water. I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of your grandeur, a memory that remains vividly etched in my mind to this day." The elder nodded and said, "I see." Kai Jinjian felt a tinge of heaviness in her heart. "True lord, the younger generation wishes to." The storyteller, known as the true lord of the river crossing, cast a fleeting glance at her and replied nonchalantly, in deference to the esteemed ancestor Songxia, "I shall overlook your uninvited presence this once, but let it not happen again. Upon leaving the courtyard, do remember to close the door." Kai Jinjian remained silent for a brief moment before nodding. "The younger generation shall take their leave." She indeed departed, not forgetting to gently close the door behind her, her movements deliberate and discreet. Within the courtyard, a woman gazed towards the door with concern and inquired, "Immortal, she does not seem like one to easily relent. Could this lead to trouble?" The elder, adorned with the title of True Lord, scoffed, "Upon entering a small town, even a mere breath or a whisper could stir trouble. Should we forego opportunities because of this?" The woman was left speechless. The elder chuckled and posed a question, "Gu clan, if given the choice, would you prefer that Gu can journey to Yunxia Mountain for cultivation, or accompany me to Shujian Lake? Do not rush to respond." He gestured for her to take her time, continuing, "Yunxia Mountain is the least esteemed sect of the second rate on Dongbaoping continent. However, if you believe it to be insignificant, you are gravely mistaken. The cloud root stone produced by Yunxia Mountain is a true treasure of heaven and earth. Not only within Dongbaoping continent, but throughout the entire realm, it stands unparalleled. Thus, Yunxia Mountain holds a preeminent status, and all are inclined to show it respect, especially the Taoist Danding sect, which has maintained a profound connection with Yunxia Mountain for over a millennium. As for me, I am merely one of the practitioners residing on the Isle of Books and Letters, occupying a solitary isle at the heart of the lake, with but a handful of disciples and fewer than 100 servants." The woman from the Gu family smiled sweetly, her grace still evident despite her advancing years. "The disparity between myself and the enchanting lady of Yuxiao Mountain mirrors that between her and your esteemed self. How could I possibly allow Gukin to forsake the bountiful realm of the cave heavens to toil alongside that woman in the fields?" The elder chuckled heartily, only to suddenly recall a matter of significance, and with a somber tone, he inquired, "What is the background of that young lad? Gu, please elaborate in detail." "Just in case." The woman paused, brushing her hair back, and then softly replied, "That unfortunate child is named Chen Ping'an. Both his parents grew up in the town, and his mother shares a close bond with me. Though her appearance is unremarkable, her disposition is truly admirable. I cannot recall her ever quarreling with anyone. Her husband, on the other hand, is rather unremarkable in looks and does not quite befit her. However, he possesses commendable skills in porcelain making. Had he not met an untimely demise, he might have eventually risen to the esteemed position of kiln master at the Grand Longyao. As for the circumstances of his death, some say that on that stormy night, in a rush to keep the kiln fire alive, he slipped and fell into the stream. Others claim he ventured into the Forbidden Mountains to gather firewood and, in pursuit of trifling gains, was taken by wild beasts deep into the wilderness. In any case, his body was never recovered. That man, with a temperament akin to a sealed gourd that could not yield a sound, was nonetheless kind to his child. Each time he returned to the town, he would bring along small gifts, little drums, sugar figurines, shards of old porcelain. Generally speaking, the family of three enjoyed a semblance of peace before the man's untimely passing. After the death of Chen Ping'an's father, his mother seemed to have succumbed to a heart ailment, her spirits swiftly deteriorating. Her already frail body soon gave way, and within a year, she fell ill, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones. The old neighbors, upon seeing her, were struck with alarm, utterly unable to recognize the once vibrant and beautiful woman she had been. During that time, it was young Chen Ping'an who tended to her, despite his tender age. He took on the responsibilities of procuring medicine, preparing meals, and managing all household chores. So small was he that he had to stand on a stool to cook. In a bid to save money for his mother's medicine, he scoured the mountains for easily found herbs, selling the surplus to the local apothecary. It is estimated that on one occasion, he mistakenly consumed the wrong herbs. Upon returning to Mud Bottle Alley with his basket, he suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. We were terrified, fearing that this family of three might be lost forever. At that time, my mother-in-law, still living, remarked that it might be better if they all departed, sparing anyone from suffering, and allowing for a reunion in the afterlife. Miraculously, the child recovered from that ordeal. But sadly, his mother did not survive the winter. Indeed, esteemed master, the child Chen Ping'an was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. The elderly neighbors of our narrow alley have long proclaimed this day to be the most inauspicious of the year, a time when malevolent spirits are easily attracted, often bringing misfortune upon one's family. Consequently, after the departure of the child's parents, not a single copper coin could be found within their home. Even the trinkets gifted by his father have nearly all been bartered away in the town for mere sustenance. As the woman recounted this tale, the elder finally spoke. The 5th day of the 5th month? Quite intriguing. Allow me to ponder. With fingers deftly weaving intricate gestures, he seemed to summon the cosmos. Noticing the woman lost in thought, he chuckled. Please, continue your narrative. The woman, roused by his words, continued, given our long-standing neighborly bond, though we, the residents of Mud Bottle Alley, may hesitate to bring Chen Ping'an into our homes, we nonetheless manage to extend a helping hand now and then, delivering a few bowls of food. It is a small kindness we can afford. Human hearts are inherently compassionate. To speak frankly, if it were not for the child's unfortunate birth date, which indeed instills a sense of trepidation, no one would fail to empathize with this understanding young lad. Of course, I must acknowledge that there are less amiable souls among us, some who take delight in undermining the child, leading him to become an apprentice in the kiln. One must remember, his mother, on her deathbed, implored him to promise that, even if he were to become a beggar, he must never work in a dragon kiln. Such filial piety in a child is not easily swayed. To break such an oath surely requires extraordinary circumstances. The elder then inquired, Do you know the names and birth dates of the youth's parents? The woman merely stated that while she knew the name, the details of birth and destiny were shrouded in mystery. The elder remarked dismissively, moments later, with a cold laugh, a trifling skill, a deceptive trick. The woman was perplexed. The elder elucidated, that man met an untimely demise, likely due to inadvertently uncovering the secrets of this town. Alas, his fortune was not as favorable as yours, nor did he benefit from ancestral blessings as you do. Ultimately, in a bid to safeguard his son, he clandestinely shattered the fateful porcelain vessel. Consequently, this led to a significant loss for a certain sect beyond the town, a considerable investment indeed. How could a mere kiln worker bear such a cost? He was left with no choice but to pay with his life. And when one life proved insufficient, he added his wife's to the tally. Ironically, the kiln worker's death was perhaps deemed too trivial by some, who could not be bothered to expend unnecessary effort, thereby employing a rudimentary illusionary art to obscure the truth. Treating the matter with such disdain, the woman's countenance darkened. The elder, perceiving her thoughts with keen insight, inquired with a smile, What is this? Are you feeling remorseful? The woman forced a bitter smile, confessing, Indeed, there is a sense of guilt. After all, I watched that child grow. However, to say I regret it would be utterly untrue. The elder nodded in understanding. The woman mused aloud, Were Chen Ping'an's mother in my position, I believe she would act similarly. The elder shook his head, That may not necessarily be the case. The woman, without justification, retorted loudly, She certainly would. The elder, unfazed by her impudence, simply lamented, The hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. The youth clad in straw sandals sat upon the threshold and inquired, Miss Ning, may I pose a few questions to you? The girl in black, leaning against the wall and seated cross-legged, with a slender green scabbard knife resting across her knees, replied, Of course. However, I shall refrain from answering matters pertaining to confidentiality and privacy. Chen Ping'an pressed further, How long do you typically remain here before departing? The young woman furrowed her brow, stating, It varies. Some individuals, blessed by fortune, may come and go within a day, while others, less fortunate, may find themselves bound here for a lifetime. If you insist on a conjecture, I can provide one, though it may lack accuracy. For instance, among our group of 8, 2 belong to affluent families, seemingly naive yet wealthy. They hardly appear to be the type to flit in and out. One would expect them to linger in the town for several days. The young gentleman adorned with a tall hat and jade pendant is likely to fare relatively well. As for that towering individual, he seems entirely fixated on the well. Whether he succeeds or not depends on the whims of fate. Chen Ping'an inquired again, What about the other person? Which one? The tall woman, the one who appears quite youthful. Do you harbor feelings for her? Chen Ping'an chuckled lightly, not taking the jest to heart. The girl in black, perhaps realizing her humor fell flat, adopted a more serious demeanor. I must confess, I overheard your conversation with Taoist Liu. You share a history with her, thus you seek revenge? She sighed and offered a piece of advice, for those of you dwelling on the mountainside, to those perched at the summit. You are not perceived as distinct from those at the foot of the mountain. It is not solely a matter of their lofty perspective. They genuinely possess the authority to look down upon you. In this age of decay, not only the woman from Yunxiao Mountain, but even that child clad in a bright red robe, could deliver a blow to your chest that might leave you spitting blood, whereas your own attempts to strike him would at best merely leave him feeling somewhat winded, never truly injuring him. The reasons for this disparity are convoluted and largely beyond my ability to articulate. Chen Ping'an, turning his back to the room and gazing towards the doorway, inquired, I wish to understand why she seeks to harm me when we have only just met." The young woman pondered for a considerable while before responding. She is not necessarily the type to indiscriminately take lives. How should I explain this? On the path of cultivation, one traverses mountains and rivers. While some paths are broad, others are narrow. There are open roads and precarious bridges. If one moves too swiftly, they might inadvertently crush an ant underfoot. If hunger strikes, one might catch a few fish from the river. As one's skills develop, it is possible to inadvertently slay birds, snakes, or mice with careless application of one's abilities. I may not have expressed this well, but I trust you grasp my meaning. Chen Ping'an nodded, acknowledging, "I generally understand." Yet, he remained somewhat despondent, redirecting his gaze towards the courtyard entrance. In truth, he comprehended nothing, unable to fathom why such individuals could be so indifferent to the lives of others. After a long pause, Chen Ping'an turned and smiled. "If you do not mind, you may stay here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. And what about you? I am acquainted with an individual with whom I shall be residing in the coming days. You need not worry. His name is Lu Xianyang, and he is my dear friend." The young girl gazed at the frail figure on the threshold and smiled, saying, "Thank you." The boy grinned widely, scratching his head, and refrained from uttering any formalities. After a moment's hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to turn back and say, "Miss Ning, if there comes a day when I do not return, please entrust my bag of golden copper coins to Lu Xianyang. Let him oversee this residence in my stead. There is no need for cleaning, but do ensure that it is occasionally repaired, with new tiles added to prevent leaks. Also, the walls should remain intact, and the courtyard gate should not fall into disrepair. If it is possible to post door gods and couplets on New Year's Eve, that would be most splendid. However, if you find this task too troublesome, it is perfectly acceptable to forego it." When the girl noticed the peculiar glimmer in the boy's eyes as he spoke of the door gods and couplets, it was evident that this orphan from Mud Bottle Alley had long yearned for the sight of door gods adorning his home and the character for spring gracing his lintel during the festive season. He had harbored this wish for many years, equal to the number of years since his parents had passed. Thus, when the unburdened youth, devoid of any emotional ties or knots, gently exhaled a breath of resignation, patted his knees, and slowly rose to his feet, the sheathed flying sword resting on the table within the room suddenly emitted a piercing cry. Chapter 18. The 3 out of 5. When Fu Nanhua stepped out of the house, he discovered the delicate maid sitting on a small stool in the courtyard, holding a handful of corn and feeding the chickens. The old hen was accompanied by a brood of fluffy yellow chicks, pecking at the ground. Upon seeing her, Fu Nanhua offered a faint smile, but the young girl, whether due to her shy nature or an innate aloofness, merely tugged at the corner of her mouth as a gesture of acknowledgement. As Fu Nanhua opened the courtyard gate, he noticed Kai Jinjian waiting in the narrow alley, her demeanor lacking enthusiasm. He turned and closed the door, catching a glimpse through the gradually narrowing gap. He saw a face looking up at him, and Fu Nanhua suddenly realized that this maid, a girl who should have been imbued with the earthy scent of poverty, possessed a pair of remarkably exquisite eyes, which made her resemble a tender green sprout blossoming in early spring. However, Fu Nanhua did not dwell on this revelation. For a young master of the old Longcheng, the allure of beautiful women, regardless of their shapes or charms, had become rather tiresome. Walking alongside Kai Jinjian, Fu Nanhua inquired, "What troubles you? Is it not going well?" Opportunities often come with their share of trials. Not every occasion can be resolved in a single stroke. Do not lose heart. Kai Jinjian, naturally enchanting and having undergone a transformation through her training, appeared purer than ordinary women, her body as clear as crystal. Yet, despite the breathtaking beauty of the women from the mountains, upon closer inspection, they ultimately remained mere vessels of flesh. At this moment, the celestial maiden of Yunxiao Mountain wore an expression that betrayed her distress, revealing the depths of her discontent. It was evident that she had been harboring a great deal of frustration while waiting in the narrow alley, and she could no longer contain it. A formidable figure had arrived first, Lu Jimao, the local tyrant of Shujian Lake. He wasted no time in invoking the name of my esteemed master from Yunxiao Mountain to impose pressure on me, a mere junior. Throughout our encounter, I uttered only a few words before I expelled him from Gukan's courtyard. Fu Nanhua, appearing contemplative, suggested, "Let us discuss this further after we leave Nipping Alley." Kai Jinjian, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't this place entirely devoid of magical practices?" Fu Nanhua smiled and replied, Those who venture here in search of opportunity must possess some hidden talents. For young individuals like us, the situation may be manageable. According to the town's customs, the more profound one's cultivation, the greater the suppression they face. Below the saint level, the closer one is to that realm, the weaker they become, akin to a mere child. Would you not agree? Yet, have you considered that if an enlightened master were to risk their own spiritual essence to wield their powers, might they not be less capable than us, the novices? Kai Jinjian countered, with a saint present, would the Jiang Jinjuan dare to act brazenly against me? Fu Nanhua advised, we have come here in search of benevolence, not enmity. Even if our lives are not in jeopardy, fostering ill will with the elders would ultimately be unwise. Kai Jinjian, not one to cling stubbornly to his views, nodded in agreement. Brother Fu speaks wisely. Such is the counsel of one who is prudent and mature. She wore a pained expression, appearing utterly pitiable. Yet I truly felt reluctant. After all, I had already bestowed upon you 10 pieces of cloudroot stone. If my efforts were to come to naught, how could I possibly face the revered ancestors upon my return? Upon exiting Mud Bottle Alley, both Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian seemed to experience a simultaneous revival of spirit. This was not merely a matter of sudden illumination. They exchanged glances, only to quickly avert their eyes. The once exuberant Fu Nanhua had significantly cooled in demeanor. He pondered meticulously over their venture into the alley and the alliance with Kai Jinjian, convinced that no slip had occurred, and that the transaction with the young Song Jisun bore no errors either. It had been a fair trade, adhering to established norms. Surely, that sage, who merely observed the ebb and flow of this place, would not indulge in meddling. But from whence did this pressure emanate? Could it possibly be from the Jiang River's true lord, whose name I had never even heard? In contrast to Fu Nanhua's profound contemplations, Kai Jinjian's thoughts were rather straightforward. She assumed that Fu Nanhua had indeed hit the mark, and that the Jiang River's true lord had employed some arcane method to monitor her movements. A wave of apprehension washed over her, grateful that her words had only been tinged with complaint and not harsh threats. As the two, each harboring their own thoughts, strolled along the street, the further they distanced themselves from Mud Bottle Alley, the lighter their hearts became. Fu Nanhua felt it was a matter of fate and opportunity, while Kai Jinjian perceived it as the weight of familial obligations. Raising her gaze to the distant archway, Fu Nanhua curiously inquired, the Jiang River's true lord of Shujin Lake? How could I possibly have no recollection of him? Although my old launching lies at the southernmost edge of the continent, the position of a true lord is undeniably illustrious. Even in my ignorance, I should possess some awareness. Kai Jinjian lowered his voice and scoffed. What true lord? He is merely a figure of some standing in the lesser sects, a hypocrite devoid of the qualifications to be called a true lord. Such flattering words are nothing more than the praises of sycophants. Consider the astuteness of the Yuan Wu emperor. He would never confer the title of true lord upon this individual. Each title holds its weight. Granting one could mean it would be 2 centuries before it could be reclaimed. Coupled with the extravagant tendencies of the Yuan Wu emperor's ancestors, he now has only 2 titles of true lord to bestow, which he would not casually offer to a mere name-seeker from an obscure sect. Fu Nanhua suddenly understood. Each true lord governing a dynasty possesses the ability to gather, suppress, and enhance the national fortune for the sovereign. The position of Taoist true lord is almost exclusively reserved for members of the Taoist sects, situated at the pinnacle of the secular realm. Alongside the foremost military and scholarly figures of Confucianism, Kai Jinjian seemingly inquired casually, what of Song Jisun? Fu Nanhua replied nonchalantly, that young man is ambitious, exceptionally astute, and backed by considerable influence, but his vision. Kai Jinjian smiled, not grand enough? Fu Nanhua laughed heartily. One cannot say it is not grand. It is simply not sufficiently grand. As the two reached the archway, Fu Nanhua, brimming with enthusiasm, murmured, when the time is right, heaven and earth unite in strength. Kai Jinjian gazed upwards, contemplating the phrase seek not externally, feeling a profound emptiness within, as if the enlightenment she had once grasped in Mud Bottle Alley had been entirely relinquished back to this small town. This left her in a state of considerable agitation. The residence of Song Jisun, situated in Mud Bottle Alley, is that of a prominent family. In addition to the grand hall adorned with a plaque, there are side chambers on either side. The hall bears the inscription Hui Yuan Hall, devoid of a signature, and Song Jisun has always felt that, judging solely by the calligraphy, it does not exhibit the craftsmanship of a master. At this moment, the master and his servant are in the main room. with the youth rummaging through boxes and cabinets while the maid stands at the doorway, gently inquiring, "Young master, have the business negotiations not gone well?" Song Jisun set down a string of bells and returned to the only chair in the room, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. That old rogue from Longcheng, Fu Nanhua, is not entirely a fool. He never regarded me as an inexperienced simpleton. Yet, he is not particularly astute either. Attempting to cultivate a friendship with me. How amusing. Later, when I casually deceived him, his true nature was revealed. He believed that by employing some theatrical tactics and heavy-handed measures, he could intimidate me, but he pales in comparison to the enigmatic Mr. Qi by a vast margin. The maid, Zhiga, remarked, "A vast margin, young master. Your expression is rather exaggerated." Song Jisun made a playful face and replied, "Then let us say it is a difference equivalent to 10 mud bottle alleys." He tossed a bag to his maid, saying, "Look, this is the copper coin mentioned in that secret letter." Previously, the Chen family next door also received a bag. At that time, I surmised that such immense fortune might not bode well. As expected, has it not drawn the ire of those two scoundrels? I foresee that the Chen family will soon face their share of troubles. Indeed, Zhigui, allow me to share with you that an individual who claims to be the young lord of the old dragon city has come to our residence. Judging by his demeanor and bearing, he is certainly not just a superficial figure. Furthermore, he possesses a jade pendant, which he referred to as old dragon bringing rain, undoubtedly of considerable value. Song Jisun gently tapped the exquisite green jade pendant, which he had already fastened to his waist, feeling in his youthful heart that he had taken a significant step closer to the scholarly demeanor of Mr. Qi. Zhigui opened the delicate embroidered pouch and softly inquired, "Young master, might it be possible to earn some additional copper coins?" Song Jisun chuckled, responding, "Do you fancy them?" Zhigui pinched a golden copper coin between her fingers, gave it a shake, and exclaimed joyfully, "It glimmers so splendidly, it brings such cheer." Song Jisun could only smile in bemusement at her delight. "Very well. Since you take pleasure in them, I shall procure several more bags." He explained that these coins were utilized in various ways outside, serving as auspicious tokens placed upon beams, spring welcoming coins affixed to peachwood charms, or offerings nestled within the bellies or hands of Buddha statues. However, the common folk have their own traditions, while the celestial beings adhere to their own beliefs. With her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, she asked, "What about that bag belonging to Chen Ping'an?" Song Jisun furrowed his brow at the mention of him. The maid, sensing her master's unusual change in mood, cautiously tucked away the copper coins, secured the pouch, and quietly asked, "What is the matter?" Song Jisun shrugged, covering his neck with both hands and twisting lightly, replying nonchalantly, "It is nothing, merely recalling some trivial matters. As for that fellow named Chun, there is no rush. It is prudent to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. On the other hand, that bookish Xiao Yao will most likely receive some copper coins as well, making him an easier target for deception. I shall ensure to bring you back a bag full." Noticing the peculiar behavior of the maid, Song Jisun chose not to elaborate further. Observing the lack of interest from her young master, the girl refrained from probing any deeper. Zhigui stepped outside, entering the courtyard, where she spotted the inherently bothersome four-legged creature languidly sprawled on the ground, basking in the sun and occasionally rolling about in apparent delight. Infuriated, the girl hastened towards it and brought her foot down forcefully upon the creature's head, twisting her toes with vigor. The unfortunate little beast cried out in distress. As she lifted her foot, the four-legged creature darted away with a swift motion, racing around the yard and colliding with the walls repeatedly. Her family's tawny creature, a glutton that had strayed into the fish basket, and the black loach that Gukin kept in the water tank, all seemed to be a chaotic mix of the elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, beyond their rightful three. Gazing at the creature adorned with horns, the girl grinned, her face contorted with disdain for the foolish thing. In the courtyard of Gukan's residence, the elder and the woman continued their conversation, seated across from one another. The elder extended his hand, examining the patterns in his palm, his mood rather somber. He withdrew his hand and inquired, "In your experience, are there many women in the town who marry men from distant lands?" The woman shook her head, replying, "There are likely not many. At least in Niping Lane and Xinghua Lane, I am the only one." The elder hesitated momentarily before divulging a fragment of wisdom. The girl's 6th and 12th years, and the boy's 9th and 18th, represent significant thresholds. The former must be crossed independently, while the latter can be aided by external forces. After that, there will be one more matter, which will provide greater assurance. The wealthier the family, the more advantageous the position. Opening the door, stepping into the hall, and entering the room. 3 actions, with the first 2 truly relying on fate and chance, particularly the initial step, whose success or failure hinges solely on divine favor. The woman's eyes sparkled with joy, believing that her son, Gu Kan, must be someone capable of taking that first step, having caught the eye of the immortal. The elder, with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic, remarked, "Children raised in this small town are often not distinguished by exceptional talents. Although your Gu Kan is not yet 9, he is no exception." The woman's expression darkened in an instant. The elder then lifted his foot, tapping the ground lightly, and reassured her with a smile, "Rest assured, while innate potential is indeed significant, it is not paramount. If the heavens take a liking to one, even a stray dog or a wild blade of grass can gradually forge a path to greatness and ultimately ascend to the clouds. The current allowance for so many outsiders in this town is a necessity. A fertile land, no matter how bountiful, can succumb to decline after millennia of cultivation, toil, and harvest, especially when faced with numerous reckless excesses. Eventually, it will reach a state of utter desolation. The geographical and spiritual essence of this place has finally ushered in a momentous year. When a person nears death, they often experience a glorious resurgence, and at such times, their spirit becomes particularly robust. Your Gu Kan stands to benefit immensely from this extraordinary opportunity, far surpassing the innate talents of those town children who came before him. The woman's lips quivered as she struggled to contain her delight, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding an alluring charm. The elderly man cast a fleeting glance at her and chuckled, "Of course, do not be overly greedy. There are undoubtedly others who possess such great fortune besides your son. To speak candidly, in this vast eastern treasure bottle continent, even if there were someone worthy of monopolizing this fortune, they have yet to be born." The woman clasped her hands to her heart, murmuring, "That is sufficient, that is sufficient." The old man recalled the younger woman from Yunxiao Mountain and scoffed, "Busy and toiling, exhausting oneself in pursuit of mere material possessions. Truly, one has picked sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, a folly beyond comprehension." He then chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, those old-timers from Yunxiao Mountain have always had a narrow vision. Otherwise, I would not have seized this opportunity. Possessing a nearly inexhaustible treasure trove should have brought forth an abundance of wealth and prosperity. Yet it has fallen to the point of relying on a disciple to maintain appearances." Inside the room, a child, having punched and kicked at the door for quite some time, stood on a stool, leaning against the window with a forlorn expression, pleading, "Mother, please let me out. I promise I will be obedient." The woman glanced at the old sage, who nodded in assent. She then opened the door, took the child's hand, and together they stepped into the courtyard. With a stern expression, she softly admonished, "Shao Kan, do not cause any trouble, do you understand? Mother has never struck you. If you dare to be disobedient, I shall truly strike you once more." The child replied with a soft "oh," his head drooping, looking rather unwell. Gu Kan brought over a small stool, seated himself, and presented a trifecta of presents alongside his mother and the old man. The child cradled his chin in his hands and asked, "Mother, what exactly did you discuss with the storyteller? I couldn't hear properly from inside. Could you please tell me again?" The elder responded with a thoughtful hum, and after a moment's contemplation, he flicked his wrist, conjuring the large white bowl back into his palm. He gazed down into it, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. The surface of the water rippled, occasionally splashing droplets, while a dark line darted swiftly around the bowl, occasionally colliding with its sides. The elder murmured to himself, very well, let it be as you wish." In order to accept this disciple, the elder had previously exerted considerable effort in Mud Bottle Alley, sacrificing decades of his cultivation to manipulate events 3 times. The first instance involved the woman stepping in dog excrement. The final maneuver employed a secret technique that convinced her of her own enlightenment. Had this occurred outside the town, it would have been impossible. Even a genuine Taoist sage would hesitate to act thus. However, within the confines of the town, Kai Jinjian was no different from an ordinary mortal, and the elder was willing to pay a hefty price for this opportunity. The second instance was particularly clever, so ingenious that the elder himself regarded it as a stroke of genius. He led the woman to mistakenly interpret the grass shoe boy's kind warning as a cunning act of revenge. At that moment, The elder had slowed the boy's speech just enough for the woman to catch this detail. Such meticulous planning could not be overlooked. On the path of cultivation, one's companions, whether benefactors or adversaries, are separated by a mere thread. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Madame Gu's heart was in turmoil. Fearing the elder might convey some ill tidings, the elderly man tugged at the corner of his mouth, and from the periphery of his vision, he noticed a child stealthily rising to his feet before sprinting towards the courtyard gate. A woman screamed in alarm. The old man, cradling a white bowl, rose at a measured pace and said, "Disciple, allow me to show you the vastness of the universe, lest you become oblivious to the weight of your actions and jeopardize the monumental endeavor of our master-disciple bond." The woman suddenly felt darkness envelop her and fainted to the ground. The old man swiftly flicked his sleeve. In the next moment, just as the child was about to grasp the gate latch, he stumbled and fell. However, as he regained his bearings, he looked around in confusion and finally raised his gaze to the storyteller beside him, asking, "Where am I?" The old man, hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "In the bowl." The child, increasingly bewildered, was suddenly startled by the old man's thunderous command, "Get up." Instinctively, the child stood, yet remained motionless. Guken realized he seemed to be teetering on the edge of a precipice, with a vast sea of clouds stretching before him. Then, his eyes widened in horror as he beheld a colossal form breaking through the mist, slowly moving amid the white expanse. However, it was so immense that its true visage remained elusive. Terrified, the child instinctively took a step back, only to be firmly restrained by the old man's hand pressing down on his head, sternly admonishing, "If you retreat now, your path of cultivation will become insurmountable. Stand firm." Guken, overwhelmed with fear, felt tears streaming down his cheeks. The once unruly child now rendered mute in his distress. He could no longer contain his trembling limbs, his lips quivering. In the distance, the sea of clouds began to churn. The misty white clouds seemed to be gradually dissipating, revealing more of the blackness in the sky. Vast and immense, reminiscent of the little loach raised in one's own water tank, having grown to an astonishing size. Such a thought inexplicably sprang into the child's mind. At that moment, Guken felt a disquieting restlessness and involuntarily stepped forward, extending his slender arm towards the heavens. A colossal head, as grand as a mountain peak, slowly emerged from the sea of clouds. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement, unafraid, and even waved, exclaiming, "Come quickly. You've grown so much. No wonder I always felt that the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the tank were mysteriously fewer each day." Standing behind Guken, the Lord of the Book in Simple Lake was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, feeling both profound loss and jealousy, alongside an unexpected sense of solace. Although he knew he could never attain such immense fortune, the presence of this disciple was indeed a blessing, making the journey worthwhile. The elder, witnessing the approach of that head, murmured, "A marvel of the world." Chen Ping'an suddenly informed the girl in black that he needed to step inside for a moment, ultimately squatting in a corner, turning his back to her while concealing something in the palm of his hand. After exiting, he claimed to be fetching a ceramic pot for her to brew medicine, as his household was lacking one. Once the boy in straw sandals hurried away, the girl cast a glance at the dim corner where an old pot stood. In truth, the girl had keen hearing. What he held in his palm was a shard of porcelain, exceedingly sharp. Chapter 19. The Great Way. As Chen Ping'an was about to dash out of the courtyard, the girl in black suddenly called out, "Wait, I have something to discuss with you." Pretending not to hear, Chen Ping'an reached for the courtyard door, but the girl raised her voice, "Chen Ping'an." Reluctantly, he turned back to the threshold. Her complexion was now slightly more flushed than before, though her voice still carried a husky tone as she said, "First, although we outsiders possess a physique stronger than the average person upon arriving in this town, we are, in essence, no different from you. Second, it is strictly forbidden for outsiders to take a life here. Any transgression, regardless of the motive, will result in expulsion, leaving one with nothing, a consequence far graver than you can fathom. Third, you must understand that when we outsiders face peril, even if we are left empty-handed, we will act. For the most fundamental necessity is the will to survive." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Are you suggesting that one must act swiftly?" The girl in black beamed, her radiant face and sparkling eyes illuminating the entire room. She patted the green scabbard resting on her knee and nodded, "Indeed. One must act swiftly, swifter, even the swiftest. For instance, with both a saber and a sword at my side, I shall strive to be the fastest in the world, whether drawing my blade or unsheathing my sword." She paused momentarily, abruptly transforming from a fervent heroine of distant lands into a neighborly girl eager to flaunt her knowledge. With a squint and a smile, she inquired, "Do you have any idea how many realms there are in this world?" Chen Ping'an appeared utterly perplexed. The girl, seemingly sensing his disinterest, instantly lost her enthusiasm and waved him away, saying, "You'd better bring back the jar. I'm waiting to drink the medicine." As Chen Ping'an departed from the courtyard, his steps slowed considerably, becoming much steadier. Not long after his exit from Mud Bottle Alley, the unlatched courtyard door was gently pushed open. Inside, the girl clad in black opened her eyes, having just engaged in an unusual breathing exercise, and gazed towards the entrance as if faced with a formidable foe. The sword concealed within its pristine white sheath on the table fell into a sudden silence, emanating an unspoken air of menace, as if the lingering chill of early spring could freeze and kill. The maid, Ji Gui, strolled casually to the doorway, resembling an ordinary neighbor, yet she refrained from crossing the threshold. Instead, she leaned in curiously, surveying the surroundings, completely oblivious to the black-clad girl seated on the small bed with a sword across her lap. After a prolonged inspection, Ji Gui finally noticed the living presence, her face radiating innocence as she asked, "Who are you, sister? Why are you sitting on Chen Ping'an's bed? I haven't heard that he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao cast a glance at the uninvited girl before closing her eyes, choosing to ignore her. Ji Gui, seeing her feigned ignorance, felt no irritation. She merely shook her head gently, pouting with a look of disdain. She cast a glance at the pristine long sword sheathed upon the table, her eyes concealing an abyss of hatred and fear, with glimmers of golden threads swirling madly within her pupils. The maid hesitated momentarily, yet she lifted one foot, poised to cross the threshold, only to abruptly retract it, clearing her throat and feigning nonchalance as she declared, "I have entered." Silence, after all, implies acquiescence, does it not? Indeed, this abode belongs to Chen Ping'an, with whom I have shared many years of acquaintance. Surely you can understand my words. No matter, for there is little of substance to discuss. I merely wish to ascertain if anything is amiss, as we are soon to depart, leaving many items for Chen Ping'an. You see, he has endured considerable hardships over the years. Her ramblings, filled with nostalgia, painted a portrait of youthful intimacy akin to childhood sweethearts. Once the maid, named Ji Gui, stepped into the room, tranquility enveloped her. She proceeded directly to the small table, taking a seat upon the stool, her peripheral gaze perpetually fixated upon the sword. Simultaneously, the young girl in black retrieved 3 sheets of paper left for Chen Ping'an by a youthful Taoist, scrutinizing them with keen interest, striving to unravel their significance. Regrettably, after perusing them twice, she found herself at a loss, expressing her disappointment. These characters lack essence. She vividly recalled the long wall of her hometown, adorned with a series of 18 characters, each etched with a sword, embodying a formidable force capable of subduing myriad demons. In her tender years, her greatest delight was to stand amidst the strokes of those grand characters, gazing upward with wonder. Thus, the 4-character plaque of the small town was overwhelming, and the young maiden truly turned her nose up at it. The maid, Ji Gui, turned around, subtly straightening her slender waist, her hands delicately resting on her knees, as if to present herself more like a refined young lady. Facing the girl in black, she smiled gently and softly remarked, "Alas, my dear, you are rather careless." Ning Yao could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Ji Gui gasped, placing a hand on her chest in feigned astonishment. "My dear, you can speak our local dialect." Ning Yao pressed on, "Do you have something to say?" Ji Gui pointed to the sword lying on the table. "Is that yours?" Ning Yao frowned in silence. The girl in black remained quiet, and Ji Gui, undeterred, rose and walked to the corner of the room, examining the jars and bottles on the wooden shelf, scrutinizing the inconsequential possessions with great care. During his apprenticeship as a kiln worker, Chen Ping'an traversed the surrounding mountains and waters of the small town barefoot, digging soil and chopping wood alone, swiftly ascending and descending the hills. As long as others were willing to teach him, whether the knowledge was rudimentary or profoundly intricate, Chen Ping'an would exert himself to the utmost. He did not concern himself with the level of mastery he could ultimately achieve. Indeed, it was often beyond his control. For instance, when old man Yao taught him the art of porcelain making, he was always stingy with his true, treasured skills. Nevertheless, Whenever old man Yo spoke or demonstrated something, Chen Ping'an would approach it with utmost seriousness. Later, when Lu Xianying instructed him in crafting wooden bows and fishing rods, Chen Ping'an displayed the same meticulous diligence. The neighbor, Song Jisun, is known for his acerbic tongue, remarking that Chen Ping'an's disposition can be described as doing one's utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Alas, Chen Ping'an possesses no fortunate destiny. Under such circumstances, it would be better to languish in idle existence, embracing a sense of resignation. Ji Gui waved her hand, her smile radiant, and said, "Come on, come on. Take good care of your injuries, young lady. If you need anything, just call out. My name is Ji Gui, and I reside in the adjacent courtyard." Ning Yao's expression remained impassive. Once the maid exited the room and reached the rear of the courtyard, she muttered in a tone just audible to the cloaked girl within. "There's really not much to look at, is there?" Ning Yao, either intentionally or inadvertently, remarked softly, "That name is quite trite." When Ji Gui closed the courtyard gate, she did so with a bit of force, causing it to slam shut. Ning Yao returned to her state of repose. The unexpected visit from the girl left no ripples in her heart. However, she genuinely harbored a strong dislike for this small town, particularly resenting those practitioners who came here in search of fortune, entangled in schemes and petty rivalries. They claimed to be celestial beings. Yet their superiority stemmed merely from their elevation on the mountain, not from any inherent greatness. In the heart of the young Ning Yao, the path to enlightenment should not be so diminutive. After the grass-sandaled youth emerged from the muddy alley, the sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting him to shield his forehead with his right hand as he exhaled softly. He then commenced a light jog, his steps lively and buoyant. Despite having traversed numerous streets and alleys, fatigue eluded him. For a youth accustomed to scaling mountains and fording streams, this distance was utterly trivial. The true arduous task lay in ascending the mountains to produce charcoal. A dragon kiln consumed 20 to 30,000 pounds of charcoal annually, particularly during torrential downpours. Residing on the mountain while gathering firewood and crafting charcoal proved to be a genuine ordeal. The young man had once nearly perished in a charcoal kiln that collapsed during its construction. Throughout the years, his endeavors had been predominantly labor-intensive, requiring some skill. Yet once initiated, it was purely brute strength that sustained him. Thus, the boy's outward appearance of frailty was but an illusion, concealing a resilient spirit forged through countless trials. Chen Ping'an paused at a crossroads, leaning against the wall, squatting down with one hand clenched into a fist while the other tightened his straw sandals. In that moment, his heart was as tranquil as still water, although he felt a pang of nostalgia for his sole friend in the town. That fellow had once regaled Chen Ping'an with a mysterious tale, claiming that his grandfather had witnessed someone standing by the creek who, with just a few quick strides, leapt across the entire stream in a single bound. Subsequently, Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an decided to test this for themselves, selecting the narrowest section of the creek. Both took a few steps back for a running start before leaping simultaneously. However, Lu Xianying, who was a few years older than Chen Ping'an, quickly exhausted himself and fell into the water, only to see a shadow above his head swiftly glide past him, ultimately landing far ahead. After that incident, Lu Xianying never again spoke of the miraculous feat of crossing the creek in a single bound. After that time, Lu Xianying was aware that Chen Ping'an would frequently venture to the streamside, where he would take a running start, leap, soar into the air, and then come crashing down. The youth, undeterred, grew ever closer to the opposite bank with each attempt, finding joy in the endeavor. On one occasion, unable to resist the urge to observe from a distance, Lu Xianying witnessed a breathtaking scene. In that moment, he perceived the dark-skinned boy in a new light, distinct from the foolish impression he had previously held. As the youth soared over the water, he resembled a hawk, often circling in the skies above the small town, hunting for snakes. Chapter 20. Unexpected complications. Seeing Kai Jin Jian in a somewhat despondent mood, Fu Ninhua decided to take her for a leisurely stroll. They walked side by side, treating it as a means to unwind. Their conversation meandered through various intriguing anecdotes from the southern part of Dong Baopingzhou. Although Kai Jin Jian managed a forced smile, her spirits had indeed lifted considerably compared to the anxiety she felt after leaving Xiang. Her impression of the noble scion from the old Dragon City gradually improved. It was well known that old Dragon City, rich in heritage and talent, stood just a hair's breadth away from the foremost sections. In contrast, Yunxia Mountain, which was relatively mediocre, seemed far inferior. Yet, the orthodox and well-rooted lineage of Yunxia Mountain harbored an innate sense of superiority over the southern barbarians of Old Dragon City. In the past, had they encountered such a situation, it would not have been surprising for them to mutter disparaging remarks about the southern savages under their breath. Kaijin Jian spoke with a bitter tone. Brother Fu, while the Yunjin stone is indeed the lifeblood of our Yunxiao mountain, I shall not renege on my word. Even if it means risking everything, I will repay you, Brother Fu. Fu Nanhua reassured her. As for the opportunity presented by the Gukin family, it remains uncertain if it is truly a foregone conclusion. Kaijin Jian's expression darkened, and she shook her head. It is true that the notorious Lu Zhimao, the Lord of the River Crossing, is no weakling. Otherwise, he would not have established a foothold at Shujian Lake. This opportunity cannot be forced. If I were to provoke Lu Zhimao's ire, I would be ill-equipped to withstand the might of a formidable figure from the heterodox sect. My greatest fear is that I have already earned his enmity. Once we leave this town, devoid of the sage's protection and the constraints of order, who knows what reckless actions Lu Zhimao might undertake. It is likely that Brother Fu has discerned some subtle clues at the border. The retinue accompanying me on this treasure-seeking expedition lacks the strength to contend with him. Fu Nanhua smiled and reassured. Rest assured, even for the sake of those 10 pieces of cloudroot stone, my Old Dragon City shall escort you safely back to Yunxiao Mountain. Kaijin Jian turned to him with a charming smile, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with affection. Fu Nanhua, feeling quite pleased with himself, instinctively reached for his jade pendant, only to remember that his treasured old dragon rain pendant had already been given to the youth named Song Jisun. Kaijin Jian exhaled in relief as she walked, her steps slightly tilted to the left, causing her shoulder to gently brush against Fu Nanhua. During their journey to Mud Bottle Alley, Kaijin Jian had made an unexpected gamble. A spur-of-the-moment decision weighed with caution. However, reality proved her wager to be a loss, resulting in a hefty price of 10 invaluable cloud root stones. This outcome instilled a sense of anxiety regarding their forthcoming trip to the town, inadvertently fostering a dependence on Fu Nanhua. Or perhaps it was the nature of a gambler. Were 10 pieces of cloud root stone a gamble, then would 50 not be as well? Winning would yield a bountiful reward, but losing. Kaijin Jian was resolute in her belief that she would not falter. Absolutely not. After all, she was Kaijin Jian, the most gifted cultivator of Yunxiao Mountain. On the path of cultivation, she envisioned nothing but smooth sailing, her realm advancing with unstoppable momentum. Kaijin Jian refused to believe she would capsize in this murky waterway. As Kaijin Jian's spirits began to lift, Fu Nanhua, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly settled, found himself genuinely appreciating the enchanting beauty and grace of Kai Xianzi. It is undeniable that she possessed an innate charm, once such a woman becomes a life partner. The intimacy shared in both spiritual cultivation and the private sphere can only deepen with time. Kaijin Jian had once been praised by a venerable elder as possessing the elegance of the Yunjin mountain breeze and the grace of a celestial being, implying that she was indeed a rare candidate for a partner in the way. The esteemed ancestors of Yunxia, accustomed to leveraging their resources for business, had invested considerable effort in nurturing Kaijin Jian over the years, not without their own ulterior motives. The union of celestial beings is approached with a gravity that far surpasses the matrimonial alliances of worldly dynasties, with a vision that extends far into the future. However, Fu Nanhua harbored little fondness for Yunxiao Mountain. Placing the fate of the mountain solely upon the shoulders of a single woman seemed rather unreasonable, which contributed to his less than favorable view of Yunxia. Fu Nanhua cautioned, should the youth next door, Song Jisun, be a chosen individual of an external power, and if he still retained that piece of porcelain bearing his original name, your intervention could lead to complications, making it easy for others to trace back to Yunxiao Mountain and you. Furthermore, both Song Jisun and his servant, as well as the true monarch of the river, Lu Zhimao, might become aware of this matter. Kaijin Jian chuckled softly, remarking that Brother Fu might be preoccupied with the clues of opportunities, overlooking certain unspoken rules of this locale. In this small town, a boy born here, upon reaching the age of 9, if he has not been taken away by the buyer of porcelain, who has awaited him for nearly a decade, implies that his innate potential is lacking, rendering him less valuable. As the years progress, his worth diminishes further. Those sects and factions would much rather invest substantial sums in nurturing a few direct disciples than squander exorbitant amounts on adoption fees for a boy of little promise. The mere mention of that straw sandal-clad youth filled Kaijin Jian with disdain. Commoners ought to possess the awareness befitting their status. Fu Nanhua, exercising great caution in his choice of words, advised, while your reasoning is sound, that youth, lacking in experience, cannot possibly comprehend the esteemed status of the illustrious Kai Xianzi of Yunxia Mountain. A reprimand would suffice. There is no need for repeated actions. Fu Nanhua sensed that Kai Jinjian's abrupt aggression was unusual and might conceal deeper implications, possibly intertwined with opportunities. He hoped to extract some insights, seeking any clues to prevent himself from becoming the unwitting prey in a situation where he mistakenly perceived her as the cicada while she was, in fact, the lurking sparrow. The ancient Longcheng has endured countless hardships, and despite offering a price far more extravagant than that of Xingyang Mountain and Yunxia Mountain, it has only yielded a few fragmented whispers of secrets. It was only through this that Fu Nanhua learned that for the past 3 millennia, the so-called opportunities in the town, following the heart-wrenching and timelessly tragic war, had merely amounted to relics left behind by the esteemed ancestors, aside from the exceptionally gifted children of the town. However, as this blessed land faces imminent collapse, matters become far more complicated. In the twilight of the last dynasty, with the land in ruins, it is certain that divine weapons will emerge to herald the dawn of a new dynasty. Kai Jinjian felt a lingering gloom. The mere thought of it made her stomach churn. A rare flicker of resentment surfaced in her autumn water-like gaze, yet she refrained from expressing her thoughts aloud, not wishing to tarnish her ethereal image in Fu Nanhua's eyes. Should she encounter that youthful scion beyond the town in the future, she vowed to ensure his swift demise, rather than allowing him to languish in a frail body for another decade or two. The tall woman particularly loathed the boy's pair of eyes. Deep within her heart lay an obsession she had never fully contemplated. How could a poverty-stricken youth, raised in squalor, possess the right to gaze with such purity day after day, year after year? Despite her years of cultivation on the renowned Yunxia Mountain, she had scarcely encountered such a clean and innocent gaze. Kai Jinjian tilted her head and rubbed her eyelids, a gesture that accentuated the graceful length of her distant mountain-like eyebrows. While observing the surroundings, Fu Nanhua casually jested, in our old Longcheng, there exists a widely circulated saying, the left eye twitches for wealth, while the right eye twitches for disaster. Which eye is twitching for you? Kai Jinjian quickly retracted her hand as if scalded and shot him a glare, clearly indicating that her right eyelid was the one in motion. Fu Nanhua, realizing his folly, hastily attempted to rectify his mistake, chuckling, such superstitions of mere mortals should not be taken to heart. Kai Jinjian's lips curled into a smirk as she turned slightly, gazing at Fu Nanhua's profile with an air of triumph. You've been deceived, haven't you? Fu Nanhua was momentarily taken aback, observing the innocent demeanor of his daughter, and he felt an inexplicable stir within himself. He suddenly found himself wavering, as thoughts of whether becoming a pair of celestial lovers with her might further benefit Longqing's ambitions of expanding northward crossed his mind. If Kai Jinjian were to successfully seize an opportunity here and return to the sect, her status would undoubtedly rise significantly. With astute maneuvering, she might even have a chance to become the matriarch of Yunxia Mountain, where there have been instances in its storied lineage of women taking the helm. In such a scenario, Longqing would effectively gain a springboard, allowing for a rightful infiltration into the heart of Dongbei Pingzhao, thus establishing a harmonious North-South alliance, capable of both offense and defense. This would lay the foundation for a formidable legacy, liberating Longcheng from its long-standing predicament of possessing strength, yet remaining confined to a mere fiefdom, suffering from centuries of exclusion. Not far ahead, just a few steps away, lay a crossroads where 2 alleyways intersected. Upon spotting that junction, Fu Nanhua was suddenly awakened, as if a revelation had dawned upon him, his gaze regaining its resolute determination. With a high crown adorning his head, Fu Nanhua felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Those who disturb my mind must be eliminated, steadfast in my resolve. At that moment, when Fu Nanhua glanced at Kai Jinjian again, his demeanor, aura, and state of mind reverted to the previous nonchalance. As if he were merely admiring a painting, the beauty and scenery were a feast for the eyes. Now, every stolen glance was a treasure, for she was destined to fade away from his grasp after leaving the town. To kill and to burn, gold belt in hand, to build roads and bridges, without leaving a trace. Listen to the wisdom of the common folk. It is indeed universally applicable. Fu Nanhua's heart felt as if it had been liberated. Kai Jinjian, tilting her body slightly, with a voice both sweet and enchanting, inquired, Nanhua, what are you thinking of that brings you such joy? She subtly adopted a more intimate form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head with a smile, about to respond, when his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow. A slender youth seemed to leap effortlessly, crossing the alleyway to stand before Cai Jinjian. In a swift motion, his left hand shot upward while his right fist struck the abdomen of the ethereal figure of Yuxia Mountain with tremendous force, creating a chilling gust that compelled the woman to bend down. Although the youth's right hand wielded strength beyond that of his peers, he was, in fact, a left-handed individual. Thus, the weapon he held in his left hand plunged entirely into Cai Jinjian's throat, piercing through her oral cavity. The youth was relentless. His right fist crashed into the woman's chest while his left hand continued its upward motion, ensuring that this ambush would encounter no unforeseen complications. At that moment, blood gushed forth from the originally delicate and fair neck of the woman. Subsequently, with a forceful thrust of his waist and ankles, the youth collided with the tall woman at her heart, forcefully propelling her into the narrow alleyway. Fu Nanhua's feet were firmly planted on the ground. As he stood rooted in place, the young master of the old Lansheng was left with a mind devoid of thought. Chapter 21. The snake eagle Fu Nanhua regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, leaving no corner of the narrow alley or rooftop unchecked. Detecting no unusual signs, he took a deep breath, neither advancing nor retreating. His hand instinctively reached for the ancestral jade pendant, but finding it absent, he hurriedly recited a fragment of a Taoist incantation. This incantation was not a spell of supernatural prowess, but rather a means to center his mind and gather his qi. If the state of his heart resembled a small boat adrift on a lake, then this incantation served as the anchor. He began to pivot, positioning himself against a wall, and sidestepped to the junction of two alleys, his muscles taut and ready, assuming a defensive posture. He dared not let his guard down, fixating intently on the alleyway. There, in his line of sight, stood a youth in straw sandals beside the lifeless body of Cai Jinjian, who lay in a pool of blood. The boy slightly bent forward, maintaining a subtle yet aggressive stance, his gaze locked onto Fu Nanhua. It was a standoff between predator and prey, one seeking enlightenment, the other fighting for survival, each with distinct motives. The boy, seemingly emerging from nowhere, appeared solely intent on Cai Jinjian. In response to Fu Nanhua's presence, the youth's posture suggested a tacit understanding. If neither party provoked the other, peace would prevail. Fu Nanhua posed a question that felt superfluous. Did you kill her? The boy remained silent, gripping a murder weapon, a shard of broken porcelain, slightly smaller than his palm, its exposed edge remarkably sharp. His hands were drenched in blood. Whether it belonged to Cai Jinjian or was a consequence of the porcelain piercing his palm remained uncertain, as droplets fell onto the alley's floor. Once Fu Nanhua confirmed that no one else was present, he felt a mix of absurdity and relief wash over him. At last, he cast his gaze upon the delicate figure of Cai Jinjian. Despite the dismal circumstances, her innate beauty remained unscathed, her graceful form, with its gentle curves, and her full bosom rising and falling softly, while crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from her neck and mouth, signaling the imminent extinguishment of her vitality. Yet, her robust physique, honed through relentless cultivation, allowed her to endure suffering far greater and more protracted than that of an ordinary person. Fu Nanhua's face bore a hint of a smile, albeit one imbued with a chilling severity, as he inquired, "Why must you kill her? You bear no grudge against this sister. Is it merely because she jested with you in Mud Bottle Alley that you would resort to murder? When did this town become so lawless? Do you not understand that a life must be repaid with a life, and debts must be settled, no matter where one finds themselves?" The youth remained silent, like a mute, offering no response. Fu Nanhua paid little heed to the boy's thoughts and began to advance slowly, each step resolute. He knew that Cai Jinjian was doomed. This was not the ethereal abode of deities, but a cage of the heavenly Tao, where magical arts were forbidden. Unless a celestial being of unparalleled mastery or a golden-bodied Arhoot were to sacrifice much of their power to save her, there was no hope of suppressing her soul and restoring her to life. Regrettably, Cai Jinjian was unlikely to possess such extraordinary fortune. The sage of the town, burdened with great responsibilities and gazing down upon the masses, would never show favoritism. He would only act in accordance with the natural order. On the path of cultivation, it is not uncommon for one to inexplicably perish on the sunny thoroughfare or to fall victim to a fierce struggle for a fleeting opportunity on a precarious bridge. While such occurrences may not be frequent, they are by no means rare. If one were to attain the path of eternal life, progressing steadily with each step, avoiding calamities while relishing the benefits without bearing risks, then the carefree immortal in the eyes of the common folk would seem rather undervalued. Thus, Fu Nanhua approached his journey to the small town with a grim resolve, prepared for the worst, even to the point of risking his life. However, to witness, under the very gaze of a local sage, the sudden and merciless demise of an ally was an unprecedented shock for the young lord of the old dragon city. How could such a humble, insignificant figure from the countryside execute this act without the dazzling array of magical artifacts or the earth-shattering prowess of a celestial being? Fu Nanhua, taken aback, found it utterly inconceivable to accept such an absurd reality. Were it not for this small town, a mere youth in straw sandals, deemed as worthless as wild grass, would scarcely have dared to even glimpse the illustrious Kai Jinjian of Yunxiao Mountain. With a solemn expression, Fu Nanhua spoke earnestly. Though I arrived too late to save the immortal Kai, nor can I exact vengeance upon you. Having witnessed your heinous act, I must take action. Should word of this spread, the esteemed reputation of the old dragon city would be irrevocably tarnished. Therefore, out of both sentiment and reason, I am compelled to teach you a lesson. As for how Yunxiao Mountain decides to address this matter and deliver justice for Kai, that is for you to contend with. The young lord's lofty rhetoric served to placate the local sage, a mere formality to ensure that he did not appear overly disreputable and to avoid inciting the sage's displeasure. In the future, there exists a possibility, a notion to be conveyed to the venerable elders of Yunxiao Mountain, that Fu Nanhua merely seeks an opportunity to demonstrate his utmost benevolence and righteousness. Otherwise, for Fu Nanhua, who has long harbored lethal intentions towards Kai Jinjian, it would be only fitting to express profound gratitude towards the young lad before him, whose fortuitous and reckless actions have spared him considerable trouble. Truly a fortunate ally in his endeavors. As Fu Nanhua advanced, he remarked, having witnessed your method of killing, it suggests that the explosive power of your wretched form is, if not greater, at least comparable to that of an average young man, which is indeed quite rare. Were it not for today's upheaval, had you the opportunity to enlist in the military, with your daring spirit, and with a stroke of fortune, you might attract the attention of a notable military figure or a seasoned general from a prestigious lineage, who could impart to you the secret doctrines of martial mastery. With diligent cultivation over 2 or 3 decades, you might indeed carve out a remarkable destiny for yourself. As Fu Nanhua continued onward, the young man began to slowly retreat, facing the esteemed young master of the Dragon City, adorned in resplendent attire. The tall and elegant Fu Nanhua traversed the narrow alley, exuding an innate aura of opulence and grace. He extended a hand, palm facing downward, resting it at his waist, and chuckled, "What a pity. Your fate is rather unfortunate. Otherwise, according to my insights, you would have the chance to achieve such lofty heights. Alas, it is not meant to be." Amused by his own jest, Fu Nanhua's laughter deepened, and as he took a step forward, his foot unexpectedly hovered half a foot above the ground. My apologies, it should be at this height. It was indeed difficult for Fu Nanhua to suppress his joy. Upon entering the small town, he first engaged in a transaction with the youth Song Jisun from Mud Bottle Lane, reaping substantial profits that far exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, he witnessed the sudden demise of Kai Jinjian, a likely obstruction to his path, right before his eyes. Not only could he maintain his hands free of bloodshed, but he also stood to gain 2 bags of gold and copper coins from her, potentially uncovering 1 or 2 treasures from Yunxiao Mountain. Even if they were not the town's paramount treasures, they surely could not be of little worth. He could hardly believe that Kai Jinjian traveled without protective talismans. For instance, he, Fu Nanhua, carried with him not only the illusory old Dragon Rain amulet, but also 2 exquisite and highly ranked artifacts, nearly regarded as the hidden treasures of Old Dragon City. Therefore, among the practitioners of the esoteric arts, a popular adage circulated, to collect a corpse for another, one shall surely be rewarded. As Fu Nanhua passed by Kai Jinjian's lifeless body, he did not spare her a glance. Instead, the faint scent of blood invigorated him, placing him in an inexplicable state of exhilaration. The two maintained a distance of more than 10 steps apart, with Fu Nanhua merely needing to ensure that the youth could not escape the alley. Attempting to capture a local boy in this terrain would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially with the still warm corpse of the beautiful woman behind him serving as a cautionary tale. Should the youth be afforded even a moment of respite, unforeseen consequences might well befall him. While Fu Nanhua appeared to be toying with the boy, He was, in truth, adjusting his physical rhythm. As he had never before relied solely on close combat to determine victory since he formally embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 9. He certainly need not risk his life alongside the youth, for that would result in a considerable loss, especially with Kai Jinjian, as two readily attainable opportunities lay before him. However, it was imperative to ensure that this unexpectedly audacious youth remained confined to his bed in the near future, leaving him no chance to stir up trouble. Fu Nanhua suddenly inquired with a smile, "By the way, what is your name?" The blood-soaked boy responded with a remark that seemed unrelated, his dark visage marked by a resilience akin to wild grass. "You and she may not realize this, but I possess keen insight. Thus, when she conversed with me in Mud Bottle Alley, the way she looked at me was strikingly similar to how she gazes at you now." Fu Nanhua was momentarily taken aback, genuinely impressed by the youth, and chuckled, "Quite intriguing indeed." Despite Fu Nanhua's seemingly casual demeanor, he remained acutely aware of the boy's left hand, which continued to drip blood. This indicated that the youth's grip had not faltered. A common person would have succumbed to the excruciating pain long ago. At that moment, Fu Nanhua regretted having previously dismissed the boy's offhand comment, realizing it had been profoundly insightful. Sensing the time was ripe, he posed one final question of interest. "Your resolve in killing her was strikingly decisive. Surely someone must have tipped you off. I am not curious about their identity. What puzzles me is how a child raised here could so swiftly overcome that mental barrier and kill with such a sense of justification. Do you comprehend what I mean? It is important to note that even I, after my first act of murder, found myself trembling as the thrill faded, requiring a lengthy recitation of calming mantras to regain my composure. Unlike you, who appears unfazed, as if the act is as mundane as eating and drinking. This is simply irrational." The previously impassive youth suddenly displayed a look of horror and panic, his gaze fixed intently behind Fu Nanhua, as if the deceased tall woman had returned to life. Cautiously, Fu Nanhua instinctively turned his head, and halfway through the motion, his heart jolted. When he glanced back, due to the disparity in their heights, he could not find any trace of the boy in his line of sight, which was directed slightly downward. In a moment of imminent danger, it became apparent that after exhibiting that expression and demeanor, the boy had unhesitatingly surged forward, sprinting with fervor. In just 3 strides, he propelled himself upward with his left foot, leaping high into the air, and ultimately, his right foot struck the wall of the alley, allowing him to pivot rapidly. The boy then raised his left hand toward the man in the high crown, resembling a hawk poised to capture a serpent. Chapter 22. The final boundary within a modest study devoid of a nameplate. The middle-aged Confucian scholar Qi Jingshun sat in silent contemplation, not engaged in the analysis of a timeless masterpiece nor embroiled in a rematch between esteemed chess masters. As he poised to place a white piece upon the board, he sighed deeply. The piece, which was destined to find its place, hesitated as uncertainty gripped him. Withdrawing his hand, the piece lingered in the air, suspended just above the board. Qi Jingshun maintained his dignified posture, embodying the role of a contemporary sage and serving as the former leader of the Shanyan Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies. Even though he had been relegated to this humble abode to atone for past transgressions, he remained an indisputable paragon of scholarly virtue. For the ordinary townsfolk, the cycle of nature unfolded as the seasons waxed and waned. Teachers had come and gone, each differing in appearance and age. Yet, the indistinguishable essence of a learned scholar, stern, exacting, taciturn, remained constant. In essence, they were all rather dull and uninteresting. Little did anyone realize that these seemingly different educators were, in fact, the same individual. Furthermore, beyond the borders of the town, the reclusive Mr. Qi once held an exalted position, imbued with an unparalleled integrity and extraordinary prowess. In the next moment, Qi Jingxuan's spirit transcended his corporeal form, resembling a celestial being clad in flowing white garments, who instantly broke free from the confines of his earthly shell. He drifted gracefully towards a narrow alley in the town. Upon arrival, he first beheld the woman lying in a pool of blood, Kai Jinjian of Yunxiao Mountain, her spirit flickering and dissipating like a candle's flame in the wind. After a brief pause, Qi Jingshun finally approached the two individuals. The young lord of Longchong, adorned in a high-crowned robe, leaned back slightly, his expression one of astonishment and bewilderment. With a visage as exquisite as jade, reflecting an intricate interplay of shock, uncertainty, and despair, the youth maintained a fierce posture, having leaped high into the air, his left hand gripping a shard of porcelain as sharp as a blade. Even in this critical moment, where life and death teetered on a precipice, the airborne youth exuded a resolute gaze and a calm demeanor, far removed from the naivety one would expect of a boy raised in a humble alley and nurtured amidst the wilderness. The only remnant of his youth lay in the deep-seated helplessness concealed within his eyes. This sense of helplessness was familiar to the scholar who had long since departed the confines of his study and academy, akin to witnessing a farmer dependent on the heavens, squatting in a parched and cracked field during a drought, gazing up at the blazing sun, not with a heart-wrenching tumult of emotions, but rather with a profound sense of resignation and bewilderment. As the temporary sovereign of this realm, Qi Jingshun was well acquainted with the origins of Chen Ping'an and his family, capable of tracing their lineage back through centuries, even millennia. Although he had never personally witnessed the youth's ancestors, he could surmise their history with relative ease. The reasoning was straightforward. Much like a county magistrate wishing to understand the lineage of his subjects could simply consult the household registry, where the records would lay bare the family's heritage. After more than 3 millennia of thriving development, the small town has seen its branches extend beyond its borders, intertwining roots that reflect the brilliance of several extraordinary individuals in each generation. Although they could not return in glory, they were able to nourish their families through clandestine channels, ultimately contributing to the present prosperity of the 4 prominent surnames and 10 clans in the town. The Chen family, to which Chen Ping'an belongs, boasts an equally illustrious history, with ancestors who once soared to great heights, enjoying considerable affluence. However, after enduring 2 tumultuous upheavals, the family gradually fell into obscurity and decline amidst the myriad vassal states and dynasties of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, yielding prominence to other surnames. Over the centuries, the fortunes of the Chen lineage waned significantly, particularly during the generation of Chen Ping'an's father, who witnessed the complete downfall of the Chen clan in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, let alone within the dominion of the Great Li dynasty, where it seemed as though a royal edict had condemned the family to perpetual exile from officialdom, leaving no hope for revival. When Qi Jingshun arrived to oversee the operation of the Grand Formation, he adhered faithfully to the principles of uprightness and tranquility for over 60 years, resolutely refusing to alter the fates of the townsfolk based on personal biases. Otherwise, in the eyes of this scholar, who once harbored a deep-seated aversion to malevolence, the affluent families were rife with corruption, while the humble households were steeped in poverty. Yet, after observing the dynamics over time, Qi Jingshun recognized that even the grand families experienced their own helplessness, while the lesser households could also display extreme malice. As time passed, Qi Jingshun became akin to a distant deity, neither indulging in worship nor engaging in human sentiment, remaining detached and indifferent to the affairs of the world. Qi Jingshun, slightly taken aback, stepped forward and gazed intently. With a gentle nod, he realized that the once formidable impoverished youth, seemingly intent on executing a fatal blow, was actually poised to deliver a heavy strike upon Fu Nanhua's neck. Rather than a fatal outcome akin to Kai Jingjian's, this was far more merciful. Fu Nanhua was struck forcefully, his body colliding with the wall, only to be seized by the youth, one hand gripping his throat while the other brandished a shard of porcelain against his abdomen. Curiosity gnawed at Qi Jingshun as he pondered why the youth refrained from delivering a lethal blow at such a pivotal moment, a fleeting opportunity with potentially dire repercussions. Qi Jingshun, a man of profound scholarly disposition, adhered to propriety yet was not shackled by dogma. He was no pedantic scholar, merely reciting from dusty tomes. He was intimately familiar with the likes of Fu Nanhua, both in temperament and disposition, even in the narrow alley today, where the youth had compelled him to temporarily relinquish thoughts of revenge. This incident would undoubtedly remain a profound humiliation in the youth's life, an affront so grave that it could be deemed a spiritual torment. Ultimately, it would not be Fu Nanhua alone who would seek retribution, but rather the entire dragon city of Nanhai, ruled by the Elder Dragon. Qi Jingshun's intervention to halt the youth's relentless violence stemmed from both personal motives and a desire for justice. In the present day, the small town resembles a porcelain vessel marred by cracks, destined to shatter inevitably. Qi Jingshun must strive to delay this unstoppable tide, endeavoring to arrange safe exits for as many individuals as possible, ideally to ensure a stable handover to the blacksmith, Master Ruan. If they can endure through the final cycle of 60 years, a semblance of mutual contentment may be achieved. Those on the mountain will seize opportunities, while those below will find tranquility. It is crucial to recognize that, given the consistent disposition of the majority who dwell above, the lives of countless ants at the mountain's base are trivial in comparison when roads collapse and new eras emerge amidst the promise of longevity. The merciless nature of the secular dynasty pales in comparison to the selflessness revered by many cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Jingchun discreetly concealed his form. The cosmos continued its operation, seamless and unimpeded. The previous impasse shattered quietly. The youth's wrist struck heavily against Fu Nanhua's neck, causing the latter's head to jerk, violently colliding with the wall of the alley, rendered dazed by the tremendous force. Upon landing, the youth swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Fu Nanhua's abdomen. Fu Nanhua, unable to straighten his back against the wall, felt the impact of the blow compel him to nearly expel his insides, his body instinctively bending in response. The youth grasped Fu Nanhua's neck with one hand while pressing a shard of porcelain against the nobleman's abdomen with the other. It was difficult for Fu Nanhua to fathom how this slender boy, shorter than himself, possessed such immense strength, particularly with the chilling sharpness of the porcelain fragment, which brought the young lord of Longqing closer to the brink of death, a mere breath away from the divide between life and death. Fu Nanhua could hardly fathom the astonishing potential that could erupt from a child, who, in his tender years, roamed the mountains in search of herbs, driven by an obsession that eclipsed even his instinct for survival. When that young boy inadvertently ingested a toxic herb and writhed in agony in a narrow alley, his fervent determination compelled him to crawl back home, yearning to retrieve the life-saving herbs he had gathered. Subsequently, the labor of chopping wood, burning charcoal, crafting pottery, and digging in the earth all demanded an immense test of the boy's physical strength and endurance. Outside the confines of the town, Fu Nanhua could effortlessly unleash a modicum of his mystical prowess, overpowering 100 or even 1,000 youths. However, choosing to confront them within the town was akin to tempting fate, as if he had kicked against an unyielding iron plate. Overwhelmed by the dual blows of excruciating pain and humiliation, Fu Nanhua's mind clouded with rage as he snarled, "You may kill me, but you will meet your demise. Should you spare me, you will still find no escape from death. You wretched brat, your fate is sealed." Chen Ping'an raised his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the man whose face was contorted with madness, and replied, "You must understand, I harbor no desire to kill you. I bear you no ill will. It is only your intent to harm me that has compelled me to retaliate." Fu Nanhua sneered, "You, a mere wretch, presume to reason with me, Fu Nanhua. Do you think you are worthy?" After a moment of silence, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Are you truly intent on ending my life?" Upon meeting the gaze of the dark-skinned youth, Fu Nanhua suddenly found himself enveloped in an unexpected calm. With his throat firmly grasped, Fu Nanhua's face flushed crimson, quickly shifting to a shade of blue and then to purple, despite the young assailant's grip not intensifying. It was sufficient to bring a robust man to the brink of asphyxiation. Struggling to speak, Fu Nanhua managed to utter, "Do you believe me when I say I want to kill you?" He writhed violently for a moment, yet the youth simultaneously tightened his grip, causing Fu Nanhua's arm to droop helplessly. Chen Ping'an shook his head in response. As Fu Nanhua grew increasingly dizzy, an overwhelming desire to crush the head of this wretched boy surged within him. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of congeniality, adding, "What if I swore an oath to the heavens? People like us should not make vows lightly." Fu Nanhua attempted a cunning maneuver. For a grand vow in Buddhism or a solemn oath by a cultivator indeed carries significant weight. However, it was evident that Fu Nanhua only spoke half-truths. Even if he swore, it would merely be a verbal declaration devoid of substance, akin to inscribing a heavy oath upon the heart's wall of a pill chamber, with adherence dependent solely on his whim. Furthermore, the oaths of cultivators are not without means of dissolution, varying only in terms of cost. Generally, the magnitude of the cost bears a direct correlation to the cultivator's level and the gravity of the oath's content. Unexpectedly, the young man in straw sandals shook his head once more. As Fu Nanhua found his breath increasingly labored, he lost the spirit to negotiate, his thoughts drifting into a haze. Was death imminent? Would he meet the same fate as that pitiful Kai Jingjian, perishing at the hands of a mere wretch? Would this grim tidings become a source of jest throughout the entirety of Old Dragon City? He barely had the opportunity to reach for the concealed mechanism of the jade belt at his waist. The white jade belt he wore was, in fact, a remnant essence of the earth dragon species. Just then, a celestial voice echoed in the ears of Fu Nanhua, akin to a heavenly melody, but he had just fainted, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Chen Ping'an turned in astonishment, only to behold the ethereal figure of Mr. Qi, radiant and elusive. The latter smiled silently. Chen Ping'an's gaze returned to its unwavering resolve, his right hand remaining firmly clenched. Qi Jingshan neither took offense at being mistaken for a fool nor felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of potential. He simply waved his sleeve lightly towards the young man in straw sandals, as if retrieving an object. Upon opening his palm, this Confucian sage was met with a silent chuckle, a dark, soiled mass resembling ink. It became evident that the intentions sown within the youth had long since faded into obscurity. Looking back at the young Chen Ping'an, Qi Jingshan expressed a tinge of regret, reflecting, no wonder the master said that in this world, those who achieve greatness are not merely the exceptionally talented, but rather those with unwavering determination that truly matter. Chen Ping'an, you have imparted yet another lesson on my behalf. It is a pity that I, Qi Jingshan, no longer have the opportunity to accept disciples. Chapter 23. Under the locust shade. After uttering these words, the scholar chuckled self-deprecatingly. What value or worth could the disciples of Qi Jingshan possibly possess? The room was filled with a number of young students, each receiving a meager stipend of merely 300 coins a year. Some impoverished children were fortunate to receive nothing more than 3 pieces of preserved meat. Qi Jingshan gazed at the obstinate youth who stubbornly clung to his convictions and inquired, deep down, you are reluctant to take his life. However, this individual seems intent on ending yours. Will you eliminate him entirely to safeguard your own existence, postponing tomorrow's troubles for another day? Or do you aspire for peace, hoping to transform a grave matter into a trifling one? The boy, who frequently listened to the poetic recitations next door, blurted out, what wisdom do you impart to me? Sir? With a smile, Qi Jingshan replied, Chen Ping'an, why not release your right hand for a moment and consider whether you wish to accompany me on a stroll? There are matters for which I bear responsibility, and I owe you an explanation. After a brief hesitation, Chen Ping'an loosened his fingers, only to discover that Fu Nanhua remained utterly motionless, his gaze, hair, and breath all stilled. With Qi Jingshan orchestrating the grand array, the small town had returned to tranquility. Stay close to my footsteps and strive not to stray beyond 10 paces, Qi Jingshan whispered. The ethereal figure of the middle-aged scholar, draped in flowing garments, led the way toward the end of the alley, with Chen Ping'an following closely. As he walked, he cast a glance at his left palm, which was a gruesome sight. Flesh mangled and bone visible, yet the blood that was once apparent had ceased to flow. Qi Jingshan walked ahead, smiling as she inquired, Chen Ping'an, do you believe that there exist deities, spirits, and all manner of supernatural beings in this world? Chen Ping'an nodded in affirmation, recalling how his mother often recounted ancient tales that instilled in him the belief that good deeds are rewarded while evil actions are punished. This phrase, frequently uttered by his mother, remained etched in his memory. He also remembered stories of water ghosts that dragged children into streams, and the old magistrate who conducts nocturnal trials at the dilapidated shrine in the northern part of the city. There were even tales suggesting that the door gods we affix to our entrances come to life at night to guard our homes. While he had previously harbored skepticism towards such narratives, he now found himself leaning towards the belief that there might be a grain of truth in them. Qi Jingshan spoke softly. Some of what she said holds truth, while other parts are mere fabrications. As for the notion of good being rewarded and evil being punished, it is a complex matter. The definitions of good and evil vary among the common folk, the emperors, and the immortal beings, leading to divergent conclusions. Chen Ping'an concealed the shard of porcelain, quickening his pace to walk alongside the scholar, and looked up to ask, Mr. Qi, may I pose a question? Qi Jingshan, as if perceiving the young man's thoughts, replied calmly, this small town serves as the final resting place of the last true dragon in the world. In this world, countless dragons are believed to consider this place as the epitome of fortune, destined to give rise to a dragon on some fateful day. However, in reality, for 3,000 years, the emergence of a dragon has yet to materialize. The children born in this small town possess superior roots, temperaments, and fortunes compared to their peers from beyond its borders. Many renowned immortal cultivators from Dongbei's Hao, whose unions have produced offspring, are hardly any better. Of course, not every child in the town is endowed with extraordinary talents. Qi Jingshan smiled softly, choosing not to delve deeper into this matter, perhaps out of concern for the children's feelings. She shifted the topic, recalling that nearly every elder cultivator who participated in the great dragon-slaying calamity bore grievous injuries. Many of them chose to settle here, weaving their humble abodes and cultivating, facing death with serene acceptance. There were also fortunate couples who survived together, forging bonds through shared hardships. After over 3,000 years of procreation and survival, the town has grown to its current stature. Initially known as Days Township on the map of the Great Li Dynasty, it was later renamed Longyuan by a sage. Following that, in deference to a particular emperor of the Great Li, the name underwent further modifications. A youth, who had been holding back his words, finally could not contain himself any longer. He gently interrupted Chen Ping'an, his fists clenched, brimming with longing and anticipation. "Madam, what I truly wish to inquire about is my parents. What kind of individuals were they?" Chen Ping'an fell into contemplation, acknowledging that since the wandering immortal had already revealed some secrets to you, I too may share certain matters that he has opened up. In my recollection, your father was a simple and gentle man of modest talent, unworthy of being taken away from the quaint town. Thus, he became, in the eyes of certain individuals, a mere trifle regarded as a poor investment. Perhaps it was in a fit of anger, or perhaps due to dire circumstances. But the porcelain buyers from outside the town began to meddle with your father's fateful porcelain. Consequently, not only did he suffer misfortune, but you and your mother also endured hardships alongside him. Later, for reasons unknown, he inadvertently uncovered the secret of the fateful porcelain. He realized that once it was taken from the town, it would condemn him to a life as a mere puppet. In a moment of desperation, he clandestinely shattered the porcelain piece destined for you. If my memory serves me right, a porcelain paperweight. Chen Ping'an spoke solemnly. You must understand that every infant born in the town each year is assigned a coded identity stored in a confidential archive. There are individuals in the town who possess unique secret techniques to extract a drop of blood from the heart, which is then infused into the fateful porcelain that will be crafted in the future. The porcelain for girls requires 6 years of firing, while that for boys demands even longer. The kiln must burn continuously for 9 years without interruption. The innate talents of the children, akin to the quality of ordinary porcelain, are left to fate and fortune. However, the stakes for betting on porcelain are considerable, though your aptitude may currently appear unremarkable. The wrath of the porcelain buyers from outside the town at the moment your father resolutely shattered that paperweight is, I can only imagine, immense. As for your mother, she was a woman of serene disposition. At this juncture, Chen Ping'an suddenly laughed, recalling that when your mother married your father, many of their peers in the town were quite disheartened. To speak candidly, recounting the intricate details of your parents' lives while they were still among us poses quite a challenge for me. Upon my arrival here, my responsibilities extended beyond merely imparting knowledge. I was engulfed in a multitude of tasks. The youth responded with a soft murmur, turning his head slightly, and absent-mindedly wiped his face with his hand. Perhaps he had forgotten the dire state of his left hand, smeared with blood, unwilling to use his sleeve to clean it. They passed through the 12th archway, a grand structure of stone. Chen Ping'an did not glance at him, instead engaging the youth in earnest conversation. It was here that the true dragon fell, and 4 sages personally appeared to establish a covenant, decreeing that every 60 years, a new guardian would be appointed to oversee the remnants of the true dragon's essence left behind after its demise. There had indeed been disputes regarding whether to eradicate the roots completely. However, to divulge such clandestine truths to you would be to lead you astray. Generally speaking, the practitioners of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, alongside a military strategist, hold dominion over this domain, while various scholars and families from the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, along with celestial realms, immortal sects, and noble clans, all possess a stake and opportunity to partake in the benefits here. It is rather amusing that within a century, the availability of buying porcelain has nearly become a defining criterion for determining whether a sect or family holds a prestigious standing. Chen Ping'an remarked, "Though I do not grasp the essence of your words, I shall remember them. Today, knowing that my parents were good people brings me a sense of contentment." Chen Ping'an chuckled, "I do not expect you to fully comprehend it at this moment. It merely serves as a prelude. Otherwise, if I simply advised you against killing Fu Nanhua, you would surely disregard my counsel. The reason I implore you to refrain from taking a life is not due to my empathetic nature or any sentiment akin to mourning over the death of a rabbit or the sorrow of a fox. Neither is it out of a desire for gratitude from Fu Nanhua and the young lord of Laolong City, hoping to reap future benefits. It is, in fact, quite the opposite. As a disciple of Confucianism, I champion engagement with the world and am profoundly averse to the reckless abandon exhibited by those on the path of cultivation. For countless years, we have engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. Had I, Qi Jingshun, been of the age when I first sought apprenticeship at the Clifftop Academy, neither the esteemed Lu Jimiao nor the young Lord Fu Nanhua would have had any chance of survival. They would have long been reduced to mere ashes beneath my hand. The youth discerned that, despite Qi's gentle tone and elegant gait, there was a palpable distinction in his demeanor, as if he were a different person entirely. It reminded him of the old man Yao, who, when inebriated, boasted that the porcelain we crafted was meant for the emperor. Who could rival that? When Qi spoke of reducing others to ashes, his tone may have differed, yet the expression on his face was unmistakably the same. Qi Jingshun furrowed his brow and gazed towards Mud Bottle Alley, as if listening to another's conversation. Though he did not display overt annoyance, the displeasure in his eyes was unmistakably evident. Finally, he uttered coldly, "Depart at once." Chen Ping'an appeared utterly bewildered. Qi Jingshun elucidated, "The storyteller, whose true name is Lu Jimiao and Daoist title is Jiejing Zhenjuan, is, in fact, a practitioner of the unorthodox path, possessing a commendable level of cultivation yet lacking in moral integrity. The grievances between Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua largely stem from his instigation, ultimately planting within you a malevolent talisman of a crooked path, a four-character incantation inscribed stealthily upon your heart, yearning for death. Such methods are exceedingly sinister." Chen Ping'an silently committed Lu Jimiao's name to memory. Qi Jingshun sighed and inquired, "Are you not curious why I refrain from taking action?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. Qi Jingshun continued introspectively, "This realm, akin to an ancient porcelain artifact weathered by the elements for 3 millennia, stands on the brink of shattering. You are, after all, outsiders, shielded by formidable formations. Your actions, as long as they do not exceed certain limits, will not precipitate the porcelain's destruction. Yet I am the custodian of this porcelain. Every movement I make impacts its fissures. In truth, whatever I do merely exacerbates the spreading of its cracks. If it were merely the porcelain that fractured, it would be one thing, but the fates of 5,000 to 6,000 souls in this town, across their present and future lives, rest in my hands. How can I afford to be careless?" However, these long-bottled sentiments, yearning for expression, were uttered by Mr. Qi in such a hushed tone that even with his ears attuned, Chen Ping'an could not comprehend them fully. Qi Jingshun observed the youth, who occasionally wiped his face with his right hand, as they approached the iron well in Xinghua Alley, where a woman was bending down to draw water. Qi Jingshun posed a question. If a stranger were to fall into the well, and in attempting to save them, you would meet your own demise, would you still extend your hand to rescue them? Chen Ping'an contemplated for a moment and countered, "I wish to know, is it truly possible to save that person?" Qi Jingshun refrained from answering the youth's inquiry, merely responding with a smile. "Remember, a gentleman does not rescue." The young boy was momentarily taken aback, perplexed, and asked, "Gentlemen?" Qi Jingshun hesitated for a moment, then squatted down, adjusting the collar of the grass sandal youth's garment and gently wiping away the bloodstains with his hand, softly saying, "When confronted with misfortune, one should first possess a heart of compassion. However, a gentleman is not a fool. He may go to the well's edge to rescue another, but he will never allow himself to fall into peril." Seemingly stirred by this reflection, the youth earnestly inquired, "Sir, can I still survive? If so, how long might I endure?" Qi Jingshun pondered carefully, gradually rising to his feet and decisively proclaiming, "If you are unafraid of the arduous journey ahead and the great sufferings it may entail, then you shall undoubtedly survive." The young boy's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, exclaiming, "I fear not hardship." Observing the boy's calm demeanor throughout their journey, Qi Jingshun felt a sense of relief. "Come, I shall take you to a certain place. Although I, Qi Jingshun, may not be able to assist you in any significant manner, given the circumstances, allowing you to pass through this tribulation does not constitute a breach of rules. In truth, you are owed a fortuitous opportunity." The boy remained somewhat bewildered. They arrived beneath an ancient locust tree, and for reasons unknown, the town inside and out was enveloped in utter silence, with this venerable tree standing as the sole exception, its leaves gently swaying, displaying an enchanting grace. After Qi Jingshun stood still, his expression turned grave. After a respectful bow, he raised his head and inquired, might Qi Jingshun implore you for a single locust leaf, so that the youth may depart from this town in peace, free from the calamities that may beset him for at least 3 years? The ancient locust tree remained silent and unyielding. Qi Jingshun continued, having presided over this place for 59 years, though lacking in merit, I have toiled diligently. Is it too much to ask for a single ancestral locust leaf? Moreover, the youth is of your town's lineage. Why such reluctance from the esteemed elders? Yet, the old tree offered no response. The stillness in the air felt like a silent mockery. You, Qi Jingshun, possess great abilities. Yet you are but one among the vastness of heaven and earth, a mere mortal overseeing this pivotal formation. We are simply unwilling to part with this sacred offering. What can you do about it? Qi Jingshun's countenance fluctuated between despair and hope, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh, his gaze cast downwards, filled with remorse. The youth smiled broadly and offered reassurance. Taoist Lu said if I head south of the town and find a blacksmith by the surname Wan to become his apprentice, I will have a chance to survive. Mr. Qi, even without this locust leaf, I believe everything will be just fine. Qi Jingshun chuckled and asked, Is that truly your sentiment? The youth scratched his head, bashfully admitting, Not at all. Qi Jingshun shared a knowing smile. Suddenly, a vibrant, dew-kissed locust leaf descended gracefully from the lofty treetop. The youth merely extended his palm, and the leaf floated gently into his hand. On the leaf, a golden inscription flickered momentarily before vanishing. Qi Jingshun was somewhat taken aback. After a moment, he solemnly inquired, This character represents Yao. Chen Ping'an, are you willing to repay the Yao family, regardless of life or death? To be frank, even without this leaf, your chances of survival are not entirely bleak. I can assure you of that. Therefore, you must think this through carefully. The young man asked, Is it the Yao from Master Yao? Qi Jingshun nodded. Indeed, it was. The youth clasped his hands together, gently cradling the locust leaf in his palms, and declared aloud, As long as I draw breath. As long as there are any with the surname Yao connected to you, just as Mr. Qi mentioned earlier. Even if they were to fall into a well, or if saving them meant certain death, I, Chen Ping'an, shall rescue them. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Qi Jingshun smiled, and said, Let us proceed. As he departed with the youth, he quietly turned to gaze at the highest point of the locust tree, a hint of mockery crossing his face. There were indeed locust leaves belonging to the Chen family, and in truth, there were more than just one or two. Yet, in the end, knowing that this place was destined to collapse, they chose to seek another host, indifferent to the surname, and still, there was no ancestral blessing to speak of, as they preferred to watch over the grass shoe youth of Mud Bottle Alley. Turning back, Qi Jingshun affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and jested. If it were Song Jisun, Zhao Yao, or Gukan making such grand declarations as you did earlier, it might just evoke a resonance in the heavens. The young man grinned radiantly. That is not my concern. I shall focus solely on my own affairs. Qi Jingshun then asked, Is this the truth you speak? The youth chuckled indeed. Chapter 24. A gift in a residence located within Peach Leaf Lane. An elderly man with a benevolent countenance sat in a rattan chair on the porch, accompanied by a sprightly and charming maid. She was adorned in light yellow patterned trousers, draped with a delicate azure veil over her attire, gently fanning herself as she listened to the old man recount tales. Suddenly, the elder inquired, Peach Bud, are you dozing off again? I do not mean to frighten you, but should you indulge in such laziness outside this quaint town, you would surely face repercussions. Receiving no response, the usually lenient elder was about to continue his playful banter when his expression abruptly changed, and he lifted his gaze towards the distance, his demeanor growing solemn. It became apparent that within the courtyard, not only was the fan held by the youthful made utterly still, but even the intangible breeze had ceased its movement. The old man quickly drew in his breath, focusing his mind and silently reciting his incantation, entering a state of meditation to prevent the unwarranted depletion of his cultivation amidst this fleeting anomaly in the river of time. He let out a soft sigh. Even the most steadfast adherent of rules, Qi Jingshun, had finally made an exception to intervene. It seemed as though a tempest was brewing, heralded by the mounting winds. Not far away, a burly young man from another town crouched beside the iron well, intently fixated on the wheelbarrow. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he surreptitiously glanced at the silhouette of a voluptuous villager. She bent down to draw a bucket from the well, her impressively curved hips and the weighty swell of her bosom presenting a slightly exaggerated silhouette. Her figure exuded a primal essence reminiscent of ripened wheat, imbuing the woman, who would otherwise be merely average in appearance, with an extraordinary allure. As the young man became acutely aware of the eerie stillness enveloping his surroundings, he observed that others remained motionless. Mustering his courage, he confronted the enchanting scene of a woman drawing water. He discreetly swallowed, swiftly turning his body to adopt a crouching position. It is no wonder that his master had once remarked that the women from the valley are akin to tigers emerging from the forest, their powers significantly diminished. However, once they ascend the mountain, they transform into formidable rulers, capable of devouring their prey. After indulging in drink, his master would often declare that all the heroes and gallants in the world are no match for his own mountain tiger, without exception. Yet, the young man believed that even a forest tiger was impressive, like the woman before him. Though she appeared quite ordinary, her allure stirred something deep within him. Were she to slap him without a second thought, disregarding reason, he felt he would lack the audacity to retaliate. Indeed, if she were to smile, he would likely find himself smiling in response. Contemplating these thoughts, a sense of despondency washed over him, and he cast a glance at his own lap, muttering under his breath about his spinelessness. In the alley of Mud Bottle, Song Jisun was engrossed in perusing a hefty, antiquated local gazetteer. He discerned numerous patterns, noting that revisions occurred approximately every 60 years. Thus, he privately dubbed this tome the Chronicle of the Sexagenary Cycle. He also observed that the townsfolk, once taken away by distant relatives during their youth, rarely returned home, as if they held a disdain for returning to their roots. It seemed that many families flourished beyond their hometowns, blossoming like flowers beyond the walls, growing into deeply rooted, towering trees. Consequently, Song Jisun affectionately referred to it as the book beyond the walls. At this moment, the youth was perusing a page from a biographical account, detailing the life of a certain Chao Shi. The narrative was notably terse, a characteristic feature of this county chronicle. Song Jisun had read it at least 7 or 8 times, thoroughly familiar with its contents. Thus, during his leisure moments, he would select some bizarre tales of individuals, treating them as legendary exploits recounted by a storyteller, indifferent to their veracity. He distinctly recalled the man clad in official robes, who, before departing the small town to report to the capital, had come alone in the dead of night. With an air of utmost solemnity, the man had impressed upon the youth the importance of memorizing every name that appeared in the book, along with the hundreds and thousands of individuals and their ancestral ties rooted in the town, particularly concerning the intricate relationships among the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this moment, Song Jisun remained utterly still, akin to the fragmented clay statues of deities scattered in the southeastern part of the town, haphazardly toppled in the grass and mud, unwavering despite the elements raging around them. The light filtering through the window cast an unusual stillness upon the desk. Within this residence, the only entities capable of movement were the maid, Ji Gui, and an inconspicuous lizard. She had sensed something amiss early on. Her initial impulse was to rush to the neighboring courtyard and berate the emotionless girl next door. However, upon realizing the presence of the sword, she abandoned that enticing thought. She first arrived at her young master's chamber, casting a sidelong glance at the contents of the pages. Upon seeing the name Chao Shi, she felt a sense of annoyance and turned back a few pages for her master. Upon discovering passages concerning Xieshur, a smile of delight graced her lips. However, her joy was short-lived as she soon turned the pages back, wary of revealing too much and risking exposure. For all these years, her astute and calculating young master had merely harbored curiosity and suspicion regarding her origins, never having obtained concrete evidence. She was determined not to jeopardize her efforts at the critical moment of success. Accompanying her master to the village school often, she found that some words spoken by scholars were hypocritical and nonsensical, such as those regarding sacrificing life for righteousness. Yet, there were also truths spoken with clarity, such as the adage that one who travels 100 miles is only halfway there at 90. A yellowish 4-legged lizard lay basking on the threshold, and as it remained still, it resumed its true form. Under the illumination, it shimmered with brilliance, translucent and radiant, its body resembling a piece of exquisite glass. In the adjacent courtyard, the dark-clad maiden Ning Yao was enveloped in a mysterious state akin to a fetus, breathing neither through mouth nor nose. As if still within the womb, her spirit returning to a state of tranquility. Within its snow-white sheath, the flying sword emerged as if granted a pardon. Gliding gracefully around its master, akin to a gentle bird, embodying both the tender intimacy of companionship and the elegance of the maiden's flowing garments. It does not flit about aimlessly. Rather, it dances gracefully, akin to a skilled artist crafting symbols, creating an optimal environment for its wounded master to heal. Indeed, the girl, devoid of any signs of breath, finds the essence of the world rushing into her being, as if she were a whale consuming the ocean, fervently absorbing the primordial spirit energy of this realm. At this moment, the profound silence of the small town starkly contrasts with the vibrant energy emanating from the residents. Outside, by the southern stream, stands a stocky man, his thick brows and large eyes radiating intensity. With his chest bare and wielding a hammer, he forges iron. Each strike sends sparks flying, illuminating the room with a brilliant glow. Countless fiery embers dart about the spacious workshop, creating a spectacular and vivid display. With a single mighty swing of the hammer, he conjures an image. Opposite him stands a petite girl with a neat ponytail, clad in a yellow leather cloak to shield herself from the flying sparks. The ordinary cotton attire she wears would easily be punctured by the fiery projectiles. After one resounding strike, the myriad of sparks suddenly halts in midair. The girl furrows her brow and inquires, "Father?" The man replies in a deep voice, "It is your turn to strike the sword bar. This is the perfect opportunity to refine your divine intent." The girl sets aside the old sword bar, sweeping aside the sparks around her with deft motions. As she stirs, the previously dormant embers spring to life, colliding with one another, causing the light within the workshop to become an intricate and chaotic tapestry. In contrast to the elderly mentors in the town, who seem like hidden dragons in deep waters. Immersed in focused tranquility, the young girl's actions are undeniably brazen and audacious. Particularly when she takes up the hammer, her strikes are powerful and swift, exhibiting a wildness that even surpasses that of experienced men. Each blow sends forth a shower of sparks that do not dissipate but instead accumulate, creating a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of countless stars clustering in the sky. In the sword forging chamber, the sparks abound. The man fixates intently on the glowing sword blank, solemnly instructing, "Recite the dragon-shaking chapter of the Sword Forging Sutra in your heart." The girl's fervor suddenly diminishes as she whispers, "Father?" The man, irritated, retorts, "What now?" Her demeanor falters further as she timidly replies, "I didn't eat much at noon. I'm hungry and can't continue." The man's frustration escalates. Were it not for the task at hand, he would have scolded her. It's as if reciting a text were akin to a life or death matter, and she resorts to excuses. Yet, he realizes, hunger is quite natural for a girl of her appetite. With a concealed smile, the girl claims hunger, yet her hands remain unyielding in their rhythm. In a moment of inspiration, she suddenly shouts, "Come forth," and with all her might, she strikes down with fervor. The resulting shower of sparks is particularly brilliant and blinding. The man maintains his composure, secretly thinking, "It has worked." In the courtyard of the Gu family's estate, a woman gradually awakened, her head throbbing as if it might split. With her child's assistance, she settled back onto the long bench. The esteemed Taoist master Lu Jimo was in a state of tranquil meditation, his thumb and forefinger gently moving within his sleeves. The woman, Gu, pulled her son close beside her and softly inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" The elder did not open his eyes, responding, "I have taken on an exceptional disciple. You have a remarkable son. You may rest assured that your lineage shall flourish." Overjoyed, the woman felt tears welling in her eyes as she embraced her child, whispering tenderly, "My dear, did you hear that? Our Gu family shall undoubtedly achieve great success." Suddenly, Lu Jima uttered a startled exclamation, his eyes flying open as he examined the intricate lines upon his palm, as if a new path had diverged before him. He murmured to himself, "What could this mean? It is unexpected." The youth did not perish. Rather, it was that celestial offspring whose demise was inexplicably entwined with fate. The elder, compelled to rise, began to pace slowly within the courtyard, his fingers deftly calculating. What a disgrace, to fall at the hands of a mere street youth. The millennia of prestige painstakingly built by Yuxiao Mountain has been utterly ruined. The woman, feeling anxious, ventured, "Master, since our son has already become your apprentice, might we not spare Chen Ping'an?" The elder roared in fury, "Foolish compassion. If you truly possessed a heart of mercy, you should have harbored no murderous intent when we first met. To come now, pretending to be a benevolent figure, is utterly shameless." The woman, chastised, turned pale, her lips trembling as she dared not utter a word. The elder, still not appeased, pointed an accusing finger at her, berating, "You, a mere peasant woman, with such narrow understanding. After Gukan returns to Shujian Lake with me, the frequency of your encounters with him must not be excessive, lest it disrupt his cultivation. Do you have any objections?" The woman hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I dare not." The elder's gaze darkened ominously. The woman, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and, with a sorrowful expression, pitifully replied, "No objections, absolutely none." The elder forcefully waved his sleeve and coldly snorted, "You infuriate me." Earlier, having perceived a hint of unique charm in the woman, he had entertained the thought of taking her as a personal servant, yet her subsequent display of such crassness rendered her unworthy of the opportunity to step into the threshold of cultivation. Suddenly, the elder felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. He surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that this realm had indeed been artificially rendered into a state of stillness. Such stillness is one of the many small paradises of the world, impervious even to earthly immortals and golden-bodied arhats. This formidable power was truly awe-inspiring. Attributable in large part to the grand formation, yet it still evoked a profound sense of reverence. Imagine, if you will, being within this realm, where deities, Buddhas, demons, and specters must all bow before me. What sort of sensation would that invoke? The true monarch of the river, Lu Jimao, dreams of attaining such heights. What use is high skill? To hell with that. Lu Jimao longs for a small paradise where he could invite the third-generation disciples of the Buddha, the Taoist patriarch, and the Confucian leader, not daring to demand their subservience, but at least to sit together as equals, addressing one another as peers. Without warning, Lu Jimao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his palms splattered with it, as though a sharp instrument had cruelly carved a gash into him. On the other hand, the white bowl materialized involuntarily, its surface rippling chaotically, black lines darting about, colliding with the confines around it. The old man exhibited no hesitation. He placed his palm over the back of his hand, a practitioner of Taoism yet bowing respectfully in the manner of Confucianism, bending deeply in utmost sincerity. He trembled as he spoke. "I, Lu Jimiao, the master of Qingxia Island at Shujian Lake, earnestly beseech Mr. Qi to show compassion towards my humble quest for enlightenment. Should I have caused any offense, I implore you to let not the sage hold the faults of the petty against me." After a prolonged silence, the command to depart rang out like thunder in the ears of the true gentleman. Overjoyed, Lu Jimiao responded, "Rest assured, sir. I shall promptly escort the Gu mother and child away from this town." The elder, who had always regarded himself as the younger generation, recalled something and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, sir, how should I dispose of these 2 bags of gold and copper coins I possess?" The authoritative voice resonated once more, "One person, one object, each representing a unique opportunity. Leave them in the courtyard. For the next 30 years, you must not step even a foot away from Shujian Lake." Lu Jimiao felt a sense of relief, finally shedding the ingratiating demeanor he had previously adopted. Instead, he performed a solemn Taoist bow, acknowledging the elder's generosity with deep gratitude. "I shall never forget the immense kindness and virtue of Mr. Qi, which I hold in my heart eternally." Afterward, Qi Jingquan's voice faded into silence, followed swiftly by the disappearance of the boundary. Lu Jimiao wasted no words and instructed Gu Shi to accompany Gu Qin as they departed the small town. Just as Gu Shi was about to speak, Lu Jimiao fixed her with a fiercely intimidating glare, silencing her into a state of trepidation. He retrieved 2 bags. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart, this individual, who aspired to the esteemed title of a true sage, placed the bags resolutely upon the bench. However, as he approached the courtyard, Lu Jimiao suddenly inquired, "Do you have any old artifacts left in your home?" Gu Shi looked perplexed, but the cunning Gu Qin promptly reminded, "Didn't father leave behind the treasure cabinet? It's the one gathering dust beneath the bed." Lu Jimiao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he urged the woman to lead the way to investigate. Since that sage acknowledged Gu Qin as a source of fortune, it signified that the child could claim his own destiny. As for the ultimate ownership of these fortunes within the town, even the mightiest of deities would have to heed Qi Jingquan's authority. Yet once they reached Shujian Lake, the outcome remained uncertain. Finally, with no one to supervise him, Gu Qin seized both bags and, with a swift motion, unlatched the door, sprinting towards the far end of Mud Bottle Alley. Inside, Gu Shi knelt on the floor, reaching beneath the bed to retrieve the chest. Though the chest was not large, it was quite heavy, causing her considerable strain as she heaved it, breathless from the effort. As a result, her ample hips were ruthlessly kicked by the true monarch of the river, provoking the elder to jest. "Goo, your shortcomings lie in your postnatal care." However, with such attributes, securing a position as a second-rate maid on Qingsha Island seems somewhat ambitious, yet as a third-rate maid, it is more than adequate. I perceive that you do not hold much regard for this. Nevertheless, there are several guest scholars on Qingsha Island who might find favor in your charms. When the time comes, do seize the opportunity and do not shy away, lest you miss a fortuitous chance. The woman's body stiffened slightly. As she remained mostly concealed beneath the bed, her expression obscured. Upon reaching an alleyway, Qi Jingshun turned to Chen Ping'an and said, "Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua will be managed by me. Now that you possess this ancestral blessing of the locust leaves, do not take life and death lightly. Living well is the greatest tribute you can pay to your parents." As for the subsequent influences of Yunxia Mountain, the old dragon city, and the true monarch of the river, I cannot assure you they will never trouble you, but for the next decade, they certainly will not. With favorable fortune, you might continue as a commoner for 30 years without incident. Qi Jingshun smiled. There is no need to harbor apprehensions about the town. Before long, those schemes should dissipate. If you desire a peaceful existence for the next 2 or 3 decades, consider finding a woman here to marry and establish a family. Alternatively, if you wish to venture beyond the town and witness the true wonders of the world, that would also be a commendable pursuit. To read extensively and travel widely is an essential pursuit for those of us who are scholars. You will soon discover that in the small town, reading is a challenge while walking is a simple task. However, beyond the confines of this town, many scholars find it easy to acquire books, read, and amass collections. Yet they often shy away from long journeys, fearing hardship. The so-called scholarly excursions are merely leisurely outings by car. The young man exclaimed, "Mr. Qi, is walking considered a hardship?" Qi Jingshun burst into hearty laughter. He remarked, "Let us not even speak of the world beyond this town. Just look around you. Have you ever seen any peers from Fulu Street or Taoye Alley who run about the hills and fields as you do?" The youth nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Qi's words. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Jingshun reached for a jade hairpin that was nestled in his coiffure, bending slightly to present it to the impoverished youth as a parting gift. "It is not a precious item, nor is it a relic of the celestial realm. Accept it without concern. In truth, I, too, was once a boy from a humble alley, diligently pursuing my studies, enduring numerous trials and tribulations, and experiencing various fortunes. It was this arduous journey that led me to the cliffs of the academy, where I sought guidance from a master. Those days of learning under his tutelage were the happiest of my life. Later, when my master departed from the mountain, he entrusted me with this hairpin, symbolizing his expectations and hopes for me. Regrettably, as I reflect upon the years that have passed, I realize that I have not lived up to those hopes, and I fear my master would be disappointed if he were still alive." The young man hesitated to accept such a gift. This jade hairpin seemed to embody the profound bond of mentorship between Mr. Qi and his own master, laden with deep sentiment and significant value. The youth, lacking in experience, yet possessing an innate discernment befitting one born of imperial porcelain, could still appreciate the value of an object. Qi Jingshun spoke gently. "It would be a disservice to keep this relic of my esteemed mentor hidden away. It is far better to pass it on to you. Furthermore, you have not sought rewards without merit. I have lingered in this small town for nearly 60 years, burdened by an unresolved knot in my heart. Alas, my mentor has passed, and I once believed I would never find the answers I sought. By mere chance, you have helped illuminate my path. Thus I present this hairpin to you. It is fitting in every sense, emotionally, rationally, and ceremonially. Chen Ping'an, I can only procure for you a single locust leaf. I cannot offer you more opportunities." The young man accepted the modest jade hairpin with both hands, lifting his gaze to sincerely declare, "You have already done so much, sir." Qi Jingshun smiled in response, feeling a weight lifted as he witnessed the youth persuaded to accept the hairpin. Though ordinary in appearance, it was indeed a treasured keepsake, and bestowing it upon a young man who would honor its inscription felt just. Thus, Qi Jingshun imparted his final counsel. "Chen Ping'an, remember, no matter what you encounter in the future, never lose hope in this world." Chapter 25. Farewell outside a residence in Mud Bottle Lane. A mischievous boy with snot hanging from his nose ferociously kicked the door, cursing and spitting. "Chen Ping'an, if you don't come out right now, I will find someone to end your life and smash all your worthless junk. I know you're home. What could you possibly be busy with? Are you with Song Jisun's young wife, or with Ji Gui doing that? It's broad daylight. Don't you have any regard for Song Jisun's feelings? Oh, so you won't come out, huh? I'm leaving, I really am. Once I leave, you will never get to see me again in this lifetime. I had planned to leave all my treasures to you, Chen Ping'an. Hurry up and come out. For reasons unknown, by the end of his tirade, the boy's voice quivered with a hint of tears as he retracted the two snotty worms back to their abode. Gukin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly turned to see the familiar face, upon which he erupted. Chen Ping'an, you son of a... The straw sandal-clad youth wore an unsavory expression, prompting Gukin to quickly adapt his tone and add, Are you well? His words flowed smoothly, the transition seamless and natural. Having grown accustomed to the boy's heartlessness, Chen Ping'an, holding a new clay jar, replied irritably, You still don't know whether I'm doing well? Realizing he had important matters at hand, Gukin hurriedly pulled Chen Ping'an to the courtyard entrance and thrust two exquisitely embroidered bags into his hands. The boy lowered his voice and inquired, Do you remember the little loach I asked you for last year? Chen Ping'an was utterly bewildered, clutching a heavy bag filled with familiar items. It was the young man clad in brocade who had forcibly purchased the golden carp, who later presented him with a bag of copper coins. Looking around, and finding no pedestrians on either end of Mud Bottle Alley, he quickly opened the door, ushering Gukin into the courtyard. After placing the clay pot aside, he directly inquired, A stranger bought that loach from you, did they not? Gukin, I implore you, do not sell it. Under no circumstances should you part with it. Are you not aspiring to provide a better life for your mother? You must keep that loach, do you understand? Gukin burst into tears, grasping Chen Ping'an's sleeve with both hands, choking on his words. I wish to return the loach to you, but my mother forbids it, and even slapped me. She has never struck me before. And that storyteller, I cannot tell if he is a deity or a specter, he is truly terrifying. First, he brought me to a white bowl, and then the loach suddenly grew enormous. Much larger than our family's water vat. Chen Ping'an swiftly covered the child's mouth, his expression grave as he glared. The loach was given to you. It belongs to you. Gukin, do you still wish for your mother to live well in the future? To have meat to eat every day? To adorn herself with rouge and powder, and to wear smooth, luxurious silk garments? Gukin sniffled, nodding vigorously. Chen Ping'an released his grip, crouched down, and asked, What is the story with the 2 bags of money? Did you take them without permission? Gukin's eyes shifted, and he was about to deceive. But Chen Ping'an was far too familiar with him. The little rascal knew exactly what was coming and received another sharp reprimand from Chen Ping'an, who sternly commanded, Take it back. Gukin, with his obstinate temperament, defiantly replied, No. Chen Ping'an, infuriated, raised his hand to deliver a genuine reprimand, yet upon observing the child's stubborn expression, he relented slightly, softening his tone and inquiring, What exactly is going on? Please explain. Gukin recounted the events in detail, acknowledging that while the child could be quite infuriating at times, he was undeniably intelligent and precocious. He narrated the tale of his remarkable experiences, from the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and finally to the Mud Bottle Alley, where a storyteller had expressed a desire to take him as a disciple. At this moment, Chen Ping'an began to grasp the situation. Gukin was likely one of those fortunate individuals in the town who had benefited from ancestral blessings. Whether it was the ancestral grave emitting auspicious smoke or, as Master Qi and Taoist Lu suggested, a matter of fate and fortune, it seemed Gukin was destined to be taken away by the storyteller. However, the thought of the river-crossing deity Lu Zhimao made Chen Ping'an's heart race with tension. According to Master Qi, this individual was of exceedingly low character and harbored intentions to eliminate him, even resorting to supernatural means to ensnare both himself and Kai Jinjian. Was it truly a blessing for Gukin to accept such a person as his master? Nevertheless, considering the alternative, if this individual was willing to accept Gukin as a disciple rather than resorting to deceitful or coercive tactics, could it not imply that Gukin's life was not in immediate peril? The mischievous child, with his eyes darting about, seized the 2 pouches of coins from Chen Ping'an's hands and hurled them into the room while taking advantage of his momentary distraction before swiftly turning to flee. However, Chen Ping'an managed to grasp the back of his collar, yanking him back to his original position. Gukin, with both hands clutched to his head, presented a pitiable sight. Although Chen Ping'an had forcibly brought the child back, he found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with him. The implications of the situation were formidable. and Chen Ping'an feared making a grave mistake that could endanger both Gu Kan and his mother. Were it merely his own affair, this solitary youth, without any support, might have acted with greater decisiveness. The girl in black, having risen from her bed unbeknownst to him, stood at the threshold. My mother once said that everyone has their own destiny. This child clearly bore the mark of misfortune destined to linger for a millennium. Yet he would not lack for bizarre strokes of luck in the future. Gu Kan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he quickly wiped away his snot, grinning broadly to reveal his toothless grin. Sister, you are truly beautiful, just like my second sister. This place is small. Why not come to my house for a visit? Chen Ping'an replied with exasperation. When did your mother remarry your father? Upon being exposed, the child rolled his eyes, adopting a different demeanor and tone. Chen Ping'an, look at you, quite the successful one. When did you manage to trick a lady into your home? Are you planning to celebrate your wedding night? Alas, I shall miss it. Otherwise, I would certainly hide in the corner, listening to you and your beloved engage in celestial battles in bed. Chen Ping'an smacked Gu Kan on the head and turned to the girl in black, offering an apologetic smile. He's like this, please don't take offense. The girl glanced at the child, exclaiming, what a rascal. Gu Kan was about to showcase his family's inherited skills when he felt a hand resting on his head, subtly applying more pressure. Immediately, he feigned weakness, murmuring, Sister, you are so enchanting. Everything you say must be right. The girl in black ignored the child and turned to Chen Ping'an, speaking with profound significance. You would do well to accept those 2 bags of copper coins, lest you become enemies in the future. Moreover, should this child succeed in his cultivation, if you do not alleviate some of his guilt today, it may very well destabilize his resolve, allowing external demonic forces to exploit his vulnerability. Gu Kan found this remark delightful, giving a thumbs up to his sister. With long hair and even broader knowledge, she was undoubtedly more reliable than that certain young lady next door. The girl in black raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with the compliment. From a distance in Mud Bottle Alley, a frantic roar echoed. Gu Kan. The child's face paled slightly. I'm leaving now, Chen Ping'an. I truly am. Though he proclaimed his departure, he unconsciously tightened his grip on Chen Ping'an's hand. Perhaps, deep down, Gu Kan had already regarded Chen Ping'an as his only relative, aside from his mother. Chen Ping'an knelt down as they exited the courtyard and whispered, Gu Kan, remember to be cautious of your master. Also, take good care of your mother. As a man, she will rely on you in the future. Do not let her worry. Gu Kan nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Ping'an continued, once outside, speak less and act more. Control your tongue. If you must suffer some hardships, so be it. Do not always seek to gain the upper hand with your words. The outside world is different from ours. People tend to hold grudges. The child, with reddened eyes, retorted. People like us hold grudges, unlike you. Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears, suddenly awakening from his reverie. He asked in a solemn tone, Gu Kan, did you manage to obtain a piece of locust leaf? If not, Chen Ping'an harbored doubts that Gu Kan had been blessed with a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps the arrival of that storyteller was merely a harbinger of doom. Upon hearing this, the child became incensed, hastily retrieving a large handful from his pocket, and instinctively cursed, I don't know which scoundrel stuffed these worthless leaves into my pocket. I only discovered them while sneaking out with those 2 bags of money. It had to be either Zhao Xiaoping or that girl Lu Mei. If my mother sees these while doing the laundry, she'll surely scold me for being so careless. Luckily, I'm about to leave, otherwise, just wait till I throw stones into their latrine. The child vented his frustrations vigorously, while Chen Ping'an initially stared in astonishment, then felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the child prepared to throw the leaves onto the ground, Chen Ping'an urgently intervened, his expression grave. Gu Kan, keep them safe. Ensure they are well hidden. If possible, your mother should not see these leaves. It could very well be for her own good. The child, bewildered yet compliant, nodded, all right. Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, now I can truly rest easy. Suddenly, Gu Kan leaned forward and gently bumped his forehead against Chen Ping'an's, murmuring, I'm sorry. Chen Ping'an gently rubbed his small head and playfully scolded, you silly. Suddenly, Gu Kan whispered in his ear. Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. The child turned and ran off, jogging while waving goodbye, recounting how that old man mentioned taking him and his mother to a place called Shujian Lake and Qingxia Island. He added that if Chen Ping'an ever found himself unable to marry, he should seek him out. I'm not bragging. I could easily send you 17 or 18 wives with looks like Ji Gui from next door. Chen Ping'an stood still, nodding slightly, feeling a tinge of sadness. After all, Gu felt like a younger brother to him, and he was always willing to accommodate him in any matter. The boy in straw sandals gazed at the child's receding figure, lost in thought. His life seemed to unfold this way. Those he truly cared for always slipped through his fingers. The youth from Mud Bottle Alley broke into a smile. The heavens could be rather stingy. The door of the adjacent courtyard creaked open, revealing the maid Gu, who stood elegantly like a lotus in a pond. Chen Ping'an inquired, "Did you hear Gu speaking ill of you earlier?" She blinked her autumn water-like eyes and replied, "I pretended not to hear it. Besides, I can't win an argument with those two." Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Ping'an felt compelled to defend that rascal Gu, attempting to smooth things over by saying, "He doesn't mean any harm. He just has a rather harsh way of speaking." Gu, her expression unchanged, smirked slightly. "As for Gu's character, I cannot say. However, I am quite certain that his widow mother is no simpleton." Chen Ping'an was at a loss for words and could only mimic what he had just learned. Feigning ignorance of her question, she suddenly posed an inexplicable query. "Chen Ping'an, do you truly not regret it?" Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Observing that he was not merely pretending to be daft, Gu sighed and turned back towards the courtyard, closing the wooden door behind her. With keen eyes, Chen Ping'an remained standing in the alley until he finally noticed the door to Gu's residence swing open, revealing 3 figures. Among them, a mother and son each carried their respective bundles, slowly making their way toward the far end of Mud Bottle Alley. Chen Ping'an could distinctly see the storyteller glance back, casting a knowing smile in his direction. As the trio's silhouettes vanished at the alley's end, Chen Ping'an returned to his own courtyard, where he found the girl in black had managed to sit on the threshold unaided. Was her constitution forged of iron? First, Chen Ping'an placed the jade hairpin gifted by Mr. Qi and the 2 bags of copper coins brought by Gu upon the table. He then set about boiling water, preparing herbs, and decocting medicine with an ease that belied his origins as a kiln worker, instead resembling a seasoned apprentice at a pharmacy. The girl in black watched with curiosity yet refrained from asking questions. Out of sheer boredom, she approached the table, contemplated for a moment, and then took the pouch of coins that Chen Ping'an had hidden within a bottle. Upon seating herself, the table displayed 3 bags of coins, a jade hairpin, and, of course, a spirited sword that had wisely nestled in the corner. Chen Ping'an did not prevent her from taking the money, but turned to caution her. The jade hairpin was a gift from Mr. Qi. "Ning girl, do exercise caution." Fearing that the young girl might not take heed, Chen Ping'an blushed and cautioned, "You must truly be careful." The girl rolled her eyes in response. 3 bags of golden coins, Yingchun money, Gongyang money, and Yashing money, had fortuitously come together. With one hand resting on her chin and the other playfully toying with the 3 coins, she casually inquired, "What about your affairs? Can you share them with me?" Perched at the base of the wall by the window, Chen Ping'an meticulously watched over the fire, occasionally glancing at the 3 prescriptions. Upon hearing her question, he hesitated, uncertain if it was appropriate to speak. The girl furrowed her brow and remarked, "You found yourself in such a dire predicament. Yet you worry that revealing a secret might lead to my demise at someone's hands? Chen Ping'an, I must say, your overly kind nature is a liability. I advise you to never leave this town, or you may find yourself meeting an untimely end without ever knowing how." She felt a mix of pity for his misfortune and frustration at his lack of ambition. Even if a boy possessed the formidable strength of a celestial sword immortal, with the might of a Buddha's golden body and the arts of a heavenly lord, if cast into her hometown, he would undoubtedly perish within a year, leaving no trace behind. The lad in straw sandals chuckled. "Shall I share my story with you then?" The girl pressed 3 fingers against the coins, sliding them across the table, indicating her indifference to whether he spoke or not. Consequently, Chen Ping'an recounted the events leading up to Mr. Qi's appearance, selectively sharing details of what had transpired thereafter. After the girl finished speaking, she casually remarked that Jiang Jinju and Lu Zhimao is undoubtedly the root of all evil. However, Kai Jinjian and Fu Nanhua are not virtuous either. If it weren't for Mr. Qi stirring the pot, no matter how far you fled, you would never escape the relentless pursuit of the 3 factions. To put it bluntly, it would be exceedingly easy to eliminate you. If this were not in a small town, even Lu Zhimao or that woman from Yunxiao Mountain could crush you with a mere finger, leaving you utterly devastated. Chen Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. The girl, exasperated, retorted, "What do you know?" Chen Ping'an refrained from responding and continued to brew the medicine. She inquired, "The calamity you face is all because of that loach. Why not reveal the truth to that child?" This time, Chen Ping'an did not remain silent, nor did he turn away. Sitting on a small stool, he gazed at the flickering crimson flames and softly replied, "That would be wrong." The girl hesitated, ultimately casting her gaze upon his frail figure, lamenting, "Do you not understand that if your fist is not strong, no one will care about right or wrong?" The boy shook his head, asserting, regardless of whether others listen, reason is reason. He seemed somewhat uncertain and turned to smile, asking, "Isn't that so?" The girl glared back at him, exclaiming, "You big-headed fool." The boy, slightly disgruntled, turned back to continue brewing the medicine. The girl in black, a foreign maiden named Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin, focusing intently, and discovered a line of small characters etched upon it. She glanced at the boy named Chen Ping'an. The hairpin bears 8 characters, which even a girl with only a rudimentary understanding of literature finds exceedingly enchanting. It speaks of a gentleman, as gentle as jade. Chapter 26. The art of conversation. The craft of brewing medicine is akin to threading a needle, an intricate endeavor. Chen Ping'an executed it with precision, immersing himself in the task, emanating an inexplicable joy. However, the girl in black was not endowed with patience. Aside from her dedication to honing her swordsmanship, she found little interest in other matters. At a tender age, she had left her home, wandering the world alone and living a rugged existence. Thus, she felt no discomfort in the humble abode of the impoverished youth, for she had endured her share of hardships. Braving the elements. Even the most fastidious individuals would become less particular under such circumstances. The girl inquired, "Is your left hand all right?" With his left hand bandaged in a strip of cloth, Chen Ping'an was carefully presenting a bowl of medicine. After she accepted it, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious. Before returning to the alley, I gathered some herbs and crushed them to apply to the wound. This remedy has always worked wonders for the bruises and cuts I sustained while working in the kiln. An elderly man from the Yang family shop shared this secret with me long ago, but I promised him I wouldn't divulge it. Otherwise, Miss Ning, as you traverse the land, it might come in handy for you. If you desire, I can seek out the elder from the Yang family shop and request it. However, I was pressed for time today and did not encounter him. I can only hope he stepped away momentarily." As the girl consumed the medicine, her long eyebrows, reminiscent of willow leaves yet sharp as daggers, slightly furrowed. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and finished the concoction. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting youth in straw sandals, she murmured, "What a soft-hearted fool. No wonder he is as poor as a church mouse and destined to be taken advantage of." Before the youth could fully grasp her words, the young girl added, "Please do not take offense. I am rather candid in my speech." Little did she know that this latter statement was even more piercing. Chen Ping'an hesitated, unsure whether to speak. The girl in black, wiping the remnants of the medicinal concoction from the corner of her mouth with her thumb, straightened her posture and declared with utmost seriousness, "The sage who currently presides over this realm, the very scholar you mentioned, despite his intentions to assist you in tidying up this matter and securing your future safety. You must understand that human effort has its limitations, and even a sage is not exempt from this truth. Moreover, the situation of that Mr. Chi is rather precarious. He resembles a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, struggling for his own survival. It is likely he may become incapable of attending to your life or death thereafter. As for me, Ning Yao, I believe in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. A mere glare from me would warrant a response of vengeance. Human effort has its limits, gratitude must be reciprocated, vengeance is inevitable, and the clay bodhisattva struggles to cross the river." At that moment, the girl's heart brimmed with an unspoken pride. Listen, do my words not carry a certain scholarly weight? Unfortunately for Chen Ping'an, residing next door was a learned scholar, a seed of knowledge, who recited the classics of sages every morning and evening to cultivate his aspirations. In accordance with Song Jisun's own words, "I nurture the lofty spirit." Thus, Chen Ping'an, though he had never encountered a pig, had seen pigs run. He was no stranger to the eloquent discourse of scholars. And even if some of the more obscure terms eluded him, he could decipher their meanings through context with reasonable accuracy. The young girl fixed her gaze intently upon Chen Ping'an, seeking to discern astonishment, admiration, and confusion upon his youthful countenance. Yet, Chen Ping'an wore an expression that conveyed a mixture of understanding and a somewhat irksome demeanor, as if to say, "I comprehend, please continue." The girl felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Her once vibrant spirit had significantly diminished. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, for instance, "If you were to save my life, I would subsequently assist you in eliminating Fu Nanhua from the Old Dragon City or Lu Jimia from Shujian Lake. However, If you wish to dispatch both to eliminate any future troubles, you must be prepared to part with some wealth, as our encounter is merely a fleeting one, lacking profound ties. Thus, I require a bag of gold and fine copper coins as compensation. Swiftly, she gestured towards the bag of spring coins, stating, for example, I have a particular fondness for this bag. The other two bags, containing nurturing and protective coins, are aesthetically displeasing, and the inscriptions do not appeal to me. She then slightly raised her chin, adding, if you are willing to pay me 2 additional bags of copper coins beyond this transaction, I shall help you resolve matters with the old dragon city in Yunxiao Mountain. Of course, should I meet an untimely demise at the hands of Lu Jimiao, all discussions will be moot, considering my current modest level of cultivation. I am merely at the 9th realm of martial arts, having just entered the 6th realm. My physical resilience, as a pure martial artist, is yet to reach any significant stature. As for the arduous journey of ascension through the 15 layers of the tower, I have only reached the dragon gate within the 5th realm, and within my Dan room, I possess 6 patterns, which remain incomplete. And I have yet to summon the celestial maiden to soar through the skies. At this juncture, Chen Ping'an was genuinely bewildered, lost in a fog of confusion. The young girl was suddenly filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her lowly status causing her great shame. The foolish expression on Chen Ping'an's face, as he attempted to explain, undoubtedly struck a painful chord within her. Noticing the girl's sullen demeanor, even Chen Ping'an, despite his simplicity, recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly sought to change the subject. Why were you so gravely injured before, yet now appear almost fully healed? The girl lowered her gaze slightly, crossing her arms, her voice hoarse as she replied, I was indeed on the brink of death. If Daoist Lu had not rescued me, I would have. In any case, I owe you an immense favor and should not take advantage of the situation by asking you for 3 bags of gold and copper coins. My life, Ningyao, is not something that the likes of Lu Jimiao can compare to. Therefore, I was in the wrong. You may consider my words as unspoken. Once I leave this town, I will do my utmost to assist you in resolving your concerns. However, I must make it clear beforehand that I, Ningyao, will only act within my capabilities and will not recklessly endanger my life in a futile struggle. Perhaps the rarity of the girl's humble admission made her feel particularly despondent. Chen Ping'an inquired, which bag contains the sustenance funds? The girl pointed to one of the golden embroidered bags. Chen Ping'an retrieved 3 copper coins from within, cradled them in his palm, and then pushed the 3 bags toward her with a smile. These are a gift for you. The girl stared in disbelief, and after a long moment, she finally regained her composure and asked, Chen Ping'an, did a door ever slam on your head when you were a child? Chen Ping'an sighed. No, but when I was young, while herding cattle, I often got whipped by their tails. The young girl suddenly erupted in anger, slamming her hand on the table, and demanded, do you have feelings for me? Chen Ping'an was struck dumb. The girl flashed a smile and gave Chen Ping'an a thumbs up, exclaiming, good taste. Then, she curled her thumb and pointed it at herself, her eyes sparkling as she declared, however, I will not acquiesce. The man I, Ningyao, admire must be the mightiest sword immortal in all the world, the most formidable, the supreme sword immortal, regardless of whether they are the Taoist ancestor or the Buddha, or even the Confucian sages, they must bow their heads before him and yield. Chen Ping'an's face flushed as he scratched his head and replied, Miss Ning, you misunderstand. I do not harbor any feelings for you. The girl raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, leaned forward, squinted one eye, and lifted one hand, leaving a gap of about an inch between her thumb and index finger, and timidly inquired, not even a little bit of affection? Chen Ping'an responded emphatically, with unwavering conviction. None at all. You need not worry, Miss Ning. The girl withdrew her hand, sighed deeply, and said with pity, Chen Ping'an, even if by some stroke of luck you marry, she will likely be somewhat simple-minded. Chen Ping'an, sitting across the table, smiled cheerfully and remarked, as long as she is a good person, that is sufficient. The girl remained noncommittal, living a life of ease and comfort, aspiring to great heights. Just as her mother had said, is due to each individual's fate and does not necessarily imply a hierarchy. However, her father held a differing opinion, believing that while one should not forcibly pursue what is not destined, it does not mean one should not aspire at all. Aspirations should still be made. For if in the end one finds themselves unable to attain their desires, that is an entirely different matter. Certainly, the words her father would never dare to utter before her mother. Chen Ping'an casually inquired, Miss Ning, have you also come to our small town in search of fortune? The young lady, without any hesitation, replied, I have exhausted all the extraordinary encounters I have accumulated, along with a single favor, to secure this opportunity to enter the town. However, I am unlike those others. I seek no auspicious fate. I merely wish for someone to forge a sword for me, ideally one that resonates with my desires. As for its sharpness or its capacity to wield vast sword energy, those matters are of little consequence. Chen Ping'an expressed his confusion. Forging a sword? The young lady explained. It is the renowned Master Yuan, known for his exceptional skills in your region. He adheres to a steadfast principle, forging only one sword every 30 years. The reason he is willing to take the place of Qi Jingshun here is that he finds this area suitable for forging. I intend to try my luck and see if he is willing to craft a sword for me. If it does not work out, I shall simply attribute it to my misfortune. Chen Ping'an smiled. Good deeds are often rewarded. The young lady sighed. There is nothing to be done. She cast a glance at the young man. Is your left hand not paining you? Chen Ping'an paused. It does hurt. She skeptically remarked. Then why do you not appear to show it? Chen Ping'an replied with conviction. Even if I were to roll on the ground and scream, it would not alleviate the pain. The young lady slapped her forehead, exclaiming her frustration. You are just like my father in that regard, though your skills are far inferior. Chen Ping'an smiled in silence, quietly gazing out into the courtyard. The young girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back, declaring, I do not want them. Chen Ping'an withdrew his gaze and softly remarked, Miss Ning, have you ever considered that keeping them may not necessarily be a favorable decision? After meeting Mr. Qi, I am even more convinced of this. Once the girl had made up her mind about something, she would not alter it, shaking her head and stating, That is your concern, not mine. I have resolved to repay the life-saving grace in due time, and I shall do so without cutting corners. I must honor the name Ningyao. However, you must take care of yourself during these years. Do not let your guard down and perish unexpectedly. Just endure this period. For the first time, the usually amiable boy interrupted her words, saying, The one who saved you was Master Lu, Miss Ning. So there is no need for you to feel indebted. If I hadn't believed I was on the brink of death, hoping to enable Master Lu to do more for my parents, I would never have opened the door. The girl retorted with a cold huff. That is your matter. The boy smiled and echoed her words. That is your matter. They exchanged glances, and surprisingly, the girl conceded first, lamenting to herself, If you like me, I truly cannot reciprocate. Chen Ping'an cradled his head in his hands, finding himself at a loss with such a peculiar girl, stubborn and singular in her thoughts. At that moment, someone climbed over the courtyard wall. The only person who would dare do so could only be Lu Xianyang. He hurried to the threshold, ready to raise his voice, but suddenly found himself choked, unable to utter a single word. Chen Ping'an hurriedly rose to his feet and approached Lu Xianyang, whispering, May I stay at your place for the next couple of days? This young lady might be residing with me. Lu Xianyang playfully shoved Chen Ping'an's head aside, his hands rubbing together with enthusiasm as he addressed the young woman. My home is spacious and well-equipped. If you do not mind, would you consider staying at my house? The girl in black, with her back turned to them, replied flatly, I do mind. Lu Xianyang grinned widely, gazing at the slender figure with the delicate sword, and persistently continued, You might not know, but there were 2 groups who blocked my path at the corridor bridge, pleading with me to sell them my ancestral treasures. I refused them, and unfortunately, that nearly got me scolded to death by Master Yuan. I see you are also an outsider seeking fortune in this small town. Though I may not sell to you, it would be no trouble for you to take a look and broaden your horizons. Ningyu remained indifferent, responding, There is no need. Lu Xianyang, undeterred, took a seat in Chen Ping'an's previous spot. Upon seeing the young woman's visage, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Please do not be so distant. Chen Ping'an and I are already cramped in this shabby residence. Once you visit my grand home, you shall feel at ease, as if you have ample space for your hands and feet. Ning Yao maintained her stern expression, stating, I appreciate the kind intention, but please, let me be. Lu Xianyang, unfazed by the cold reception, stood up and declared, All right then, a golden nest and a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Let me understand this better. He then pulled Chen Ping'an to the threshold, nudging him with his elbow. What is going on? Chen Ping'an hesitated and said, It's not easy to explain right now. Can I stay at your place? Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and replied, What's the issue with that? However, you must promise me to keep an eye on Ji Gui. Ensure that the little scoundrel Song Jisun does not force himself upon her. You must help me safeguard the purity of my future wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an retorted, Forget it. Lu Xianyang patted Chen Ping'an on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, Just consider it as you have agreed. Suddenly, the girl in black turned her head and said, Do you realize that you are a natural-born sword cultivator? The reason the porcelain merchants did not take you out at the age of 9 was likely to allow you to absorb more spiritual energy here. This choice was indeed correct. Therefore, you must seize the opportunity with Master Yuan and ensure that he accepts you as a disciple. Remember, at the very least, you should strive to be an inner disciple. Ideally, aim to be a direct apprentice. As for being a closed-door disciple, do not harbor such extravagant hopes. Your innate talent is not yet remarkable enough for that. Lu Xianying nodded vigorously with a smile, repeatedly saying, all right, before turning to Chen Ping'an. Pointing at the girl in the room, and then at his own head, Chen Ping'an remarked, she speaks the truth, do not take it lightly. Lu Xianying ceased his playful demeanor, fell into silence, and whispered, I sense something amiss. Among the two groups at the corridor bridge. Can you guess who is leading the way? It is that scoundrel Lu Zhenchun from Fulu Street. Isn't this akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well? I have not fallen into a pit of monetary obsession. Why should I engage in commerce with them? Moreover, that piece of armor is an heirloom passed down through generations in my family. If I were to sell it, I would inevitably dream of my grandfather, who would surely scold me mercilessly. Upon hearing all this, Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. You must exercise caution. Lu Zhenchun and those outsiders are not to be trifled with. The youth turned to inquire, Miss Ning, do you know the origins of those individuals? The girl in black nodded, saying, the old man and the young girl hail from Zhenyang Mountain, considered a prestigious sect in your Dongbei continent. The old man is no ordinary person. In short, he is 100 times more formidable than Fu Nanhua or Kai Jingjian. The woman and her son are equally remarkable. Those capable of entering the town together are certainly not mere affluent individuals. The woman possesses profound scheming, and the young boy does not appear to have benevolent intentions. Therefore, I advise you, my friend, to hasten the process of having Master Yuan accept you as a disciple. It would serve as a talisman for your survival. In this town, no matter how lofty the patron or how solid the background, no one dares to challenge a sage. Chen Ping'an then asked Lu Xianying, do you have confidence in becoming Master Yuan's disciple? Lu Xianying appeared conflicted, hesitatingly replying, on the first day of my apprenticeship, Master Yuan's gaze upon me was reminiscent of the way old Yao looked at me back then. He seems to be observing me for a while before deciding whether to accept a disciple. However, Chen Ping'an glared intensely. Lu Xianying chuckled awkwardly, saying, it was merely a jest about Master Yuan's precious daughter, who possesses an extraordinary appetite that left me utterly astounded. I made a few light-hearted remarks, not anticipating that she would take offense. When she wielded the hammer while forging, she exhibited an impressive ferocity, yet she is typically quite bashful and reserved. I could never have guessed that she would be so sensitive to jest, and alas, I inadvertently brought her to tears. To make matters worse, her father happened to witness the incident, and his gaze upon me turned decidedly unfriendly. My chances of becoming his apprentice vanished in that instant. However, I had no intentions of toiling as a servant for others. Having endured the whims of the eccentric old Yao was quite enough for me. I was merely hoping to find a means of sustenance at the blacksmith's forge. Chen Ping'an raised his head, his expression darkened. Lu Xianying, towering above the grass sandal-clad youth by a considerable margin, lowered his gaze, unable to meet the boy's eyes. This scene left Ning Yao in a state of perplexity. It was the first time the girl had witnessed Chen Ping'an truly angry. In a subdued tone, Chen Ping'an inquired, regarding your passage by the old locust tree. Did you happen to acquire any inexplicable locust leaves? Lu Xianying shook his head and replied, none at all. However, that old fortune-teller who enjoys covertly observing women uttered some ominous words to me, and I nearly smashed his stall in frustration. Chen Ping'an's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he turned to the interior of the room and asked, Miss Ning, would 3 bags of gold-tinged copper coins suffice as compensation? Furthermore, I must insist you clarify whether this will bring you significant trouble. The girl in black pondered for a moment. The trouble was not insignificant, but manageable. However, it is imperative to exercise caution in the coming days. Advise your friends not to wander aimlessly in the streets, for my current predicament is rather precarious. She continued, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of money. As for Master Yuan taking on disciples, that accounts for yet another bag of money. In essence, the more tasks I accomplish, the more bags of money I shall receive. Rest assured, since I have agreed to this, I can guarantee a minimum of 2 bags of profit. Chen Ping'an rushed into the house, hastily pushing the 2 bags of money, including the one for Ying Chun, towards the young lady. Please accept this. The girl, inherently decisive and not one to dally, did not refuse. After taking the 2 bags of copper coins, she smiled wryly and remarked, "There are plenty of people in this world who hoard wealth for themselves, yet you seem to delight in being a benefactor." The young man did not contest this time. Instead, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Money is indeed of great significance, immensely important." Lu Xianying, who had been kept in the dark, exclaimed with urgency, "Chen Ping'an, have you lost your mind? Why are you giving her money? 2 whole bags of copper coins. How long could that sustain you?" Chen Ping'an retorted irritably, "It's my money. What concern is it of yours?" Lu Xianying boldly replied, "Your money is, by extension, my money, is it not? Just consider, if I were to borrow from you, would you have the audacity to demand repayment?" Chen Ping'an fell silent, lost in contemplation. Lu Xianying soon realized that his jesting was ill-timed and ceased his banter. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat heavy. Chen Ping'an finally asked, "Miss Ning, you truly won't be affected by this?" The girl in black glanced at the white-sheathed sword on the table and nodded, "No problem." Then, unable to contain herself, she added, "Are you always this tedious? Do you still insist that you are not a pushover?" Chen Ping'an chuckled softly. Lu Xianying pondered for a moment, remaining silent. The tall youth ultimately chose to keep his thoughts to himself, reflecting that the young lady had likely never encountered this other side of the man. Chen Ping'an was rarely difficult to converse with, but when he did become uncommunicative, he could truly be quite formidable. Lu Xianying had witnessed this before. And so had Song Jisun from next door. Chapter 27. The touch of genius. Not long after Lu Xianying arrived at the Alley of Mud Bottle, an unexpected guest graced the narrow lane. A refined scholar clad in a blue robe, Zhao Yao, whose demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the learned instructor, Qi Jingquan, as the legitimate heir of one of the 4 prominent families in the town. Zhao Yao stood in stark contrast to the idle and debauched sons of affluent families like Lu Zhengchun, possessing a commendable reputation. He had endeared himself to many elderly residents in the town, who had benefited from his youthful benevolence. While it may be tempting to attribute this to the scholarly notion of a gentleman cultivating his reputation in obscurity, it would be an overestimation of Zhao Yao's intentions, perhaps a reflection of a petty mind misjudging a noble heart. After all, this amiable disposition had been ingrained in him since the tender age of 10, and he had shown no signs of waning in his kindness over the years. Even the elders who had watched him grow up on Fortune and Blessing Street would nod approvingly, often using Zhao Yao as a benchmark when reprimanding their own offspring. Consequently, Zhao Yao found himself with few intimate friends among his peers. The free-spirited companions of Lu Zhengchun had little interest in associating with a bookish lad who spoke in antiquated phrases. One could imagine the dismay when a group of young men, eager to sneak a glance at a charming widow, would be interrupted by someone reciting the virtues of propriety. It would surely dampen their spirits. Thus, in recent years, young Zhao Yao preferred to engage with individuals beyond Fortune and Blessing Street, traversing various alleys, save for Mud Bottle, as it housed Song Jisun, a peer who often left Zhao Yao feeling inadequate in comparison. However, when it comes to friendship, Zhao Yao likely only acknowledges Song Jisun, his chess companion. Despite having lost to Song Jisun in their many years of playing chess, the competitive spirit and the fervent desire to win remain intact. Deep down, Zhao Yao has always held a profound admiration for the exceptionally talented Song Jisun. Yet, a sense of disappointment lingers within Zhao Yao. For his intuition suggests that although Song Jisun engages with him in light-hearted banter and shares a close rapport, he has never truly regarded him as a genuine friend or confidant. Although Zhao Yao had never previously visited Song Jisun's residence, upon catching sight of a particular house, he instinctively knew it to be Song Jisun's home, thanks to the couplet affixed to the entrance. The couplet, adorned with an abundance of characters, unmistakably bore Song Jisun's distinctive calligraphy. The reason was simple. The style was so varied that each character appeared unique. For instance, the characters for Yu Feng were executed in one fluid motion, embodying a sense of freedom and ethereality. The character for Yuan featured a water radical, imbued with profound significance. The character for Qi was grandly emphasized, exuding immense vigor, akin to the force of a thunderclap. In contrast, the character for Guo was rendered with a balanced serenity, reminiscent of a sage seated in dignified repose, devoid of any flaw. Standing at the threshold of the courtyard, Zhao Yao nearly forgot to knock, leaning forward, entranced by the characters, lost in thought, feeling as though he were losing the courage to announce his presence. His diligent practice and numerous calligraphic imitations made him acutely aware of the immense power, weight, and spirit embedded within those strokes. Overcome with melancholy, Zhao Yao withdrew a small pouch of coins, bending down to place it at the entrance, preparing to depart without a word. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open abruptly, and Zhao Yao looked up to see Song Jisun seemingly about to step out with his maid, Ji Gui, both engaged in cheerful conversation. Song Jisun feigned surprise and jested, "Zhao Yao, what is the purpose behind such grand courtesy?" Zhao Yao, feeling somewhat awkward, picked up the pouch of money, ready to explain the reason behind it, but was swiftly interrupted when Song Jisun snatched the embroidered bag away, chuckling, Well, Zhao Yao has come bearing gifts. Accept it. Accept it. However, I must clarify that I come from humble beginnings and have nothing that would catch your esteemed eye. To receive without reciprocation would be rather inappropriate. Wouldn't it? Zhao Yao forced a smile and replied, This pouch of money is but a token of my farewell gift. No return is necessary. Song Jisun turned to his maid with a knowing smile, handing her the pouch. See, I told you Zhao Yao is the most courteous scholar in our town, didn't I? The young maid took the pouch, cradling it against her chest, her eyes squinting in delight. Slightly bowing, she expressed her gratitude, saying, My young master has often said that a benevolent family enjoys abundant blessings, and those who do good have fertile ground for fortune. I wish you, Master Zhao, soaring success and boundless journeys ahead. Zhao Yao quickly returned the gesture with a bow, thanking Miss Ji Gui for her kind words. Song Jisun, yawning and scratching the back of his head, remarked, Aren't you all tired? Ji Gui, beaming with joy, replied, If I could receive a pouch of money each time, I would gladly offer my salutations 1,000 times without weariness. Zhao Yao felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding, I fear I may disappoint Miss Ji Gui. With a grand wave of his hand, Song Jisun declared, Come, let us go drink. Zhao Yao appeared troubled, prompting Song Jisun to tease, What a simpleton! Studying only the rigid rules without embracing the charm of literary society is hardly acceptable. Zhao Yao tentatively inquired, A modest drink to elevate the spirits? Song Jisun remarked, thoroughly intoxicated. Just as Zhao Yao was about to speak, he was pulled away by Song Jisun, who had draped his arm around his neck. As the maid Ji Gui locked the door, a four-legged lizard attempted to sneak out, only to be promptly kicked back into the courtyard by her. Passing by the adjacent residence, she discreetly tiptoed and cast a sidelong glance, catching sight of Lu Zanyang's towering figure. He, too, noticed her, and his face blossomed into a radiant smile. Just as Lu Zanyang was about to greet her, she averted her gaze and hurriedly walked away. The small town boasted a tavern, albeit modest in size, yet the expenses were considerable. Nevertheless, Zhao Yao, being a scion of the Zhao family with an impeccable reputation, found the notoriously frugal tavern owner unusually generous today. The proprietor, in a moment of folly, boasted that he would not charge a single coin, declaring it an honor to host 2 scholars at his humble establishment. He insisted that it was the 2 young gentlemen who ought to pay him. Immediately, Song Jisun, with a jovial demeanor, extended his hand to request the payment. The tavern owner, somewhat disgruntled yet eager to save face, suggested that they could owe him, promising to send a few jars of fine wine to Song Jisun the following day. Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Familiar with the eccentric temperament of the young master Song from Mud Bottle Alley, the proprietor was not genuinely upset and personally escorted the 3 to a quiet, elegant table by the window on the 2nd floor. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao exchanged few words, and Song Jisun did not press Zhao Yao to drink excessively, which perplexed Zhao Yao, who was otherwise resigned to his fate. From the window on the 2nd floor of the tavern, they had an unobstructed view of a plaque on the 12-foot arch, claiming its rightful place. Song Jisun inquired, Is Mr. Qi truly not leaving the town with you? Zhao Yao nodded and remarked, The gentleman has altered his itinerary at the last moment, stating his intention to remain at the academy to impart the penultimate lesson, the knowledge of rights. Song Jisun sighed. It seems that Mr. Qi intends to convey a profound truth, teaching the sacred principles of Confucianism to enlighten the world. He will inform us that in the beginning, there existed no laws. Thus, the sages utilized rights to cultivate the populace. In those times, rulers revered etiquette, believing that violations of propriety would lead to punishment, hence the establishment of laws, rights, wherein rights precede laws. Zhao Yao, slightly intoxicated and somewhat slurring his words, inquired, Do you believe this to be true? Why does the gentleman not simply impart the final lesson, the strict adherence to rights? Song Jisun, evading the question, replied enigmatically as they departed the small town, likening themselves to mountain spirits or water ghosts, entities that exist for those who believe and vanish for those who do not. As for how Mr. Qi teaches and how the students listen, each shall accept their fate. The maid Ji Gui, having also indulged in a cup of wine, appeared playfully tipsy, her gaze never once resting upon the majestic archway. The 12-foot archway, with its stone base adorned with 9 mythical beasts born of the dragon, is flanked by the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. The townsfolk, having resided here for generations, had long grown accustomed to such wonders. Unable to suppress a hiccup, Zhao Yao swayed as he rose, declaring, "As we part ways, I hope for our reunion." Song Jisun pondered for a moment before standing as well, smiling. "We shall certainly meet again, Zhao Yao. Do not despair over the absence of friends on your journey." With his vision slightly blurred, Zhao Yao, sincerely and earnestly, replied, "Song Jisun, may you also depart the town soon, who in the world does not know of you. You shall surely succeed." Song Jisun clearly did not take it seriously, waving his hand dismissively and saying, "Let us go, let us go." Drunken ramblings are an affront to culture. After exiting the tavern, Zhao Yao and Song Jisun parted ways. Before leaving, perhaps emboldened by the wine, Zhao Yao asked, "Song Jisun, would you care to visit the residence of the official overseeing the kiln? I could persuade the doorman." Song Jisun, with a cold expression, spat out a single word through clenched teeth, "Get lost." Zhao Yao departed in dejection. The maid, Ji Gue, observed his retreating figure and murmured, "Young master, you meant well." Song Jisun sneered, "How many good-hearted individuals in this world ultimately bring about misfortune with their good intentions?" She pondered for a moment and realized that this dreary truth indeed seemed to hold water, thus she ceased her insistence. Zhao Yao resided on Fortune and Prosperity Street, located in the northern part of the town, while Mud Bottle Alley lay to the west, amidst the throngs of impoverished households. As Song Jisun walked alongside her maid past the archway, she glanced up at the sign emblazoned with fury against the heavens, akin to an aged man in twilight. The girl, originally named Wang Zhu, smiled without revealing her teeth. Upon returning to his ancestral home on Fortune and Prosperity Street, Zhao Yao was informed by a servant that his ancestor awaited him in the study and that he must go immediately, without delay. The young scholar, reeking of wine, felt overwhelmed and reluctantly made his way to the study. The Zhao family, discreet in their affluence, did not flaunt their wealth like the Liu family, who prided themselves on being a scholarly lineage. The study exuded an air of antiquity. An elderly matron, leaning on a cane, stood beside a writing desk, her gnarled face etched with the melancholic hues of nostalgia as she caressed the table's surface. Upon catching a whiff of the intoxicating aroma wafting from her eldest grandson outside the door, the elderly matriarch felt no ire. Instead, she waved her hand with a smile, beckoning him to enter. "Yaoer, come in. Why linger at the threshold? What shame is there in a lad enjoying a drink? It's not as if you were imbibing horse urine." Zhao Yao, with a wry smile, stepped across the threshold and bowed respectfully to his venerable ancestor. The old woman, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "Too much reading has its drawbacks. It instills rigid conventions, causing scholars to wander in circles, which is rather tiresome. Take your grandfather, for instance, exceptionally gifted in every endeavor, yet when it comes to discussing profound principles, he would drone on incessantly, a true vexation. Especially his demeanor, tsk. It could drive one to madness. Yet, I could never find the words to counter him, leaving me to wish for a staff to strike him down." Suddenly, the old woman amused herself with her own jest, bursting into hearty laughter, nearly forgetting that at that time, a staff was unnecessary. With a playful inquiry, she asked, "Pray tell, are you drinking with that little white-eyed wolf of the Song family?" Zhao Yao, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Grandmother, I have told you countless times. Song Jisun is exceptionally talented, remarkably perceptive, and learns at an astonishing pace." The old woman scoffed. "Ah, he is indeed clever, the cleverest of all. However, your grandfather had long discerned the boy's true nature at a mere 3 years old and foresaw his downfall. Would you like to know what your grandfather said?" Zhao Yu quickly interjected, "I do not wish to know." The matriarch, undeterred by her beloved grandson's disinterest, continued unabated, "Your grandfather said, though young, he possesses a depth of cunning. Alas, one who brings shame upon the family legacy must surely be this person." Then, pointing at Zhao Yao, she proclaimed, "Gentle and virtuous, initially unremarkable, yet surely one who nurtures the vitality of the descendants, must be my grandson." After the old woman finished speaking, she chuckled and remarked about the old man, who had grumbled throughout his life, finally managing to utter a pleasant word. A bit perplexed, Zhao Ye was about to respond when his grandmother sighed wistfully, "Oh, old age." The young man had no choice but to retract his words, smiling as he stepped forward to take the old woman's arm, wishing her longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains, still vibrant in spirit. The old woman extended her withered palm and patted her beloved grandson's hand, saying, "He is far better than your grandfather, who, despite his scholarly pursuits, often spouted nonsensical theories, yet still knew how to speak kindly to others." The young man replied with a grin, "Grandfather is indeed learned. Even Mr. Chi acknowledges his scholarly approach and profound understanding of the character." The old woman's pride became evident, her facade of indifference failing to conceal her delight as she feigned a haughty scoff. "Of course. Just look at the man I chose." Zhao Yu bit his lip, stifling a laugh. The old woman led him to a chair beside the writing desk, where he noticed a wooden carving of a sleeping dragon, vividly crafted, yet upon closer inspection, he realized that this azure dragon was devoid of eyes. The old woman picked up a brush, already saturated with ink. It was a pristine small pointed brush made from a branch of an old locust tree. She cradled it in both hands, trembling slightly as she presented it to her eldest grandson. As Zhao Yao, bewildered, accepted the brush, he felt a weight on his shoulder. His grandmother had placed her hand there, guiding him to sit in the seat reserved solely for the head of the Zhao family. The old woman stepped back solemnly and pronounced, "Zhao Yao, take your seat. Today you shall represent the Zhao ancestors and bestow the dragon with its eyes." Amidst the overgrown grass, a multitude of dilapidated clay deities lie scattered upon the ground, askew and forsaken, devoid of any onlookers. For centuries, this has remained the case, with new figures continually succumbing to the same fate. The townsfolk, accustomed to the peculiarities of life, have long since lost their reverence for these once sacred idols. Occasionally, an elder may admonish their children not to frolic in this forsaken place, yet the young ones persist in their games of hide-and-seek or cricket-catching. Perhaps, in due time, these children will themselves become aged, echoing the same warnings to their own offspring. Thus, the cycle continues, unperturbed by the storms of life, mundane and uneventful. Here, one can observe severed heads, fractured torsos, and disjointed hands, as if hastily reassembled to preserve some semblance of their former glory, though only just barely. A youth clad in straw sandals hurriedly approaches from the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, clutching 3 coins of offering tightly in his palm. Upon arrival, he meanders about, murmuring softly, before expertly locating a particular statue. Crouching down, he scans the vicinity, ensuring he is alone, and discreetly deposits the coins into the cracks of the statue's shattered form. He repeats this ritual for a second and third idol, each time with the same reverence. Before departing, the boy stands solitary amidst the lush greenery of the grass, hands pressed together in prayer, head bowed as he softly intones, "May peace be upon the fragments. May peace be upon the fragments. I hope you bless my parents, that they may not suffer in their next life. If it pleases you, please convey to them that I am faring well and need not worry." Chapter 28. The money-obsessed. As dusk descended, Chen Ping'an returned to the small town, passing through the eastern gate where a disheveled man was still humming a tune. He sang about the fleeting nature of time, declaring that riches and glory could be cast aside, perhaps startled by the hurried footsteps of the youth in straw sandals. The man opened his eyes and met the gaze of the boy who rushed through the gate. Upon recognizing this harbinger of debts, the man's spirits plummeted, and with an irritable wave of his hand, he exclaimed, "Away with you! Your time is worth naught. And as for those 4 characters of wealth and glory, if you can even grasp a single one, consider it a blessing." After Chen Ping'an dashed past, he raised a hand high, fingers outstretched, shaking it emphatically. It was clearly a reminder to the gatekeeper that between them lay a connection valued at 5 won. The man spat disdainfully, retorting, "You're hardly anything remarkable." The youth's figure swiftly vanished, and the man lifted his gaze to the azure, pristine sky, resembling a beautiful layer of glaze. Rubbing his stubbled chin, he mused, "Mr. Chi once recited a line of poetry. What was it again? Something about treasures and glazed beauty?" Just then, an ox cart ambled out of the town, carrying a well-regarded scholar clad in a blue robe, while the driver was a middle-aged man with an expression of dullness. The gatekeeper immediately waved and laughed heartily. "Yao, don't rush off just yet. I have a thought stuck in my mind. I can only remember something about treasures and glazed beauty, but the rest eludes me. You, with your vast knowledge, enlighten me." With a spirited demeanor, Zhao Yao, clutching a satchel, replied, "In this world, treasures are not enduring, colorful clouds disperse and glass is fragile." The man extended his thumb, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the learned one, Zhao. Your knowledge is exceptional. As you rise in your endeavors, do not forget to return to your hometown and visit your elder brother. Perhaps, in due course, You could even take on the role of a teacher for the children of our little town, which would be splendid." Zhao Yao paused in surprise, then clasped his fist and smiled, replying, "I appreciate your kind words, elder brother." Elated, the man retrieved an embroidered pouch from his sleeve, flicking his wrist to toss it high to the scholar in the green robe, grinning widely as he said, "After all these years of having you craft so many couplets, it is only fair, for you have always been diligent and never found it a bother. I have never misjudged a person. Here's a small token for you. May your journey be smooth." Zhao Yao promptly caught the pouch, bidding farewell with, "Until we meet again." The man nodded with a smile and waved to the youth's cart. Yet he murmured to himself, "This is difficult." The boy in straw sandals ventured deeper into the town while Zhao Yao's cart headed towards the expanses beyond it, their paths briefly crossing. Seated atop a tree stump, the man counted on his fingers the young lad with the golden carp in the bamboo basket, the son of the widow from Mud Bottle Alley, and of course, Zhao Yao from Fortune Street, 3 in total. Yet, so many more waited, and if they came crashing in, would he be left with only the task of scavenging? Or perhaps he could take the opportunity to find a dutiful apprentice who could help with shoulder rubs and back massages? He absent-mindedly scratched his weathered, dark cheek and chuckled to himself. If only I could find a bright and graceful young female apprentice, that would be ideal. Well, a less-than-perfect face could be tolerated, but her legs must be long. This renowned bachelor of the town clasped his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky, indulging in his solitary amusement. Upon contemplating these joyful matters, all sorrow dissipated, leaving only the profound beauty of the world. Before departing from Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Ping'an had arranged to meet Lu Xianyang and the girl in black at Lu Xianyang's residence. When Chen Ping'an arrived at Lu Xianyang's home, the door was unlocked. He pushed it open and entered the main hall, where he found Lu Xianyang diligently cleaning and polishing an ancestral suit of armor with a pristine cotton cloth. The girl in black, Miss Ning, had once again donned her delicate veil hat and carried a sword with a snow-white scabbard casually in her hand, while a dagger was fastened at her waist. For reasons unknown, Chen Ping'an sensed a hint of disdain from Miss Ning towards the sword. On the table lay an heirloom of the Lu family, referred to as a treasured armor. To Chen Ping'an, it appeared grotesque and terrifying. The enormous armor was covered in iron protrusions resembling gnarled tree knots, and 5 deep claw marks ran diagonally from the left shoulder down to the right waist. The two youths were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what colossal beast of the mountains could have inflicted such horrific damage. Subsequently, the court imposed numerous bans on mountain access, forbidding the common folk from entering the woods to gather firewood or charcoal. Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang rarely transgressed these prohibitions, largely due to this very reason. Chen Ping'an found it strange that, despite the armor's grim appearance, Lu Xianyang genuinely regarded it as a family treasure, even with their close friendship. Chen Ping'an had only been permitted to see it once over the years, after which it was carefully returned to its vermilion box for safekeeping, treated with utmost reverence. However, witnessing Lu Xianyang occasionally stealing glances at the girl in black, Chen Ping'an felt a sense of relief. Lu Xianyang had always been a person of such character, unable to restrain his gaze when encountering beautiful women. Yet, it was not genuine affection that stirred within him. Rather, it was a penchant for ostentation and display. For instance, during a summer by the corridor bridge, he would brazenly bathe in the creek with his shirt off. If any peers carrying seedlings or leading yellow oxen happened to pass by, Lu Xianyang would inevitably perform his trifecta of antics. First, scrambling up the large blue stone by the bank, then clearing his throat loudly as if to proclaim his presence to the world, and finally, plunging back into the water with a splash. Chen Ping'an, possessing keen eyesight, could discern the expressions and glances of the distant girls. He longed to reveal the truth to Lu Xianyang. Those beautiful sisters were often rolling their eyes, whispering scornfully, or simply ignoring him altogether. Not a single one regarded him as a hero. Eventually, Lu Xianyang became infatuated with Song Jisun's maid, Ji Gui, and inexplicably fell deeply for her. After that, it seemed that the tall youth's gaze no longer sought any other beautiful women. Even at that very moment, while flaunting his bravado before the aloof girl in black, he primarily hoped that her proud indifference would not lead her to underestimate him. He wanted her to know that even with her sword and dagger, she could not look down upon him, for his treasured heirloom was truly one of a kind in their small town. The maiden in the veil awaited Chen Ping'an, surveying her surroundings before finally placing her long sword horizontally upon an antiquated cabinet adorned with painted flowers. The vibrant lacquer was marred and peeling. To make room for the sword, she moved aside numerous jars and trinkets, discovering that the back of the cabinet was inlaid with a depiction of a golden osmanthus tree. illuminated by the full moon above. Turning to her companions, she declared, "The sword remains here. Do not touch it, lest you bear the consequences." I am not jesting. Lu Xianyang busied himself polishing his armor, occasionally exhaling onto it and gently rubbing it with his arm, clearly relishing the task. Chen Ping'an assured her, "I will abide." The maiden then cautioned Lu Xianyang, "This cabinet may lack value, but do not hastily sell the inlaid depiction of the golden osmanthus beneath the moon." Without lifting his gaze, Lu Xianyang replied, "That piece has never appealed to me. If you fancy it, feel free to remove it yourself." The girl in black, intrigued by this act of destruction, inquired, "What material comprises this depiction?" Lu Xianyang glanced back briefly, remarking, "It has been here for centuries. How would I know? Even my grandfather could not elucidate its origins." Chen Ping'an softly interjected, "It is likely composed of pebbles gathered from the creek, which come in various hues. However, Lu Xianyang's ancestors must have selected only the golden ones, crushed them, and then adhered them together. We refer to this type of stone as snake gall stone." The girl in black asked, "Pebbles? Are they abundant in the creek?" Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Miss Ning, if you desire, I could gather a large basket of these stones for you in a day. Here, no one values them, except for Gu Kan, who often ventures out alone to collect them." The girl in black sighed, casting a deep gaze at the impoverished boy of Mud Bottle Alley, a pauper residing amidst mountains of gold and silver. Chen Ping'an inquired in astonishment, "Are these stones truly valuable outside?" She adjusted her hood and replied, "The worth of these stones depends on who possesses them. Even if they fall into the hands of someone knowledgeable, their value is contingent upon fortune. With good luck, a single stone suffices. With bad luck, even a mountain of stones may yield nothing. Nonetheless, they are indeed valuable, and quite so. The critical question remains whether they can be taken out of this town." Lu Xianyang interjected, "These stones possess a peculiar characteristic. Once extracted from the creek, they fade in color when exposed to wind and sunlight, particularly after rain or snow, when the loss of hue is even more pronounced. Beyond that, there is little else to note." The girl lamented, "Indeed, that is the case." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping'an proposed, "What if I collect a large basket tomorrow to see if there might be an exception?" The girl shook her head, stating, "It holds no significance for me." Lu Xianyang, having concealed the armor within the house, leaned against the door, chuckling. Chen Ping'an is quite the treasure enthusiast. Perhaps he will venture to the creek tonight to search for stones. The girl uttered a parting remark before departing. As she reached the doorway, she turned and asked, "The hairpin and the prescription, I will ensure they are kept safe for you. However, tomorrow you will still need to go to Mud Bottle Lane to assist in brewing the medicine." Chen Ping'an nodded and replied, "No problem." After a moment of contemplation, her expression turned grave as she cautioned, "Among the group of outsiders who arrived around the same time as me, the most formidable is undoubtedly that old man from Zhenyang Mountain. He is here specifically to escort the little girl. Following him is the eunuch from the Great Sui who injured me, and then there is Lu Jimao, who took Gu Kan. Do not underestimate that woman with a hidden dagger in her smile. Therefore, when you encounter that old fellow from Zhenyang Mountain, do your best to avoid any disputes. However, should a conflict arise, merely by time, do not engage in physical confrontation, and do not entertain any illusions of luck. You must delay until I arrive." Lu Xianyang whispered, "On our territory, do these unfamiliar outsiders truly dare to commit murder?" Chen Ping'an cast a glance at him and affirmed, "They dare." Lu Xianyang swallowed hard. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Do you remember what Taoist Lu, the fortune teller from the market, told you?" Lu Xianyang grimaced, struggling to recall. After some effort, he scratched his head and said, "I can hardly remember clearly. All I know are some unpleasant and ominous words. He mentioned something about a great disaster and the need to burn incense, a jumble of nonsense. At the time, I thought he was just talking nonsense to swindle money." Chen Ping'an turned to the girl in black. The girl retorted fiercely, "If he can't remember the divination, how can I interpret it for him? Does he take me for a deity?" Chen Ping'an was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why Miss Ning was suddenly so infuriated. The girl strode out of the house. The pace has hastened considerably since her arrival. The sword-wielding maiden strolled through the spacious alley, contemplating whether she should pause to seek out a few books to peruse. As she envisioned her future travels, deftly severing heads with her flying sword and subsequently reciting impromptu verses filled with fervor, she felt an undeniable sense of grandeur. Even in solitude, just as the girl was enveloped in her dreams, a familiar figure rushed past her in a blur. "See you tomorrow, Miss Ning," she called out. her voice trailing as the figure nearly vanished at the alley's end. The boy in straw sandals, with a basket slung over his shoulder, moved with remarkable agility. The maiden stood in a daze, murmuring to herself, "Is there truly someone so obsessed with wealth?" Chapter 29. The enigmatic fox. The youth trod upon the delicate shards of starlight, departing from the quaint town and making his way toward the babbling brook. Although enveloped in the night's embrace, Chen Ping'an ran with a swiftness that rivaled the brightness of day. He deliberately circumvented the deepest section of the corridor bridge, where the water surged far above other places. Instead, he chose a stretch of the stream where the water merely kissed his knees. With a deft motion, he removed the intricately woven bamboo basket from his back and bent down to retrieve a small bamboo container hidden within. Securing it tightly around his waist, he discarded his straw sandals and rolled up his pant legs before wading into the water to gather pebbles. The wound on his left hand, inflicted by a shard of porcelain, throbbed with a painful sting, preventing him from submerging it. Thus, he was left to sift through the stream with his right hand. In truth, the stones on the parched riverbed were the easiest to collect, yet, as Lu Xianying had aptly remarked, their colors would fade significantly. Having gleaned some understanding of the underlying mysteries from the dark-clad maiden, Chen Ping'an found it not difficult to comprehend. To him, these stones resembled the soil he had once traversed with Old Man Yell, scaling mountains and sampling the earth from various peaks. What appeared to be ordinary soil could, in fact, possess vastly different flavors, even when separated by a solitary mountain. Old Man Yell had often mused that trees move, and the dead remain, humans move, and the living thrive. The soil, when shifted, can become sacred. A handful of earth, once removed from its original dwelling, would soon transform in essence. The brook remains nameless, its bed adorned with stones of varying sizes, some as large as a fist, others as small as a thumb, each exhibiting a vivid array of colors. However, the townsfolk, having beheld these stones lying serenely in the crystal-clear waters for generations, regard them as commonplace, devoid of any remarkable allure. Anyone attempting to transport these stones home would likely be deemed a fool, a misguided soul wasting their energy when they could be laboring in the fields. Bending low and wading through the water, Chen Ping'an diligently shifted the large rocks at the creek's bottom, collecting 7 or 8 stones to place in his bamboo basket. Each stone was of substantial size and varied hues, with some resembling the golden oranges of autumn, others bearing the delicate pallor akin to an infant's skin, while some were pitch black and glossy, and yet others vibrant like the blossoms of a peach tree. The predominant color was a greenish hue reminiscent of a shrimp's back, a veritable kaleidoscope of nature's artistry. These stones, colloquially known in the countryside as snake gallstones, were mostly small, smooth, and heavy in the hand. When raised to the sunlight during the day or illuminated by candlelight at night, the intricate textures of the stones became vividly apparent, resembling fine threads or the sinuous forms of serpentine fish. Observing them from a distance, their surfaces glimmered like the scales of fish or snakes. After nearly an hour, Chen Ping'an's fish basket was nearly full. He returned to the bank where he had previously set down his basket and straw sandals. First, he gathered several handfuls of reeds, wild celery, and foxtail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he gently place the stones within, picking up his straw sandals, securing the fish basket, and shouldering the load as he ascended the bank. Upon reaching the point where he had turned back, he set down his sandals and basket once more, descending into the brook to continue his toil of shifting stones. After gathering half a basket of stones, Chen Ping'an straightened his back and gazed up at the starry sky, yearning for the chance to witness a meteor streak across the night. However, it was evident that fortune was not in his favor this evening. Regaining his focus, he continued to engage in the pursuits befitting a treasure seeker, relying on the faint starlight and his keen eyesight. Each time he successfully unearthed a stone, a wave of joy surged within him. To the young lad, each stone represented a flicker of hope. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed a substantial collection of stones, totaling around 80, among which the largest was even bigger than his fist, boasting a striking hue reminiscent of congealed bloodstone, vibrant yet pleasing to the eye, devoid of any flaws or cracks. At that moment, Chen Ping'an walked along the bank toward the next stretch of the stream, playfully toying with a medium-sized serpent's gallstone, a pale green gem that appeared much lighter than the plum green found in the porcelain of his town. The stone was smooth and rounded, utterly charming, capturing his affection at first glance. Approaching the massive azure stone cliff by the riverbank, he recalled how the children of the town often bathed in this section of the stream during the scorching summer. The water was particularly deep beneath the cliff, with the deepest pit measuring twice Chen Ping'an's height. making it the second deepest spot in the creek, just shy of the pool beneath the covered bridge. Youngsters proficient in swimming relished the challenge of competing to see who could remain submerged in the depths the longest. Chen Ping'an chose this deep pit because he and Lu Xianying once discovered an abundance of snake gallstones at its bottom while bathing here. On one occasion, in a display of his remarkable swimming prowess, Lu Xianying deliberately surfaced with a snake gallstone tucked under his armpit. Chen Ping'an recalled that the stone was at least as large as Guqian's head, translucent and faintly white, with delicate crimson specks within, reminiscent of frozen peach blossom petals. Lu Xianying found this act quite meaningful and asked Chen Ping'an to help him carry the sizable stone home. However, upon reaching the town, the tall youth, lacking determination, lost interest and insisted that Chen Ping'an dispose of the stone himself. As Chen Ping'an entered Mud Bottle Alley, he noticed that Ji Gui inexplicably followed closely behind him, silently fixated on the stone in his arms, her gaze akin to that of someone eyeing the meat buns sold in Xinghua Alley. Unable to withstand her covetous stare, Chen Ping'an gifted her the stone, but she struggled to lift it at first and nearly injured her foot. Consequently, he had no choice but to relocate it to Song Jisen's yard. As for the ultimate fate of the stone, Chen Ping'an remained oblivious. The stone, pure as water, floated like peach blossoms in the aftermath of rain, vibrant and fresh. Even until today, Chen Ping'an had been unaware of the stone's enigmatic qualities, yet he always felt, deep down, that it was indeed a beautiful object. He sighed and suddenly halted his steps. 30 paces away, on the mossy cliffs by the stream, sat a young girl in a green dress, her cheeks puffed out as she continued to stuff her mouth with something. Chen Ping'an's first impression was that the girl must be a reincarnation of a famished ghost, as she looked so pitifully hungry in the dead of night. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against approaching her, fearing he might disturb her nighttime repast. However, he did not turn away entirely. He had resolved to try his luck at the waterhole tonight. Each time he managed to retrieve a stone or two from the water's depths, he believed that persistence would eventually yield success. Moreover, the snake gallstones found in this particular waterhole were larger and seemingly more vibrant than those in other streams. Though Chen Ping'an's swimming skills were not as exceptional as Lu Xianying's, they were by no means inadequate. He had not anticipated that the unfamiliar girl would continue to consume food without pause, her cheeks perpetually puffed, as if she had scarcely a moment to spare. Carrying a heavy basket brimming with stones, he thought to himself that diving for stones would require considerable physical exertion. So he turned slightly and set the basket down on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, he had underestimated the girl's keen sense of hearing. The moment he gently placed the basket down, she suddenly perked up, her gaze darting in his direction. Chen Ping'an felt awkward and could only manage an embarrassed smile, unsure of how to address her without sounding rude. The girl's expression was somewhat dazed as she let out a couple of hearty belches, only to choke slightly, prompting her to straighten her posture and vigorously pat her chest. It was then that Chen Ping'an noticed her youthful age, yet the view below her neck was quite striking, rivaling that of many women who had borne children. Her garments strained against her form. Hastily, he averted his gaze, ensuring that no improper thoughts crossed his mind. The young girl in the green attire suddenly remembered that she had a water bottle with her. Without hesitation, she turned slightly to face away from Chen Ping'an and took a generous gulp of water, allowing her breath to return to normal. The boy, who was carrying straw sandals, had a simple thought at that moment. The fabric of the girl's clothing must not be of inferior quality, for it could not withstand such vigorous activity. The young girl resumed eating, this time with much more restraint. At least her cheeks were not as exaggeratedly full. She lowered her head and took small bites, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the peculiar boy from the small town. Her eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, were slender and slightly upturned at the corners, giving her the appearance of a youthful fox spirit. It seemed as though she was silently inquiring of the boy, "What's the matter? Shouldn't you continue on your journey?" Chen Ping'an, wearing an expression of helplessness, could only gesture toward the stream beyond the green stone cliff, exclaiming, "I'm not merely passing through. I intend to go to the stream over there." She looked at the slender youth but remained silent. In a hurry, Chen Ping'an picked up a small stone from his basket and further explained, "I'm going to collect these stones from the stream." Suddenly, the girl appeared to remember something important. She raised her finger to her lips, signaling Chen Ping'an to remain quiet. Then she shifted her position, clearly indicating that she would not obstruct his path to the water to gather stones. Chen Ping'an had no choice but to shoulder the bamboo basket and resolutely approach the edge. Fortunately, the azure cliff was spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen people, and the young girl had already taken a seat at the edge, unlike before when she sat cross-legged with her legs stretched out. Upon her knees rested an open package brimming with an assortment of pastries and snacks, resembling a miniature mountain, of which she had only consumed a small portion thus far. Chen Ping'an set down his straw sandals, basket, and bamboo container. Initially, he had intended to dive into the water under the cover of night, unencumbered by clothing. But that thought quickly dissipated. A stranger, a young maiden, sat nearby, not to mention the potential outcry she might unleash should her guardians catch wind of his antics. He imagined he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a severe thrashing. Reaching the cliff's edge, Chen Ping'an plunged into the depths below. Soon, he encountered a stone, palm-sized, though regrettably not the coveted snake gall stone. After wiping his face, he delved deeper once more. After 3 attempts, he finally grasped a dark greenish-black snake gall stone. Soaked and dripping, he scrambled back up the cliff and placed it in the basket before plunging into the water again. Throughout this endeavor, the girl remained oblivious, engrossed in her feast, her back turned to him. In less than half an hour, he had retrieved 7 or 8 stones. Aside from the first, which was somewhat dull in hue, the remainder were large and vibrant. On his final dive, however, he emerged not with stones, but with a lively fish approximately the length of his palm. Locally known as slate fish, these creatures preferred to conceal themselves beneath rocks upon encountering humans. Renowned for their exquisite flavor, they typically measured just slightly longer than a finger, making this particular specimen in Chen Ping'an's grasp quite exceptional. Previously, Chen Ping'an had also explored the crevices of the stones at the bottom of the pit, where he managed to catch a few fish. However, at that time, he released them back into the water for the sake of the stones. This evening, a sudden inspiration struck him. He thought that if he could catch a dozen fish, he could prepare a delightful fish soup for Miss Ning the following day. After returning to the shore, he casually tossed the fish into a bamboo basket. Upon his second return from fishing, Chen Ping'an unexpectedly noticed the young girl squatting beside the basket, gazing at the solitary fish resting within. Her face radiated with an exuberant glow, reminiscent of the time when Jigui had spotted a stone in the alley. Chen Ping'an dropped the second fish into the bamboo basket. The girl slowly raised her head. The barefoot youth had already turned and was swiftly making his way back to the stream. As she heard the splash of the boy entering the water, she quickly seized a fish from the basket with one hand, peering down at its wriggling form with a serious expression, nodding in approval. Impressive, truly impressive. The girl in the green dress was well aware of the peculiar sights in this small town, including the well in Xinghua Alley, whose iron lock was of an indeterminate length. Not far away stood a corridor bridge, which had once been a stone arch bridge spanning the creek for 3,000 years. Beneath it lay a rusted iron sword, its tip pointing toward a bottomless emerald pool. There was also a crab archway with 12 legs. And in the grass outside the ancestral hall lay decrepit mud sculptures scattered haphazardly. In the north, a mountain of porcelain accumulated with items deemed substandard by officials throughout various dynasties, all smashed to pieces, and so forth. She was even aware of the majority of the reasons behind these phenomena. From a young age, she had traveled far and wide with her father, thus rightfully possessing a wealth of worldly experience. However, when Chen Ping'an retrieved the stonefish for the 3rd time, the girl, with empty hands, remained crouched beside the fish basket. Her fingers furtively brushed against the hem of her garment as she gazed up at the barefoot youth approaching her, her expression reminiscent of how common folk regard deities. Chen Ping'an felt a disquieting sensation under her peculiar gaze and tentatively inquired, "Do you desire these fish?" The girl instinctively nodded vigorously. Chen Ping'an smiled and replied, "Then these 3 shall be yours." He added, "I will catch more afterward." The girl blinked, her face lighting up with joy, exuding an enchanting and beguiling charm. Chapter 30. The dark room. Chen Ping'an was intimately acquainted with such a gaze, reminiscent of the way he regarded Lu Xianyang in his youth. Back then, Lu Xianyang was the undisputed monarch of the children in the vicinity of Xinghua Lane and Nipping Lane, adept at catching snakes, trapping birds, and fishing, as if there existed nothing beyond his capabilities. As time progressed, peers who once trailed behind Lu Xianyang began to apprentice at the dragon kiln, while many others scattered into various small shops in the town to work as assistants or helped relatives manage accounts. As Song Jisun remarked, only those with the least prospects would toil in the fields for sustenance. Ultimately, the only one left still mingling with Lu Xianyang was Chen Ping'an. He presented 3 stonefish to the young girl, stringing them together with a few blades of foxtail grass through their gills, and handed them over. She accepted the offering, lifting the string of fish, which felt somewhat light, suggesting they might not suffice for a dish of stir-fried fish with green peppers. She tilted her head to glance at the small creek, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Understanding her unspoken wish, Chen Ping'an expressed his regret, saying, "The fish I catch next will be used to make soup for a friend in need of nourishment. I cannot give them to you." The girl pointed towards an open parcel not far away, indicating that she could exchange some pastries for the fish. Chen Ping'an shook his head with a smile, replying, "That is not possible. While the pastries are delicious and can fill one's belly, they cannot compare to the nourishment provided by fish soup." The girl nodded, neither insisting nor pressing him further. She quietly returned to her original spot, carefully placing the fish at her feet, and resumed her endeavor of consuming the mountains and rivers. Though Chen Ping'an was curious about her identity, he refrained from inquiring further. Observing her attire, she did not resemble the esteemed ladies of Fulu Street and Taoye Alley. Rather, she bore a resemblance to his neighbor Jigue, delicate and reticent. A sudden wave of concern washed over Chen Ping'an. Could she be a young maid who had pilfered something from her household to eat? It was said that the rules in those grand residences were exceedingly strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisen often enjoyed speaking contrary to each other. But this matter was an exception. Lu Xianyang's account was rather alarming, claiming that within those lofty courtyards, a maid with an improper gait could be met with a fate as dire as having her legs broken by a vigilant steward, only to be discarded onto the streets outside to await her demise. Conversely, Song Jisen asserted that Lu Xianyang was exaggerating, though he acknowledged that the maids and matrons indeed moved with the stealth of a cat, making not a sound. At that moment, Lu Xianyang caught sight of the maid Jigue, who was stifling a laugh nearby, and he promptly erupted in indignation, berating Song Jisen. "What nonsense! Can your goose even talk?" Chen Ping'an ultimately caught 7 or 8 stonefish, their movements causing the bamboo basket to tremble precariously. The pale-faced youth realized he had reached his limit. The chilly spring waters seeped into his very bones. Most notably, his injured left hand could endure no more. After his final ascent to the shore, Chen Ping'an swiftly leaped down the verdant cliff, plunging into the thickets by the stream, where he stirred up a rustling sound. Before long, he emerged with 3 or 4 types of grass, many of their roots still clinging to the earth. Clutching a handful, he picked up a common pebble and returned to the cliff, where he discovered a naturally formed depression the size of his palm. After cleaning it meticulously, he began to gently pound the herbs, which soon transformed into a vibrant green paste, releasing the distinct fragrance of wild grasses by the spring waters. With his back turned to the girl, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and commenced the task of unraveling the cotton cloth from his left hand. Sweat quickly beaded on his forehead, mingling with the icy stream water that slipped from his hair. The gory wound, though now somewhat improved from its previous ghastly state of exposed bone, remained a sight that could still instill horror. When Chen Ping'an arrived, he had not anticipated that his left hand would come into contact with the stream, hence he had not prepared any cloth strips. His mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of how the snake gallstone could be profitable and the prospect of catching fish for a stew. It was only now that he realized he had made a grave error. The young man felt somewhat dazed when suddenly a hand appeared before him, offering several dry and pristine strips of cloth. It turned out that the maiden in green had torn a piece from her sleeve at some unknown moment. Chen Ping'an managed a bitter smile, disregarding any formality with the girl. He applied the herbal remedy to the wound on his palm, bringing it to his mouth, biting one end with his teeth, while his right hand pulled tight, wrapping it around his hand twice before tying a knot. Each movement was executed with precision, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting around a branch, leaving the onlookers in awe. Once he completed the binding, Chen Ping'an slowly lifted his right arm to wipe the sweat streaming down his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The maiden in green, squatting nearby, gave him a thumbs up, her expression one of admiration. Chen Ping'an pointed to his own eyes and managed a rueful grin, saying, "In truth, it hurts so much that tears are streaming down." The girl glanced at the large basket and the bamboo fish trap he had woven, a hint of confusion on her face. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing that those stones could indeed be lucrative and that catching fish was of great significance. The girl, though bewildered, remained silent, her gaze drifting vacantly to the shimmering surface of the stream. The gentle flow of water caressed the stones protruding from the surface, creating a melodious sound. In that moment, beneath the resplendent starry sky, the world felt desolate, as if only the pair of youthful souls existed in the vast expanse of nature. Chen Ping'an's body gradually settled into a state of tranquility, his once rapid breath subconsciously slowing down, transforming into a long and gentle rhythm. It was akin to a torrent of mountain water subsiding into the tranquil streams of spring and autumn. This subtle transformation went unnoticed by the youth, occurring seamlessly and effortlessly. Aware of his dampness, Chen Ping'an understood that he could not linger too long in the chilly early spring breeze. He needed to return to the town and change into dry garments. Though the young man lacked knowledge of the health and pathology concepts found in medical texts, he had cultivated a keen intuition regarding the changes of the seasons and his body's responses, primarily due to his profound fear of illness. Swiftly donning his grass sandals, he secured a fish basket to his waist, shouldered a wicker basket, and waved goodbye to the girl in the green attire, cheerfully saying, "I'm off now. You should head home early as well." As he descended the rocky cliff, he couldn't help but turn back to caution her. The water near the corridor bridge is particularly deep. Be extremely careful not to slip. He advised her to stick to the side of the rice fields on his way home, reasoning that even if she fell, being muddy was preferable to tumbling into the creek. However, as he continued to speak, he suddenly realized that his words seemed ominous, lacking in goodwill. Reminiscent of the curse-laden speech favored by Gu Qian's mother from Mud Bottle Alley. Quickly, Chen Ping'an silenced himself, ceasing his chatter and quickening his pace towards the north. Towards the town. The wicker basket felt heavy, yet the youth was particularly joyful, having untangled the nearly insurmountable knot in his heart for the first time. Chen Ping'an felt a genuine desire to live well, to truly thrive. For instance, to have wealth. To afford the uniquely fragrant spring festival couplets, the intricately painted door gods, and to relish the meat buns from Madame Mao's shop. It would be ideal to also purchase a cow, much like the neighbor Song Jisun, who can raise a flock of chickens. The young girl clad in blue remains diligently engaged in her task of digging into the mountains, her expression one of solemn seriousness. Each time she picks up a new pastry, it seems as though she is confronting a formidable adversary, just as she is grappling with a piece of peach blossom cake. Her body suddenly stiffens. Realizing the gravity of the situation, rather than fleeing, she opens her mouth wide and swallows a substantial portion of the cake whole. Then claps her hands and sits in place, resigned to her fate. Unbeknownst to her, a man has appeared, not particularly tall but exuding a robust and sturdy presence. Yet, he does not resemble a mere peasant, for the intensity of his gaze is almost blinding, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. The man gazes at the remaining floral patterned bundle at the foot of the mountain, his face etched with helplessness. He contemplates scolding her. But the sight of his daughter's stubborn acceptance of her mistakes fills him with an overwhelming sense of compassion, as if he himself were the one at fault. He longs to utter words that might ease the tension, perhaps to suggest that if she is hungry, she could eat at the humble cottage by the forge, and that he would take her to the town for more provisions the following day. However, the words stick in his throat, naturally reserved. He struggles to find a way to comfort his daughter, as if each word carries the weight of 1,000 burdens. In this moment, he feels that he is at a loss, even less capable than that lad in straw sandals, for at least his daughter would not be so anxious. The young girl suddenly raised her head and inquired, "Father, why did you not take him on as an apprentice?" Her initiative to speak brought a sense of relief to the man. Although his expression remained stern, he settled beside his daughter and explained, "That boy possesses a commendable temperament. Yet his innate talent is rather lacking. Even if I were to accept him, he would inevitably fall behind his peers, and despite any effort, he would merely watch the gap widen. Should another individual like Lu emerge, what would be the point?" The girl's countenance fell, the mention of Lu perhaps resonating with her. Or perhaps it was the fleeting encounter with the boy in the straw sandals. The man hesitated but ultimately decided against concealing the truth, wishing to prevent her from straying or jeopardizing the sage's plans. Moreover, the boy was remarkably ordinary, yet amidst the small town, he stood out as peculiar. "Sure, you may not be aware, but this child's destined porcelain was shattered long ago, rendering him akin to a wandering spirit, devoid of ancestral protection." Simultaneously, various subtle oddities would ensue, which is why Song Jisun and that woman chose to be his neighbors. Otherwise, given Song Jisun's standing, it would be inconceivable for him to reside on Fortune Road. The girl pondered thoughtfully, "Father, are you suggesting he resembles Bait?" The man gently ruffled her hair, "Quite so." He then smiled. "Had we, as father and daughter, not been the most indifferent to external possessions, fortune, and fate amongst sword cultivators, I might have considered keeping him close to see if he could bring you some advantages." The young girl appeared somewhat despondent, her spirits not particularly high. The man sighed, saying, "Sure, though my words may be coarse, they bear wisdom. Do not take offense." The young girl, still appearing weak and unwell, lacked the energy to respond. After a moment of contemplation, the man gestured towards the distant covered bridge, which spanned the river like a dark dragon. The construction of this bridge was a monumental endeavor, requiring immense effort from the Great Li dynasty, all to subdue an unassuming iron sword. Imagine, 3,000 years hence, a masterless sword, its essence nearly dissipated, still necessitating such a grand tribute from a dynasty merely to restrain its waning power, a request as simple as allowing it a moment's respite. The girl murmured in acknowledgement, her head drooping, her eyes absently glancing towards the foot of the mountain, half-heartedly echoing, impressive, indeed. The man, both amused and exasperated, rubbed his forehead. In the vastness of the world, sustenance is paramount. Yet, the child's mother was not of such a temperament. Whose disposition did she truly inherit? He gently patted his daughter's shoulder and said softly, "Father is going to meet someone. Take your time eating, no one is competing with you." Suddenly, the girl lifted her head, grasping his arm. On her wrist gleamed a crimson bracelet, shimmering like a dragon entwined upon itself. It appeared as though a vibrant flame-like creature coiled around her wrist. The man, feeling reassured, remarked, "At least you possess some sense. Fear not, I am merely visiting Mr. Chi." The girl released her grip and immediately seized a pastry, devouring it eagerly. The man, filled with pent-up frustration, had endured countless hardships until he could no longer restrain himself, muttering, "Eating, eating, that rascal Lu deserves a thrashing, no doubt, yet he does not speak falsely. Sooner or later, you shall become a plump little bride. Who would dare to marry you then? Shall I resort to seizing a son-in-law?" The young girl paused in her meal, cradling a pastry in her hands, on the verge of tears. The man fled in dismay, not forgetting to chastise himself as he turned his back on his daughter. It was always the same, every effort rendered futile. In the dead of night, Chen Ping'an sprinted back to Lu Xianyang's residence. As he unlocked the door, he could hear the thunderous snoring of that fellow, so carefree. If it were him, Chen Ping'an mused, he would surely be unable to sleep soundly this night. First, he placed the wicker basket and the fish basket in the kitchen built in the courtyard, then made his way to the side room Lu Xianyang had prepared for him. After hastily changing into a fresh set of clothing, he returned to the courtyard kitchen, ready to tackle the stone slab fish. He skillfully gutted and cleaned them, placing them on a pristine porcelain dish, covering them with another dish to ward off any snakes or vermin. From the wicker basket, Chen Ping'an selected 5 or 6 snake gallstones that caught his eye and carried them to the side room where he would sleep. He happened to glance at the long sword resting quietly on the cabinet, still lying there undisturbed. Having completed his tasks, Chen Ping'an finally lay down in bed, feeling the warmth envelop him, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. On one hand, his left hand throbbed with pain, on the other, he felt no weariness or inclination to sleep. However, the true reason lies in Chen Ping'an's greater awareness of the unreasonable nature of those outsiders compared to Lu Xianyang. The youth dared not succumb to slumber. Thus, Chen Ping'an remained vigilant throughout the night, attentive to the sounds emanating from both the courtyard and the house. As dawn broke, he rose and made his way to the kitchen, hoisting a burden as he prepared to fetch 2 buckets of water from the iron well in Xinghua Alley. Lu Xianyang, still bleary-eyed and cocooned in his bedding, poked his head out, and, upon hearing the faint noises, groggily called out, "Chen Ping'an, why are you up so early? Where are you headed?" Chen Ping'an replied curtly, "To fetch water." Lu Xianyang shouted back, "If you happen to encounter Zhigui, do send my regards." Chen Ping'an, disinterested, was on the verge of exiting the small courtyard when he suddenly heard Lu Xianyang say, "Chen Ping'an, if you're willing to lend a hand, I'll help you gather stones from the water pit later." Chen Ping'an beamed brightly, "All right." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes, retreating beneath the covers, muttering, "What an ungrateful fellow. This is the only tactic that works on him." On the stone steps of the corridor bridge sat a solitary middle-aged scholar who remained in silent contemplation until dawn. As the first light of daybreak appeared, he looked up and softly mused, "In a millennium of darkness, a single lamp brings forth illumination." Chapter 31. The mountain knock. When Chen Ping'an arrived at the Tai Lok well, carrying a water bucket, he passed several breakfast stalls along Xinghua Lane. His stomach growled, betraying his hunger, but with his pockets empty, the young lad could only muster the courage to stand in line for water. Ahead of him were 3 households, and just as it was his turn, Zhigui suddenly inserted a small water bucket, causing discontent among those behind. While no one resorted to outright curses, the murmurs were far from pleasant, particularly from an elderly hunchbacked woman known as Granny Ma. Both of her sons had achieved notable success, each owning a dragon kiln, albeit modest ones, ranking at the bottom among dozens of similar establishments. Nevertheless, in the context of Xinghua Lane, they were considered a prosperous household. For reasons unknown, Granny Ma had a strained relationship with her 2 daughters-in-law, who had long since moved to Taoyuan Lane, leaving her to live alone in the ancestral home on Xinghua Lane. To Chen Ping'an and Lu Yanxin's generation, Granny Ma was a formidable elder, notorious for her sharp tongue and extreme stinginess. In the dead of winter, she would hoard the snow that accumulated outside her door. And if any children dared to use the snow from her doorstep for a snowball fight or removed icicles from her eaves, she would chase after them with a broom, scolding them for several streets without fatigue. In the past, only Gu Can's mother from the western part of town had the authority to quell Granny Ma's fierce temper. It is said that the widow Gu has sought refuge with a distant relative of her deceased husband, returning to her marital hometown. Over the years, the once slightly benevolent Granny Ma has regained her vigor, re-entering the fray with a vengeance. She has taken to scrutinizing everyone around her. And upon the arrival of Song Jisun's maid, Granny Ma immediately began to speak in a sarcastic tone, her voice barely above a whisper, yet her smile devoid of warmth. She deliberately engaged the women nearby in idle chatter, remarking that some young ladies could finally have their faces unveiled, for they could no longer walk with their legs together. This was indeed a joyous occasion, as they could finally be addressed as madams rather than living a life akin to maidservants. Chen Ping'an felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he could not dismiss the innocent Ji Gui, who had erred first, for they had been neighbors for many years. After filling 2 buckets of water for Lu Xianying, he hastily brought another bucket for her, eager to distance himself from the clamor of Granny Ma and her gossiping cohort. Enraged that the little maid from the Song family was feigning ignorance, Granny Ma's irritation only intensified. In a contest of skill, the greatest fear lies in an opponent who refuses to engage, rendering one's prowess ineffective. The old woman, having previously clashed with the sly widow Gu, always felt her abilities sharpened with each defeat, believing she would reclaim her honor in their next confrontation. However, this little vixen from Mud Bottle Alley deliberately remained silent. Yet her parting glances were laden with an unsettling meaning that deeply unsettled the old woman. It incited a fierce desire within her to confront the girl and mar her pretty face. All the while observing that the young men in the nearby alleys seemed utterly captivated by the shameless maid, particularly regarding his grandson, who, although perceived as a fool by outsiders, has recently led even his grandmother to believe that he has truly lost his mind. Day in and day out, he rambles nonsensically, incessantly proclaiming his desire to marry a maid from Mud Bottle Alley and to punch a hole in the heavens. Noticing the exceedingly detestable girl's lack of reaction, the old woman, Mapapa, turned her attention to the impoverished youth, clucking her tongue in disdain. "You worthless wretch, who has brought ruin upon your parents and yet dares to linger in this world. Aware of your own inadequacy to wed, you shamelessly pursue another's maid. You are indeed a pair of ill-fated souls destined for each other. You might as well be together, for Mud Bottle Alley is a haven for the dregs of society. Who knows, the children born from such a union might very well rise to rule over Mud Bottle Alley." Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, bending down to set aside the burden he carried on his shoulders. The maid, Ji Gui, had already placed her water bucket down and strode purposefully towards the audacious old crone. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl delivered a resounding slap that sent Mapapa spinning on her feet, leaving her dazed and requiring the support of nearby women to avoid falling. Before the old woman could regain her senses, Ji Gui advanced once more and struck her sharply, exclaiming, "You old wretch, I have endured you for far too long." The old woman shook her head, her anger igniting her senses, ready to retaliate. However, perhaps it was an illusion. The 2 women beside her offered such earnest support that she found it momentarily impossible to break free, resulting in a third humiliation. The maid struck once more, her fingers sharply tapping the old woman's forehead, threatening, "If you dare to insult again, I shall extract the tongue of this long-tongued woman. For every word you utter, I will pierce you with a needle." The old woman, struck with fear, momentarily forgot to retort, let alone retaliate. The young girl turned and walked briskly away, noticing that the neighbor boy had taken it upon himself to carry her water bucket. She smiled and returned with him to Mud Bottle Alley. Before Chen Ping'an could utter a word, the girl firmly stated, "Do not thank me. My insults have nothing to do with you." Chen Ping'an was rendered speechless. The girl, with empty hands, muttered to herself, never intending to reclaim the bucket from the straw sandal boy. By the iron lock well and the wheelbarrow, the old woman sat on the ground, wailing, "That vile maid will face divine retribution. My fate is so bitter. How can heaven be so blind? Why doesn't a bolt of lightning strike this little vixen down?" Meanwhile, the girl walked lightly, her hands raised skyward in an odd gesture. Fortunately, after many years of being neighbors, Chen Ping'an found it unremarkable. As they passed the breakfast shop, he spotted a familiar figure, short in stature, clad in a blue garment. She was purchasing freshly steamed meat buns, their fragrant steam wafting down the street. On this morning, the sky had taken on a low-hanging, thickly clouded appearance. Reminiscent of a luxurious quilt belonging to a wealthy family, spread out to bask in the sun. A thunderous rumble echoed above the quaint town. Old Granny Ma, near the iron well, swiftly rose to her feet and hurried home, her small water bucket swaying precariously, spilling well water along the way. By the time she reached home, it was likely there would be barely half a bucket left. Perhaps the old woman was acutely aware that if the heavens were truly to open their eyes, the first bolt of lightning would most probably strike her directly. Upon hearing the thunder, Chen Ping'an lifted his gaze, somewhat perplexed, as it did not seem to herald rain. The young girl, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "My young master mentioned he read in a book that every early spring, a celestial deity clad in golden armor beats drums in the clouds, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, instilling fear in all evils. To celebrate the arrival of spring." Chen Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. "Your young master is indeed well-read." The girl sighed. "My young master possesses many admirable qualities. Yet he is somewhat indolent and has a tendency to curse the heavens, which I find rather unfortunate." Chen Ping'an, adhering to his principle of not speaking ill of others behind their backs, refrained from commenting on this. Next door, Song Jisun harbored a peculiar quirk that he had maintained for many years. He would curse the heavens, much like Granny Ma, lamenting about the blind eye of the old heavens. However, scholars have their own nuances. During snowy nights, stormy days, and when the horizon is adorned with colorful clouds. These are the three occasions when Song Jisun refrains from cursing. He believes that when the heavens are dozing, a few choice words directed at them would go unheard, thus sparing their wrath, while simultaneously providing him with a sense of relief, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. Seeing Chen Ping'an remain silent, Ji Gui casually remarked, "Did you not return home last night? Did you visit Lu Xianying?" Chen Ping'an nodded, explaining, "There were guests at home, making it inconvenient." She unexpectedly inquired, "By the way, have you met Mr. Qi? Did he say anything to you?" Chen Ping'an countered, "Why do you ask?" With a naive smile, she replied, "Just curious. This morning, while I was fetching water, I happened to encounter Mr. Qi, who mentioned he was out for a morning stroll and inquired whether you were at home." I answered truthfully. Chen Ping'an chuckled. "I happened to meet Mr. Qi previously, and he exchanged a few casual words with me, suggesting that I should have attended school with Lu Xianying back in the day. I could only express that my family was impoverished, leaving me no choice. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to study." Ji Gui appeared puzzled. "Is that so?" Chen Ping'an gazed into her eyes and playfully asked, "What else would you think?" She merely smiled in response. As they parted ways at the street corner, Ji Gui took the water bucket and headed towards Mud Bottle Alley, while Chen Ping'an returned to Lu Xianying's residence. Following that, he intended to retrieve a family letter from the East City Gate, costing a mere penny. Had he embarked on this venture earlier, with his stamina to traverse the mountains for miles around, he likely would have already earned enough to support a wife. At the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Ji Gui spotted her young master standing there, yawning. She approached swiftly, curious. "Young master, what brings you out here?" Song Jisun stretched languidly and replied, "Staying indoors is rather dull." She softly inquired, "Young master, when will the newly appointed supervisor return to the town? After that, shall we be able to journey to the capital?" Song Jisun pondered for a moment, concluding it would likely be within 10 days. Ji Gui hesitated, her small water bucket swaying gently in her hands. Song Jisun playfully asked, "What troubles you?" She timidly replied, "Young master, could I borrow the local county annals for a night or two? I wish to improve my reading skills, lest I be looked down upon when we arrive in the capital and inadvertently cause you embarrassment." Song Jisun chuckled softly, reflecting that there was no shame in her request. However, he reminded her to wash her hands before handling the book to avoid soiling its pages, and to be cautious of wax drippings from the candle. Other than that, there was little to concern oneself with, a mere tattered book, after all. Ji Gui beamed. "Thank you, young master." Amused, Song Jisun laughed heartily, saying, "Come, let me help you fetch water." Ji Gui shyly evaded, asserting, "Young master, did we not agree that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen? Such trivial matters are not for you to meddle in. If word gets out, I would be the subject of ridicule among our neighbors." Song Jisun, both exasperated and amused, remarked, "Such rules, principles, and etiquette may serve to intimidate others, but for me. At this point, the scholar, raised in humble surroundings, chose to withhold further words. She curiously asked, "What about you, young master?" Song Jisun restored his nonchalant smile and gestured toward himself, proclaiming, "I, my dear, am merely a humble farmer. I delineate a piece of land into rows and furrows, allowing it to be sown and irrigated, patiently awaiting the harvest, year after year. That is my existence." She appeared somewhat dazed. Song Jisun burst into hearty laughter. The youth suddenly sobered, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "Jigue, did the one surnamed Chen assist you in carrying the water buckets all the way?" The maid nodded, her eyes innocent. The youth spoke earnestly. "A wise sage once remarked that it is misguided to regard the kindness of strangers as rare treasures while taking for granted the efforts of those closest to us, treating their contributions as mere obligations and failing to acknowledge them." The maid looked even more perplexed, responding, "Huh?" The youth stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "To think she didn't grasp my implication. How am I to continue this conversation? Must I seek a more astute and perceptive little maid upon arriving in the capital?" Unable to restrain herself, the maid laughed heartily, disregarding her master's apparent threat, and revealed, "Master, you truly wish for me to inquire who this sagacious sage is, don't you? Well, I know now it is you." Song Jisun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, Jigue, you truly understand me." Within the study of the academy, a middle-aged scholar sat upright, his gaze fixed upon the chessboard before him, where all the black and white pieces disintegrated into dust amidst the thunderous spring storm. In a quaint town, the youth engage in the pursuit of slate fish within a babbling brook. They employ a peculiar method, wielding a heavy hammer. They strike the stones submerged beneath the water's surface, causing the fish that conceal themselves beneath to be momentarily stunned and rise to the surface. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the proverbial adage of striking the mountain to startle the tiger. However, should one wish to caution a sage against defying the celestial order and transgressing the principles of the great Tao, the only formidable force in the universe that could aptly correspond to such an identity would likely be the awe-inspiring thunder of heaven. Chapter 32. The peach leaf. Chen Ping'an returned to Lu Xianyang's courtyard after fetching water, pouring it into the water tank in the kitchen. He then called out at the door, "Lu Xianyang, may I borrow some firewood, oil, and salt from your household? I wish to prepare fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her health. Is that acceptable?" The drowsy Lu Xianyang, stirred from his slumber, erupted in indignation. "Chun, are you ever going to cease your incessant nagging? I was just dreaming that Jigue smiled at me. You owe me a Jigue." Chen Ping'an shook his head and, recalling a matter, expressed his apologies. "I actually encountered Jigue earlier by the iron lock well. But I was distracted by Granny Ma and forgot to relay a message to you. When I deliver the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I will certainly convey your words." In a swift motion, Lu Xianyang sprang to his feet, donned his clothes, and sat on the threshold of the main hall. Observing the slender figure bustling about in the kitchen, he chuckled, "I will accompany you to deliver the fish soup. By the way, is Jigue wearing that large red pomegranate skirt today, or the light green one? Alas, once I save up another 200 coins, I shall be able to purchase that exquisite dragon silver powder box she has coveted for so long, yet has refrained from buying. It is all because of that miserly Song Jisun, who dresses like a beggar from Falu Street. It is a pity that Jigue has so few new garments throughout the year. If I were her young master, I would acquire whatever she desires, making her more affluent than the daughters of Falu Street, living like a true young lady of wealth." Chen Ping'an disregarded Lu Xianyang's foolish dreams. He simply could not fathom why Lu Xianyang was so infatuated with Jigue. It was not that he looked down upon her humble beginnings as a maidservant of Song Jisun, nor did he believe her appearance to be unattractive. Rather, he felt that the two of them were fundamentally mismatched, devoid of any romantic destiny. Curiously, Chen Ping'an inquired, "Why do you refer to her as Jigue and not by her family name, Wang?" Lu Xianyang grinned and replied, "Now that I know you are unaware of how to write Jigue, it hardly matters." Chen Ping'an sighed. "What use is that comparison? I am not in the same league as Song Jisun. Jigue is not my maid." Lu Xianyang scoffed. "That fellow is not superior to you in every aspect. For instance, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? No, he hasn't. Thus, he falls short of you, Chen Ping'an. It is no wonder that Gu Kan's mother and the other concubines have sharp tongues. Song Jisun is hardly a paragon of virtue. If he were, why would he not live openly in the official residence, but instead choose to endure hardship in your humble alley?" This fellow even dares to look down upon others, and thus deserves the scorn and slander he receives. Chen Ping'an rose and walked to the doorway of the kitchen, saying, Lu Xianyang, although I am not particularly close to Song Jisun, I find your remarks about him quite inappropriate. Lu Xianyang quickly raised both hands, determined to halt Chen Ping'an's further discourse, and cunningly remarked, All right, I won't say another word. Chen Ping'an, why must you be so stubborn? My grandfather once remarked that your parents are quite amiable, particularly your mother, who speaks in a gentle tone and possesses a cheerful disposition, with a temperament that is truly commendable. He also recounted how, in her early years, Madame Ma would scold nearly everyone in the neighborhood, yet upon encountering your mother, she would not only refrain from criticism but would also greet her with a smile. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but beam with delight. Lu Xianyang waved him off, urging him to hasten and prepare soup for your young bride. Chen Ping'an rolled his eyes, challenging him to say that in front of Miss Ning. Lu Xianyang chuckled. You're foolish, but I'm not. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping'an produced a small ceramic jar, and the two of them secured the doors before heading towards Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching Chen Ping'an's doorstep, Lu Xianyang found him awkwardly knocking, realizing that this fellow had entrusted all the keys to the black-clad girl, leaving him utterly perplexed by his lack of foresight. When the black-clad girl was at home, she did not wear her veil, and as she opened the door, her fresh and radiant face was revealed. Lu Xianyang felt a twinge of fear towards this unyielding girl, and even the tall youth could not comprehend why. If one were to claim that her aloof nature intimidated him, it would be an understatement. The neighboring Ji Gui surpassed her in that regard. Yet, Lu Xianyang had the audacity to be shamelessly persistent. While the presence of the sword at her side might suggest a reason for his trepidation, he had faced the wealthy youths of Fu Lu Street, and, despite enduring several chases like a stray dog, had never truly felt fear. However, he did harbor a certain apprehension towards the girl named Ning Yao. As the black-clad girl sat at the table and opened the jar, savoring the aroma, she slightly narrowed her elongated eyes and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Chen Ping'an's observations were meticulous and astute, and he understood that this likely indicated the indifferent young girl was in a jovial mood. He first prepared a pot of porridge for her, advising her to monitor the heat, then turned to Lu Xianyang and said, Are you waiting for Ji Gui to emerge? I must deliver a message. Lu Xianyang, perched on the threshold, perked up his ears to listen for any sounds from that direction, fearing he might catch even a hint of a celestial conflict. The tall youth, feeling rather disgruntled, replied impatiently, You tend to your own affairs. As Chen Ping'an exited the courtyard and approached the intersection of Mud Bottle Alley, he was suddenly struck by a dimming of his vision ahead. Raising his gaze, he found himself confronted by a tall man clad in a robe of pristine white. One hand rested behind him, while the other lay upon the jade belt encircling his waist, his gaze cast into the distance. Realizing he was obstructing the narrow passage, the man offered a slight smile and graciously stepped aside to allow Chen Ping'an to pass. Filled with a sense of bewilderment, Chen Ping'an quickened his pace out of Mud Bottle Alley, glancing back to see the man slowly making his way into the alley. Even from that fleeting glimpse, Chen Ping'an noted the immaculate white robe adorned with sparse golden threads on both the front and back, which subtly formed two intricate patterns, reminiscent of living creatures wandering amidst the mists and clouds of the mountains. Truly a marvel to behold. Dismissing his musings, he considered the man merely an outsider, akin to Fu Nanhua, who had come to Mud Bottle Alley in search of fortune. That day, after walking beneath the ancient locust tree alongside Mr. Qi, the grass-sandaled youth found himself harboring less concern. He felt reassured by Mr. Qi's presence in the town, believing that, even if troubles arose, one could at least seek justice with his assistance. As Chen Ping'an strolled through Xinghua Alley, he chanced upon the maiden in the green attire whom he had encountered the previous night. She was seated at a humble wonton shop, one chopstick poised upright on the table, gently tapping it. Her cherubic, plump face radiated with vitality, her eyes fixated on the wontons boiling in the pot. Completely oblivious to Chen Ping'an standing a mere 5 or 6 paces away. For the young woman, the allure of delectable food took precedence. Even if the heavens were to fall, she would savor every morsel before making her exit. Chen Ping'an felt a genuine admiration for this stranger and chose not to intrude upon her delight, instead smiling as he continued his journey toward the eastern part of the town. Certain individuals and moments, even the scenery by the roadside, can evoke a profound sense of beauty with just a fleeting glance. Upon reaching the eastern gate, he noticed a disheveled man standing atop a tree stump, straining on his tiptoes to gaze eastward, as if awaiting the arrival of someone of great significance. In his earlier conversations with the elders near the old locust tree, he had heard tales of the current supervising official's grand entrance into the town. The occasion had drawn the ancestors of the 4 surnames and 10 clans, who nearly mobilized in full force to greet him at the eastern gate. However, after enduring several hours under the scorching sun, the last of the officials rushed to inform the gathering that the supervising official had awakened from his midday slumber in the courtyard of the yamen, suggesting they proceed directly there for their meeting. This news irked the wealthy gentleman to no end, but it was said that once inside the yamen, no one dared to utter a sound. Each one smiled as innocently as a dutiful grandson. Chen Ping'an found it rather peculiar how the elderly spoke with such conviction, as if they had witnessed events firsthand. Every time they recounted the gossip of Fulu Street and Taoye Alley, their tales seemed more authentic than reality itself. For instance, they would narrate the affair between Aunt Lu and the head of the guards, detailing how, in a moment of panic when their rendezvous was interrupted, Aunt Lu frantically attempted to gather her clothing to conceal her ample bosom. The storytellers seemed to embody the very essence of the head of the guards. Lu Xianyang would listen with bated breath each time, while Song Jisun occasionally joined, albeit without the presence of his youthful companion. His laughter, though more subtle than Lu Xianyang's, was particularly vigorous when joining in the teasing, louder than the twice-daily readings of the classics. Chen Ping'an squatted beside a tree stump, patiently awaiting the town's gatekeeper. The man cursed under his breath, leaped down from the stump, and upon noticing the lad in straw sandals, fell silent. He retrieved a stack of letters from a humble earthen dwelling, 6 missives in total, but only offered 5 copper coins for them. Chen Ping'an casually skimmed the addresses, saying nothing, as 2 of the letters were from a neighboring household on Fulu Street. He was reluctant to take advantage of this circumstance, naturally. If the man had unexpectedly shown kindness and offered 6 coins from the outset, Chen Ping'an would not have hesitated to accept. Once he had determined the order in which to deliver the letters, he casually inquired, "Waiting for someone?" The man glanced towards the broad avenue to the east and replied with a huff, "Waiting for the master." Not wishing to remain as a target for the man's ire, Chen Ping'an hastily took his leave. The man chuckled in exasperation. "Ah, a lad with a bit of discernment, I see." The man glanced at the sky. The thunderous roars had long since faded, and the once low-hanging clouds that seemed poised to press down upon the eaves of the house gradually dispersed. He plopped down on a tree stump and sighed. When deities clash, it is the mortals who suffer. He possessed 6 letters, each designated for the 4 prominent families of Lu, Li, Zhao, and Song from Fulu Street, with 2 additional ones in Taoye Alley. One of these, quite fortuitously, was a letter from the amiable old man he had encountered earlier. Even more serendipitously, the one who opened the door to receive the letter was indeed the old gentleman. Upon recognizing Chen Ping'an, the elderly man jested, "Child, won't you come in for a sip of water?" Chen Ping'an offered a shy smile and shook his head. The old man, unfazed, retrieved a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to Chen Ping'an, cheerfully explaining, "Today there is a joyous occasion at home. This is a token of good fortune to share, merely a trifle, just a few coins. So take it with ease." Only then did Chen Ping'an accept the coins, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Wei." The old man nodded and suddenly remarked, "Child, during your leisure time, you might often sit beneath the locust tree. If you happen upon locust leaves or branches on the ground, take them home. They can ward off ants, insects, and centipedes." "How wonderful. And it won't cost you a thing." Chen Ping'an bowed in thanks at the steps. The old man smiled warmly, encouraging him, "Go on, go on. The year's plans are made in spring. It is certainly beneficial for the youth to engage in physical activity." The young boy then ran away from the flagstone street of Taoye Alley. The elderly man stood for an extended period at the entrance of his home, gazing at the peach trees flanking him. A graceful young maid approached him, whispering, "Grandfather, what do you see? It is cold outside. You mustn't catch a chill." Having served the elder for several years, she understood his kind-hearted nature. The young girl, filled with respect yet devoid of fear, smiled brightly and playfully inquired, "Grandfather, could it be that you are reminiscing about a young lady you encountered in your youth? Wasn't she standing beneath the peach tree at that time?" The elderly man chuckled, "Peach Bud, you are just like that messenger boy. You are indeed a thoughtful soul." The maid beamed with delight at the praise. Suddenly, the old man continued with a smile, "In a couple of days, a distant relative will come to visit, and at that time, Peach Bud, you shall accompany the children of the household and leave this small town." The maid was taken aback, her eyes welling with tears as she lamented, "Grandfather, I do not wish to leave here." The usually affable elder waved his hand dismissively. "I will enjoy the scenery of the alley a while longer." You should return now. Peach Bud, be obedient, or I shall be displeased. Reluctantly, she turned to leave, glancing back timidly with each step. The leaves of the peach leaf alley were lush, yet there were no blossoms in sight. The old man exhaled a heavy sigh, stepped over the threshold, descended the steps, and approached the nearest peach tree. Standing beneath its boughs, he mournfully declared, "The peaches bloom abundantly, their flowers radiant. Truly, I shall never behold them again." The elderly man cast a backward glance at his humble abode, murmuring softly, "The unique blessings of this quaint town have never aligned with the grand principles of the universe." Initially, the sages forcibly altered the course of fate, allowing us to bask in 3 millennia of fortune. Those who have departed from this town throughout the ages have often flourished across the vast expanse of the eastern Baoping continent. Yet, the heavens are astute, and it is time to settle accounts, to collect what is due. You youngsters, if you do not hasten to leave this place, do you intend to wait for death alongside us, these fragile remnants of antiquity? Understand, death knows no magnitude. For our small town, with its thousands of souls, such an end would be catastrophic, denying even the possibility of rebirth. Therefore, while the heavens still turn a blind eye, every additional soul that departs is a small victory. The old man extended his gnarled hand to steady a peach branch, hoping sincerely that fate would indeed show mercy. Unbeknownst to him, the elderly matron, Zhao Yao's grandmother, leaning on her cane, had approached. The old man, nearly at the brink of the grave, retained an innocence that was almost grotesque, akin to an elderly woman applying rouge. Could this benevolence truly alter the looming catastrophe? His gaze was somewhat dazed as he regarded the equally aged woman, uttering in confusion, "Ah, you have come." The matron, initially taken aback, swiftly transformed her surprise into indignation, striking him with her cane. "You shameless rogue, at your age, you still dare to be so flippant." The blows of the cane fell upon him like a torrential downpour, compelling the old man to retreat in haste, though he could not suppress his laughter. The aged woman stood beneath the peach tree, her heart brimming with vexation, lamenting her softness of heart that led her to traverse the path of Peach Leaf Alley. At last, she lifted her gaze to behold the tender buds sprouting from the peach leaves. With deliberate steps, she made her way back to Fortune and Prosperity Street, her cane resonating against the cobblestones with each stride. In this serene town, thriving for a millennium, it was unforeseen that ultimately, it would be inhabited by those pitiful souls devoid of a next life. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? The stream runs shallow, the well water grows cold. The old locust tree ages further, the iron lock rusts, and the heavy clouds hang low. This year, the peach leaves will not witness the blooming of the peach blossoms. Chapter 33. The white dragon fish-garbed Chen Ping'an once again caught sight of the girl in the green attire, who silently trailed behind a middle-aged man. Her head bowed as she nibbled on a scallion and egg pancake. The man bore an expression of utter despondency. Upon noticing Chen Ping'an, he halted, inquiring, "Are you not the one I chased away last time?" The girl in green, having bumped her back against the wall, looked up in confusion. Upon spotting Chen Ping'an, she initially intended to smile, but abruptly turned away, hastily wiping her mouth. Chen Ping'an suppressed a laugh and nodded at the man. "Greetings, Master Ruan." It seemed evident that the young lady was likely Master Ruan's daughter. Yet, their resemblance was strikingly absent, which was perhaps a fortunate circumstance. The man addressed as Master Ruan was indeed the blacksmith who had recently moved to the southern creek side of the town. He continued his inquiry. "Why hasn't Lu Xianying been to work these past few days?" Just as Chen Ping'an was about to provide an explanation for Lu Xianying, the man interjected coldly. "You tell that lad, if he doesn't show his face in front of me today, he can forget about coming to my shop tomorrow." In a hurried tone, Chen Ping'an responded, "Master Ruan, there has been a family emergency." However, the man interrupted him brusquely. "That's his affair. It has nothing to do with me." Not particularly skilled in rhetoric, Chen Ping'an found himself momentarily stunned, his face flushed with anxiety, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, fearful of making matters worse. He was well aware of Master Ruan's forthright temperament, having experienced it firsthand. The young girl in the azure attire endeavored to speak favorably of Chen Ping'an, only to be preemptively chastised by a man who understood women as a father would. "Mind your own business." Filled with indignation, the girl quickened her pace and forcefully stepped on the man's foot before vanishing in an instant like the wind. The man sighed, leaving Chen Ping'an behind as he continued on his way. Chen Ping'an too sighed, hastening to the breakfast shop to purchase a steamer basket containing 6 buns, and made his way toward Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching his residence, he discovered Lu Xianying perched on the wall, half of his body leaning into Song Jisen's courtyard. eavesdropping with great intensity. At times, Chen Ping'an could not help but feel that Lu Xianyang was indeed quite deserving of a reprimand. He felt compelled to remind him. I just saw Master Wan, who instructed you to assist at the blacksmith's today. He mentioned that if you were not present, he would dismiss you. Lu Xianyang, distracted, replied. What's the rush? A diligent apprentice like me, who is both nimble and hard-working, is a rarity to find. Master Wan is merely making threats. It would be fine to attend tomorrow. Chen Ping'an shook his head, asserting, I assure you, Master Wan is not jesting. Lu Xianyang, irritable, responded, I will go shortly. Do not hinder me from my important matters. Chen Ping'an delivered breakfast to the girl in black attire, bringing 3 buns for Lu Xianyang and keeping only 1 for himself. Lu Xianyang swiftly dispatched all the meat buns, wiping his mouth as he murmured, earlier, a distinguished guest visited Song Jisen's residence, clearly a person of great importance. If I am not mistaken, he should be the current official responsible for overseeing the kiln operations. When he donned his official robes during his visit to our dragon kiln, Old Man Yao deemed your group of inept apprentices too much of an eyesore and did not allow you to gain any insight. Unlike you, I was fortunate enough to demonstrate to that esteemed gentleman the concept of jumping the knife. Chen Ping'an chuckled. It is common knowledge that the new supervisor has a particular regard for Song Jisen. Why do you indulge in such baseless suspicions here? Lu Xianyang expressed his concerns. That pretty boy Song Jisen cannot possibly compete with me. Yet what if Shi Gui develops an affection for this imposing official? My chances would diminish significantly. If that happens, your future sister-in-law might just elope with someone else. What shall I do? What shall you do? Chen Ping'an proceeded directly into the house, leaving Lu Xianyang to sulk on the wall. The girl in black sat at the table, her posture rigid, gripping the hilt of her knife as if facing a formidable adversary. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. This was the first time Chen Ping'an had witnessed such intensity in the girl. Despite her tense and guarded demeanor, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Returning to the threshold, he inquired, Do you know the identity of the guest next door? Chen Ping'an replied, According to Lu Xianyang, he is the current kiln supervisor of our small town. He seemed quite amiable, even yielding the way to me earlier at the alley. The girl scoffed. Such individuals are truly formidable. Chen Ping'an looked on, puzzled. She inquired, When one walks by the roadside and spots an ant, would they crush it? Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before responding, Gukin certainly would. He often pours water onto ant hills or uses stones to block their exits. Lu Xianyang, when in a foul mood, likely would as well. The girl in black fell silent. Chen Ping'an smiled broadly, understanding the essence of Miss Ning's words. She expressed her astonishment. Is that truly the case? Chen Ping'an nodded and elaborated. I perceive that you imply 2 layers of meaning. First, that the common folk of our town appear to you outsiders as mere ants scuttling about. Secondly, among outsiders, there exists a hierarchy. Figures like Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian, akin to Gu Kan, might find amusement in controlling the lives of ants or deem them bothersome. However, the official who visits our mud bottle lane behaves differently, speaking and acting in accordance with his status, thus exhibiting great courtesy. Am I correct, Miss Ning? The young lady queried. How did you deduce that? The youth jested. It seems that after narrowly escaping death, my mind has become somewhat sharper. The girl in black, with utmost seriousness, asked, What did you witness before your demise? Confused, Chen Ping'an replied honestly, In that alley, I truly did not contemplate much. Perhaps you should pose this question to Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian. They might have perceived something. She scoffed. Oh, such grandiloquence. After uttering this, she inexplicably fixed her gaze intently upon the boy in straw sandals. Chen Ping'an felt a sense of unease as he observed the girl. What was troubling her? The young lady furrowed her brows, expressing her frustration in her native dialect. The swordsmanship of my family, be it the techniques or the methods for honing both body and soul, are closely guarded secrets, unique to our lineage. I have not fully mastered them myself. How could I possibly teach another? Furthermore, I lack knowledge of the rudimentary techniques from elsewhere in the world. If I had, I might have been able to offer him some guidance, even if it were merely to strengthen his physique and prolong his life. Where can I find a foundational manual with the least barriers to entry? Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with an idea. Robbery? No, not robbery. Rather, borrowing a tome. As there is a principle of reciprocity. Regrettably, her expression soon darkened, and she muttered bitterly, Cursed old eunuch. Just wait, I shall turn your palace upside down. With a sorrowful visage, she lamented, Is it truly necessary to seek the swordsmith surnamed Wan? I can manage with combat. having inherited a fraction of my mother's true teachings. But soliciting help from others is an endeavor in which I truly falter. Meanwhile, the young man in straw sandals sat on the threshold, observing the girl named Ningyao, who was lost in her thoughts, her expression shifting like the clouds in the sky. In another room, a handsome man clad in a white robe with a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's chamber, surveying his surroundings with a slight frown. Is this truly the meager accommodation that the Song family has arranged for you? Song Jisun pursed his lips, choosing silence. The maid, Jigui, had already discreetly retreated to her own quarters. According to the most widely circulated tale in the town, the former supervising officer, Lord Song, was lacking in expertise and failed to produce the exquisite imperial porcelain that would satisfy the court. With only his meager efforts, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital, of course, leaving behind his illegitimate son, Song Jisun. He merely provided the boy with a maid to attend to his daily needs and entrusted him to a close friend, who happened to be the new supervising officer, also bearing the surname Song. However, the truth remains elusive. Those in power are often blind to the reality, and mere spectators may not discern the whole picture. Song Jisun himself is uncertain about the nature of his relationship with this man of the same surname. Are they merely colleagues in the bureaucratic arena, old classmates from his scholarly days, or rivals from different factions in the capital? Before departing, the previous officer had mentioned in passing that the new supervising officer would soon arrive in the town and would swiftly take them both back to the capital, demanding that Song Jisun show the utmost respect towards that gentleman, without a hint of negligence. Song Jisun, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards this imposing figure from the capital, felt no affinity for him. The confidence he exhibited to the maid, Jigui, regarding their forthcoming departure from their hometown was simply a reflection of youthful pride. The man chuckled, remarking, "Well, that Song fellow has always been meticulous and cautious, not at all like a man of stature. He resembles a woman instead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me here to look after you." A cloud of gloom settled upon Song Jisun's brow. The man cast a casual glance at the large chest of the young boy, curling his lip in disdain, and spoke slowly. "Before coming here, I had the misfortune of encountering Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City. Truly, he is a wretched soul, nearly having his resolve shattered here. You may continue your dealings with him. Your gains and losses are your own concern. I shall not meddle in such trivial matters. However, before you depart, you must accompany me to the corridor bridge about a few times, and then your obligations to me will cease. Return home, attend to your duties, and occupy your rightful place. It's as simple as that. Do you understand?" "Of course, I understand," the boy retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. "But what gives you the right?" The man chuckled, turning to finally regard the boy with a keen gaze, and countered. "The effeminate one of the Song clan claims you possess extraordinary talent. Such praise is indeed bold. Care to speculate why I hold authority over you?" Upon closer inspection, one might notice a striking resemblance, both in appearance and demeanor, between the two. Song Jisun's anger simmered more intensely, yet he remained resolute in his silence. The man, no longer shrouded in mystery, revealed with a playful tone, "What gives me the right? Of course, it is because I am a most unfortunate soul of noble birth, your very own uncle." Song Jisun's heart trembled, his complexion paling. The man in the white robe took no notice of his reaction, his hands resting on the jade belt, gazing out at the sky with a smile, and continued. "It is also because I am the foremost martial artist of the Great Li dynasty." In truth, this statement could be rephrased in a manner that is far more striking to the heart. Yet, men prefer to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix, believing that merely being behind others, even if only by one or two individuals, is hardly worthy of boasting. The man recalls the Confucian sage who resides in this place, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips as he scoffs coldly. His thoughts linger. Were it not for the confines of this realm, a single hand of mine could obliterate the trifling deities of Qi Jingchun and his ilk. Within the humble abode of the academy, Mr. Qi is attentively listening to the melodic recitations of the young students studying elementary texts. He sits upright and composed. It is a true embodiment of composure, something that even the scholarly seeds like Song Jisun and Zhao Yao find difficult to fully grasp. The teachings of Confucianism include a foundational classic entitled The Great Rites, in which the cultivation of the self section specifically states that a gentleman should sit as if he were a corpse, for the corpse embodies the spirit. Thus, a posture resembling that of a corpse conveys solemnity and reverence, as one can easily imagine. At this moment, Qi Jingchun seems to hear, in its entirety, the silent musings of the man in the white robe, who, with a calm demeanor and a smile, remarks, A martial man governing the state is indeed a remarkable feat. However, the attire of the white dragon and fish is not a harbinger of good fortune. Chapter 34. The Gathering at the Entrance of Song Jisun's Residence. The sound of footsteps echoed. Lu Xianyang, poised to leap down from the wall, froze upon hearing a warm voice inquire. "Are you not the apprentice of the old master Yao from the Baoshi kiln, surnamed Lu?" The speaker, a man clad in white with a jade belt at his waist, strode forth with a smile directed at the wall. Lu Xianyang felt his body stiffen, an inexplicable weakness rendering him unable to jump down. With a nervous chuckle, he replied, "In response to your excellency, yes, it is I. When you visited our long kiln to oversee operations, my master had me demonstrate a few tasks for you." The man nodded, scrutinizing the tall youth before directly asking, "Young man, do you wish to venture outside? Perhaps enlist in the military and engage in battle? I assure you, if you endure for 10 years, you shall ascend to a high position. At that time, I will personally host a banquet for you in the capital to celebrate your achievements. What do you say?" Standing behind the man, Song Jisun's expression darkened like water, his grip tightening around the ancient dragon-patterned jade pendant gifted by Fu Nanhua. This young scholar, bearing the stigma of being a bastard child for many years, had now discerned the true identity of the man before him. Thus, the significance of the man's words resonated even deeper within him. The promise of a personal banquet was not merely a gesture, but a powerful talisman in the realm of politics, a ladder to ascend the ranks of the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brains to conjure up some convoluted phrases, stammering, "I am deeply grateful for your esteemed patronage, my lord, and I am overwhelmed with trepidation. However, I have already committed to becoming an apprentice at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, and it would be most improper to renege on that promise. I hope you will understand." "My lord." The tall youth struggled to articulate his thoughts, the words lodged in his throat, his face flushed with anxiety. Song Jisun, appearing to be empathetic, interjected, "It is your lordship who should overlook the transgressions of the common man." The man in white simply smiled dismissively, unperturbed. "No matter. When the day comes that you have the opportunity to leave this small town, make your way to the nearest entrance of Danyang Mountain. Seek out a martial artist named Lu Linshi and inform him that Song Changjing from the capital recommended you for military service. If he doubts your claim, tell him that Lu Linshi still owes Song Changjing the heads of 30,000 of the Great Sui Border Cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded dreamily, understood. The man departed with a smile, and as Song Jisun intended to halt at the gate, the man, seemingly aware of his thoughts, turned without looking back and stated, "Come with me to the office of the supervisor. I wish to introduce you to someone." Song Jisun's feet felt as if they were anchored to the ground, his expression darkening as he retorted, "I refuse to go." The office, a place of great prestige among the townsfolk, loomed like a den of dragons and tigers in the eyes of a youth who had grown up amidst whispers and rumors, an insurmountable psychological barrier. The man, typically decisive in his actions, displayed no irritation at the youth's lack of discernment. Instead, he slowed his pace, stating, according to reports from the spies of the office, "You have already encountered the Sui prince with the surname Gao, have you not? Are you aware that the Gao family of the Sui dynasty and our esteemed Song family of the Great Li have been sworn enemies for a millennium? Both are princes. Yet he dares to venture into this small town nestled in the heart of the enemy territory, while you, Song Jisun, also a prince, hesitate to step into a mere official residence within your own lands?" At that moment, Song Jisun did not immediately ponder the profundity of these words. Instead, he swiftly turned to Lu Xianyang, who was perched casually on the wall, fidgeting with his hands and legs, seemingly oblivious to the man's discourse. The prince of the Great Li, clad in a white robe, wore a slight smirk, having unexpectedly derived a modicum of delight from the situation. Truly, he is a scion of the venerable Song lineage. Yet, contemplating that the youth is still the offspring of that woman, and a formidable prince of the Great Li, the preeminent martial arts master, brought a sense of vexation and complication. With a determined clench of his jaw, Song Jisun turned to the young attendant Ji Gui standing at the doorway and declared, "I shall return shortly. Do not concern yourself with my lunch." Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he turned back with a smile and added, "Retrieve the pouch of silver coins from my bedside and purchase that pair of dragon and phoenix incense pendants from the Du family shop. After all, we need not save any longer." Ji Gui nodded, gesturing cautiously in silence. Song Jisun beamed with joy and departed with a flourish. Once he had distanced himself, Lu Xianyang, still seated on the wall, cautiously inquired, "Ji Gui, what is the true nature of Song Jisun's relationship with the supervising official?" Ji Gui regarded the tall youth with a look of pity. Lu Xianyang found her gaze intolerable. What was so remarkable about knowing a mere official in charge of ceramics? Ji Gui tugged at the corner of her mouth, lost in her own thoughts as she retreated indoors to fetch some food. Beginning to feed the old hen and her fluffy chicks, Lu Xianyang, inexplicably disheartened, leaped down from the wall and called into the house, "Chen, let us head to the blacksmith shop. I can no longer endure this humiliation." The girl, her back turned to the neighboring yard separated by a mere wall, laughed. The Buddha contends for a stick of incense, while a person fights for a breath of dignity. Alas, the spineless are left only with a belly full of grievances. Lu Xianyang felt a surge of blood rush to his face, his ears flushed crimson as he approached the yellow mud wall, delivering a heavy fist to the top of it. "Wangzhu, if you have the guts, say it again." The maid, discarding all the corn and vegetable leaves, turned with a smile and said, "Who do you think you are, that I would say it just because you ask?" Lu Xianyang gazed at the girl, who was blossoming into a more enchanting figure, rendered speechless, his heart feeling as if a porcelain bowl had shattered upon the ground. In truth, Chen Ping'an had long been standing at the threshold, and upon witnessing this scene, he swiftly walked into the yard and softly said, "Let us go." The two youths walked side by side down the narrow alley, when the taller boy suddenly inquired, "Chen Ping'an, am I truly a failure?" Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "The neighbors in the alley say that my mother is wonderful, and they claim my father is a well-known taciturn man. Thus, I believe that one's affections may not be so closely tied to success." Lu Xianyang, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Then I am even worse. Even if I were to carve out a dragon kiln or master Ruan's craft, would she not still hold no affection for me?" Chen Ping'an wisely chose silence, aware that further words would only exacerbate the situation. As he wandered through the familiar alley, a vivid memory resurfaced. Years ago, under the guidance of Old Man Yao, he had ventured into the depths of the mountains along a stream, where he encountered a young elk drinking at the water's edge. Unfazed by his presence, the creature lingered, gazing into the stream long after quenching its thirst. The water's surface mirrored not only the elk's reflection, but also a fish that seemed reluctant to depart. Before stepping out of his ancestral home, Miss Ning advised him that now armed with a sprig of locust leaves, it would be prudent to leave the town at once. The intangible protection offered by the ancestral leaves would shield him from significant misfortunes, and it was best not to linger too long, especially since she was uncertain whether the matter concerning Lu Xianyang might inadvertently affect him. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an was resolute. He needed to witness Lu Xianyang being accepted as a disciple by Master Ruan before he could depart in peace. After all, without Lu Xianyang's support back in the day, he might have perished from hunger. In his heart, Chen Ping'an also harbored a desire for Miss Ning to recover from her injuries at his home. Yet the youthful boy refrained from articulating this wish, fearing it might be perceived as frivolous. Suddenly, he inquired, "Is the armor your grandfather left you absolutely off-limits to outsiders?" Lu Xianyang replied earnestly, "Of course, I would never sell it, not even in death." He playfully punched the shoulder of the boy beside him, jesting, "I am not like you, obsessed with wealth." The tall youth, cradling his head with his hands, reflected that while some things could be regained through money, others, once lost, were irretrievable in this lifetime. Chen Ping'an murmured to himself, "I understand." As Lu Xianyang approached the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, he uttered a curse under his breath, prompting Chen Ping'an to withdraw his thoughts and look up, instantly feeling a weight in his heart. It was Lu Zhengchun, the young master of the Lu family from Falu Street, who, years ago, had cornered Lu Xianyang in this very alley with a group of ruffians, nearly beating him to death. Had it not been for Chen Ping'an's timely intervention, calling out to them, Lu Xianyang, who had no elders or relatives at home, might have ended up discarded in a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun had perched on the wall, watching the spectacle unfold, even egging them on, later telling a shaken Chen Ping'an that such behavior, outside the town, was referred to as excessive chivalry. Lu Zhengchun now blocked Lu Xianyang's path, forcing a smile and saying, "Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to settle old scores today, rather." Lu Xianyang interrupted him, "What? Back for more? A good dog stays out of the way, so step aside." Lu Zhengchun's face turned awkward, and he feigned a smile. "Lu Xianyang, I genuinely have something to discuss with you this time. Last time, you ran off before we could finish our conversation, which is rather impolite. You should at least hear out the conditions I have to offer, right? If we're to be honest, we might as well consider ourselves acquaintances through conflict. There is no need to let things escalate so poorly. I assure you, my guests and I are quite sincere. Lu Xianying tilted his head, sneering, "What is this? Are you addicted to playing matchmaker now? It strikes me as odd that you, Lu Zhengchun, heir to the wealthiest family in our town, would so eagerly play the lackey for outsiders." Lu Zhengchun's face was ashen, yet he endeavored to maintain a smile, rendering him a rather comical figure. Almost pleading as he said, "Lu Xianying, as long as you voice your desires, they will do their utmost to accommodate you. For instance, how about some copper coins? Or perhaps you could specify an amount. For example, 150 guan? Even 200 guan, I could negotiate that for you. 200 guan could allow you to purchase half a residence on our Falu Street." Lu Xianying, scrutinizing the countenance and demeanor of the man before him, derided. 200 guan? Are you attempting to insult me? Where is the sincerity in that? I advise you to cease this pointless banter. I have pressing matters to attend to, so kindly remove yourself. At the corner outside Chen Ping'an Alley, a delicate little girl, exquisitely carved like jade, perched upon the shoulder of a robust elder, while a boy clad in a brilliant red robe held the hand of a woman. Though they were of an age that should be filled with innocence and joy, their faces bore an expression incongruous with their years, a hint of malevolence. In the dialect of their homeland, the child remarked, "Is this Lu family member truly so foolish? What purpose does he serve?" The woman shook her head and replied with a gentle smile, "When bestowing kindness upon others, one must understand that a favor given can lead to enmity. In business dealings, if one seeks to maximize profit, one should be like Lu Zhengchun, probing to ascertain the psychological price ceiling of the other party." The child, puzzled, asked, "Is it necessary to engage in such intricacies when dealing with these local commoners?" The woman chuckled, "Human nature is intricate, and the heart can be dark, regardless of one's cultivation level. The individuals from small places, despite their limited experiences, are not all simpletons. If you maintain such thoughts, you will inevitably face misfortune one day." The child sighed, and the mother, well acquainted with human nature, wondered why she did not directly intervene in the conversation. With patience, the woman explained, "Look at our attire. No matter which shop we visit, any astute seller would inevitably take advantage of us." The child sighed again, expressing discomfort with their awkwardness. The woman crouched down, gently cupping the child's face with her hands, gazing at the likeness of his father, and said earnestly, "Remember, cultivating the heart is also a form of practice. In times of ease, we strengthen our abilities. In times of adversity, we refine our spirit. Both are indispensable." The child shook his head, breaking free from her grasp, and retorted irritably, "Not this vague reasoning again. It's utterly tiresome." The woman felt somewhat helpless, but refrained from further lecturing. She believed her child, endowed with exceptional talent and a noble lineage from 2 surnames, had a long path ahead. While his temperament might be somewhat stubborn and gloomy, she thought it best to let him mature gradually. Hastening his growth would be the greatest folly. Listening to the mundane exchange in the alley, the little girl expressed her concern, "Grandfather White Ape, what if that person absolutely refuses to sell?" The elderly man, with hands as knobby as a monkey's, chuckled, "Then let him perish. I came here precisely to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that sum of money would be as good as wasted, yielding no return. However, the young lady's safety may pose some difficulties, and I might have to entrust it to the Song or Li family. Setting aside all else, if one were to commit murder, although the elderly would be exiled by the sage, it would still create a ripple in the still waters, akin to casting a stone into a lake. However, unless absolutely necessary, the elder would never resort to such drastic measures. After all, no matter the significance of that sword scripture or the esteemed status of Zhengong Mountain, they pale in comparison to the path of longevity that rests upon the shoulders of this young lady. At least, this is how the elder perceives it. In the small town, the 4 surnames and 10 clans are led by the Lu family. Yet, when viewed externally, the situation is quite the opposite. In reality, the Lu family occupies the lowest position, stemming from a dynasty once ruled by the main branch of the Lu family, which was overthrown by the 2 major border armies of the Great Li. Consequently, the status of the Lu family in Dongbeiaping's Hao has become precarious. On the other side of the alley, Lu Xianying listened to Lu Zhangchun extolling tales of high office and wealth, surrounded by beautiful women, akin to a pedantic scholar reciting from a dusty tome. Infuriated, he stepped forward, pointed directly at Lu Zhangchun's nose, and declared with unwavering conviction, "That armor is my family's ancestral heritage. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you were to invite me to live in your home from this day forth, and call me grandfather every day, I would still pay you no mind. Do you understand?" Lu Standing alone at the mouth of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Zhengchun fixed his gaze on this audacious youth, who clearly had nothing to lose, contemplating the possibility of a collision that could lead to his own demise. Previously, I served as an advocate near the covered bridge, obstructing Lu Xianyang's path to the blacksmith shop. Unfortunately, my efforts were in vain. Upon returning to the residence on Fuyaji Street, my grandfather had entertained those elevated guests and discreetly summoned me to a hidden chamber. He uttered no harsh words nor boasted of any grand family enterprises. Instead, he simply pointed at the corpse concealed beneath a white cloth. Zhengchun, he stated, I have no other demands, only wish for your brother to rest in peace. By the 7th day after his passing, I hope you have departed the town, merely to allow him a glimpse of the world beyond. Lu Zhengchuan's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and he trembled as he implored, Lu Xianyang, I beg of you, please. Lu Xianyang stood in stunned silence. This young man, adorned in finery, appeared increasingly fragile and helpless, his lips quivering as he choked back sobs. Please, I will kneel before you. I will confess my faults. Is that acceptable? With a resounding thud, Lu Zhengchun knelt firmly upon the muddy ground of Mud Bottle Alley, beginning to bow his head. A man's knees are said to be worth gold. The young man bowed earnestly, the sound echoing loudly. Nearby, a young girl gently kicked the chest of an elderly man, contemplating the mountains she had encountered on her journey and pondering which one to bring back to her hometown. A boy, reveling in mischief, casually asked, Mother, has this Lu gone mad? Are we truly to leave the town with a lunatic? How embarrassing that would be. The woman, her expression complex and filled with memories of extraordinary individuals she had witnessed, hesitated before finally shaking her head. That will not happen. Lu Xianyang felt somewhat at a loss. The tall youth, despite sustaining an injury to his head, could hardly fathom that Lu Zhengchun would act in such a manner, kneeling and bowing at his feet. Being the eldest grandson of the wealthiest family in town, Lu Xianyang's expression was fraught with conflict. At that moment, a young man in straw sandals, who had been observing Lu Xianyang and Lu Zhengchun, tugged at his sleeve and gently shook his head. Lu Xianyang felt a pang of compassion, thinking, this is utterly unacceptable. Chen Ping'an's gaze was resolute, conveying unspoken understanding. The boisterous tall youth began to show signs of softening, yet in the eyes of the dark-clad girl, the straw sandal youth appeared to be exceptionally callous. Chen Ping'an's intuition warned him that had Lu Xianyang agreed to the deal before Lu Zhengchun knelt, he might have endured some hardships, but would ultimately be unharmed. However, Lu Xianyang now found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to one he had previously encountered. Had it not been for Mr. Qi's intervention at that time, his fate would have been to kill Fu Nanhua and then be slain, either by those from Yunxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. Moreover, more perilously, according to the rules imparted by Miss Ning, if Lu Zhengchun were indeed a local, the Lu family might seek to eliminate Lu Xianyang, with Mr. Qi potentially unable to intervene. With his thoughts racing, Chen Ping'an seized the moment while Lu Zhengchun was fervently bowing and whispered to Lu Xianyang, if all else fails, feign agreement for now. Let us first meet Master Ruan, and we can discuss it further once you become his apprentice. Lu Xianyang nodded and addressed Lu Zhengchun, saying, Mate, you might as well rise. Let us converse while standing. What you are doing is utterly absurd. Lu Zhengchun remained seated, lifting his head to reveal a forehead swollen and smeared with dirt. Lu Xianyang sighed in exasperation. However, you must first return and deliberate with them to negotiate a fair price. Do not attempt to deceive me again. I am no fool. As for the 200 guan of copper coins, it is not merely a question of whether I might suffer a loss. But do those nobles not care about their dignity? Slowly rising, Lu Zhengchun smiled. That's the logic of it. As long as you are willing to relent, Lu Xianyang, I shall consider you my brother from this day forth. Whether you acknowledge me or not is inconsequential, for I shall certainly recognize you. Lu Xianyang approached, draping an arm over Lu Zhengchun's shoulder as they walked toward the alley's entrance, offering words of comfort. Old Lu, you must ensure that your brother shares in the blessings to come. Once this deal is finalized, I shall treat you to a fine meal. As Lu Zhengchun wiped his forehead, he laughed joyously. Drinking is no challenge. It's quite simple. Besides, I shall be the one to treat you. How could I allow you to bear the expense? It's settled then, or else I shall be quite displeased. Lu Xianyang chuckled heartily. I knew from the start that you are a man of integrity, old Lu. With you by my side, I am certain of a prosperous path ahead. Chen Ping'an followed closely behind the two, slightly leaning against the wall of the alley, intently observing the activity at the entrance. A man clad in white, accompanied by the youth Song Jisin, was guided by the elderly steward toward the rear hall of the supervisory office. The steward mentioned that the scholar, Mr. Lee from the distant academy, had been waiting for nearly half an hour before expressing his intent to depart for the school to visit a venerable Confucian elder. Song Changjing remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Have the origins of the assassin who perished in the alley been uncovered?" The steward hesitated slightly. Song Changjing frowned, prompting an elderly man to bow low and reply with trepidation, "Indeed, it is the Song family from Fulu Street." With a cold smirk, Song Changjing retorted, "One would hope for at least a modicum of surprise." The aged steward broke into a sweat. Song Jisin remained silent, his gaze fervent. Within the academy, Shi Jingchun gently set down his book and turned to observe a handsome young man standing at the entrance, clad in a high-crowned scholar's robe, smiling silently. Shi Jingchun's expression was composed, devoid of levity. In the town, a bald man dressed in eccentric attire walked barefoot, his countenance gaunt, approaching the iron lock well. Gazing into the deep well, he clasped his hands together and murmured softly, "Buddha observes a bowl of water, home to countless insects." Outside the town, atop a mountain peak, a figure stood upon the sturdy branch of an ancient tree, surveying the contours of the town, a tiger talisman hanging from his waist, a longsword strapped to his back. In a realm beyond this world, a long, sloping road ascended towards the heavens, shrouded in swirling mists, devoid of any visible scenery. A youthful Taoist nun clad in a yellow crown rode a white deer, ascending slowly. Beside her was a Taoist priest with a jade-like visage, moving gracefully as if flowing like water, accompanied by two long-bearded fish, one red and one blue, swirling around him. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects, along with the warriors, were all poised to converge upon the town. At the blacksmith shop by the stream in the southern part of the town, a father and daughter forged iron, sparks flying like a splendid shower of fire. The man, wielding a sword blank, spoke to the girl with a ponytail who was hammering away, for the time being, refrained from visiting the town. The girl's strength immediately diminished significantly, as if all her energy had dissipated with the delectable treats of the town. The man chuckled in disbelief. What ambition! Channeling her sorrow and indignation into strength, the girl struck fiercely with her hammer, delivering a powerful blow to the glowing sword blade. Beneath the dazzling sparks, she resembled a deity of fire descending upon the earth. Chapter 35. Licorice. Upon exiting Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianying and Chen Ping'an encountered two groups of individuals, one on each side. A little girl perched atop the neck of a burly old man, while a haughty boy clad in a vibrant red robe stood beside an elegant woman. As Lu Xianying passed through their midst, he exuded an air of composure that caught the attention of the white-haired elder, embodying a semblance of a seasoned commander, while the cautious demeanor of the grass-sandaled youth was starkly inconspicuous. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Zhengshun remained behind, trembling with trepidation as he carefully reported. Lu Xianying suggested that the esteemed masters propose a suitable price, and he would reluctantly part with his family heirloom next time. The woman turned her gaze towards the white-haired elder from Zhenyang Mountain and inquired with a smile, "What are your thoughts, Elder Yuan?" The elder pondered momentarily before replying in a solemn tone, "In matters such as these, we adhere to the principle of three. Until then, as Lu Xianying has articulated, grant him immense wealth. Zhenyang Mountain shall bestow upon this youth the status of a true disciple, and in addition, I shall privately lend him a treasured artifact for a century. As for you, esteemed members of the Su family from Chifeng City, you may determine your course of action." The woman gasped in astonishment. The status of a true disciple from Zhenyang Mountain is already exceedingly prestigious, yet Elder Yuan is willing to provide a treasured artifact as well. Could it be that this Lu youth is a prodigious talent in cultivation, overlooked by the porcelain merchants at the tender age of 9? The elder feigned indifference, merely smiling at the young girl. There are many shops in this quaint town, each with its own unique history you may wish to explore, for you might stumble upon a hidden treasure. The little girl, filled with innocent joy, exclaimed with delight, while the elder, the foremost devotee of Zhenyang Mountain, laughed heartily and began to jog, moving as if he were a mountain in motion. The boy chuckled. Zhenyang Mountain truly possesses an immense majesty. The woman gestured for Lu Zhengshun to proceed homeward while she leisurely strolled the streets with her son, elucidating the mountain's profound history. Apart from the ordinary main trail, Zhenyang Mountain boasts a dedicated sword path, which has endured through time, developing 6 distinct routes to its peak. This signifies that 6 genuine sword immortals have emerged from Zhenyang Mountain. The boy scoffed. What use is an ancient history, no matter how extensive? How long can one thrive on past glories? The various alchemists who have entered this town, even if they arrived later than us, each household has its own tales of former prosperity. The woman, holding her child's hand, replied with a smile. But do you know that in the recent century, 2 brand new sword paths are about to reach the summit of Zhengyang Mountain? That girl, who is of your age, possesses an extraordinary ability to navigate the sword summit, a place rife with sword energy, with remarkable ease and duration, even rivaling the esteemed ancestors of Zhengyang Mountain. The boy paused, momentarily stunned, then stopped in his tracks, seething with irritation. If that foolish girl truly comes from an exceptional lineage, mother, why did you not inform me sooner? I would not have been at odds with her along the way, provoking her to confront me at every turn. If I were to marry her in a few years, and subsequently forge a partnership in our endeavors, would that not be a tremendous boon for our Qifeng city? The woman gazed at the youthful, beautiful face, her anger bubbling like a young tigress. Instead of retaliating, she smiled, remarking that both the girl and the boy possessed the potential to ascend to the upper 5 realms. Hence their fates would intertwine in intricate and unpredictable ways. To act stubbornly and with intention would only detract from their beauty. Do you truly believe that the girl harbors nothing but disdain for you? The boy furrowed his brow, retorting, what else could it be? The woman gently advised, let things unfold naturally. The boy, suddenly serious, declared, Mother, I do not like the fellow trailing behind Lu Xianyang. From the very first glance, he has irked me. Intrigued, the woman inquired, and what is the reason for this? The child pondered for a moment before responding. That fellow is peculiar. He differs from both the knowledgeable Lu Zhangchun and the naive Lu Xianyang. Moreover, I particularly detest his eyes. The woman dismissed it as childish whimsy and counseled, within this small town, one cannot act on impulse. However, consider this. Once you comprehend the fates of all after the collapse of this realm, it may bring you solace. The child nodded, unconsciously echoing the words he had first uttered upon encountering the shoeless youth. Upon leaving the town, Chen Ping'an and Lu Xianyang soon beheld the covered bridge. Lu Xianyang casually asked, why do you think Song Jisun's father built this bridge? The bridge has been covered. Yet one wonders why the ancient stone arch bridge had to be concealed. It is said that the stone structure remains intact, as if cloaked in a garment, leaving one to ponder whether it will become stifling in the summer heat. With a chuckle, the tall youth finds amusement in his own musings. At the end of the corridor bridge hangs a golden plaque, inscribed with 4 characters of unknown origin, their grand size evoking a sense of vigor and vitality. As the 2 youths ascend the steps, Lu Xianyang stomps his feet vigorously and, with an air of mystery, recounts a tale told by the old man Yao. He claimed that beneath these very steps lies an enigma, that during the construction of the corridor bridge, on a certain night, Song Jisun's father commanded men to dig a deep pit here, where they buried a porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you afraid? Lu Xianyang inquires. Chen Ping'an retorts dismissively, what is there to fear? Upon entering the cool shade of the corridor bridge, Lu Xianyang whispers, do you think it could be due to the deep pool beneath the bridge where several lives may have been lost, necessitating the invocation of monks and Taoists to perform rituals to pacify the spirits? Chen Ping'an, however, never speaks lightly of matters concerning the supernatural. With no answer to satisfy his curiosity, Lu Xianyang's interest wanes. The newly constructed wooden corridor bridge, which has not been long in existence, still exudes a subtle fragrance of wood and varnish. The primary beams and pillars are hewn from timber sourced from deep, secluded mountain forests, a task fraught with difficulty in transportation. The meandering stream that encircles the mountain typically has a low water level, insufficient to buoy those massive logs. Thus, it is only during torrential downpours that they can be transported, when the mountain paths become treacherously muddy and slippery, posing a significant danger of being swept away by floods. Fortunately, during that particular endeavor, no able-bodied individuals suffered a watery fate. It is said that the success of the timber transport was due in part to the personal involvement of the scholar Qi Jingchun, who lent his expertise and guidance, ensuring that all went smoothly. Upon reaching the steps of the northern corridor bridge, Lu Xianyang suddenly plopped down onto a large slab of blue stone, prompting Chen Ping'an to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang inquired with a smile, had it not been for me, would you and Song Jisun have become close friends? Chen Ping'an shook his head and replied, perhaps our relationship would have been slightly better, but not significantly so. Lu Xianyang, intrigued, pressed on, why is that? You are neighbors and of similar age. To be frank, although Song Jisun tends to be verbose and his speech can be rather harsh, He has not committed any heinous acts. You have an amicable temperament. Why the disconnect? Chen Ping'an chuckled and said, let us not dwell on that. Once we arrive at the blacksmith shop, you must refrain from being nonchalant. The fate of your family's precious armor hinges on whether you can secure a position as Master Wan's apprentice. All right, Chen Ping'an, to be honest. Your incessant chatter is rather bothersome. You really ought to reconsider it, or you might drive me to distraction. Lu Xianying reclined backward, resting the back of his head on the uppermost step of the corridor bridge, gazing up at the azure sky. You've journeyed a considerable distance with the old man Yao, and scaled great heights. Just how far can one behold the scenery? Chen Ping'an casually plucked a piece of licorice, brushed off the dust, and began to chew, mumbling indistinctly. The farthest I ever traveled was probably 2 years ago, when I accompanied old man Yao on a round trip that lasted about 10 days. We navigated around more than 10 forbidden peaks, eventually arriving at a rather peculiar mountain, towering to an alarming height. You might find it hard to believe, but when we reached the halfway point, all that met the eye was a blanket of clouds. After much effort, old man Yao and I finally reached the summit, and then Lu Xianying waited in vain for the conclusion, turning his head with a grin. You can't just leave a story half-finished like that. Chen Ping'an felt a pang of melancholy and replied softly. You know well that old man Yao holds a rather low opinion of me. He rarely imparts wisdom or teaches me the true art of pottery. Each time we ventured into the mountains, he was not one for conversation. Often, from the moment we entered until our return to the dragon kiln, we exchanged scarcely a few words. However, after we reached the summit that day, perhaps in a good mood, he spoke a bit more, urging me to behold the scenery over there. He advised that while it was fine to observe, I should refrain from speaking too much upon descending. One ought to focus on their work, for mere idle chatter, even after leaving the town, leads to disgrace. Lu Xianying consoled. It's not that I've spoken well of you to the old man Yao. He neither likes nor dislikes you. He possesses that irritable temperament with everyone, but he is slightly more lenient towards me. Chen Ping'an nodded and replied, thus, deep down, I have always been quite grateful to old man Yao. Suddenly, Lu Xianying exclaimed in frustration, after all this talk, you still haven't revealed what you actually saw. Chen Ping'an pointed towards the east. We have climbed quite high. Yet from the summit, I can see another mountain to the far east, even loftier than this one. I cannot even begin to describe its height. Lu Xianying retorted with a scowl, so you merely saw a tall mountain? I thought you had spied a celestial being soaring through the clouds. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment, filled with wonder. Perhaps there truly are immortals atop that mountain? Lu Xianying inquired with a chuckle. Chen Ping'an, do you believe that even immortals need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves? Chen Ping'an rubbed his chin and mused. If immortals do indeed need to relieve themselves, that seems rather absurd. Lu Xianying swiftly slapped Chen Ping'an on the head and then leapt to his feet, exclaiming, then the immortals must be relieving themselves right above you. Lu Xianying's strike was rather forceful, leaving Chen Ping'an a bit dazed. He had no inclination to chase after the tall youth. Once he regained his composure, he muttered to himself, when thunder rumbles, is it the immortals snoring in their slumber? And when it rains, surely it cannot be the immortals urinating. That would be most unfortunate for us. Chen Ping'an quickened his pace and soon caught up with Lu Xianying. After much playful banter, they finally arrived at the blacksmith shop by the stream, which comprised 7 or 8 structures, including clay houses and thatched cottages. In the eyes of Chen Ping'an, these represented a substantial fortune. A large group of young townsfolk, both boys and young men, were engaged in the labor of digging wells. Many of their peers, like Lu Xianying, hailed from the ranks of dragon kiln apprentices, having lost the porcelain bowl of favor bestowed by the emperor. Securing a position in the blacksmith shop for a steady livelihood was indeed a stroke of luck. However, as Lu Xianying remarked, most of those assisting were merely temporary workers, while Master Wan stated that he would only take on a few apprentices, with the rest at most becoming long-term laborers. Lu Xianying gestured, instructing, wait here. I shall go greet Master Wan and see if I can arrange for you to witness the craft of blacksmithing. Oh, should you catch sight of his daughter wielding the hammer, I assure you it would be utterly astonishing. Chen Ping'an remained stationary, refraining from wandering off. As he surveyed his surroundings, the outlines of 7 wells began to take shape, their mouths adorned with pulley frameworks and fences. At several wellheads, individuals were seen balancing buckets atop their heads, tirelessly extracting water. Observing the bustling workers, Chen Ping'an instinctively crouched down, scooping a handful of earth to feel between his fingers. The texture was notably damp, Yet it was not the kind of soil that retained water. Rather, it was the opposite, a type of fiery earth. Specifically the last variant known as July's flowing fire soil, according to Old Yao. This soil naturally transitioned to a cooler state, neither too dry nor too hot, boasting excellent plasticity. This characteristic boded well for reinforcing the well walls, minimizing the risk of collapse, which was certainly advantageous. It is evident that Master Wan, the blacksmith, though not a seasoned expert in well digging, is certainly no novice. However, Chen Ping'an finds it perplexing why, in such a modest expanse, so many wells have been excavated. Turning his gaze toward the direction of the brook, he smiles broadly. To the grass shoe-clad youth, the once nameless stream now appears as a treasure trove brimming with gold, silver, and copper coins. Yet, after he procures the snake gallstone tonight, Chen Ping'an intends to discreetly visit Mud Bottle Alley. Following Gu Kan's whispered instructions prior to his departure from the town, to unearth something beneath the family's large water vat, Gu Kan, in a hurry to leave, revealed little, merely hinting that it was a treasure of his family, a secret even his mother was unaware of. The mere thought of that sniveling boy brings a smile to Chen Ping'an's face. Once, he was merely a shadow trailing Lu Xianyang, assisting him in fishing, snake catching, and bird nesting. Now, having matured into adolescence, he finds himself with a small follower of his own. For the solitary grass shoe youth, one is an elder brother, and the other a younger sibling, one requiring his gratitude, the other needing his care. Thus, over the years, while life has been challenging for Chen Ping'an, it has not been devoid of joy. Chapter 36. Ancient books. Lu Xianyang swiftly returned, carrying a basket. Chen Ping'an was observing the process of digging a well beside the water source. Lu Xianyang playfully kicked Chen Ping'an, causing the lad in straw sandals to nearly tumble. Upon recognizing the taller youth, he brushed it off. Lu Xianyang boldly proclaimed, "It's settled. Master Wan instructed me to stay put these days, avoiding any wandering. By day, I shall dig wells, and by night, forge iron. After a fortnight, I will be recognized as his first disciple in this town, referred to as the foundational apprentice. I brought you a basket to assist you in collecting stones, starting from the blacksmith shop up to the covered bridge. However, I must clarify that I cannot assist you with the waterhole near the green bull's back. Master Wan warned that should I dare to step even a half step north or west of the covered bridge, he would break my legs." Lu Xianyang then wrapped his arm around the neck of the lad in straw sandals and whispered, "Master Wan mentioned that the town is devoid of theft. He also remarked that the outsiders adhere to a peculiar rule. Merchants engage in fair trade while also resorting to deceit, and even beggars scavenging for scraps can partake. Yet the role of a sneaky thief is utterly forbidden. Here, the heavens remain vigilant, never blinking nor dozing, watching over us. It's quite unsettling, don't you think? I certainly find it unnerving." Suddenly, Lu Xianyang threatened, "Chun, you may continue residing in my home, but do not dare to sell my family's treasured armor before I return." Chen Ping'an delivered a powerful punch to Lu Xianyang's chest, causing the tall youth to quickly release his grip. After rubbing his chest vigorously to regain his breath, he exclaimed, "You slender little monkey, where do you get such strength? Do you think trekking 100 miles through the mountains with that old man Yao or chopping wood in the deep woods for months could possibly bolster your strength?" Chen Ping'an chuckled and replied, "Regardless, I carry a basket of stones and can still outrun you back to town." Lu Xianyang shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Shall we see who can hold their breath the longest underwater?" As they approached the creek, Chen Ping'an bent down to roll up his trousers and casually remarked, "I have no interest in a mere contest of breath holding." Before entering the water, Chen Ping'an gathered a substantial amount of spring grass from the creek's edge to cushion the basket, chattering away about the necessity of adding more grass after collecting every 20 stones. This incessant chatter annoyed Lu Xianyang to the point where he nearly tossed the basket off his back, but Chen Ping'an refused to acquiesce. He insisted that if Lu Xianyang were to carry the basket, his impulsive nature would likely lead him to carelessly dump the stones inside, which would surely cause Chen Ping'an distress. Lu Xianyang was nearly ready to abandon the endeavor altogether. After all, these colorful stones had remained worthless for centuries. So why did they suddenly become so precious and delicate in Chen Ping'an's hands? How dare he criticize Lu's technique for being too rough? Yet, in the end, the tall youth reluctantly waded into the water to search for stones, while Chen Ping'an, on either side, prepared to thoroughly scour the little creek. The stream here remains at a height just above the knees, with only a few elevated spots where the water reaches the waist. Occasionally, there are small pools that rise to the height of a person, typically formed by the gathering of colossal stones. It is at these locations that Lu Xianying truly showcases his skills. He first removes the basket and hands it to the youth in straw sandals perched upon a boulder, before diving effortlessly beneath the surface. From the crevices of the enormous rocks, as well as from the layered piles of stones, he retrieves the coveted snake gallstones. Of course, Chen Ping'an is capable of doing the same. However, the effort he expends is significantly greater, consuming far more time and energy than it does for Lu Xianying. Before they even reach the covered bridge, the basket is nearly full, containing 7 or 8 pieces, among which is a dark green snake gallstone. Lu Xianying feels around in a deep pool 3 times before finally managing to extract it. It is as large as a palm, speckled with golden flecks and adorned with wave-like patterns, its texture both fine and solid, heavy in hand. When Chen Ping'an rubs it, he is struck by a sense of brilliance emanating from it. Anyone with sight would recognize that this stone is extraordinary. Eventually, the two youths sit side by side on a large boulder in the stream. Lu Xianying supports himself on the stone's surface, gazing at the gently flowing water, and inquires, "Chen Ping'an, have you ever considered leaving the small town in the future?" Chen Ping'an replies, "I haven't thought about it for now. To travel far, one must have money. And what would happen to the house if I left? No one would be there to tidy up, and what if it collapses one day? Moreover, I need to regularly tend to my parents' graves." Lu Xianying, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Why do you persist in pondering such trivial matters? It is rather pointless." No wonder Song Jisun remarked that you are destined to be trapped in a cyclical existence, endlessly wandering in this minuscule place, never to break free. Chen Ping'an turned to him with a smile and inquired, "Do you recall the last time I mentioned that tree?" Lu Xianying retorted with irritation, "Is a tree growing atop a grave truly worthy of such astonishment? Besides, that pertains to another branch of the Chen family's ancestors and has no connection to you." Chen Ping'an, seated cross-legged, Chen Ping'an softly mused, "I wonder how many individuals with the surname Chen reside beyond this small town." Lu Xianying dismissed the notion, stating, "I cannot speak for those outside the town, but within it, there are only a handful of cats and dogs bearing the Chen name. Moreover, aside from you, it appears that all others are mere offspring of the 4 surnames and 10 clans, bound by generations of servitude. Ironically, these individuals behave like cattle within the estate, bowing and scraping. Yet once they step outside those grand homes, they transform their demeanor, adopting an air of superiority. Thus, he concluded, old Yao is correct. Should you, Chen Ping'an, ever stoop to serve as one of them, your branch of the Chen family, which has yet to leave this town, would surely face annihilation." According to old Yao, there were originally 2 branches of the Chen family in the town, though one had long since migrated. The branch to which Chen Ping'an belongs had once thrived, but that was an age ago, so distant that even old you cannot ascertain whether it was 500, 800, or even 1,000 years past. Subsequently, the family was divided into several branches, and the number of descendants dwindled. It seemed that fortune had been taken away by those who migrated. The incense offerings frequently ceased, leading to many graves gradually falling into neglect. Furthermore, most of the burial sites were located on hills that were progressively designated as forbidden mountains by the officials dispatched by the court. During the last occasion when old Yao brought Chen Ping'an into the mountains, he pointed out a location atop one of the hills, indicating that it was the burial site of another branch of the Chen family's ancestors, whose graves rested on that very hill, blessed with excellent feng shui. As for Chen Ping'an's lineage, old Yao lamented that even the immortals could no longer trace their whereabouts for several centuries. This branch of the Chen family had fallen into disrepute, reduced to mere remnants of a once prominent lineage. Aside from clinging to their dignity and refusing to serve as servants for the affluent, they possessed little of value. On one occasion, Chen Ping'an had secretly sought out the grave of the Chen family ancestor, only to discover a thicket of weeds, where he encountered many foxes and rabbits. Yet the grave itself remained elusive. Among the overgrowth stood a tree that the grass, shoe-wearing youth could not identify. It was not tall, far shorter than the old locust tree in town. Amidst the rampant weeds, in the presence of foxes and rabbits, it stood solitary and flourishing. Chen Ping'an shook his head and said, "Before my mother passed, she made me swear that I could beg if necessary, even if it meant starving. But I must never serve the wealthy as a servant." Lu Xianying blurted out, "Didn't your mother also make you swear never to become an apprentice at the dragon kiln?" The grass, shoe-wearing youth's expression darkened. He did not retort, nor did he respond with anger when his shortcomings were laid bare. Lu Xianying felt a twinge of guilt, though he was not the type to readily utter an apology. He chose instead to feign indifference, rising to his feet and stating, "Let us go. Let us go. Time to dig a well. By the way, I'll have another word with Master Wan to see if I can arrange for you to come here as a short-term apprentice. That way, it will be easier for you to handle the stones." Chen Ping'an replied, "There's no rush. We can discuss it once those two groups have given up and left the town. For now, I'll keep an eye on your place." Curious, Lu Xianying inquired, "Why do you think that by apprenticing under Master Wan, I might evade disaster?" Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. "It's like when it suddenly begins to rain. One must find shelter beneath a roof, don't you think?" Lu Xianying turned his gaze toward the sword furnace and iron shop, questioning, "Who exactly is Master Wan? Doesn't he seem like an intimidating figure capable of handling those two groups?" Chen Ping'an reassured him, "One should not judge a person by their appearance." Lu Xianying retorted, "You, Chen Ping'an, look like a pauper. Does that mean you are one?" Chen Ping'an grinned, rendered speechless. Lu Xianying stood up and asked, "Do you need me to help carry you over to the corridor bridge?" Chen Ping'an shook his head, "No need, it's not heavy. Just remember to return the basket next time." After uttering those words, Lu Xianying leaped down from the boulder and hurried through the stream, splashing water in every direction. Chen Ping'an picked up the basket and carefully descended from the boulder, making his way to the bank and gradually heading towards the corridor bridge. After walking for a while, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Xianying approaching. Beneath the gentle sunlight of early spring, a tall youth seized the grass sandal boy's basket, shouldering it himself, and turned with a sneer, saying, from a distance, "You look like a little grasshopper carrying a heavy stone, quite pitiable. Out of kindness, I shall carry it for you to the pavilion." In the spring breeze, the two boys strolled together. The one named Chen declared, "In the future, if I achieve mastery in my craft, I shall venture out to see the world, marry a wife even more beautiful than Ji Gui, drink the finest wines, reside in the grandest mansion, and ride the swiftest horse. I will gaze upon mountains that soar as high as the heavens and rivers that dwarf our little stream." In short, Lu Xianying vowed that he would not spend his life merely waiting for death in this place. As the spring wind blew, the tall youth dreamt of the future while the grass sandal boy chewed on grass roots, one speaking and the other listening. Chen Ping'an carried a basket of stones back to Lu Xianying's courtyard, selecting the most visually appealing ones to take to the side room, leaving the rest in the kitchen. After securely locking the doors, he hurried towards Mud Bottle Alley. Upon reaching his own courtyard, he found a girl in black seated in the sun. After greeting her, Chen Ping'an began to prepare medicine. From the neighboring yard, the sound of chopping echoed continuously, which was peculiar. Although Song Jisun lived a life perceived by outsiders as lacking parental guidance, he had never been without food or clothing over the years. In fact, he often enjoyed a comfortable existence. While it might be said that he did not fare better than the young masters of the four prominent families, his circumstances were certainly not inferior to those of the direct descendants of the 10 clans. Luxurious items, including the 4 treasures of the study, elegant trinkets, and exquisite offerings for the study, were frequently moved into Song Jisun's home, many of which Chen Ping'an had neither seen nor heard of before. In truth, Song Jisun's household has never truly engaged in menial or laborious tasks. The smell of pickled vegetables was too foul, and thus, Song Jisun forbade the maid Shi Gui from undertaking such duties. Chopping firewood proved too exhausting, so each year, Song Jisun simply purchased bundles of firewood and bags of premium charcoal. When Chen Ping'an brought the medicinal concoction to the girl in black, he was surprised to find that the neighboring courtyard was still intermittently chopping wood. As he observed Miss Ning drinking her medicine, he couldn't help but approach the courtyard wall, standing on tiptoe to peer over. There, he discovered Ji Gui wielding a cleaver, engaged in the act of hacking at an object. It was a wooden puppet. Having spent many years in the porcelain trade, Chen Ping'an had encountered numerous fine items and countless felled trees, so he immediately discerned the depth of the cuts. The wood possessed a luster akin to jade, indicating its antiquity, and the puppet was covered with a myriad of red and black dots. Ji Gui had relentlessly chopped and diced the puppet into numerous pieces. Suddenly, the girl turned her head and noticed Chen Ping'an. With her face slick with sweat and smudged with dirt, she raised her arm to wipe her brow and managed a strained smile, saying, "You're back. I was just about to ask to borrow a cleaver from you, but your esteemed guest was unwilling to let me in." Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. "I'll fetch you the cleaver right away. Just be careful at first. A cleaver is not like a kitchen knife and can slip easily. Don't hurt yourself." The girl sat on a small stool, utterly exhausted, and waved her hand dismissively. "I know, just hurry up." When Chen Ping'an returned with the cleaver, He found the girl already standing by the courtyard wall, smiling as she asked, "Do you know what that is?" Chen Ping'an shook his head, replying, "I do not." Ji Gui offered no answer, instead turning back to her work, continuing to chop vigorously. Her awkward and clumsy movements, along with her various ungraceful postures, caused Chen Ping'an considerable anxiety. However, since she had not requested assistance, he refrained from imposing himself upon her. Turning around, he noticed that Miss Ning had already left the courtyard. Remembering something, he swiftly made his way to the house and placed an object on the table, directly opposite the young woman in black. It was a snake gall stone, perfectly fitting in the palm of his hand, resembling a block of frozen honey with delicate patterns and a striking hue. Ning Yao looked somewhat puzzled. Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "Miss Ning, this is a gift for you." The girl in black, who seldom parted with her knife, suddenly inquired, "Is this your favorite?" Chen Ping'an felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Well, this one might rank fourth. I have already hidden away the top three." Only then did she accept the stone, pinching it between her fingers and raising it above her head. The light streamed through the window, illuminating the stone. She tilted her head back, squinting slightly to scrutinize the subtle patterns upon its surface. She gazed at the stone while the boy watched her. In the stillness of the night, a young lad stealthily ventured into Mud Bottle Lane, akin to a nocturnal wildcat, moving silently until he reached the courtyard of Gukan's home. He located the large water tank that sat in the corner of the yard and, upon crouching down, discovered that the snake gall stones, which had once been neatly stacked, were now scattered haphazardly, as if someone had discerned their value even before Chen Ping'an did. Gukan was the sole eccentric in the small town who delighted in collecting snake gallstones. Regardless of how many he unearthed from the stream, he would only take one home each time, selecting the most aesthetically pleasing stone. Over the passage of time, he accumulated around 50 or 60 stones, which he used to fill the gaps at the bottom of his water tank. After Chen Ping'an cleared away many of the dried-out snake gallstones, he was relieved to discover that there were no signs of excavation at the tank's base. He began to gently scrape the soil with his right hand, and, upon encountering a piece of greaseproof paper, his heart raced, prompting him to slow his movements. Finally, he unearthed an object wrapped in the paper, which appeared to be a book. After tucking it into his bosom, Chen Ping'an carefully refilled the earth, scrutinizing the remaining snake gallstones. The stones left behind were lifeless, in stark contrast to the ones he had recently gathered from the stream, differing vastly in color, texture, and weight. The stones before him resembled lifeless elders, while those he had retrieved were akin to vibrant newborns, full of vitality. Contemplating his next move, Chen Ping'an decided to depart from the direction of his home, leaving Mud Bottle Alley. As he approached the entrance of Song Jisen's courtyard, he heard the creak of a door opening. Chen Ping'an feigned knocking on his own door, calling out, "Miss Ning, are you asleep? I've come back to fetch something." The light inside flickered on promptly, and the girl in black opened the courtyard door for him. In the neighboring area, the maid Ji Gui sauntered out of her abode and, upon reaching the back courtyard, caught a glimpse of Chen Ping'an in the distance, cradling a large, yellowed tome in her arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue, as if she had inadvertently stumbled upon a clandestine rendezvous. Joyfully bouncing along the muddy lane, her golden-hued, heavy-lidded eyes appeared particularly cold and sacred in the twilight shadows. The delicate and graceful maiden resembled a dragon gliding through narrow stone crevices, as if the moment she exited the alley, she would transform into a celestial being. While Ning Yao had permitted Chen Ping'an to enter the courtyard and even the house, her expression was far from pleasant. Seated at the table, one arm rested against the sword sheath, her fingers gently tapping the hilt. Once Chen Ping'an confirmed that Ji Gui had ventured into the alley, he awkwardly explained, "I went to Gukan's place to retrieve something, and she happened to be leaving just then, so I had no choice but to come here and hide. Please don't overthink it, Miss Ning." She inquired, "What was it?" Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment before producing the butter paper-wrapped item, admitting, "I don't know what it is either." She turned away, saying, "You should open it yourself first and decide if you want me to know." Nodding in response, Chen Ping'an sat opposite her, carefully unwrapping the layers of butter paper, with bits of dirt cascading onto the table, until at last, an ancient book was revealed. The cover bore only two characters, one of which Chen Ping'an recognized, Mountain. He placed the ancient tome on the table, adjusted its orientation, and pushed it towards the young woman in black, curiously asking, "Miss Ning, how do you pronounce this character?" The young girl turned around once more, glanced down briefly, and spoke, shaking. The title of the book is Shaking the Mountains. Chapter 37. The Fist Manual. The black-clad maiden furrowed her brows, reaching out to grasp the ancient tome. However, to her astonishment, Chen Ping'an shifted backward slightly. In that instant, the young woman's body stiffened, her fury igniting, as though she had never experienced such humiliation before. As a proud scion of the esteemed Ning family, with both parents being great sword immortals residing atop the 12th floor, she had been hailed as the most exceptional sword cultivator from the moment of her birth. Even after years of wandering away from home, she had only ever faced defeat in swordsmanship or magical duels. Never had anyone dared to so brazenly insult her dignity. A mere old book. And yet she was expected to employ underhanded tactics to peruse it, to spy upon it, to claim it as her own. Ning Yao tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, narrowing her strikingly elongated brows. Her finely shaped eyes and delicate lips were perhaps the best descriptors of this young lady. Upon closer inspection, Ning Yao possessed astonishing beauty. Yet her aura of resolute valor completely overshadowed any trace of frivolity. However, the next words uttered by the youth in straw sandals imbued a transformative power, nearly causing the maiden to suffer an internal injury from sheer incredulity. Miss Ning, this book was borrowed from Gu Kan's residence. Although I do not consider it theft, it is only right to return it to Gu Kan in due time. Nevertheless, we are now friends, so regardless of what is inscribed within this tome, I hope you will comprehend it for yourself after reading. Taking a deep breath, the young woman slammed her hand on the table and glared, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Look for yourself. I have no interest." Chen Ping'an's subsequent remark left her both amused and exasperated. "Miss Ning, I cannot read. Could you teach me?" The black-clad maiden's thoughts shifted, and she scoffed. "Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you? Consider this. Gu Kanming is evidently a man of considerable heritage, far surpassing even the naturally gifted Lu Xianyang. For a millennium, few in this town have been able to rival him. Thus, the ancestral treasure he has meticulously preserved cannot possibly be of inferior quality, can it? Are you not afraid that I might be tempted by wealth, seeking to monopolize this invaluable manuscript?" Under the flickering light of a dim oil lamp, the young boy in straw sandals smiled faintly, offering no explanation. The girl let out a dismissive snort, shifting her position to invite the boy to sit beside her. However, Chen Ping'an remained seated across from them, unyielding. The girl, exasperated, remarked with a teasing tone, "I, Ning Yao, could defeat 100 of you with a single hand at this point." She chuckled to herself, pondering whether he feared her taking advantage of him. Chen Ping'an, now seated beside her, felt a mix of apprehension and anxiety. Ning Yao, still lost in her earlier musings, continued to muse aloud. To say I could best 100 Chen Ping'ans with one hand, how universally applicable that notion is. Should I encounter someone and, after a spar, emerge victorious, I could confidently declare, "You possess the strength of merely 3,000 Chen Ping'ans, and you dare to challenge me? How delightful!" And should I face a primordial beast, a fearsome creature from the depths, I could remind myself, "This vile beast equates to 30,000 Chen Ping'ans. Flee." Oh, splendid indeed. Chen Ping'an found himself utterly bewildered as the girl in black suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth transforming the impoverished boy into someone who felt rather wealthy. At this moment, the youth and maiden remained blissfully unaware of the profound weight and significance that the jest about a single hand striking 100 Chen Ping'an will bear in the long years to come, particularly when the boy in straw sandals no longer embodies the essence of youth. This realization deepens as time progresses. Ning Yao finally regained her composure, clearing her throat. Sitting upright and seizing the ancient tome, she swiftly turned a few pages before closing the book, tapping the cover twice with a delicate finger. Turning to Chen Ping'an with an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "This is a manual of martial arts, titled Shaking the Mountains, according to the customs of the martial world. It may be referred to as the Shaking Mountains Manual." Chen Ping'an's face lit up with anticipation. And then, the girl in black stifled her urge to roll her eyes, striving to present a serious demeanor as she opened a page. Her slender finger, as tender as a green onion, traced the preface on the title page. Sliding down as she read aloud, "In my homeland, there exists a small creature known as the Chifu, which, throughout its life, unlike its kin elsewhere, engages solely in transporting stones into the water. My martial art distinguishes between life and death, without concern for victory or defeat, emphasizing spirit over technique. When one has mastered the 6 forms of this style to perfection, its lethality is immense, capable of inflicting deep wounds upon the heart." Though the Shaking Mountains Manual has never attained a prestigious status among the esteemed martial arts treatises of the world, I remain steadfast in my belief that, when surveying the vast realm of martial arts, there is surely a place for this style. I hope that a fated individual will carry it forth and elevate its legacy. Ning Yao, exercising patience, read each line of the preface to Chen Ping'an. This slender volume contains merely 6 techniques of the entire martial arts manual. Yet the preface itself is quite substantial. After finishing the preface, Ning Yao pushed the ancient boxing manual towards Chen Ping'an, giving his shoulder a light pat and dismissively remarked, "Take good care of it, lest it be stolen." Chen Ping'an nodded, cautiously extending his hands to support the venerable tome. This behavior sparked amusement in Ning Yao, who thought to herself, does he believe this book might sprout legs and run away, or is it that he fears it might tumble? With a decisive motion, Chen Ping'an rubbed his right hand against his clothing before turning the pages, reading each word of the preface meticulously. The subsequent illustrations and text left the youth utterly perplexed. Ning Yao sat sideways, resting her elbow on the table, observing the profile of the boy, and teased him. Do you fancy yourself striking it rich? Will you be wielding a golden axe for chopping wood and dining from a golden bowl? The boy did not lift his gaze, absorbed in deciphering the intricate illustrations and esoteric script. He candidly replied, to be honest, when I saw your expression earlier, I sensed this manual wouldn't be exceptional. However, it suffices for me. Ning Yao raised an eyebrow and replied straightforwardly, I have encountered, or at least heard of, things that are indeed remarkable. Yet beyond that, I can only distinguish between good and bad, while the extent of their goodness or badness remains elusive. Chen Ping'an looked up and inquired, so this manual, the Shattering Mountain Manual, belongs to the category of good, but not overly so? Ning Yao retorted with exasperation, I cannot even begin to articulate just how dreadful this battered manual truly is. The grass-sandaled youth blinked, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Evidently, she had long been aware of his intentions, merely indulging in playful banter with the girl. Ning Yao extended her hand, drawing her long green-sheathed sword from its scabbard by a mere inch, and threatened, Do you wish to be cut? Chen Ping'an lowered his gaze to admire the elegantly crafted weapon at her waist, sincerely complimenting, It is truly beautiful. Ning Yao accepted the praise with grace, asserting, This sword was personally chosen by me. It is undoubtedly exceptional. Chen Ping'an regarded her with a tinge of envy and admiration for her unwavering confidence. Despite being of the same age and navigating through unfamiliar territory, she radiated an indomitable spirit akin to a rising sun, ascending with unstoppable momentum. This was evident to Chen Ping'an, a keen observer, from the cautious demeanor of Master Lu when interacting with her. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Ping'an mused, if only sunlight could be exchanged for copper coins. Ning Yao, taken aback by his comment, responded, Chen Ping'an, have you lost your mind over money? Quickly shifting the topic, Chen Ping'an turned to the first page of the boxing manual, inquiring, Miss Ning, could you assist me by reading the text illustrated in this picture? Ning Yao pondered for a moment, then refrained from declining, simply asking, Do you know why I immediately discerned that this boxing manual is of little merit? Chen Ping'an shook his head, expressing, I find it quite perplexing as well. The young girl smiled gently, positioning herself on the bench facing the young man, sitting cross-legged. She pointed to the open volume of the martial arts manual and patiently elucidated. The martial arts scriptures of warriors and the cultivation methods of practitioners typically adhere to 3 modes of documentation. The first is this Shattering Mountain Manual, composed of ordinary paper. Its longevity is contingent upon fortune. Aside from calamities of war and human misfortune, the ravages of time, humidity, and pests can gradually lead to its decay and disappearance. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Ping'an nodded in realization. The girl continued, thus, in this tangible method of preserving text, an unwritten rule emerges. The rarity of the material is paramount. The medium that bears the words must correspond in value to the content itself. Akin to how one would never use a box crafted from elm wood to house a treasured imperial jade seal. Chen Ping'an appeared contemplative. Ning Yao hesitated briefly, yet chose to speak candidly to the young man. The second method is nonverbal, emphasizing the importance of imparting knowledge through personal example. Such teachings are often the closely guarded secrets of sects and factions, frequently withheld from public view, or bound by intricate rules such as passing knowledge only to male heirs. Even many so-called direct disciples or initiated students may not fully grasp the authentic teachings. True transmission lies therein. Ning Yao sighed. As for the final method, it is one that can only be intuitively understood, never to be articulated, for even the act of speaking about it eludes expression. To illustrate, there are two formidable forces that have entered this small town. On one side is Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain, renowned for its sea of clouds, where the billowing clouds and radiant mist are particularly extraordinary, imbued with spiritual essence. It is lauded by the Qi practitioners of Dongbeiping's as a heavenly marvel. Some of these clouds can even manifest as the revered ancestors, allowing fortunate individuals to engage in communion with them. Meanwhile, atop Xingyang Mountain, the dense sword energy is said to sometimes mistakenly reveal the sword spirits of the mountain's ancient masters, thus evolving the way of the sword. Whether one can witness these phenomena depends solely on one's fortune, irrespective of status or cultivation level. Ning Yao concluded, of course, the three methods lack absolute distinctions in hierarchy. The first method, for instance, involves inscribing characters onto a jade plate or within the bamboo sea, one of the 72 blessed lands, known for producing a particularly enigmatic type of writing bamboo. This is a different matter altogether. In addition, countless peculiar items await discovery. If you venture far enough, you are bound to encounter surprises. The vast world is filled with wonders. It would be prudent for you to explore beyond the confines of Dongbeiping's If not to dream of leaving this realm altogether, at least strive to reach the borders of the Dali dynasty. Chen Ping'an nodded, clearly preoccupied with thoughts of that martial manual. He pointed to a character and asked, Miss Ning, how's this pronounced? The young lady, irked, retorted, scram. Chapter 38. 9 Realms. With a look of skepticism, Chen Ping'an met Ning Yao's fierce gaze. Pointing at the string of characters, she pronounced emphatically, roll. This punch was inspired by the great Li's observation of rain, embodying the force of rolling momentum, with the punch's essence cascading like ink in a torrential downpour. Upon descending into the mortal realm, it rolled forth against the dragon wall of the imperial palace, pouring downwards with fervor. Chen Ping'an focused intently on the several dynamic illustrations of the punch's momentum, arranged as if in military formation on a single page. Consequently, each figure representing the act of punching was small, and the charcoal sketches lacked intricate detail. Yet, thanks to Chen Ping'an's keen eyesight, he could discern every nuance even under the dim light. After hearing Ning Yao's words, which he found somewhat perplexing, he muttered, "This style of boxing sounds quite formidable." Ning Yao leaned in slightly, examining the illustrations, and nodded, saying, "There exists a particular technique that has been passed down through the ages in the martial world for thousands of years, which bears a striking resemblance to this boxing manual." Curiously, Chen Ping'an turned to her and inquired, in what way? In the flickering light, the young woman's arched brows softened, reminiscent of spring breezes bending a cluster of peach branches. Suppressing a smile, she replied, "In the martial world, there is a universally accessible boxing style known as turtle boxing, which, when executed chaotically, is guaranteed to bewilder and overpower even seasoned masters." With a hint of resignation, the young man responded, "Surely it cannot be as simplistic as you describe." In his mind's eye, Chen Ping'an envisioned this, realizing it bore a striking resemblance to Gu Kan's signature skill and celebrated technique. In the recesses of memory, it seems that many years ago, Gu Kan's mother endured an unpleasant altercation, which transpired at the entrance of a cosmetic shop on Apricot Blossom Lane. At that time, Gu Kan had just begun to walk. His father, being an outsider and often absent, had long been forgotten by the neighbors of Mud Bottle Lane. The women of the neighborhood began to fret, concerned that their husbands, while passing by the widow Gu's home, would unconsciously slow their pace. Merely the sight of women's garments hanging on bamboo poles was enough to ensnare their husbands' souls. Eventually, Granny Ma convened 5 or 6 women to confront the Gu household. In that skirmish, the Gu family suffered considerable losses, yet Granny Ma and her cohort gained little advantage. It was a mutual destruction. However, as time progressed, the Gu family, ultimately outnumbered, found themselves overwhelmed. The widow's attire, already flimsy, was torn apart, inadvertently revealing more than intended, which drove the other women into a frenzy of shame and desperation, resorting to scratching and biting in a fit of madness, all while the men in the surrounding alley could only swallow hard. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Ping'an happened to return from the dragon kiln to the small town. Having received care from the Gu family over the years, he stepped forward to shield Gu Kan's mother from many treacherous blows. Throughout the ordeal, the youth, clad in straw sandals, refrained from striking back, not out of fear of trouble, but out of concern that one punch might prove fatal. At that tender age of 12 or 13, The boy had traversed countless mountains and rivers, experiencing more of life's journey than many elders in the small town could claim in their lifetimes. At that moment, a young boy and a woman sat at the entrance of the courtyard, while Gukan remained confined within, perhaps to spare the child from witnessing his mother's disheveled state. The boy turned to glance back, gesturing towards the corner of the woman's mouth. She nonchalantly curled her lips and then, with a decisive motion of her thumb, wiped away the blood from her lips. The child in the courtyard cried heart-wrenchingly, calling out for his mother. The woman initially smiled at the boy in straw sandals. But then, with a sudden rush, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The following day, the boy found himself accompanied by an unwilling burden. Ning Yao's inquiry interrupted Chen Ping'an's deep reverie. "What are you pondering?" Chen Ping'an replied. "Do you think that after Gukan and his mother left the town to join the Jiezhong Jinjuan at Shujian Lake, they will truly lead a better life?" Ning Yao countered. "Do you believe they fared poorly in Mud Bottle Alley?" Chen Ping'an reflected for a moment, considering that Gukan, being so young and lacking in conscience, likely did not perceive life as particularly arduous. However, as for Gukan's mother, she surely would not regard the town as a favorable place, especially not the women of Mud Bottle Alley and Xinghua Alley, whom she held in disdain. Furthermore, it seemed to him that Gukan's mother was inherently ill-suited to life in this town. She always appeared restless and unfulfilled. To echo the words of Old Man Yao, a man lacking resolve is destined for distant ambitions, while a woman without resolve may stray from her path. He found this statement somewhat flawed. Suddenly, Ning Yao straightened, slamming her hand on the table. "What are you rambling about? Do you still intend to study the martial arts manual?" Chen Ping'an was startled. "Miss Ning, please continue." Ning Yao said with a hint of annoyance. "Speaking of cultivation with you is utterly pointless, as you are destined to be incapable of it. Therefore, I can only discuss martial arts and the way of the warrior with you." Just as Chen Ping'an was about to respond, the girl continued on her own. "The world of martial arts is divided into 9 realms, although some assert that there exists a 10th realm beyond that, akin to how various great dynasties tend to nurture a cadre of chess prodigies waiting in the wings." At this juncture, the girl's mood noticeably brightened, and with a beaming smile, she inquired, "Chen Ping'an, do you know what a chess prodigy is?" Chen Ping'an, of course, shook his head in all honesty. The girl's face radiated with enthusiasm. In the realm of Go, the highest rank is the 9th Dan, which is akin to holding a prestigious position in the officialdom. However, there are rare geniuses, known as 10 Dan National Masters, who are bestowed with various extravagant titles. Your elite dynasty's chess prodigies are particularly embarrassing, as it is said that your 9th Dan is only equivalent to the 7th Dan of the Sui dynasty. In all of Dali, there is but one individual, nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, who is genuinely regarded as a rival in the Sui chess circles. "Oh, by the way, do you know what Go is?" Chen Ping'an nodded. "I am aware of it and understand some of the rules, though I do not play myself. Song Jisun and Ji Goei have a board and pieces at home." The girl appeared quite disheartened. "I see." After all her explanations, the young man still remained oblivious to the true nature of the 9 realms. The young girl seemed to realize her own unreliability. Clearing her throat, she solemnly declared, "My mother once said that in the martial arts, there are 9 realms, each a step upon a staircase. However, even upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm, the view is akin to standing on one mountain and gazing towards another, only to see the halfway mark." Chen Ping'an pondered this, understanding the sentiment, for he had witnessed such a scene with his own eyes. The girl, undeterred by whether the boy truly comprehended, continued, "The 9 realms of martial arts are divided into 3 categories: refining the body, refining the qi, and refining the spirit, each with 3 levels of mastery. Ascending each step must be done with precision. A single misstep could lead to downfall. The more solidly one walks, the better. While the pace of one's ascent is of lesser importance, differing from the path of cultivation, the first level of refining the body is the mud embryo realm. The name itself suggests a roughness akin to the mud of this alleyway where you reside. Yet, upon reaching the pinnacle of this stage, one becomes akin to a clay Buddha. Though fashioned from mud, it possesses a certain dignified aura, with one's energy sinking to the dantian, remaining as immovable as a mountain. This marks the true initiation into the path of martial arts. In essence, this level embodies the concepts of dispersal and sinking, the aptitude and comprehension of a martial artist, as well as the guidance of their master, can be readily discerned. The second level is the wooden embryo realm, symbolizing the gradual refinement of one's physique. Upon achieving mastery, the skin's texture becomes intricate and orderly, resembling the carved talismans one might find. Indeed, it is akin to this snake gallstone I extracted from the stream, which, while reminiscent of an ordinary pebble, is fundamentally distinct within. The profound essence of this realm serves as a mountain opening, broadening the meridians, transforming a narrow path akin to a goat's trail into a grand thoroughfare capable of accommodating horse-drawn carriages. The intrinsic quality of a martial artist's foundation becomes starkly evident within this domain. As she spoke these words, the girl in black raised high the stone gifted by the youth. She gazed at the beautiful stone illuminated by the flickering lamp and softly remarked, "The ultimate stage of body refinement is known as the mercury mirror, where the blood thickens like mercury yet retains a lighter weight, merging vitality and blood into one. To transcend this threshold, one must endure a trial dubbed the mud bodhisattva crossing the river, whether one can successfully navigate this final barrier, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, ultimately hinges on the martial artist's fortune." Chen Ping'an listened, somewhat bewildered, his gaze fixed on the oil lamp, its flickering light mirroring his own wavering thoughts. The girl stifled a yawn, leaning over the table languidly, and said, "That's about enough for now. The three realms of body refinement have already barred 80% of aspiring martial artists from progressing further. It is imperative to understand the distinction between impoverished scholars of literature and wealthy scholars of martial arts. This holds true beyond my hometown. Based on your background and comprehension, I estimate that reaching the second realm in this lifetime would be worthy of a high offering." Chen Ping'an inquired, "How should one practice this martial manual?" The girl raised an eyebrow, replying, "We shall discuss it tomorrow. I am rather tired." Chen Ping'an nodded, saying, "I will take the basket to gather stones then and return to seek out Miss Ning tomorrow." The girl responded, "If you are at ease, leave the martial manual with me. I shall examine it for any discrepancies or potential traps." Chen Ping'an chuckled, "Very well, but Miss Ning, do remember to exercise caution. This mountain-shaking manual is something I intend to return to Gu Can in its entirety." The young lady turned her head, frowning. "How many times must you repeat yourself before you feel at ease?" The boy, smiling, picked up a basket from the corner and, as he was leaving the house, reminded her, "Miss Ning, do not forget to lock the courtyard door." The girl rested her head on the table, not turning, and waved her hand dismissively, exasperated. I know. You speak more than my father." The boy, light as a swallow, vanished into the narrow alley. Once Chen Ping'an was estimated to have left Mud Bottle Alley. The young lady straightened up, her gaze fixed upon the mountain-shaking manual with a fierce intensity, akin to that of a sworn enemy. However, she soon slumped back down onto the table, a frown etched upon her brow, murmuring to herself, "How am I supposed to learn this? I was born with the physique of the world's greatest sword immortal. I have no need to traverse these mundane paths. I can't even remember the names of the 365 meridians, let alone how to circulate my breath naturally. I have known that since I was in my mother's womb." The girl, her hands raking through her hair, was overwhelmed with despair. Suddenly, a timid voice called from outside, "Miss Ning?" Ning Yao's body stiffened as she slowly turned to see an exceedingly irritating dark face. She assumed a stern expression, saying nothing. The boy swallowed hard and spoke apologetically, "I was worried you might forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Furthermore, if Miss Ning feels hungry this evening, I could go to Lu Xianyang's house to prepare some supper and bring it to you before heading to the creek." The girl waved her hand dismissively, and the boy immediately took his leave. Throughout the journey, Chen Ping'an's mind was occupied by the imagery of the first form of the boxing manual. The movements of the fists mirrored the rhythm of human motion. With feet firmly planted as if traversing through mud, the momentum akin to the gentle fall of snow to one's knees, progressing slowly yet purposefully. Unbeknownst to the young man, as he endeavored to practice the form according to the illustrations, he instinctively altered the pace and duration of his breaths. The youth even fancifully contemplated whether practicing amidst the flowing stream might yield even greater benefits. Before Qi Jingshun lay two seals, meticulously carved from the finest snake gallstone, both modest in size and yet uninscribed. During the day, the cultured young scholar, whose demeanor radiated warmth and gentility, visited the academy. Subsequently, the two engaged in a private conversation, wherein the far-traveling Confucian gentleman posed a profound inquiry. "Do you aspire to inherit the wishes of someone and continue the pursuit of peace for generations to come?" To which Qi Jingshun replied, "Allow me to ponder this." This was evidently not a wholly satisfactory response. However, the esteemed young gentleman, renowned across half the continent, refrained from being overly assertive. Instead, he conversed amiably with the long-admired Mr. Qi about the local customs and the shifting tides beyond the town before taking his leave. Throughout their interaction, the young gentleman made no inquiry regarding the disposition of the jade tablet. Yet, Qi Jingchun was acutely aware that this gentleman from the East Bay of Pingzhou Confucian Academy could exercise patience. In contrast, the Taoist sect's Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, the guardians of the Buddhist temples, the renowned ascetic from overseas, and the representatives of the martial arts. These three factions were unlikely to regard the reputation of the Cliff Academy with any reverence. They would certainly not heed Qi Jingchun's wishes and would unhesitatingly reclaim their respective tokens of power. However, these events were entirely anticipated. Qi Jingchun sat upright, gripping the carving knife, feeling an unprecedented sense of difficulty as he pondered how to inscribe the seal's script. The notion of sacrificing oneself for righteousness seemed rather overwhelming for this child, inappropriate, and even inauspicious. Was it not too abstract to seek tranquility and peace, and to uphold integrity and righteousness? Yet, if he were to hastily carve 3 crude seals, it would appear too insincere. Turning his gaze towards the night sky, Qi Jingchun beheld a tapestry of stars scattered across the dark canvas, resembling luminous pearls suspended in the firmament. Lost in thought, he remained in trance for a considerable time before regaining his focus. With a steady hand, he grasped the seal and began to carve. Ultimately, he etched the 4 ancient characters for tranquility and contentment, with the initial character tranquility embodying profound meaning and encompassing all things. Gently, Qi Jingchun set the seal down, ensuring the base faced upward. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, this scholar, with his hair touched by frost, felt a flicker of inspiration and waved his sleeve, causing the tabletop to come alive with a swirling landscape of mountains and rivers unfolding gracefully. Finally, Qi Jingchun focused his gaze and observed a dilapidated ancestral home in a humble alley of the small town, where a young boy and girl sat side by side, discussing the intricacies of the 9 realms of martial arts. Beyond these 9 realms lay a 10th. Having perused countless volumes, Qi Jingchun was well-versed in both the halls of power and the world of martial arts. A hint of amusement graced his otherwise austere features. Thus, this sage of Confucianism, who presided over a realm of his own, decided to indulge in a light-hearted jest. He inscribed 3 characters on the second private seal, Chen Shi. Chapter 39. The scolding of Chen Ping'an contemplated that in the future, should he wish to touch the stones during the day, he could commence from Lu Xianyong's side and proceed upstream, reaching the covered bridge. Thus, this night he chose a location further upstream than his initial descent, distancing himself from the bridge and the bluestone cliff, colloquially known as the Green Bull's Back, where he had first encountered the maiden in azure. Consequently, he missed the opportunity to meet Song Jisun and the supervising officer. On the other side of the covered bridge, a plaque inscribed with the characters "Wind Rises" was prominently displayed. The man clad in a white robe and adorned with a jade belt was ostensibly the supervising officer of the Dragon Kiln, yet in truth, he was the most powerful vassal prince of the Dali Kingdom. Under his guidance, Song Jisun arrived at the base of the bridge's steps. Prior to this, he not only bathed and changed in the official quarters, but also donned a fragrant pouch and a modest dragon-shaped jade pendant, its hue dull and unremarkable. In stark contrast, the exquisite old dragon rain jade pendant, noted for its quality, appearance, and significance, was forcibly removed by the man, who strictly forbade its display. Clutching 3 incense sticks, the youth stood at the foot of the steps, engulfed in uncertainty. The Dali prince, Song Changjing, turned around, extending a hand to gently rub the tips of the 3 incense sticks, igniting them. He nonchalantly instructed, "Kneel down, face the plaque, bow 3 times, and insert the incense into the ground. That will suffice." Though Song Jisun was filled with suspicion, he complied with the words of this unexpected uncle, kneeling and bowing 3 times while holding the incense. Despite the man's seemingly casual demeanor, once the youth knelt, his expression turned grave and exceedingly complex, revealing a deeply concealed loathing as he watched the youth bow before the ground. As 3 incense sticks were placed into the ground, Song Jisun rose and inquired, "Is it acceptable to offer incense here?" The man chuckled and replied, "It is merely a formality. There is no need to take it to heart. From this moment on, learn to play along, for otherwise, you may find yourself overwhelmed in the future." The man's smile faded, but he added, "Do not forget, this corridor is your sanctuary of prosperity." Song Jisun's lips turned a shade of blue, possibly from the chill of early spring, and the youth feigned nonchalance, saying, "These for characters should not be used lightly, should they?" The man, patting his belly with one hand while resting the other on his waist, adorned with a jade belt, laughed heartily. "In the capital, it is indeed so, but here, it makes no difference. There are neither court dogs nor rogue wolves to pounce upon me." "Curious," Song Jisun asked, "are you afraid of public criticism?" The man retorted, "In the Great Li dynasty, I have triumphed over all adversaries, both mountain and valley. If I fear nothing, would that not render me more comfortable than the one seated upon the dragon throne? Young man, do you find that reasonable?" After a moment of contemplation, and after some hesitation, Song Jisun resolved to ask, "Are you biding your time in obscurity, or nurturing enemies to elevate your own standing?" The man burst into laughter, pointing at the young man radiating with ambition, shaking his head. "Such treasonous words, you truly dare to utter them. You are utterly unaware of the consequences. When you arrive in the capital or retreat to some immortal's abode in the mountains to avoid the storm, I advise you, do not act without restraint, otherwise you shall surely face dire misfortune." Song Jisun nodded. "I shall remember." The man pointed to the golden plaque, brimming with confidence, and inquired, "How does the water rise?" Song Jisun replied succinctly, "I do not know." The man muttered, "To know is to know, and not to know is not to know. That is knowledge." Such absurdity! Scholars are always convoluted. Even a simple utterance must twist and turn. However, in the presence of the youth, the man chose to be somewhat refined. "If I recall correctly, for 3 millennia, regardless of the floods, the highest water level of this brook has never surpassed the tip of a rusted sword." Song Jisun pondered. "Indeed. But the elders residing near the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane often speak of this notion beneath the locust tree. Is there truly some mystery within?" The man gestured towards the distant horizon, where the brook exited the mountains, and smiled. "In the mountains, snakes have their paths. Within houses, mice have their roots. As for rivers and streams, dragons have their ways." Retracting his hand, the man patiently elaborated. "Throughout the vast territories of the Great Li dynasty, many places share the custom of hanging swords beneath bridges. However, those swords, whether made of copper, peach wood, or talismanic, may only deter a mountain dragon or forest python once. They are seldom effective a second time. Moreover, many practitioners who hang their swords possess limited skills, and the power of their first crossing may not withstand the wrath of the river's dragon. Consequently, once the flood recedes, bridges that need not collapse do so, and the swords vanish without a trace. Yet, this particular sword in this place." The man trailed off into silence. Song Jisun had been holding back his inquiries. The man sighed and said, "This sword, from the very first day it hung beneath the bridge, was never intended to target some dragon traversing the rivers. Rather, it was wielded by the sages to suppress the exit of the dragon locking well. This exit refers to the deep pool beneath the bridge, designed to prevent the dragon's energy from overflowing too rapidly, lest it forcibly rupture this small realm." Song Jisun, with piercing insight, asked, "Is the last true dragon in the world truly dead?" Song Chongjing chuckled and replied, "In the dragon-slaying war 3,000 years ago, countless qi refiners perished, and even the sages of the 3 teachings and the masters of the 100 schools suffered great losses. Do you think they were all foolhardy, or that the venerable sages have lived long enough to be akin to dogs? Would they deliberately leave the last true dragon alive merely to nurture it like common birds and fish?" Song Jisun countered, "Perhaps they were unable to completely vanquish that true dragon? They could only employ delaying tactics and methods of gradual erosion. While I may not comprehend the original intentions and schemes of the sages from millennia ago, I can surmise that the true dragon is undoubtedly extraordinary." The man shook his head, then nodded slightly. "You are correct to a degree. The true dragon is undoubtedly dead. However, regarding its true identity and symbolic significance, the term extraordinary cannot begin to encapsulate it." Song Jisun hesitated, words unspoken. In any case, all of Dali's schemes, fueled by countless efforts, were merely to stir the winds and raise the waters for the grand endeavor of the future southward expansion. The man ascended the steps first and said slowly, "If you were to ask me why the sages of 3,000 years ago sought to slay dragons, I find myself ill-equipped to provide an answer. If you were to inquire why you have been abandoned here, and why you, a noble prince of the Dali lineage, find yourself in such a predicament, I could readily unveil the truth to you." Song Jisun lowered his head, obscuring his expression. The youth refrained from questioning, and thus the man felt no inclination to indulge in sentiments. Upon reaching the highest step, he turned to face the small town, contemplating whether it was worth engaging in a rivalry with the likes of Lu Xianying, even harboring thoughts of violence. Did that not seem beneath him? Seated atop the steps, Song Jisun gazed northward alongside the man, posing an unrelated query about the northernmost point of our Dali on the eastern treasure bottle continent. The man nodded, affirming, indeed. It has been regarded as a land of barbarians for nearly a millennium. Now, only through sheer strength do we earn a modicum of respect. Song Jisun maintained his downcast demeanor, though his eyes burned with intensity. The man known as Song Changjing remarked flatly, upon arriving in the capital, "Be wary of a figure known as the embroidered tiger." Song Jisun was perplexed. Song Changjing chuckled. "He is currently Ardali's national master and also serves as the mentor to your younger brother. Ardali has expanded from 70 counties and 800 cities at its founding to 140 counties and 1,500 cities today. This individual is responsible for half of that achievement." Suddenly, Song Jisun lifted his gaze. The man smiled. "You guessed correctly, young one." He too took a seat on the steps, resting his hands on his knees as he surveyed the horizon. The contributions of another who has aided in our territorial expansion were evident, both distant in the past and immediate in the present. In that moment, Song Jisun trembled, his scalp prickling with realization. In a profound silence, after an extended interval, Song Jisun suddenly spoke. "Uncle, although I have harbored intentions to eliminate Lu Xianying and even contemplated a transaction with Fu Nanhua of old Longqing to orchestrate his demise, I have never regarded Lu Xianying as my equal, even if he possesses an esteemed ancestral legacy. My desire to kill him stems solely from the belief that it would require little effort on my part, a mere triviality." Song Changjing, intrigued, responded, "So, do you possess another underlying concern?" The youth, touching his neck, fell into silence. In the stillness of the night, the town was enveloped in silence. Yet, a slender figure traversed the streets, clad lightly. As she passed by the iron lockwell in Xinghua Lane, she gritted her teeth in frustration. Upon reaching the archway, she delivered a forceful kick to a stone pillar. Ultimately, she arrived beneath the lush, venerable locust tree, rumored by the elders to have existed for an immeasurable duration. Its fallen branches never harming a soul, a testament to its extraordinary spirit. Striding confidently to the tree's base, the young woman regarded such tales with palpable disdain. She opened the ancient tome borrowed from her esteemed companion and began to search methodically. One by one, she recited names, akin to a general counting troops on the battlefield. When her throat grew parched, she paused, holding the local gazetteer, which Song Jisun referred to as a book of the outside world, in one hand. While pointing at the locust tree with the other, she looked skyward and exclaimed, "Are you truly so ungrateful as to disregard my kindness?" Silence ensued, offering no response. The young girl immediately stamped her foot, unleashing a torrent of invective. "To the 4 surnames and 10 clans. Let us commence with the 4 surnames. Lu, Li Zhao, and Song. You 4 esteemed lineages, be wise and perceptive. Hasten to provide at least 3 leaves from the Sephora tree for each surname. Should you fail to do so, I, Wang Zhu, shall hold a lifelong grudge against you. Once I step outside, I shall deal with each of you in turn. Regardless of whether you are youthful or elder, male or female, you are all ungrateful wretches, a pack of wolves that I have raised without gratitude. How dare you act so shamelessly?" The girl, panting from her fervent tirade, rested her hand on her waist, continuing her reproach. "As for the Song clan, do you not recognize who the greatest benefactor of the Dali dynasty is? Are you feigning ignorance? I assure you, once I emerge from here, I shall ensure that the Dali dynasty aligns itself with the Lu and Zhao clans, but never with the Song. Each of the 10 great families must contribute 2 leaves from the Sephora tree, while lesser clans are required to offer at least 1. Of course, those with the audacity to wager more shall be generously rewarded, and I promise to ensure they reap abundant fortunes. As for the Chao family, the very same that produced the despicable Chao Shi, this wretch, what unspeakable acts has he not committed? Even in his infancy, he was steeped in mischief. In addition to the 2 leaves, you must provide me with an extra 1 as recompense. Otherwise, I, Wang Zhu, vow to ensure that Chao Shi begets no heirs. How dare he desecrate the well? How could such a morally bankrupt individual ascend to the position of a true sovereign? And what of the Xie family? You have a fellow named Xie, do you not? Ah, I have a slight acquaintance with him. Had it not been for my intervention, he would have long been swept away by the floods. Therefore, is it reasonable that you do not offer an additional leaf?" In the distance, Qi Jingshun quietly observed the scene beneath the locust tree, remaining silent. like a stern father who can only scold his wayward child. He gazed upon a daughter growing increasingly spoiled, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Yet, when he saw the young girl flipping through her books, and the locust leaves gracefully detaching from their branches, cascading down among the pages, Qi Jingshun felt a sense of solace. With a heart full of unspoken words, he finally murmured, after leaving home, "Take care of yourself." The girl seemed to sense something, suddenly looking back, only to find no one there. With a sense of loss, she shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and turned back to continue scolding the locust tree. Chapter 40. A return gift. After Chen Ping'an shouldered his wicker basket and ascended to the shore, he made his way towards the blue ox's back. He could not shake the feeling that the water level of the brook had receded slightly. As he approached the azure stone cliff, he suddenly halted, for he clearly perceived a number of individuals standing nearby, each visage discernible in exquisite detail. This was not merely due to the brilliance of the starlight, but rather because atop the blue ox stood a pure white deer, its form radiant and crystalline, emanating delicate strands of white light that swayed like water plants in the brook. The white deer lowered its head, and a little girl clad in a vibrant red cotton coat stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to caress its antlers. Beside her were two young individuals garbed in Taoist robes. Perhaps it was the illumination from the white deer that rendered their skin as luminous as fresh snow, translucent and ethereal. To illustrate, if the townsfolk were akin to earthen figures molded from clay, then these two foreign Taoists were akin to exquisitely crafted porcelain, embodying a stark contrast. The style of their Taoist robes bore some resemblance to those worn by Taoist Lu, yet numerous details diverged. Most notably, Lu's headpiece was a lotus crown, whereas theirs resembled fish tails. The boy in straw sandals gazed in a daze, feeling as though the pair standing beside the white deer had stepped forth from the annals of celestial paintings, as if they might, in the next instant, ascend to the heavens, effortlessly plucking stars and moons from the sky. Two individuals stood a short distance away, one of whom Chen Ping'an recognized as the daughter of Master Ruan, the swordsmith. This young maiden, clad in green, did not carry a bag brimming with provisions this time. Instead, she held a small embroidered handkerchief in one hand, containing merely a few exquisite pastries. With her head bowed, she appeared uncertain, contemplating which delicacy to sample first. Beside her stood a man in his 30s, adorned with a long sword upon his back and a peculiar ornament hanging at his waist. As Chen Ping'an noticed them, nearly everyone else also became aware of the sudden appearance of the youth in straw sandals. The young Taoist nun, taken aback, bent down to gently ruffle the hair of a little girl clad in a red cotton coat. She gestured towards Chen Ping'an's direction while whispering softly. The little girl perked up her ears to listen intently to the inquiries posed by the celestial sister, her eyes widening in curiosity. Upon vaguely recognizing Chen Ping'an's visage, she began to speak animatedly, likely explaining his identity and background to the owner of the white deer, the celestial sister. In that moment, Chen Ping'an too recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. Their first encounter had been prior to his journey to the dragon kiln for porcelain firing, when he had crossed paths with a small girl sporting horn braids in Mud Bottle Alley. Despite her tender age, she had darted away with remarkable swiftness, clutching a paper kite in her hand, her slender legs resembling delicate bamboo poles, racing like the wind, an image that lingered vividly in Chen Ping'an's memory. Subsequently, I encountered her intermittently on a few occasions. On one occasion, I discovered the little girl leaning over the well of the iron lock, surreptitiously tossing pebbles into the depths below. Unbeknownst to her, I inadvertently witnessed her mischievous antics, causing her to flee in fright. After running several paces, she suddenly remembered the sugar-coated hawthorn she had left at the well's edge. Unable to resist the temptation, she dashed back, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Rising swiftly, she snatched the sweet treat and abruptly halted, opening her mouth to pluck out a loose tooth, which she tucked away in her pocket. Without a sound or a moment's hesitation, she continued her flight. The sight left me in a cold sweat. The last time I saw her was in the desolate ruins of a once sacred site, overgrown with wild grass, during a dusky autumn evening the previous year. I had returned to the town after leaving the dragon kiln and was wandering about when I spotted her, busily capturing crickets, tumbling and leaping through the tall grass. Upon noticing me, she recognized me instantly and vanished like a fleeting breeze. Later, I learned from Gu Qin that this perpetually dirty little lady, despite her wild appearance, was actually a member of the Li family from Fuyaji and not just a servant or maid. She simply enjoys wandering aimlessly, and her family seems indifferent to her whims. When Gu Qin spoke of her, His tone was laced with both pride and disdain. He remarked that although she was swift on her feet, she was rather foolish. On one occasion, fate had them both fishing in a stream. That silly girl toiled for an entire afternoon, only managing to catch a solitary crab, while not a single stonefish was ensnared. The sole reason she captured that large crab was that its pincers clamped down fiercely on her finger. Gukin recounted this tale in Chen Ping'an's room, laughing so heartily that he rolled on the small wooden bed, exclaiming how truly foolish she was for flaunting her catch as if it were a monumental achievement. Even though she was clearly on the verge of tears from the crab's grip, the handsome young Taoist glanced at the white deer and addressed the young female Taoist with a smile, saying, "Sister He, you ought to exercise caution and not indulge her too much. It has only been a short while, and it is merely an illusion. It does not hinder her freedom. Yet you choose to ignore this. Now, what shall we do with this ordinary being caught in the midst of it all?" The enchanting Taoist, upon hearing the young girl's introduction, replied with a gentle smile, "Let things unfold naturally." The young Taoist furrowed his brow and gazed once more, scrutinizing the grass-sandal-clad youth bearing a basket. After a moment of careful observation, he discerned no remarkable qualities in the boy within their esteemed sect. The arts of divination and geomancy, while not unparalleled across the continent, were certainly well-honed. Since this Taoist was entrusted with the significant task of retrieving a powerful artifact on behalf of the sect, as well as ensuring the safe return of a treasured relic to be presented to the upper sect, he could not be an insignificant figure. Thus, upon failing to perceive anything extraordinary about the youth, he abandoned the notion of inviting him into the mountain gates. The young Taoist prided himself on his skills of discernment and had no reason to believe he could misjudge a person. Their sect was one of the 3 Taoist sects of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, and indeed the foremost among them, held in the highest esteem. This time, he and Sister He ventured forth together, each rewarded with a precious opportunity to recruit a true disciple for the sect, who would simultaneously become their respective apprentices. Therefore, he was reluctant to squander this chance and understood the necessity of approaching it with utmost caution. It was well known within the sect that Sister He was in the process of refining her heart, so her casual remark about allowing things to unfold naturally could very well indicate her intentions of taking on disciples. He and He Xiaoyang were celebrated as the golden boy and jade girl of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, the favored darlings of Taoism. Even a sovereign would treat them with due respect, and the decorum they commanded rivaled that of the most exalted true monarchs. This was largely due to their potential as the most promising practitioners poised to ascend to the higher realms within the continent. As the young Taoist maiden took the hand of the little girl and descended from the back of the azure ox, the ethereal white deer trailed behind them. This sight was not only astonishing to the young disciples, but also evoked a look of surprise from the formidable military figure adorned with a tiger talisman and bearing a long sword. Upon witnessing the approach of the young Taoist maiden, Chen Ping'an felt somewhat overwhelmed. The youth was decidedly reluctant to engage with these otherworldly beings from distant lands. He understood all too well that their simplistic emotions of love and hatred could dictate his very fate and honor. Moreover, Chen Ping'an was acutely aware of his historically unfavorable luck, which only heightened his apprehension about provoking them. Nonetheless, he was not one to retreat in disarray. Rather, he took a few measured steps forward, thus appearing suitably composed in the eyes of onlookers. The white deer quickened its pace, trotting around the lad in straw sandals before bowing its head and affectionately nudging the impoverished youth. Upon returning to its owner's side, she gently caressed its back, and in the next instant, it transformed into the form of a horse. The young Taoist maiden gazed at Chen Ping'an, sighed softly, and with a smile uttered a few words, then turned her attention to the little girl clad in a red cotton jacket. The girl, timidly interpreting in the local dialect, "Relayed, Sister He said, you are a person who cherishes blessings, but alas, our fates are too shallow to become companions on the path of Tao." The young man was left speechless, unsure of what to say that would not seem impolite. Clad in straw sandals, with a basket slung over his shoulder and his pant legs rolled up, he appeared particularly comical and absurd. The Taoist maiden smiled and inquired, "Are you aware of the marvelous uses of these stones, Chen Ping'an?" "You need not worry. I was merely asking out of curiosity." The little girl, echoing the explanation, spoke rapidly with a clear, melodious voice. Chen Ping'an hesitated for a moment before nodding and replying, "A certain Taoist priest once advised me to frequently visit the stream to collect stones and catch fish." Although Chen Ping'an felt a budding affection for the young Taoist maiden, he exercised caution and refrained from disclosing even the surname of Lu Daozhong. After all, it was Ningyo who truly revealed the secret of the valuable snake gallstones. The Taoist maiden smiled and asked, "Do you know our esteemed Lu Shirshu?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The Taoist maiden chuckled knowingly and provided a brief explanation. Lu Shirshu, to be precise, is not of our lineage. Many years ago, Lu Daozhang visited our sect and became acquainted with one of our elders, forming a bond that lasted for several years. As juniors, we have naturally become familiar with him and thus refer to him as Shirshu. Chen Ping'an grinned, his guard completely lowered. The youth in straw sandals held a deep sense of gratitude towards Lu Daozhang, a sentiment he would carry throughout his life. He remembered something and bent down to set aside his basket, picking up a stone that had captured his heart at first sight, large as an egg, shimmering green, and clear as ice, distinctly different from other snake gallstones. He extended it towards the elegantly poised young Taoist maiden and asked, "Taoist, if I happen to meet Lu Daozhang in the future, could you kindly deliver this stone to him?" After listening to the little girl's explanation, she pondered for a moment, took the stone, and slowly spoke. "Before coming here, I happened to encounter my departing junior uncle, who is on his way to the Southern Stream Kingdom to attend an important ceremony of the Taoist sect. It is uncertain when we shall meet again, but rest assured, once I see junior uncle Lu, I will certainly convey your message to him." Chen Ping'an, listening to the girl's words, smiled radiantly and bowed in gratitude to the young Taoist maiden, who exuded an exceptional aura. The youth had always trusted his instincts regarding the nature of strangers, whether it was with Fu Nanhua and Kai Jinjian, or with Taoist Lu and Miss Ning. Chen Ping'an then took out a snake gallstone and handed it to her once more. The young Taoist woman, renowned as the most fortunate among the younger generation of Dong Baoping continent, graciously accepted it with a smile, not forgetting to express her gratitude. The little girl in the red cotton coat twisted the hem of her garment and softly said, "I would like to have a piece as well." Chen Ping'an chuckled and turned to select a stone for her from the basket. The girl approached him cautiously and asked, "Could I have a larger one, please?" Chen Ping'an replied, "As long as you can carry it, I shall gift you the largest one. However, the journey from here to the town, and then to your home, is quite considerable. Besides, I believe the smaller stones are of better quality than the larger ones." After a moment of thought, she rested her hands on the edge of the basket and said, "All right, then I will choose a smaller, prettier one." Chen Ping'an selected a lovely lotus pink stone for her, smooth and charming, which the little girl held in her palm with great satisfaction. She suddenly tilted her head, parted her lips, and pointed to her teeth, then turned to Chen Ping'an with a smug grin on her face, clearly eager to showcase her newly grown teeth. Chen Ping'an cheerfully suggested, "Next time, let us go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes sparkled momentarily, but soon dimmed, and she offered a forced nod in response. Chen Ping'an shouldered his basket and bid farewell to the young Taoist nun, waving at the little girl as he jogged back towards the town alone. Though both were fairies, the worth of this young female Taoist was far beyond that of Kai Jinjian from Yunxiao Mountain, akin to celestial gold compared to mundane currency. She returned to Qingyo with the little girl and the white deer, while the young Taoist monk withdrew his gaze from the grass-sandaled boy's retreating figure, concluding with certainty, a shallow connection brings scant fortune, hence one cannot expect significant utility. In Dongbaping Prefecture, Taoist sects were as numerous as the stars, each 30 years selecting a pair of golden boy and jade girl. He and his senior sister, He Xiaoyang, were the celestial couple of this generation. However, what astonished many was that while the golden boy's aptitude was not inferior to previous selections, the jade girl's fortuitous circumstances were astonishingly exceptional. Upon her birth, a white deer, one of the auspicious signs, willingly emerged from the mountains and swamps to acknowledge her as its master. Subsequently, her journey along the path of cultivation appeared seamless, with rumors suggesting that she would encounter her first bottleneck only after ascending to the fifth realm. As for her junior's disdain towards that grass-sandaled boy, she merely smiled and chose not to comment. At this moment, a diminutive youth emerged from the depths near the underpass of the corridor, making his way to a puddle beneath the back of the azure ox, clutching only a piece of serpent gallstone, radiating a brilliance in the night akin to the previous white deer. The awkward boy, gripping the stone, stood atop a rock that protruded from the water, resembling an immortal standing tall, holding a diminutive round moon. The young Taoist's two large fish, one green and one red, did not submerge but instead glided gracefully above the stream's surface. Should Chen Ping'an catch sight of this boy, he would recognize him as the grandson of the old woman from Xinghua Alley. The boy, afflicted with a form of idiocy since childhood, had been looked down upon by his parents and was subsequently taken in by his grandmother. He was socially awkward, often retreating to the rooftop to gaze at the clouds. Throughout his life, the boy, bearing the surname Ma due to his grandmother, was bullied to the point where even a mere step on him felt like soiling one's shoes. This unfortunate child seemed to have smiled only at the maid Ji Gui from Mud Bottle Alley. Thus, the old woman harbored a deep resentment towards the maid, deeming her a shameless seductress, convinced that it was she who had seduced her beloved grandson. The young female Taoist approached the man bearing a long sword and inquired, "Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding Ma Kuxuan?" The man replied coldly, "If your little master uncle genuinely wishes to take this child as his disciple, why does he not come himself? What significance does his esteemed name hold? He has yet to engage with me. Why should I yield him this child? If he is dissatisfied, let him come to Jinwu Mountain and challenge me. If he wins, he may take the child with him." The young Taoist smiled and remarked, "It merely requires our junior uncle to make another trip. Why make it a hardship?" His words concealed a sharp edge beneath their softness. The man adorned with a sword and talisman squinted his eyes and replied, "Oh?" The young female Taoist, feeling slightly vexed, glanced at her fellow disciple, while the young man laughed heartily, choosing not to engage in conflict, and instead lifted his gaze to the sky, exclaiming, "The moonlight is truly splendid tonight." She felt a sense of helplessness. Whenever it concerned their sect's junior uncle, not only she and her fellow disciple, but indeed all young Taoists across the continent took pride in it. On the other side of the corridor bridge, at the foot of the steps, stood a barefoot monk with a square face, embodying a spirit of resilience and determination. This ascetic did not lift his gaze to the gilded plaque above, but instead focused on the ground where Song Jisun had previously placed incense. With his palms pressed together, he bowed his head in compassion, murmuring, "Amitabha." A diminutive boy climbed ashore and approached the azure ox, glancing at the two ethereal young Taoists, then at the stern man with the sword upon his back. Finally, he fixed his intense gaze upon the latter, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I have no desire to learn the path to immortality. Can you teach me how to kill instead?" The man replied with pride, "As a practitioner of martial arts and swordsmanship, I have long been recognized as the foremost force of lethality in the world." The young Taoist retorted with a smile, "Oh?" The young female Taoist shook her head, realizing that the situation was beyond her control, and felt a pang of guilt for failing her junior uncle's trust. In a moment, beneath the azure ox by the stream, tension mounted, and the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. The little girl in the red cotton jacket from the Leaf family quickly sought refuge behind the fairy-like sister. The young maiden in azure attire had just finished the last morsel of pastry, her spirits considerably dampened. With a tone tinged with annoyance, she remarked, "If you possess the capability, go and seek out my father." The man, who shared a significant connection with both the maiden and her father, abandoned his stern demeanor and replied with a smile, "And how would one go about that?" The youthful Taoist jested, "Wan Xiao, that seems rather unfair. Your father is poised to become the next sage, akin to the sovereign of this realm." The maiden merely pursed her lips, remaining silent. The monk approached slowly, ascending the back of the azure ox. The young female Taoist continued, "Your Buddhist thunder sound pagoda, our Taoist heavenly master seal, alongside a modest sword mound from the martial lineage, and not to mention the Confucian mountain jade tablet. These four artifacts are the remnants of the earliest sages. While the internal rivalries within the Confucian sect are their own affair, as for the three of us, although we have the rightful claim to retrieve them, would it not be somewhat inappropriate to do so without even a word to Mr. Qi?" The monk remained reticent. The young Taoist expressed concern. "It does seem a touch inconsiderate, yet the directives from above are difficult to contest. Sister, it would be best not to complicate matters further." The martial figure scoffed, "I am not here to curry favor with anyone." Meanwhile, in the quaint town, Chen Ping'an returned to the alley where Lu Xianyang's residence was located, only to find Mr. Qi standing at the entrance. The youth hastened towards him, and before he could inquire, Qi Jingshun handed him 2 private seals with a smile, saying, "Chen Ping'an, this is not a gift without purpose. I have a request. Should the Mountain Cliff Academy face difficulties in the future, I hope you can assist as much as you are able. Of course, there is no need for you to actively seek out news regarding the academy." The young man merely uttered a single word, "Good." Qi Jingshun nodded thoughtfully and said earnestly, "Remember what I previously told you about a gentleman does not offer help. That was my heartfelt counsel, not a test of one's character." The youth smiled slightly, replying, "Sir, I cannot guarantee that." Qi Jingshun hesitated, contemplating his words, yet ultimately chose to remain silent as he prepared to depart. He had intended to express that should the Cliffside Academy encounter dire straits in the future, and should Chen Ping'an feel remorse, there was no need for guilt. One could simply act as though they had neither seen nor heard anything, and need not make a deliberate effort in that regard. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a flicker of hope lingered within Qi Jingquan's heart, a sentiment he himself found perplexing. After much contemplation, the master of the Cliffside Academy arrived at a singular conclusion. It was solely due to the young man before him. Surnamed Chen and named Ping'an, he seemed to be quite unlike anyone else. Entrusting him with a matter, no matter how arduous, one could be assured that, even if it were evident that the youth might ultimately fail despite his utmost efforts, he would nonetheless earnestly commit to the task. He would strive with all his might, even if it meant exerting himself beyond measure. This assurance was indeed a source of comfort. It was something Qi Jingquan had long sought, yet never attained, as the scholar, who had voluntarily requested exile to this place, had once perceived the world as a series of foreign lands. Just as Qi Jingquan was about to turn away, the young man, still burdened with a basket, promptly bowed deeply in a laborious gesture of respect. In the alleyway, the Confucian sage returned the young man's salute with the utmost formality.